Let go of me. Do you even know who I am? At this moment, Chen Ze was seated on a soft plush sofa. On the coffee table before him stood an array of expensive red wines. Any random bottle among them was worth tens of thousands. He lifted his head and through the crowd looked at the woman blocked in front by a group of thugs. The woman had an exquisitely beautiful face and a tall, slender figure. She wore a black dress, a faint blush tinged her cheeks, and a hint of drunkenness already clouded her gaze. In an instant, a torrent of memories that did not belong to him surged into his mind. At the same time came the notification of the awakening of the so-called strongest villain system. He had transmigrated into the unfinished world of an urban cultivation novel, and moreover into the body of a villain. This was a parallel world similar to Earth. Only in this world his identity was that of an out-and-out top-tier rich heir, a second-generation tycoon and idle playboy. His grandfather was a generation-defining medical sage renowned across the world. His parents were merchants whose business empire was enormous. He did not even know its true extent, only that their wealth was enough to last several hundred lifetimes without being spent. His purpose in coming to Jiangling for university was to break away from his old circle and experience a new life. Yet on the very day he arrived in Jiangling, a local underling invited him to his family's small bar as a guest. The Black Man Bar was one of the most famous bars in Jiangling. Those who could afford to spend money here were at least white-collar workers with annual salaries starting in the hundreds of thousands. After quickly combing through his memories, Chen Ze began to explore this so-called strongest villain system. Host: Chen Ze. Lifespan 1 year. Skills: none. Villain points: 0. Lucky roulette: each spin consumes 100 villain points. More functions to be unlocked. Staring at the meager remaining lifespan of a single year, Chen Ze could not help but curse inwardly. Yet on second thought, if the plot were to follow its original trajectory, he would soon attract the attention of the destiny-favored protagonist, then tirelessly deliver experience in his own life to him. In the end, 1 year later, the destiny-chosen protagonist Ye Tian would challenge him to a final duel, and he, the villain, would meet the fate of losing his family fortune and his life. How do I obtain villain points? What Chen Ze cared about most now was how exactly this system would enable him to grow stronger. The host may gain villain points from the negative emotions others feel toward you, or by seizing opportunities that belong to the protagonist, and so on. Understood. A knowing smile curved Chen Ze's lips. Villain points could be used for draws in the lottery. Given the system's settings, it certainly would not hand out trash rewards. However, how to earn points without offending the protagonist was indeed a thorny problem. According to the forthcoming development of the novel's plot, the campus belle goddess, enraged by a marriage contract forcibly arranged by her family, would storm off alone to a bar to drown her sorrows. This scene would coincidentally be witnessed by the outplaying Chen Ze, who would then attempt to claim the female lead for himself. At the same time, the protagonist, having just returned from his training, would appear at the bar and rescue his fiancée. Speaking of the protagonist, his luck was truly explosively good. Within his family's heirloom treasure, the 9 immortal jade, resided 9 Empress Masters. On the eve of his university enrollment, the first Empress Master within the 9 immortal jade awakened and put him through his initial round of training. Even though he had undergone only a single round of training, the cheat-like protagonist could already rampage everywhere, crushing all opposition. Coupled with the protagonist's invincible halo, Ye Tian, newly arrived in Jiangling, began swaggering about, stirring up romantic entanglements and stepping all over a powerful, wealthy, and handsome scion like him to snatch up opportunity after opportunity. What are you trying to do? If you dare to lay a finger on me, the Xie family will never let you go. Xie Wanqing's face was flushed, both hands pressed over the snowy white curve before her chest as she stared at the men in front of her with a trace of panic. What is the Xie family worth? Serve my big brother well tonight, and from now on your Xie family will be the #1 clan in Jiangling. Chen Ze rose from the sofa and slapped Huang Yuan across the face. Huang Yuan was stunned by the blow, his mind blank. Be big brother. Don't call me big brother. Apologize to Miss Xie at once, then take your lackeys and get out. Time was tight. Chen Ze knew the moment when the protagonist would barge in to cause trouble was fast approaching. He had to get ahead of him and prove his innocence first. Why wise? Huang Yuan nodded frantically, assuming his earlier crude words had displeased Chen Ze. As Chen Ze's most loyal lackey, Huang Yuan immediately bowed to apologize, then hurriedly gathered his men and left the private room. Seeing that the hooligans had left, Xie Wanqing's slender, delicate body suddenly went weak, collapsing slightly. Her pale jade-like hands clutched her chest tightly as she faced Chen Ze, her eyes filled with hostility. She had drunk a great deal tonight. If not for being frightened sobered, just now she would probably already be lying on the floor, dead drunk and unconscious. My apologies, Miss Xie, for giving you such a fright. I saw you drinking alone at the bar upstairs and felt something, so I sent you a glass of wine. I did not expect my subordinates to misunderstand. I am truly sorry. Chen Ze raised his wrist, glanced at the time, and said, "It's getting late. Why don't I call a car to take you home? If you really don't feel at ease, you can also ask a family member to come pick you up. During that time, I guarantee no one will touch a single hair on your head." A murderous glint flashed in Chen Ze's eyes. Hearing his words, the enforcers stationed at the bar all lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at Xia Wanqing. With this deft exchange of positions, Chen Ze not only made Huang Yuan shoulder the blame, but also managed to pull in a wave of goodwill for himself. Xia Wanqing's gaze clearly froze for a moment. Her mind suddenly could not keep up. Had this dissolute young master's brain short-circuited, or was he plotting some other scheme? Chen Ze walked over slowly and extended his right hand. Thinking he was going to pin her against the wall, Xia Wanqing let out a sharp scream and crouched down on the floor. A smile appeared at the corner of Chen Ze's lips. "Miss Xia, please move aside a little. I'm just opening the door." Xia Wanqing was stunned again. In that instant, her face burned with embarrassment. Is he really not interested in me? Maybe this truly was just a misunderstanding. Xia Wanqing kept consoling herself, and the last barrier she held against Chen Ze quietly dissolved. Setting aside the misunderstanding, Chen Ze was actually quite handsome, roguishly handsome. Ding! The female lead's favorability toward you has increased. Reward 1000 villain points. Seeing the newly credited villain points, Chen Ze was inwardly overjoyed. As expected of the female lead, by merely brushing a bit of favorability, he could gain a large amount of villain points. Chen Ze pushed the door open, intending to call over the female staff member outside to escort Xia Wanqing down to the underground parking lot. But because Xia Wanqing had been standing in high heels in one position for too long, her sudden crouch caused her ankle to twist. The pain nearly drew tears from her eyes. Chen Ze hurriedly squatted down to check. How could you be so careless? Without asking permission, he directly reached out and removed the high heel from her foot. As the high heel slid off, a snow-white, delicate jade-like foot appeared before his eyes. He found himself dazed for a moment. "Have you stared long enough?" Xia Wanqing's voice was icy like eternal unmelting frost. Chen Ze gently kneaded her ankle twice with his hand, then helped her slip the high heel back on. "My grandfather is a traditional Chinese physician. When I was young, I often watched and learned massage techniques by his side. How is it? Does it feel any better?" Grandfather was a traditional doctor. His character probably was not too rotten. A faint blush crept across Xia Wanqing's cheeks. She had to admit that Chen Ze's kneading was just right. After only a few minutes, she could no longer feel the pain. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Her phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Huang Yuan. "Brother Chen, run. Run. There's a trained martial artist who's broken in." Suddenly, after the sound of bones cracking, a man's voice came through the phone. "Listen up, whoever is on the other end of this call. If my fiancé loses even a single hair, you can all start writing your wills." Truly, he was a protagonist radiating his own halo. Every word dripped with domineering arrogance, casually telling others to prepare their wills. "Big brother, hurry and run." Huang Yuan was still urging him over the phone to flee at once. In the past, Chen Ze had always thought such two-faced underlings were idiotic side characters. Now they actually seemed foolishly endearing. Hanging up, Chen Ze directly initiated a tenfold consecutive draw. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 longevity pills. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 Jiazi pill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 set of Baji Quan. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 fist technique experience books. Longevity pills limited to 100. Each pill can increase 1 year of lifespan. 5 pills mean 5 additional years of life. Jiazi pills limited to 10. A single one is equivalent to 60 years of arduous cultivation. Baji Quan, a national martial art famed for its ferocious, devastating power. As for the fist technique experience books, they should be usable to increase his proficiency in martial arts. Heaven itself is aiding me. Chen Ze helped Xia Wanqing into the front passenger seat. Looking at Xia Wanqing in the passenger seat, her cheeks flushed and breath scented with wine, Chen Ze forcefully suppressed the impulsive desire surging in his heart and refrained from taking advantage of her, then withdrew and closed the car door. Bang! As the car door shut, Xia Wanqing let out a heavy breath of turbid air and turned her head, curiously watching Chen Ze's figure as it slowly receded into the distance. Ding! Xia Wanqing's favorability toward you has increased. Reward 1000 villain points. Chen Ze opened his personal interface again and discovered that the system had unlocked a new mall function. At the moment, there were 4 types of items available for sale in the mall. Longevity pill 1000 points. Jiazi pill 2000 points. Baji Quan 1000 points. Fist technique experience book 300 points. Judging from the products, every time he drew an item, it would then appear in the mall with an appropriate price attached. The more precious the item, the higher its point cost would naturally be. To be safe, Chen Ze spent the freshly acquired 1000 points to buy 3 more experience books. After obtaining the experience books, Chen Ze's Baji Quan had been elevated to the Grandmaster realm. Even when facing an overwhelmingly powerful protagonist, he could now crush him by sheer strength alone. What was more, he still had a hidden trump card. He had just sent a text message requesting support to his personal bodyguard Yao Dao. Yao Dao had once served as his father's close protection bodyguard and now followed at his side. Chen Ze had not brought him along to the bar this time. Calling Yao Dao over now was mainly to deal with the Empress Master standing behind the protagonist. Just as he was preparing to go upstairs and confront Ye Tian, he had not expected Ye Tian to come down of his own accord. It seemed someone had tipped him off. A mocking look surfaced on Chen Ze's face. It seems you're quite the fighter. All those thugs upstairs still couldn't stop you. Cut the nonsense. Where have you hidden my fiancée? She's very safe in my car right now. I may not be particularly fond of this fiancée, but that doesn't mean just any piece of trash is allowed to lay a finger on her. Ye Tian's expression was icy as he spoke. Keep acting. Chen Ze sneered inwardly. He had not even mentioned helping Xia Wanqing massage her feet. If he did, Ye Tian would probably be enraged enough to want to slaughter his entire family. Since you're seeking death, I don't mind sending you on your way right now. Ye Tian struck first. The battle erupted in an instant. Chen Ze assumed his stance composed and unhurried as he responded. Baji Quan was among the most lethal of the national martial arts. The versions passed down among common folk nowadays were all hollow showpieces. Having even one or two genuine moves was already remarkable. But the Baji Quan that Chen Ze unleashed was the authentic art. Thank you for the lesson. Defusing Ye Tian's punch, Chen Ze showed no mercy. He drove his fist straight into Ye Tian's abdomen. Ye Tian felt a searing pain in his stomach, then stared at Chen Ze in utter disbelief. Impossible. How could you possibly dissolve the force of my fist? His internal strength is extremely robust. Although you have mastered a body-tempering secret art, your cultivation time is far too short. In terms of physique, you still cannot match the thickness of his inner strength. A woman's divine voice transmitted softly from within the 9 immortal jade. Then if this continues, am I destined to lose? Ye Tian's eyes held a trace of unwillingness. Victory and defeat are commonplace in the path of battle. You need not cling to this. If you can temper your body to its pinnacle, break free of its shackles, and comprehend spiritual energy, you may reclaim your honor another day. But my fiancé is still in his hands. If I can't even protect my own fiancé, how can I ever talk about freeing you, master, from the shackles of this immortal jade in the future? Enough. I shall assist you this once. After this I will fall into a brief slumber. You must conduct yourself well. The woman seemed to sigh. In the span of a heartbeat, Ye Tian suddenly felt a surging, rampaging power gushing through his body. I have used a secret technique to stimulate the power of your flesh and blood, boosting your combat strength for a short time. But after this battle, you will need some days to restore your body. Many thanks, master. Ye Tian shifted from fists to palms, facing Chen Ze hidden. Immovable king palm. Boom. Driven by the frenzied, boiling power of his flesh and blood, this full-force palm was enough to crush an ordinary person into pulp on the spot. In an instant, Chen Ze sensed that Ye Tian had used some special means to enhance his own strength. Naturally, he had no intention of foolishly meeting it hidden. Since the other party had already played his trump card, all Chen Ze needed to do now was endure until Yao Dao arrived. Thus he began to employ the softer aspect of Baji Quan, constantly borrowing and redirecting force to dissolve Ye Tian's domineering assaults. Only knowing how to dodge. What kind of skill is that? Ye Tian's brows knitted tightly. He had never expected this silk pants young master not only to possess grandmaster-level strength, but also to have such rich combat experience. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, Chen Ze suddenly caught sight of Xia Wanqing, who had rolled down the car window to watch their fight. A plan flashed through Chen Ze's mind, and he said loudly, I said I would send Miss Xia home safely, and I will certainly keep that promise. With that, he did not choose to dodge, but instead took Ye Tian's palm hidden. Uffed. Chen Ze was sent flying, slamming into a concrete pillar, a thread of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Xia Wanqing immediately sprinted over to his side. Looking at Chen Ze, blood spilling from his mouth, Xia Wanqing's eyes turned scarlet. She reached out frantically, wiping the blood from the corner of his lips, her voice trembling. Are you okay? You're bleeding so much. I'll be fine. It's all my fault. Tears streamed down Xia Wanqing's face like pear blossoms in the rain. If you hadn't been sending me home, you wouldn't have run into that lunatic Ye Tian. Chen Ze smiled faintly and pointed at Ye Tian. So he really is your fiancé? I thought he was lying to me. Since you know each other, you should go back with him. He came out so late at night to look for you. He must care about you a great deal. Don't worry about me, I'm fine. I just need to rest a bit, and I'll recover. To make his act more convincing, Chen Ze spat another mouthful of blood onto the ground. Ye Tian had not expected Chen Ze to suddenly pull such a stunt. He walked over intending to finish the job, but was blocked by Xia Wanqing. Ye Tian, Haven't you caused enough trouble already? Xia Wanqing, please step aside. I need to pull up this weed by the roots and cripple this menace completely. A menace? Xia Wanqing laughed, a laugh filled with desolation. You're the one who talks about slaughtering entire families at the drop of a hat. I say you are the real menace here. I'm doing this because I care about you. Then let me make it perfectly clear he never laid a hand on me. On the contrary, you struck out at him without even bothering to distinguish right from wrong. I was just speaking in anger. Since you're fine, just forget it. Ye Tian had not expected such a strong reaction from Xia Wanqing. Inwardly, he fumed, I clearly came here to save you. Why are you reacting like this? At that moment, an incomparably fierce blade aura suddenly slashed toward Ye Tian. Protected by the 9 immortal jade, he was not cut down in a single stroke, but the force of the blade still sent him staggering back dozens of steps. Dressed in a black suit, Yao Dao appeared abruptly at Chen Ze's side, dropping to one knee. Your subordinate Yao Dao has arrived late to protect you, young master. I beg your forgiveness. Help me up first. There was no blame on Chen Ze's face, which greatly surprised Yao Dao. I'll do it. Xia Wanqing hurried ahead of Yao Dao, bending down to support Chen Ze's weight on her own shoulder. Feeling the faint fragrance wafting from the snow-white nape of the beauty's neck, Chen Ze thought to himself that the palm he had taken was not in vain. He stood up and said softly, let's go. How should we deal with him? Yao Dao leveled his heavy black iron blade at Ye Tian. At the slightest sign of movement, he would strike to kill. Chen Ze knew that Ye Tian, as the child of destiny, could never possibly die so easily. If Yao Dao made a move, it might even force out more of his hidden potential. On second thought, it was better to let it go. After tonight, the misunderstandings between Ye Tian and the heroine would only deepen further. That alone was enough. Chen Ze exhaled a moist breath beside Xia Wanqing's soft pink earlobe. I'll have Yao Dao escort you home. Of course, if you still feel uneasy, you can call your family right now. I'll wait here until they come to pick you up, and only then will I leave. Can you take me back? Compared to the arrogant and rude Ye Tian, Chen Ze's gentle consideration instantly reshaped her perception of men. Xia Wanqing blinked her clear eyes, her jet-black pupils shimmering like shooting stars, dazzling and enchanting. Truly worthy of her title as the peerless beauty of Jiangling. Drive to the Xia residence. Chen Ze handed the car keys to Yao Dao, and the two settled side by side in the rear seat. The Bentley roared to life, leaving behind Ye Tian, prostrate on the ground, incapacitated by the backlash of his forbidden technique. Why? Ye Tian sank into bewilderment. Though he claimed indifference toward this so-called fiancé, the pride inherent in every man refused to bow before reality. He would grow stronger. He would make Xia Wanqing realize that rejecting him, a man of exceptional virtue, would be the greatest regret of her life. The backlash of the secret art plunged Ye Tian into unconsciousness, and even the mysterious emperor sealed within the 9 immortals jade lapsed into a brief slumber. En route to the Xia residence, a system notification flashed across Chen Ze's mind. Ding. Host has thwarted the protagonist. Awarded 2000 villain points. Suddenly, Xia Wanqing extended her delicate boneless hand and gently kneaded his injured left arm. I'm so sorry. If it weren't for me, Ye Tian wouldn't have wounded you. During your fight, he claimed you were his fiancée. Do you truly share a betrothal? It was merely a childhood engagement, nothing more. I've never liked him, nor will I ever marry him. Xia Wanqing had long carried a heart full of sorrow with no one to confide in, and now, at last, someone willingly listened. And so she recounted the entire story word for word. His name is Ye Tian, the sole heir of the Ye family. Though the Ye clan has declined in recent years, they remain old friends of ours. My grandfather, a feng shui master, divined on his deathbed that Ye Tian was a latent dragon submerged in deep waters, destined to soar to unparalleled heights upon arriving in Jiangling. My grandfather specifically instructed my father to wed me to Ye Tian once I came of age. What stance did your father take? Chen Ze cracked the window open, just a slit, enough to dispel the sharp coppery stench of blood from the cabin. My father held little faith in Ye Tian and opposed the match outright, but my second uncle's family fervently desired the union. Let me guess. You believe your second uncle intends to marry you off solely to seize control of the entire Sierra state, and this so-called engagement is nothing but a hollow pretext. You're absolutely right. Xia Wanqing sighed softly. My father suffers from terminal illness, and I am his only daughter. Should I marry out, the headship of the clan will inevitably pass to my second uncle. The elders of the clan, recognizing my father's waning authority, have all aligned themselves with my second uncle. I hold no power to resist. What do you intend to do? To safeguard the legacy my father built within the Xia family, never to let it fall into the hands of my second uncle's branch. You actually have two options. Which two? 1. Cure your father's illness. 2. Bring in a son-in-law who joins the Xia household. My father suffers from late-stage gastric cancer. His time is nearly spent. As for a son-in-law, my father indeed contemplated it. and I too have considered it. As she spoke, Xie Wanqing began appraising Chen Ze from head to toe. She found him remarkably suited to become the Xie family's son-in-law. Yet his bodyguard, his automobile, and the custom Patek Philippe Ref. 2458P gracing his wrist suggested a lineage no less prestigious than her own. How could such a man possibly consent to enter a marriage as a subordinate husband? By the way, I noticed your car bears a Yinjing license plate. Are you from Yinjing? Yes. I've come to Jiangling to attend university. A freshman. Which university? Jiangling University, of course. What a coincidence. We attend the same school. Xie Wanqing smiled faintly. I'm majoring in economics and business management. What about you? How else could we call it fate? Exactly the same. Chen Ze had not originally chosen that major, but given his status and influence, transferring disciplines required nothing more than a single command. They exchanged a knowing glance and smiled. Then silence settled between them, tender and profound. We've arrived at the Xie residence. Yao Dao interjected coolly. Time spent with the heroine was always fleeting. After stepping out, Xie Wanqing said, come in for a glass of water. Don't worry, it's late and everyone's asleep. I still have matters to attend to. Treat me at school tomorrow. Drive safely. Back inside the car, Yao Dao sensed something subtly different about his young master today. By past precedent, the young master would invariably devise some scheme to gain entry into the young lady's home, then compel her submission through intimidation or inducement. After exhausting his conquest, the family would step in to manage the fallout. Yao Dao, do you know why I've come to Jiangling? No. Yao Dao silently mused, wasn't it because you'd already exhausted every corner of the Yinjing social scene, and now sought fresh amusement here in Jiangling? My sole purpose in coming to Jiangling is to complete my studies, and upon graduation to become a worthy heir. Yao Dao felt no resonance, merely dismissed it as another passing whim. After all, even if this master indulged in debauchery daily, he'd live in abundance for life. Yao Dao himself saw no reason to strive harder. After departing the Xie residence, Chen Ze did not return home immediately. Instead, he instructed Yao Dao to drive him to Jiangling City Hospital to visit Huang Yuan. Huang Yuan's father, though a tyrant in his own right, would surely seek retribution against Ye Tian for his son's brutal beating. Yet Ye Tian's fortune currently soared. He could not be killed, and any assault would only yield humiliation and loss. Chen Ze ascended to the floor where Huang Yuan lay hospitalized. Huang Yuan's father, Huang Tingshan, sat smoking sullenly outside the door. Smoking was strictly prohibited in hospitals, but who was Huang Tingshan? The underground emperor of Jiangling, a man who decades ago had pursued an enemy down an entire street, cleaving through all who stood in his path. Uncle Huang, good evening. Huang Tingshan lifted his gaze, saw Chen Ze, and forgot to exhale the smoke drawn deep into his lungs, triggering a violent cough. Young Master Chen, you've come. Chen Ze nodded, then asked how is Xiao Yuan's condition. The doctors say several bones are fractured. He'll need rest and recovery. Xiao Yuan's injuries stem entirely from me. I'll cover all medical expenses. Additionally, there's something important I wish to discuss with you, Uncle Huang. What is it? For now, refrain from acting against Ye Tian. Why? A guttural bestial growl rumbled from Huang Tingshan's throat, hoarse, suppressed, furious. I know you burned to carve that upstart Yi into pieces, but this man born of humble soil is far more complex than he appears. If you trust me, leave this matter to me. I guarantee you a resolution that satisfies. Then, many thanks, young Master Chen. Though Huang Tingshan burned to slay Ye Tian with his own hands, he knew that when the first family of Yinjing intervened, Ye Tian would perish in far more excruciating fashion. Chen Ze pushed open the door and saw Huang Yuan lying unconscious across the room. After placing the fruit beside the bed, he turned and departed the hospital without delay. On the way out, Yao Dao remained deeply puzzled. Young Master Chen, the boy Ye Tian is indeed formidable, yet Uncle Huang commands many elite enforcers. Even if he cannot kill Ye Tian, surely he can inflict grievous harm. A youth of such extraordinary skill. Do you truly believe he's as simple as he seems? You mean, he has a powerful mentor behind him? What else could one assume? In any case, Ye Tian is off limits for now. No one acts against him without my explicit order. Chen Ze sat motionless in the rear seat, eyes closed in quiet repose, while Yao Dao for the first time found himself unable to fully read the nature of this seemingly dissolute young master. Returning to the standalone villa in the affluent district of Jiangling, as soon as the door was opened, a female housekeeper approached warmly to help him take off his coat. Chen Ze held no improper thoughts about the female housekeeper. She had followed him from Yinjing, primarily responsible for laundry, cooking, and serving tea. Although the previous Chen Ze was a debauched and domineering young master, he was not the type to be rendered immobile at the sight of women. Besides, he had a beautiful child bride back home in Yinjing and a charming elder sister abroad. Having lived with two beautiful yet troublesome girls since childhood, his resistance to beauty had been thoroughly tested. As a result, he often appeared disinterested when faced with the wealthy young ladies in the Yanjing circle. However, when faced with a virtuous and graceful woman like Xia Wanqing, who also possessed the charm of Jiangnan, his lost interest seemed to return. Sitting on the European-imported sofa, Chen Ze enjoyed a steaming hot meal while calling his wealthy father in Yanjing. "Dad, I want to change my major to business management. Didn't you say you wanted to study languages with those international exchange students? What made you suddenly change your mind to business?" "I just want to find a major that aligns with my future plans to return and assist you after graduation." "You little brat, you never speak the truth. Come on, tell me, have you fallen for some girl? Can you just answer me with one phrase?" "Sure, but I have to warn you first. Jiangling is different from Yanjing. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Don't cause trouble for me. Got it, I haven't eaten yet, so I'll hang up now." Chen Ze ended the call and tossed his phone aside. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, popping up a friend request window. Xia Wanqing requested to add him as a friend. Chen Ze smiled in amusement, but did not immediately agree. This girl just couldn't hold back any longer. Ding. Negative energy from Xia Wanqing, villain points 10 inch. Ding. Negative energy from Xia Wanqing, villain points 20 inch. Ding. Negative energy from Xia Wanqing, villain points 55 inch. In the duration of one meal, Chen Ze accumulated nearly 300 villain points. The key contribution came solely from Xia Wanqing. Looks like I shouldn't rush to conquer her, or I might lose a free source of experience points. After a satisfying meal, Chen Ze headed upstairs to take a shower. He opened the host interface. Host Chen Ze. Lifespan 5 years. Skills 8 extremes fist mastered. Villain points 2,453. 20 consecutive draws. Compared to buying directly, drawing was clearly more cost-effective. However, this time, he did not have the same luck as during his first draw. "Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. If you say thank you for your patronage one more time, I'll smash you." Chen Ze was speechless. He received nothing after 1,000 points. Let's continue with 10 consecutive draws. He fixed his gaze on the spinning wheel on the screen until the pointer landed in the extremely rare golden area. Ding. Reward Healer's Legacy. Suddenly, a meteor floating in the galaxy above exploded, and a stone transformed into a beam of golden light descending from the sky. Chen Ze basked in the golden light. In just a moment, he mastered the lifelong teachings of a legendary healer. At that moment, lying in a cheap rental room and recovering from injuries with low-grade herbs, Ye Tian was suddenly awakened by the voice of the Empress Master from the 9 Immortals Jade. "Master, what's wrong? Just now I sensed a trace of the Celestial Lord's aura. It must be the will of a certain powerful being passed on to a suitable candidate." "Celestial Lord? Isn't that a being of the same level as you? In his prime, he couldn't compare to even my pinky finger, but even so, he shouldn't be underestimated. I thought he was formidable. Turns out he's not even as powerful as your pinky finger." Ye Tian chuckled and continued to close his eyes to recover from his injuries. Right now, all he could think about was cultivating for revenge. Sooner or later, he would make that bitch Xia Wanqing realize how foolish it was to leave him. The Empress from the 9 Immortals Jade chose to remain silent. She was still counting on Ye Tian to break free from this world's constraints and ascend to the higher realms, which would speed up her recovery and allow her to escape this confinement. Having Ye Tian experience some setbacks wasn't necessarily a bad thing, but allowed him to fully immerse himself in his training and leave this place with sparse spiritual energy as soon as possible. After showering, Chen Ze discovered that the negative energy from Xia Wanqing had not ceased. It had started as just a few dozen points, then escalated to hundreds at a time. Women are truly terrifying creatures. Chen Ze agreed with a friend and sent a message. "Good night." After a long while. Xia Wanqing, sweet dreams, I should sleep too. The next morning, Chen Ze's points had accumulated to 3,000. While checking the record of villain points increase. At 5 in the morning. Xia Wanqing hadn't gone to sleep yet. Seeing how much villain energy Xia Wanqing had contributed, Chen Ze decided to personally take her to school. After waking up, his arm injuries had fully healed. It seemed that learning the 8 extremes fist not only improved his mastery, but also significantly enhanced his physical attributes. Chen Ze arrived at the underground garage, where various luxury cars were parked, many of which were covered in a thick layer of dust. Upon learning that his son had decided to attend university in Jiangling, Chen Fuxing gave him the keys to his idle mansion in Jiangling. Looking at a dusty Audi A3, Chen Ze decided to choose it. Why do villains keep getting slapped in the face? The main reason is being too ostentatious. Therefore, Chen Ze needed to stay low-key and play the pig to eat the tiger. Then he would walk the path of the protagonist, leaving the protagonist with nowhere to go. To make himself appear more like an ordinary person, Chen Ze deliberately went to a barbershop for a buzz cut, changed into some cheap clothes costing a few dozen yuan, and swapped his watch for a sports band worth a few hundred. Leaving the villa, Chen Ze handed 2 prescriptions to the driver responsible for driving him. Wolf Uncle, based on these 2 prescriptions, prepare 10 portions of herbs. After finishing, he gave him an exclusive black card. The password is 6 6s. Although I don't know how much is left, it should be enough for buying herbs. The middle-aged man known as Wolf Uncle glanced at the prescriptions and exclaimed in surprise, the ingredients on this prescription can't just be bought with money, but that's not a problem. After accepting the prescriptions, Wolf Uncle curiously asked, why are you planning to take such a rundown car to school today? It doesn't quite suit your character. It's better to be low-key. The prescription given to Wolf Uncle was a unique formula recorded in the healer's legacy, named Bone Rejoining Ointment. According to the description, applying this ointment to the wound would allow for recovery in just a few days. Huang Yuan was a good subordinate who could help him with small tasks and delivering the ointment, which could be considered compensation. The other prescription was meant to enhance physical strength. He knew that Ye Tian was cultivating a cultivation technique. Thus, he also needed to hasten his own training in such techniques. Coincidentally, there was a technique in the healer's legacy called Eternal Blue Emperor's Art. Unfortunately, it was a fragment only containing the body refining and chi refining stages. To exchange for the complete technique would require an overwhelming amount of points. There were complete techniques available, but those techniques were of too low a grade, and he would never be able to compete against Ye Tian, who had 9 masters. Arriving in front of the Xie family's door, Chen Ze made a video call to Xie Wanqing. The video was converted to audio. Chen Ze, I'm already at your doorstep. Xie Wanqing nervously replied, I'm eating, wait for me a moment, I'll come out right away. Xie Wanqing immediately got up to shower, change clothes, and do her makeup. The steps were simple, but Chen Ze waited outside for almost half an hour. Looking at the graceful Xie Wanqing, Chen Ze teased, Miss Xie, do you plan to make me the public enemy of all men in Jiangling? Xie Wanqing's face turned red just as she was about to sit in the passenger seat beside Chen Ze. Ye Tian suddenly appeared nearby holding a letter. Chen Ze's mouth dropped open. While this was clearly the rhythm of a marriage annulment. Ye Tian coldly stared at Chen Ze and Xie Wanqing in the car before turning to enter the Xie family, only to be stopped by the security guard at the entrance. Ye Tian, what are you doing at my Xie family? Aren't you embarrassed enough after yesterday? Xie Wanqing's eyes were icy. Embarrassed? Ye Tian scoffed, spitting on the ground. You spent the night away and I risked my life to save you. And you say I'm embarrassed. I remember that. If something happens to your Xie family in the future, and you come looking for me, don't blame me for not being merciful. Ye Tian stopped speaking. Facing the security guard who tried to stop him, he struck back directly. The commotion attracted the attention of the Xie family members who were dining in the living room. The family head Xie Jiuchong rushed over, accompanied by the second-in-command Xie Tianxiu. Ye Tian, this is not a place for you to act recklessly. Xie Jiuchong glared at Ye Tian and reprimanded him sternly. Is it justified to hit someone when they are preventing me from divorcing? As he spoke, Ye Tian tossed the divorce letter onto the ground. I originally came to fulfill the marriage contract out of respect for my grandfather and your Xie family, but it seems Ye Tian cannot reach your heights. Seeing Ye Tian a pawn causing a scene, Xie Tianxiu, who had been secretly instigating the situation, immediately stepped forward. Ye Tian, what on earth is going on? If Qingqing did something wrong to you, just tell me. If you're making baseless accusations, don't blame me for being ruthless. Xie Tianxiu did not care who Xie Wanqing married. If Ye Tian made things too difficult with the Xie family, he would immediately distance himself from him. Ye Tian coldly laughed, turning to point at Chen Ze and Xie Wanqing at the door. My fiancée is currently sitting in another man's car being embraced by another man, while her fiancé can only watch helplessly. Do you think this marriage is still necessary? Xie Tianxiu was momentarily speechless. It's just sitting in the passenger seat, nothing happened. Is it really that serious? He hadn't even waited for Xie Jiuchong to speak. Xie Wanqing got out of the car, picked up the divorce letter from the ground, bit her finger, pressed it onto the paper, and threw it in Ye Tian's face. Ye Tian, I really want to thank you for divorcing me. Xie Wanqing stepped back into the passenger seat beside Chen Ze. Not only that, but she also leaned over and kissed Chen Ze's right cheek in front of everyone, leaving a bright lipstick mark. Let's go. Xie Wanqing took a deep breath, suppressing her inner turmoil. Xie Wanqing. Ye Tian watched the car leave, his heart feeling as if it were being pricked by countless needles. His fiancée just left with another man. At this moment, the female emperor and master from the 9 immortals, Jade, reminded him, women are merely fleeting beauties. Once you reach the upper realm, you'll find countless women who are more excellent and beautiful than her. I understand. Ye Tian clenched his fists, turned to leave the Xie family, silently vowing that one day he would stand at the pinnacle of the world. Xie Jiuchong picked up the divorce letter from the ground and handed it to his wife beside him. Keep this divorce letter safe. When I pass away one day, burn it for our father. It's not that I don't want to match them, it's just that Ye Tian is too arrogant. Xie Tianxiu still wanted to fight for a moment. He hurriedly advised, Big brother, Wanqing really needs to rein in her temper sometimes. You say she's already engaged, yet she casually gets into another man's car. If this gets out, it will disgrace our family. I know my daughter. If there's blame, it should be on Ye Tian. It's he who lacks the fortune. Xie Jiucheng was now curious about Chen Ze. Although he didn't know the other party from his daughter's outfit today, it was clear she had her sights set on him. Driving an Audi worth over 100,000 didn't impress him. However, he had little time left. Since it was his daughter's choice, he would let it be. On the way to school, Chen Ze, focused on driving, suddenly stopped the car beside a pharmacy. He bought iodine cotton swabs and band-aids before jogging back to the car. Put your hand out. Chen Ze scolded. It's nothing, just a small cut. You're bleeding. How can you call this a small injury? Chen Ze firmly grabbed Xie Wangqing's hand, using the cotton swab dipped in iodine to gently wipe her delicate fingers. Xie Wangqing's face turned slightly red. Initially, she struggled a bit, but gradually she gave in to the process and began to enjoy Chen Ze's attention. Looking at Chen Ze, who had shaved his head, Xie Wangqing curiously asked, "Why did you shave your head?" Training starts soon but has to be done sooner or later. That's true. The wealthy young men around Xie Wangqing didn't care about school rules at all, let alone the instructors telling them to shave their heads. Even if they skipped the training, the school had no authority over them. On the contrary, Chen Ze not only followed the rules and shaved his head in advance, but also appeared unconcerned, which scored him points in her heart. Ding! Xie Wangqing's favorability towards you has increased, and villain points 1,000. This female lead's favorability is too easy to boost. I can't let him fall for me so easily, otherwise how will my villain points increase? When can I exchange for my skills? Be careful in the future. Don't just bite your finger, it's easy to get rabies. Chen Ze, you just called me a dog. I didn't say that. You did. Xie Wangqing angrily turned her head away. Ding. The female lead Xie Wangqing has developed a strong resentment towards you, villain points 2,000. Chen Ze secretly laughed in his heart. Don't be infatuated with me, I'm just a legend. Keep getting angry, don't stop. After arriving at school, the two completed their enrollment procedures, and it was already noon. Ye Tian also reported, but upon seeing Xie Wangqing and Chen Ze standing together, he directly pretended not to recognize them and took a detour. Why is he here too? Xie Wangqing looked at Ye Tian's departing figure. Her brows slightly furrowed, her expression displeased. Those who are pitiful must have their faults. Ye Tian's reckless, selfish, and petty behavior had deeply imprinted in her mind. Even if Ye Tian treated her well in the future, she would only feel he was hypocritical and disgusting. Let's take a walk. Chen Ze interrupted Xie Wangqing's gaze. Xie Wangqing readjusted her mindset. After all, she had already severed her engagement with Ye Tian. From now on, the two would no longer have any ties. There's a century-old sour plum soup shop on the pedestrian street near Jiang University. I used to go there often when I attended Jiang University's affiliated high school. How about we go to the old street? I've heard a milk tea shop has great milk tea. Mentioning milk tea, Xie Wangqing's eyes lit up immediately. As a seasoned milk tea enthusiast, she was nearly addicted to it. And what was even more enviable was that her body didn't gain weight no matter how much she drank. This fact made her friends both envious and jealous. In truth, Chen Ze did not intend to deliberately please Xie Wangqing. According to the upcoming plot, after Ye Tian completed his enrollment, he would head to the old street nearby to sell medicine. Then the second female lead, with a desperate times call for desperate measures attitude, would invite Ye Tian to her home to treat her comatose grandmother. Ye Tian not only gained the second female lead's favor, but also received a large sum of money. It was this money that accelerated his cultivation progress. What Chen Ze needed to do now was to intercept. The two arrived at the old street, where there was indeed a popular milk tea shop. Perhaps due to the start of the new semester, there were many people queuing outside the milk tea shop, and many were couples. However, most of the queue consisted of boys, while girls held parasols standing by the lake, enjoying the breeze and scrolling through short videos. Chen Ze said he had something to do and left, leaving Xie Wangqing to stand in line alone. With Xie Wangqing's arrival, the perception of the boys in line was completely overturned. Look at her. Now look at me. It's one thing for my girlfriend not to be as pretty as hers, but the key thing is that my girlfriend isn't as considerate and gentle. Chen Ze left the milk tea shop. After some searching, he finally found Ye Tian, who was selling medicine on the street. At this moment, Ye Tian was being mocked by passers-by. Everyone regarded him as a lunatic. To deal with Ye Tian brute force would only backfire, so it had to be done cleverly. Chen Ze walked up to Ye Tian's stall, squatted down, picked up a medicine bottle, sniffed it, and asked, "How much is this medicine?" Seeing Chen Ze, Ye Tian furrowed his brow and said, "Please step aside, but don't interfere with my business. Just name your price, they'll take all these medicines." Chen Ze wasn't lacking in money. Onlookers chimed in, "This medicine costs 1,000 per bottle. Are you sure you want to buy it?" Ye Tian initially wanted to raise the price, but the passerby directly stated the price of the pills. 1,000 per bottle. Chen Ze pulled out his wallet, took out a thick stack of cash, and slapped it in front of him. 10,000 yuan, I'll take all 10 bottles of medicine. Money makes one bold. Even if these pills were 1,000 each, he could afford them. Bystanders stared at Chen Ze in stunned disbelief. Good heavens, someone actually believes in the stuff he's peddling. Don't they fear it'll kill them? Yet Ye Tian, seeing how readily Chen Ze had agreed, abruptly declared he would no longer sell. With that, he rose to pack up his stall and leave. He would rather shatter his medicine, toss it into the trash, or feed it to a stray dog than ever sell it to Chen Ze. This was precisely the effect Chen Ze had intended. By cutting off Ye Tian's income, he would be unable to afford cultivation resources. Without strength, he could never pose a threat. Vibrating softly, his phone rang. It was Xia Wanqing calling. Chen Ze, I've got the milk tea. Where are you? Walk east from the milk tea shop. You'll spot me soon. Oh. Xia Wanqing carried 2 cups of milk tea through the bustling crowd, squeezing her way forward until she finally caught sight of Chen Ze. She completely ignored Ye Tian, who was hurriedly packing up his stall. Turning instead to Chen Ze, she asked, "What are you doing here?" "I saw Senior Yi selling medicinal pills, so I came out of curiosity," Chen Ze replied, taking the milk tea and sipping as he spoke. "I'd even considered buying some to test their efficacy, but he refused to sell." "He actually sells medicine." Xia Wanqing's expression shifted to one of bewilderment. "He must be desperate for money, trying to earn a quick fortune through quack remedies." Chen Ze stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Truth be told, I admire him deeply. So young, yet already skilled in martial arts and alchemy. Truly extraordinary." "Humph." Xia Wanqing let out a cold, dismissive laugh, her disdain for Ye Tian deepening further. Ye Tian, meanwhile, only wished to vanish from the scene as swiftly as possible. At that moment, a woman approached, wearing a light blue crop top with a flowing shawl, her long hair swaying gently in the breeze. She appeared to be around 20 years old. Her features were delicate, her figure graceful and poised. Though not as exquisitely refined as Xia Wanqing's, she was undeniably a rare beauty. "Do your medicines truly cure all ailments?" She gazed at Ye Tian, her voice trembling with quiet anxiety. Sensing this woman was no ordinary customer, Ye Tian set aside his vials and jars. "May I ask, what specific condition is the medicine intended for?" Ye Tian's antidote pills could indeed treat most stubborn maladies, but if the patient hovered on the brink of death, even a divine elixir would prove futile. "My grandmother has lain unconscious in bed for nearly a month. The doctors say if she doesn't awaken soon, she won't survive another week. Give me 100,000 yuan, and I guarantee her full recovery." The woman exclaimed, breathless with hope. "If you truly heal my grandmother, I'll pay you 1 million. Ye Tian silently mused. The price he'd quoted was still far too low. Just as he prepared to write a prescription for her to procure herbs and refine the pills, the man beside her objected. "Chen Ze, I've seen countless charlatans like this. They're clearly trying to swindle you. Brother, Grandma remains comatose. I'm terrified she'll slip away from us without warning. Life and death are unpredictable. We must trust science, not let fraudsters cloud our judgment. But I still want to try." A resolute glint flashed across Chao Qingxi's eyes. Chen Ze observed her closely. He knew she was the central figure of this subplot, and seized the moment to intervene. "Madam, I'll give you a formula. Follow its prescriptions precisely, and the patient will recover within 3 days." Chen Ze spoke up suddenly. Chao Qingxi paused, startled. Ye Tian scoffed. "I've never heard of anyone prescribing medicine without first examining the patient." Chao Qingxi's cousin Chao Jinhua chuckled dryly. "And what about you? Aren't you doing the same? You claim to guarantee a cure without even laying eyes on the patient. Today I've truly witnessed something. 2 con artists in 1 day. What rotten luck." Traditional Chinese medicine relies on observation, listening, inquiry, and pulse diagnosis, Chen Ze said, calmly meeting the curious stares around him. "From my observation, Madame Chao and her grandmother suffer from the same ailment. Only hers has yet to manifest. You say she's ill, so she must be ill. Where's your proof?" Ye Tian knew alchemy, not clinical diagnosis. Yet, guided by the empress behind him, even terminal illnesses might yield to his arts, if the price was right. Chen Ze, by contrast, was merely a spoiled scion. What real skill could he possibly possess? "Madam, if I'm not mistaken, every time you menstruate you suffer severe abdominal pain. Upon waking the next morning you feel ravenous, insatiably craving meat." How did you know?" Chao Qingxi clapped a hand over her mouth, incredulous. Indeed, she had recently experienced exactly these symptoms. She devoured meat obsessively, felt constant hunger in her stomach, and yet instead of gaining weight, she grew noticeably thinner. Multiple hospital examinations had yielded no abnormalities. "Both you and your grandmother host a parasitic organism. One might call it a parasite. Yours is still small, but should it mature, you too will fall into irreversible coma, just as she has." A parasite? Chao Qingxi had never heard such a thing before. Yet the moment Chen Ze uttered the word, her cousin, Chao Jinhua, visibly stiffened. "If you trust me, I'll treat you both free of charge. If not, you may hire him instead." Chen Ze turned, preparing to walk away. "Wait." Chao Qingxi grasped Chen Ze's arm. "I believe you. Chen Ze smiled faintly, handed his milk tea to Xiao Wanqing and leaned close to Chao Qingxi's ear. I ask for no payment. No payment. Chao Qingxi's throat tightened slightly, her mind instinctively drifting towards something unspoken. Don't overthink it. I said no payment, and I mean it. Though spoken softly, Chen Ze's words reached Xiao Wanqing standing nearby. Ye Tian was humiliated once more. A sure catch had slipped away. Wherever he went, Chen Ze seemed to follow, like an inescapable, tenacious plaster. Yet today's street-side experience taught Ye Tian a valuable lesson: the wealthy spared no expense when seeking cures. Why not go directly to hospitals, seeking out affluent patients suffering terminal illnesses? Not only would this be faster, it would also spare him endless complications. Meanwhile, Chen Ze and Xiao Wanqing settled into Chao Qingxi's Maserati. Chen Ze had originally planned to go alone, but Xiao Wanqing insisted on accompanying him. With no choice, he brought her along. After all, she would soon become his wife, and knowing a few of his secrets posed no harm. Chao Qingxi and Chao Jinhua both hailed from the Chao clan of Jiangling. The Chao clan was a minor family in Jiangling, its influence even less than that of the Xie clan. Still, 1 million yuan was well within their means. Chao Qingxi's grandmother was the sole current head of the Chao clan, the sole arbiter of succession, whose mere whim could shape the fates of all clan heirs. Chao Jinhua, Chao Qingxi's cousin, was an unrepentant playboy, master of indulgence in food, drink, women, and gambling. Unlike the Xie clan, the Chaos wholeheartedly supported Chao Qingxi's ascension to leadership. Should lineage require continuation, they would gladly welcome a son-in-law, never permitting Chao Jinhua, that dissolute heir, to assume command. Seeing his inheritance hopes fade, and enduring his grandmother's open contempt, Chao Jinhua succumbed to temptation. He sought out a dark associate skilled in venomous insect cultivation. Remarkably, the associate readily agreed to gift him free of charge a stealthy, lethal vermiform curse. After entering the Chao residence, Chao Qingxi led Chen Ze upstairs. Out of concern for Xiao Wanqing's safety, Chen Ze declined her request to accompany them. Upon entering the sick room, a withered, mummified old woman came into view, her body reduced to little more than skin and bone. Gazing at her unconscious grandmother, Chao Qingxi whispered through quiet sobs, "My parents passed away early. She raised me alone. If you truly can heal her, I will agree to any condition you name." Miss Chao speaks too humbly. Chen Ze approached the frail elder and placed his fingers upon her wrist to take her pulse. Yes, she can be cured, but even if restored by force, her days are numbered. Chen Ze spoke truthfully. The parasitic worm inside the elder had matured fully and was on the verge of metamorphosis. Fortunately, it had not yet broken free from its chrysalis. Otherwise, even a celestial immortal would have been powerless to save her. Observing Chao Qingxi's despair, Chen Ze stroked his chin and said, "I do possess elixirs that extend longevity, but such pills are exceedingly rare. Won't money suffice? Do you take me for someone desperate for coin?" With that, he lifted the emaciated woman from her bed and struck her back with a single palm strike. A sharp pft. A gush of black blood erupted from her mouth, followed by a grotesque, infant arm-sized insect, its form horrifying and monstrous. The creature writhed free and lunged toward Chen Ze, but he crushed it beneath his boot, reducing it to pulp. From its corpse, he retrieved a crimson bead the size of a longan fruit. What is that thing? Chao Qingxi's stomach churned violently. The stench released upon the worm's death was overwhelmingly foul. This is a blood pearl. Ingesting it strengthens one's vital blood essence. Chen Ze pocketed the pearl and exchanged cultivation points for 5 lifespan-extending pills, which he administered to the elder. Almost instantly, the elder's withered skin regained plumpness and hue before their very eyes. Her breathing steadied and her eyelids fluttered open. "Qingxi, is that you?" The Chao matriarch's voice was faint, barely a whisper. Chao Qingxi rushed forward and clasped her grandmother's hand. "Grandmother, it's me. Am I not dead?" The elder herself seemed astonished. For days her consciousness had been fading. She'd sensed the approach of her final hour. Though she remained aware of her surroundings, she lacked even the strength to open her eyes or move her limbs, trapped like a living corpse awaiting death's embrace. "Grandmother, he saved you." Chen Ze offered a gentle wave toward the elder. Upon seeing his face, she murmured instinctively, "Who is Chen Jinglu to you?" Chen Jinglu was his grandfather's name. Chen Ze's interest quickened. Could this elder have known his grandfather in years past? "Yes, my grandfather's name is indeed Chen Jinglu. Did you know him? No wonder you're his grandson. So young yet possessing such mastery of medicine. The Chen family's legacy is secure." Murmuring softly, the elder attempted to rise, but her body betrayed her utterly, offering no strength whatsoever. "Your current condition requires stillness and rest for several days before full recovery." The elder was no fool. After several futile attempts, she abandoned the effort and turned instead to her granddaughter. "Come closer. I must speak with you." Obediently, Chao Qingxi leaned in ear to lip. Moments later, her cheeks flushed deep crimson. Chen Ze, however, possessed no inclination to eavesdrop. Yet what could the elder possibly have said to provoke such a reaction? Chao Qingxi nodded, her voice barely audible. I understand, grandmother. Good, then all is well. The elder smiled warmly, nodding in quiet satisfaction. While the two conversed, Chen Ze jotted down the prescription required to purge the parasitic worm. The parasite within Chao Qingxi was still small. Regular doses of the decoction would gradually dissolve it, restoring her health completely. I must depart. I have other matters to attend to. Chen Ze turned and walked out of the room. Chao Qingxi followed closely behind. It's already noon. Please stay for lunch. Let the Chao family honor you as our honored guest. No need. I must report immediately to Jiangling University. You're a student at Jiangling University. Yes, I'm a freshman. Chen Ze nodded. How fortuitous. I myself graduated from Jiangling. Delight sparkled unmasked across Chao Qingxi's face. Then you're my senior sister. Your grandmother's illness was deliberately inflicted by another. You're no fool. You must suspect who lies behind it. Chao Qingxi clenched her fists tightly, then slowly, deliberately uncurled them. She had long suspected Chao Jinhua, but proof remained elusive, and she had refused to believe her own kin capable of such unfilial treachery. Now that her grandmother had awakened, the weight that had pressed upon her heart finally lifted. Next came the restoration of familial discipline and the purging of corruption from within. Thank you, Master Chen, for your warning. Understanding is enough. Chen Ze gave a slight nod. Knock, 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 knock. Footsteps echoed sharply up the stairs from below. Xia Wanqing appeared at the landing and waved gently to Chen Ze. He offered Chao Qingxi an apologetic glance. As a woman of experience, she smiled warmly and waved dismissively. Travel safely. Until we meet again, senior sister. Farewell. Chao Qingxi waved back, smiling. Beside them, Xia Wanqing puffed her cheeks and pinched Chen Ze's arm firmly, her silent protest unmistakable. Ding. The female lead has developed profound resentment toward you. Antagonist value 186. What exactly were you two doing up there? Just treating her grandmother's illness. Truly. Absolutely true. Yet, Xia Wanqing's expression still held a trace of lingering displeasure. She did not voice it aloud. So, you succeeded in curing her grandmother. Naturally. As the two exchanged light banter, Chao Jinhua, standing at the main gate of the Chao residence, suddenly sneered, You've lingered upstairs far too long. Has my grandmother's ailment been cured? Chen Ze instantly perceived the venomous aura clinging to the man, a fatal affliction already gripping his life force. To one so near death, Chen Ze felt no urge to exchange words. He ignored Chao Jinhua outright. Xia Wanqing mirrored his indifference, feigning deafness. This ignited Chao Jinhua's fury. Boy, do you think the Chao residence is some tavern you may enter and leave at whim? Let me tell you, I've seen countless frauds like you. Think you can swindle your way into our home for food and shelter? Not a chance. He gestured sharply to the guards at the gate. Seize this pretentious charlatan, now. Master Chen is our honored guest, the Chao family's most esteemed visitor. Any who dare disrespect him disrespects me, the head of this household. Chao Qingxi's commanding voice rang out fiercely across the courtyard. Chao Qingxi, has grandmother yet bestowed upon you the title of clan head? Chao Jinhua snapped at his henchman. Did you not hear me? Seize him immediately. So long as the elder remained unconscious, none in the household dared oppose him. Not while he stood among the designated heirs. Let us see who dares. An aged, resonant voice echoed down the stairwell and corridor. Supported by Chao Qingxi, the elderly matriarch of the Chao family emerged slowly from the hospital room, each step deliberate and measured. Every step was taken with utmost caution, as if she might collapse at any moment. Yet in that very instant she stood upright, white-haired, frail, and well into her 80s. Every Chao family guard held their breath. Jinhua. Her voice was exhausted, as though that single utterance had drained her of all vitality. Grandmother. Chao Jinhua's face paled instantly, his expression tightened with alarm as he watched the clan matriarch approach him step by step. Do not call me grandmother. I have no disobedient descendant such as you. The old woman swept her gaze across the assembled crowd. No one, not even the eldest clan elders, dared meet her eyes save for Chen Ze, for they all harbored guilt in their hearts. Qingxi, grandmother has just recovered from grave illness, yet you dared let her rise from her bed. This is sheer recklessness. Brother, your poisoning of grandmother has already been uncovered by grandmother and myself. Out of deference to your lineage, she chooses not to pursue punishment, but heed this warning, act wisely henceforth. Chao Qingxi's countenance remained icy and unyielding, affording Chao Jinhua no chance to retort. Grandmother, this truly has nothing to do with me. You are my own flesh and blood. How could I ever harm you? Even now you cling to lies. The matriarch spoke coldly. When a son strays, the fault lies with the father. Senior elders, you stand witness. Chao Jinhua has poisoned his elder, Henceforth he is struck from the clan register and upon death barred from ancestral halls. Hearing these words, the elders exchanged stunned glances, unbelieving, toward Chao Jinhua. They had long known of his ambition for the clan leadership, but never imagined the matriarch's near-fatal illness stemmed from his hand. Jinhua, is Qing'er's accusation true? Jinhua, speak up. Preposterous. Utterly preposterous. How could our illustrious Chao family produce such a disgrace? Besieged by condemnation, Chao Jinhua's face turned ashen. With a dull thud, he collapsed to his knees, though it was already too late. Had he withdrawn while still favored, he might have retained his status as a Chao scion, living comfortably off clan dividends, an idle prince enjoying life without burden or care. But now, stripped of his lineage, he was no longer a Chao. And worse, the taint extended to his entire bloodline, dragging them all into disgrace. Once the familial drama subsided, Chen Ze finally departed, driving back to campus, walking side by side with his companion. Xia Wanqing hugged her chest tightly, indignant. I sensed early on that Chao Jinhua was no good. Never imagined he'd poison his own grandmother. Such a man is utterly despicable. She turned puzzled toward Chen Ze. Chen Ze, don't you find the Chao family strangely unsettling? In what way? Chen Ze, intimately familiar with the novel's plot, knew well the profound secrets buried beneath the Chao family's surface, secrets of great magnitude. Yet he wondered precisely what had unsettled Xia Wanqing. Don't you feel how oppressively grim the Chao residence is? How thick the yin energy hangs? The Chao men are few in number. That sensation is quite natural. Chen Ze offered a flimsy explanation before shifting focus. Today's freshman registration. Why dwell on such oddities? Better consider how to handle our academic advisor. You're one to talk. If you hadn't insisted on dragging me to the old street for bubble tea, and yes, fine bubble tea is acceptable. If you hadn't made me wait in line forever. And even then, after all that waiting, you took only 1 or 2 sips before abandoning it. What a waste. Ding. Xia Wanqing's resentment surged sharply. Antagonist value 88. Chen Ze sighed inwardly. Indeed, women were creatures of grudges. It was too sweet. Too sweet. Xia Wanqing retrieved her own cup, inserted the straw, took a sip, and frowned. I ordered 5 sweetness. How could it possibly be overly sweet? Yet mine tasted distinctly sweet. Feigning disbelief, Chen Ze reached for his cup and drank. Truly sweet. Likely the server erred and prepared mine at 10 sweetness. I don't believe you. Enraged, Xia Wanqing seized his cup and drank deeply. After gulping down a large mouthful, she huffed. You're lying. The sweetness is identical in both cups. Let me verify once more. Chen Ze took another sip, firmly insisting his palate had not deceived him. And so, sip by sip, they finished the entire cup between them. Nearby male students watched, envious and aggrieved. Hey classmate, you're really broke. Sharing 1 bubble tea between 2 people. Xia Wanqing caught the complex glances from passers-by, and realizing she'd drained the entire cup, her cheeks flushed crimson, burning all the way to her ears. That's unfair. You drank all of my bubble tea. What am I supposed to drink now? Drink mine. If you don't finish it, you won't be allowed into your class for registration. She thrust her cup toward Chen Ze. Nearby boys ground their teeth in fury. How dare he be rewarded with imported bubble tea? Just as the crowd assumed Chen Ze had triumphed through cunning, he declined outright. Apologies, I don't generally drink from someone else's cup. But you already drank from it earlier. Technically speaking, I took the first sip, so it remains mine. Chen Ze? Xia Wanqing trembled with rage. She flung the cup into a nearby trash bin. Meanwhile, Chen Ze's antagonist value soared. Negative emotion from Xia Wanqing 96. Negative emotion from Xia Wanqing 100. Negative emotion from Xia Wanqing 300. Playfulness has its limits. Never jest with your patron. Xia Wanqing was his vital source of points. This couldn't spiral out of control. The amused onlookers erupted in snorts of laughter. Haha, showing off love. That's a fast track to doom. Heaven's wrath may be forgiven, but self-inflicted ruin is unforgivable. This guy clearly overplayed his hand. Chen Ze chose neither explanation nor apology. After all, he'd once been a minor heartthrob. This scene posed no challenge to his composure. Xia Wanqing was furious. Furious that Chen Ze refused her cup. He found her unclean. Yet she hadn't recoiled from him, not even once. Exasperated, she sent her best friend Su Yunfei a furious emoji. Su Yunfei replied, "What's wrong? Who's angered our Miss Xia this time? Surely not that childhood fiancé of yours." Xia Wanqing, not him. Su Yunfei, then who are you? Xia Wanqing, you wouldn't know him, but he's enrolled in our same major. You'll meet him soon enough. Su Yunfei, wait, you're actually dating. If your fiancé hears of this, he'll faint on the spot. Xia Wanqing, Ye Tian came to our home this morning to formally withdraw the engagement. I'm done with him. Su Yunfei, congratulations on the broken betrothal. I'm treating tonight. Dinner at Shangshi Huading Hotel private room, 888. Be sure to bring your boyfriend. Xia Wanqing, I'm not dating anyone. What began as a plea for comfort ended instead in baffling obligation. Another dinner invitation unbidden and unexpected. Suddenly weariness settled deep within her. A longing for a tender, understanding partner, someone to lean against to rest her head upon his shoulder and exhale. Instinctively she turned, searching for Chen Ze's figure, only to find him helping a newly enrolled female classmate haul her luggage. Xia Wanqing turned around and immediately sent a plaintive message to her best friend. Yunfei, do guys really have an aversion to things already used by others? Su Yunfei, it depends on the type. But from what I know, most men harbor a strangely fascinated curiosity about girls' personal items, especially those with holes. Xia Wanqing's forehead darkened, her delicate cheeks flushed as her mind instantly conjured an image of Chen Ze holding that item. She vigorously shook her head and asked again, I mean bubble tea, my half-finished bubble tea. He actually looked utterly disgusted. Su Yunfei, that's perfectly normal. It's an innate biological instinct for self-protection. I wouldn't drink it either. Hearing her friend's explanation, Xia Wanqing's indignation melted away, mostly. Yet the thought of Chen Ze not only failing to comfort her when he sensed her anger, but instead engaging with another girl reignited her fury. Su Yunfei then asked curiously, by the way, are you actually dating someone? Xia Wanqing, no, you're overthinking it. He's just a newly met acquaintance. If you've only just met him, why would you offer him your leftover bubble tea? Who are you trying to fool? I just didn't want to waste it. Indeed, Xia Wanqing and Chen Ze had known each other for less than a day. Still, the image of Chen Ze helping another girl while her luggage gnawed at her. Just as her thoughts spiraled, Chen Ze suddenly appeared behind her dragging his own suitcase. Give me a hand. Help me carry this upstairs. Why should I? Xia Wanqing huffed, visibly annoyed. Chen Ze pointed toward a female classmate nearby. She injured her foot. I happened to pass by and lent a hand. Otherwise, I'd have caught up with you long ago. Really? Xia Wanqing peered curiously at the girl in the distance. The girl walked with a slight limp, so subtle that unless observed closely, it was nearly imperceptible. Noticing Xia Wanqing's gaze, the girl hurried over, flustered. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize he was your boyfriend. Xia Wanqing was instantly mortified. It seemed she truly had misjudged him. Yet even if it was a misunderstanding, she would never admit it aloud. It's all right. Let me take your bag. No need. I can manage. The girl graciously thanked them both. Chen Ze had not only defused the crisis effortlessly, he'd also quietly earned a surge of goodwill. After escorting the girl back to her dormitory, the two began exploring campus together. Libraries, athletic fields, commercial streets. There was no shortage of places to wander. As they strolled along the bustling commercial street, a strikingly glamorous young woman, bold makeup, fiery figure, suddenly waved at Xia Wanqing. Wanqing, long time no see. The woman greeting her was Zhao Qiyu, the cherished daughter of the Zhao family of Jiangling. Indeed, it's been years. How have you been living abroad? Not bad. Though if my grandfather hadn't insisted I return to Jiangling for university, I'd have settled overseas permanently. As Zhao Qiyu spoke, her eyes flickered over Chen Ze with unmistakable appraisal. With a sly, knowing glance, she asked, Enough about me. Introduce your handsome companion, won't you? My boyfriend. Seriously, he dresses so plainly. Even his entire outfit probably costs less than one of your bracelets. Would your parents approve? Things will work out in due course. Enough about me. What about your companion? Xia Wanqing shot back undaunted. I forgot to introduce him. Zhao Qiyu gestured toward the man beside her, Li Erzi, the second son of the Li family of Beiquan province. We met overseas. He's quite low-key. You've likely never heard of him. Beiquan Li family. Xia Wanqing was well-versed in the influential clans across Longgua's provinces. The Li family of Beiquan province, according to rumor, maintained deep ties with a powerful Beijing-based aristocratic house wielding influence across both legal and shadowy domains. Their power far eclipsed that of both the Zhao and Xie families. Li Erzi offered only a slight silent nod, yet when his gaze drifted toward Xia Wanqing, his peripheral glance carried a glint of covetous hunger. Zhao Qiyu chuckled. We must be off. We're dining soon. Yunfei's treating us tonight at Heroine. Don't forget to bring your boyfriend. We'll see you there. With that, she departed arm in arm with her companion. Your friend seems anything but benign. Chen Ze shook his head. She's always been obsessed with comparison, from grades in childhood to birthday gifts in middle school to love letters in high school, and now to whose partner is more impressive. Xia Wanqing sat pensively on a roadside bench, cradling her exquisite face, her voice soft and wistful. Tonight, I'd like to take you to Heroine. Would you pretend to be my boyfriend just for a while? In return, I'll give you a little gift. How was the food? Chen Ze was utterly impervious to charm. 5-star cuisine. Of course it's delicious. Xia Wanqing blinked, baffled. Didn't he want to know what the gift might be? Then you must come. I won't let a free dinner go to waste. Chen Ze accepted instantly, without mentioning the gift once. Had she not seen him arrive in a luxury car wearing a prestigious watch dressed in designer labels and accompanied by an armed bodyguard, she might actually have believed his act. I buy your story. Sure I do, Xia Wanqing scoffed, rising to her feet. I'm hungry. Then let's eat. Unless you expect me to feed you. Chen Ze, don't you owe me an apology for the bubble tea incident? Oh, I just remembered I have something else tonight. Fine, I'll treat you then. It'd be awkward for Miss Xia to treat me. I'll settle for some king crab and a bottle of top-tier red wine. I'm broke. Xia Wanqing rolled her eyes. A single bottle of such wine cost hundreds of thousands. She herself had never indulged so extravagantly. Grand opening. Couples who join our event may win a 100 prize. A part-time college student handed them a flyer as he passed. Beautiful lady, handsome sir. Care to give it a try? Chen Ze took the flyer. Its headline boldly proclaimed, Grand Opening Celebration. The event, a couple must hold each other, man lifting or embracing the woman, until the very end. The last pair standing wins 10000. What's this event about? Xia Wanqing leaned in curious, gazing at the flyer in Chen Ze's hand. Chen Ze gave her a slow, appraising look, then shook his head. Forget it. You're too heavy. We'd never win that 10000. Where am I heavy, eh? Her brows knotted, her expression deeply wounded. Yet the more he dismissed her, the more fiercely she wanted to prove him wrong. Let's go. I'll treat you to king crab. But you said you were broke. Winning the contest solves that. Under Xia Wanqing's firm, insistent tug, Chen Ze reluctantly entered the mall. Indeed, the event had drawn a crowd. Couples lined up eagerly to register. Xia Wanqing approached the sign-up desk, pointing at Chen Ze. We'd like to enter. After recording their names, the staff announced, the first round begins shortly. Please prepare to enter the arena. To her surprise, Zhao Qiuyu stood among the contestants. Chen Ze swept Xia Wanqing into a regal bridal carry. 10 minutes later, to convince Xia Wanqing of his strange, Chen Ze deliberately flushed his face crimson and made his legs tremble slightly. I can't hold on. A man never says I can't, but I truly can't endure it any longer. Determined not to lose face before Zhao Qiuyu, Xia Wanqing pressed a light kiss to Chen Ze's forehead, her cheeks rosy as she whispered, Hold on. Tonight, I'll wear black silk. Zhao Qiuyu, watching closely, instantly kissed her own boyfriend's forehead. Chen Ze was, after all, a grandmaster martial artist, his physique peerless. He could carry Xia Wanqing for a full day and night without fatigue. Whether it was black or silk mattered little. What mattered was winning that 10000. The competition was unfolding with intense fervor. Some of the physically weaker male participants began trembling in their legs. I can't hold on any longer. One young man was the first to lower his girlfriend from his arms and collapse onto the ground, his legs giving way beneath him. Yet it would be unfair to label him as feeble. Among the dozens of couples present, his physique ranked solidly above average. His girlfriend, however, was by far the most statuesque woman there, weighing no less than 80 kilograms. This is utterly humiliating, she muttered after touching down, then slipped away from the crowd in embarrassment. Her boyfriend scrambled after her in pursuit. Chen Ze watched the first contestant fall and sighed. What rotten luck. He might well have claimed first place had he been carrying a more petite girlfriend. Xia Wanqing responded by lightly pinching Chen Ze's waist, a gesture more akin to teasing than chastisement. Do you think I'm fat? A little. You. Were she not currently cradled in Chen Ze's arms and determined not to lose face before Zhao Qiuyu, she would have strangled him on the spot. Yet the contest remained paramount. Besides, she needed him to serve as her gallant escort at the evening banquet, so restraint was essential. Meanwhile, Zhao Qiuyu was fervently urging her boyfriend onward, her competitive spirit burning fiercely. Her friends all knew her well, fiercely driven, unyielding in rivalry. Few dared steal her spotlight, except Xia Wanqing. Xia Wanqing stood apart, not out of arrogance, but solitude. She neither sought admiration nor deliberately softened her presence to avoid conflict. Alfing, if you endure to the very end tonight, I shall grant your deepest wish. Upon hearing those words, Li Alfing's mouth went dry, his blood surged, and his palms broke into a feverish sweat. Yet, given his current condition, holding out until the finish and clinching first place was utterly impossible. Zhao Qiuyu, however, had already anticipated this. Open your mouth. I'll feed you a pill. What kind of pill, eh? A Zhao family secret formula, the vitality-boosting pill. Li Alfing's spirits soared upon learning that Zhao Qiuyu carried such a rare elixir. With this pill in hand, I could last until tomorrow without faltering. The Zhao family traced its lineage back over centuries. Legend held that their ancestors had served as imperial physicians. This vitality-boosting pill was one of their ancestral treasures. Crafted from exceedingly rare herbs and refined only through traditional alchemical methods, its success rate was abysmally low. Fewer than 1 in 10 attempts yielded a viable pill. On the open market, each pill commanded a starting bid of tens of millions. yet remained virtually unobtainable despite the price. And its worth matched its cost. Ingesting it not only enhanced beauty and vitality, but also dramatically elevated physical prowess for a short duration, without leaving behind any adverse aftereffects. Even within the prestigious Li clan of Beichuan, such a pill was considered an extraordinary rarity. Zhao Xiqiu wasted no time. She withdrew the pill effortlessly from her person. Xia Wanqing observed the gesture keenly. So Zhao Xiqiu actually dared entrust the vitality-boosting pill to that second son of the Li clan. She truly means to crush us. A faint note of disappointment tinged Xia Wanqing's voice. With the vitality-boosting pill now empowering Li Alfing, Chen Ze's defeat seemed inevitable. What exactly is this vitality-boosting pill? Chen Ze asked, feigning exhaustion. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. It's an extraordinary elixir that rapidly enhances physical capacity, far surpassing any stimulant. I thought it was something remarkable. Turns out it's merely a disreputable concoction. Such pills held no appeal for Chen Ze. Within the celestial physician's legacy, they were deemed superficially benign, but in truth deeply damaging to one's foundational constitution. An ordinary person might remain oblivious, but for cultivators or martial artists, consuming such a pill inevitably left indelible chronic afflictions. You speak so lightly. Do you possess a countermeasure? Xia Wanqing knew Chen Ze's origins were extraordinary. Moreover, she recalled him mentioning that his grandfather had been a traditional Chinese physician. Perhaps he carried a comparable elixir himself. Who said endurance must rely on pills? Chen Ze scoffed. Purchase 10 volumes of fist technique experience manuals. At 300 points per volume, 10 cost a mere 3,000 points. Over recent days his accumulated points had reached 10,000, and continued rising steadily, fueled by Xia Wanqing's fluctuating negative emotions. After absorbing all 10 manuals, his Bejiquan advanced from consummate mastery to absolute perfection. Ding! Your Bejiquan has reached its apex. Spend 9,000 points to comprehend the ultimate fist intent. Yes. Ding! Congratulations! You have mastered Bejiquan Ultimate Fist Intent. Bejiquan Ultimate Fist Intent, the pinnacle of Bejiquan, and of the martial path itself. Chen Ze had studied this Bejiquan system thoroughly the previous night. The system revealed that upon attaining Ultimate Fist Intent, he could project a personal fist intent domain within his immediate vicinity. In essence, any adversary within that domain would suffer oppressive pressure emanating directly from his intent, seemingly trivial, yet devastatingly effective in combat. At first Chen Ze had hesitated to deploy it. Now, however, he realized nothing ventured, nothing gained. This was his sole reliable self-defense technique. While the point-based lottery offered chances at golden tier arts or artifacts, odds remained vanishingly slim. He'd struck absurd fortune just once, drawing the celestial physician's legacy and obscure inheritance, and subsequent blind draws across thousands of points had yielded nothing. Ultimate Fist Intent, Domain Expansion. As he activated it for the first time, he struggled to modulate its effect on ordinary bystanders. Several male contestants, straining desperately to endure, suddenly gasped, as though their hearts were being squeezed, then collapsed one after another. Even spectators milling nearby experienced subtle physiological discomfort, faint, yet unmistakable. Chen Ze inwardly recoiled in astonishment. He'd never imagined the fist intense power could be so terrifying. Even Li Alfing, fortified by the legendary vitality-boosting pill, proved utterly powerless against it. What's happening? Why can't I breathe? Li Alfing strained his eyes wide open, fighting desperately to break free from the crushing intent. But liberation from the ultimate fist intent was no simple feat. With one arm still cradling Xia Wanqing, Chen Ze turned and snapped his fingers at Li Alfing. Snap! Li Alfing's heart hammered violently, his blood roiling uncontrollably. He dropped to his knees, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. What's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly kneel? Didn't I just administer our Zhao family's secret elixir? Zhao Xiyu's mind reeled in panic. No matter how hard she racked her brain, she could not fathom how, or why, her boyfriend had lost. And the loss felt unervingly inexplicable. Once Li Alfing sat on the ground, the eerie pressure vanished entirely. As he lifted his gaze, the mall's host had already approached Chen Ze, grasping his arm and declaring, "Let us cheer for our new champion." Then, thrusting the microphone toward his face, "What would you like to say to your girlfriend right now?" Chen Ze feigned utter exhaustion. "It's time you lost some weight." Ding. Resentment from Xia Wanqing. Villainy points 99. Ding. Ding. 99. Chen Ze had truly struck gold. Xia Wanqing tapped Chen Ze lightly on the shoulder, then turned to the host and asked, "Where's the 10,000 yuan prize money?" The host smiled and pulled out a shopping mall membership card from his pocket. This card holds 10,000 yuan worth of points, redeemable for purchases at any store within the mall. Chen Ze snatched it up immediately and tucked it into his pocket, as if fearing someone might snatch it away the very next second. No cash, only a voucher. Still, this was already quite commendable, or at least there were no underhanded tricks. Yet Xiao Wanqing looked slightly displeased, pouting her delicate cherry lips. I thought you'd hand over actual cash. A voucher is better than nothing. Let's go. I've been holding you this whole time. My legs are nearly jelly. You must treat me to 10 lamb kidneys to replenish my strength. All you ever think about is eating. Hand over the card. Though 10,000 yuan in points meant little to her personally, it carried profound symbolic value, as proof of victory in the competition. No way. Chen Ze rubbed his thigh. You signed up for the contest, but I bore the hardship and exhaustion. Now you expect me to surrender the card. Does that sound fair? Xiao Wanqing paused. Indeed, it wasn't fair. Yet she desperately wanted that card. Just then Zhao Xiqiu strode directly toward Chen Ze and said with a smile, would you consider selling me the card? I'll pay 10 times its face value, in cash. Though she had lost the match, Zhao Xiqiu refused to concede defeat. In her eyes, money could resolve anything. The onlookers surrounding them stood utterly dumbfounded. 10,000 yuan for a restrict-a-point card. Only someone unhinged would make such an offer. Xiao Wanqing's elegant willow leaf eyebrows knitted into a crescent moon. Zhao Xiqiu, loss is loss. Even if you buy the card, what does that prove? This match only proves my companion lost, not me. With that, Zhao Xiqiu cast a coquettish glance toward Chen Ze and murmured soft as silk, 1 million yuan. I'll buy your card. Gasps erupted instantly from the crowd. Even breaths slowed to near silence. 1 million yuan. Many spend lifetimes without earning that sum. And here, wealth beyond imagination lay within arm's reach. What are you waiting for, brother? You don't actually believe 1 million yuan could sway him, do you? Xiao Wanqing smiled playfully. Few in Jiangling knew Chen Ze's true wealth, and she was among those who did. To the impoverished, 1 million yuan might seem staggering. Yet in her estimation, that sum couldn't even match the value of the watch he'd once worn on his wrist. Oh, Zhao Xiqiu gave a gentle, knowing smile. She refused to believe Chen Ze would decline such an offer. Judging by his attire, he appeared little more than an ordinary clean-cut university student. His clothes and the digital watch on his wrist combined cost less than 500 yuan. Such a plainly dressed man would inevitably accept her terms. Just then, Chen Ze's phone rang. What is it? All the medicinal herbs have been secured. Where are you now? I'll deliver them to you immediately. I'm at Tianhe Commercial Plaza. Oh, and while you're at it, pick up some fresh seafood. Choose only the finest. I'm already at Tianhe Mall. Please wait just a moment. I'll head straight there after purchasing the seafood. After unleashing the ultimate realm fist, Chen Ze's stamina and mental acuity had both plummeted sharply. Add to that a morning spent touring the campus, and his stomach had long since begun growling with hunger. So, have you decided yet? Zhao Xiqiu, seeing Chen Ze in the call, pressed again at once. In her mind, he must have been stunned speechless by the million yuan offer, perhaps even calling home to share the joy. She'd even faintly overheard him mention craving seafood. A pauper through and through. Victory, it seemed, was now assured. You truly want this card that badly? Chen Ze withdrew the mall membership card and idly flipped it between his palms before saying, 3 million yuan. If you can pay 3 million, it's yours. Agreed. I'll give you 3 million. Zhao Xiqiu beamed, producing a bank card from her purse. There's 5 million yuan on this card. The extra 2 million is a gift for you and Wanqing. Her true intent lay elsewhere. Anyone with eyes could see Zhao Xiqiu hadn't bought the card for utility, but solely to humiliate Xiao Wanqing. Xiao Wanqing was furious, but not because Zhao Xiqiu sought to shame her with the card, rather because the card rightfully belonged to her and had been taken. Chen Ze studied Xiao Wanqing's glower, a look so wounded and reproachful it almost made him laugh, and teased, You really want it? I do. Then just say so. Here, you take it. With that, he slipped the membership card into her pocket. Zhao Xiqiu's face darkened instantly. She glared coldly. What do you mean by this? I asked for 3 million, yet you insist on giving 5. Regrettably, I cannot part with the card. Are you mocking me, eh? Zhao Xiqiu trembled with fury. She'd met shameless people before, but never one so brazenly, unapologetically audacious. The onlookers stood bewildered. They muttered among themselves, surely the champion has lost his wits. Who refuses 5 million, just to demand 3? Clutching the card tightly to her chest, Xiao Wanqing beamed with delight, as if she held a priceless imperial artifact. I'm not mocking you, nor do I believe 5 million could possibly buy me off so easily. After all, I know the difference between a single feast and lifelong abundance. You despicable. Speechless, Zhao Xiqiu turned on her heel and stormed away, vanishing into the crowd. Xiao Wanqing, radiant with joy, looped her arm through Chen Ze's and pointed toward a nearby hot pot restaurant. Suddenly, I'm craving hot pot. Shall we try a small shared pot? The onlookers silently cursed Chen Ze for being love-blinded. At that very moment, commotion erupted nearby. Holy Rolls-Royce Cullinan. That car must cost a fortune. Only 6 or 7 million. hardly worth the fuss. A luxury vehicle alone wasn't remarkable. What was astonishing was seeing one driven on campus, clearly the domain of a scion of wealth. From the vehicle stepped Lang Shu carrying several black plastic bags, within which creatures still wriggled and leapt. Lang Shu spotted Chen Ze in the crowd and strode over swiftly. "Young master, here are the seafood provisions you requested." Dressed in a sharp black suit, Lang Shu exuded the aura of an iron-willed warrior. Yet this same man addressed Chen Ze with deep reverence as young master. "It's him." In a quiet corner of the mall, Li Aofeng, who had been recovering his strength, stared blankly upon seeing Lang Shu. Wasn't he supposed to be in Yanjing, attending the great master himself? Why was he here? And why was he addressing that unassuming young man as young master? Could it be? Li Aofeng dared not dwell further. To avoid drawing calamity upon himself, he didn't even bid Zhao Xiqiu farewell, merely rose and drove away at once. He feared staying a moment longer would cost him his life in Jiangling. Though the Li family held modest influence in Yinjing before that great figure, they were but insignificant ants, easily crushed beneath a careless foot. Crushed without a second thought. Chen Ze took the seafood brought by Uncle Wolf and turned to introduce him to Xia Wanqing, saying, "Let me introduce you to my father's former driver, whom I call Uncle Wolf." "Hello, Uncle Wolf." Xia Wanqing politely bowed. Chen Ze introduced her to the elders in their circle, and of course she had to make a good impression, even if the other party was just a driver. Uncle Wolf looked at the beautiful Xia Wanqing and shook his head inwardly. The young master was indeed as unchangeable as the mountains, his nature hard to alter. It seemed he had been overthinking before. The young master was still the same young master. Although he thought so in his heart, his expression was exceptionally cheerful. It was rare to meet such a well-educated young lady for the first time. As an elder, he felt he should show some courtesy. No need to be so formal. Uncle Wolf took out an ancient and elegant golden ring. "Since it's our first meeting, I didn't know what gift to give you. This ring was given to me by someone it's said to be an antique." From the surface, the ring appeared to be made of gold, and judging by the craftsmanship, it was definitely crafted by a master. Moreover, this ring had a strong sense of historical significance, clearly worth a lot. Xia Wanqing quickly waved her hand to refuse, saying, "No, this gift is too precious. I can't accept it." "What is precious or not? It's just an ordinary ring, it's nothing special." Chen Ze was stunned for a long time when he saw Uncle Wolf actually giving Xia Wanqing a national treasure-level ring, unable to respond. The origins of this ring were anything but ordinary. It was a reward Uncle Wolf received for participating in an international cultural relic protection operation, said to be a family heirloom of some Western royal family. He had never even dared to play with it himself, yet he unexpectedly decided to give it to Xia Wanqing, whom he met for the first time. "Just accept what Uncle Wolf gives you," Chen Ze said casually. "But this gift is really too precious." "I can't accept it." "Then I will temporarily accept it for you." Chen Ze rubbed his hands and took the ring. But Uncle Wolf's iron grip remained unyielding. Chen Ze was speechless. "It's just a ring, is it really that serious?" Chen Ze squinted and smiled, saying, "Uncle Wolf, you still don't understand me. Rest assured, I promise I won't let you down." Uncle Wolf was speechless, internally thinking that it was precisely because he understood him that he didn't directly give the ring to him. In the end, Uncle Wolf still handed the ring to Chen Ze. "Here's the ring for you. Treat that girl well in the future." Uncle Wolf genuinely felt that Xia Wanqing was a good girl, otherwise he wouldn't have been willing to give her such a precious ring as compensation for future losses. Chen Ze accepted the ring and patted his chest, promising, "Don't worry, Uncle Wolf, I guarantee that as long as I Chen Ze have a meal, I will never let her go hungry." Xia Wanqing furrowed her beautiful brows, feeling something was off, but couldn't sort out her thoughts. Afraid she would figure it out, Chen Ze hurriedly interrupted her thoughts, saying, "By the way, didn't you say you wanted to eat hot pot? Let's go, this meal is on me." Xia Wanqing nodded and smiled at Uncle Wolf, saying, "Uncle Wolf, let's go eat hot pot together." "No, I have things to handle, so I won't disturb you too." Uncle Wolf waved goodbye to the two and quickly left the school after getting into his car. With Uncle Wolf's departure, the crowd that had gathered also dispersed. The two sat down at a hot pot restaurant run by a Sichuan person. Since it was noon, the customer flow was not too heavy. However, there were still many young people coming to eat hot pot. Fortunately, they came at noon. If they had come in the evening, they would probably have to wait in line for a long time to get a seat. Chen Ze ordered a yinyang pot, one with clear broth and one spicy. The clear broth was naturally for seafood. Chen Ze opened the black plastic bag, and the fresh king crab was still vigorously waving its two large claws. While Xia Wanqing was ordering, she was completely unaware that Chen Ze was struggling with the king crab under the table. "Little thing, you dare to pinch me." Chen Ze skillfully removed the two large claws, and while the waiter was not paying attention, placed them into the clear broth pot. "Chen Ze, what do you want to eat? I'll help you order." "Me? Anything is fine." Chen Ze's hands were under the table, moving left and right. Perhaps because of the large movements, it immediately caught Ye Tian's attention. She frowned and asked, "What are you doing?" "Nothing much." "Take your hands out." Chen Ze extended his wet hands. Seeing this, Ye Tian immediately associated it with something inappropriate and stammered, Chen Ze, this is still a public place. If you really can't hold it, you can go home to do it." "What nonsense." Chen Ze wiped his hands with a tissue pointing at the already red crab claws and said, "The crab claws are cooked and ready to eat." "I remember we didn't order crab claws." It wasn't that she didn't order, it was that there was no seafood here at all. "Of course I know you didn't order. This is the king crab that Uncle Wolf brought me." Chen Ze took out the already cut king crab from the bag and placed it into the clear broth pot one by one. "Hurry and eat, don't let the waiter find out." The hot pot restaurant had a rule against bringing items in, and the reason Chen Ze could bring it in was naturally due to his financial prowess. Only Ye Tian was unaware of this. Looking at the king crab in the pot, Ye Tian instantly understood why Chen Ze's hands were wet. It turned out to be like this. Realizing this, a blush immediately appeared on her face, and she was so embarrassed that she wished to bury her head under the table. "It's just a meal. Oh, why is my face turning red?" Chen Ze was speechless, but didn't think too much about it. He was really hungry now. The extreme boxing technique he had used earlier consumed too much energy, and it seemed this move had to be used sparingly. During the meal, Ye Tian suddenly asked, "By the way, Chen Ze, I suddenly remembered that Uncle Wolf just said the ring was given to me." And then, Chen Ze was eating beef in large bites, hardly paying attention. "But how did you accept it? Didn't you say you didn't want it?" Ye Tian was left speechless. She indeed didn't say she wanted the ring. But that was clearly just her polite words. Any normal person should understand that. However, Chen Ze didn't care about that. He was quickly picking up his chopsticks. Goodness, the plate of snowflake beef that had just been placed down, she hadn't even taken a couple of bites before it was all in Chen Ze's stomach. Ding. From Ye Tian's resentment villain points 100. Ding. From Ye Tian's resentment villain points 233. Chen Ze's villain points skyrocketed in a short period, gaining 2,000 points in no time. Slap. Ye Tian suddenly put down her chopsticks, her small face looking utterly wrong, tears swirling in her eyes, ready to spill over at any moment. "What's wrong?" Chen Ze asked curiously. "What do you think is wrong? If you don't say it, how would I know what's wrong? Even if I don't say it, you should still figure out what's wrong yourself." Ye Tian's tears fell uncontrollably. She didn't want the ring. She knew the ring was precious, but she never intended to accept that ring. She only wanted an attitude from Chen Ze. Even if he just comforted her or lied to her, she would feel very happy. But Chen Ze didn't even have an attitude at all. This was the root of her anger. Just then, a female waiter from the hot pot restaurant suddenly came to Ye Tian's side and quietly said, "Excuse me, beautiful, sorry to disturb you. Is there something wrong?" Ye Tian choked out. "This is a gift from the gentleman across from you. He said he always didn't know how to present it to you directly, fearing it would seem ostentatious. So he asked me to hand it over to you as a surprise." As she spoke, the waiter placed the ring in front of her. Ye Tian stared at the ring, lost in thought. It turned out he had kept it in his heart all along, just not wanting her to feel burdened when accepting it. But she was crying over this matter, which was really too uncalled for. "Do you like the ring?" Chen Ze stood up and personally put the ring on her right hand's ring finger. At that moment, Ye Tian felt like the happiest woman in the world. Nearby diners were dumbfounded. Amazing. Truly amazing. Though Ye Tian was deeply moved at that moment, she would never admit it. "Who even cares about the ring you gave me?" Ye Tian withdrew her slender snow-white arm and gripped the ring with her left hand, trying desperately to pry it off. Yet no matter how hard she pulled, it clung to her finger as though fused with her flesh. "It looks quite fitting," Chen Ze remarked with a quiet smile. Ye Tian ceased her futile struggle and, tilting her alluring melon-seed face, glared at him in mock indignation. "Did you deliberately set this up just to watch me humiliate myself in front of others? I genuinely didn't understand what you meant just now." The server, sensing their quarrel reigniting, stepped forward immediately to mediate. "Sir, your table's total comes to 500 yuan. Cash or WeChat Pay. May I use my membership points card?" Ye Tian promptly retrieved the loyalty card she'd won earlier at the mall. "Of course you may. A woman needs gentle coaxing." The server smiled warmly, turning to Chen Ze. "Besides, a girl as virtuous as her isn't easy to find." Hearing such praise, Ye Tian's gaze involuntarily flickered toward Chen Ze, searching in vain for remorse or regret upon his face. She found none. Chen Ze remained utterly unruffled. Ding. Resentment from Ye Tian. Antagonist value 107. After returning the points card, the server departed. Chen Ze said, "Let's go. I'll take you back to your dormitory. I can walk back myself." Ye Tian still brooded over the earlier incident. In truth, a single apology from Chen Ze would have been enough to win her forgiveness. Yet he showed not the slightest trace of contrition. Chen Ze had never intended to drive her home anyway. He now had time to refine the 2 batches of pills he'd planned to prepare. Instead, Xia Wanqing watched in stunned silence as he hailed a taxi and vanished inside it, leaving her standing alone in the wind. Just then Ye Tian passed nearby. Their eyes met, briefly, before both swiftly looked away. Xia Wanqing muttered a curse under her breath, then took a cab back to the women's dormitory. Her apartment, a private room personally arranged by her family, had already been fully furnished as she needed only to unpack and settle in. Meanwhile, Ye Tian stood conversing warmly with a middle-aged man. They laughed and chatted easily, clearly enjoying each other's company, before Ye Tian climbed into the man's car. Ever since Chen Ze had cut off his street-side medicinal business that morning, Ye Tian had discovered a far more lucrative path: healing the wealthy. By sheer coincidence, moments after Chen Ze and his group departed, a man identifying himself as the CEO of Dingrong Group invited Ye Tian into his vehicle. His daughter was ill, and he urgently required treatment. Had Chen Ze witnessed this, he would surely have marveled at Ye Tian's extraordinary protagonist aura, how effortlessly he triggered a pivotal side plot. According to the story's design, the CEO's daughter truly suffered from a peculiar ailment. Yet ever since his divorce from her mother, their relationship had grown increasingly strained. Once she entered university, she chose to live on campus, refusing to return home. This left her father desperate, hence today's trip to the commercial district. Inside the luxury sedan, Lu Dingren, the CEO of Dingrong Group, pointed toward a newly opened shopping mall. "If you cure my daughter, this mall shall be yours." Gazing at the bustling mall, Ye Tian reached his decision in an instant. "Rest assured, Mr. Lu, based on your description, curing your esteemed daughter poses no insurmountable challenge. I give you my word." "Excellent. That is all I need to hear." Lu Dingren turned to his driver. "Old Su, head to Jiangling University's women's dormitory. I know Miss Shui has always been close with you. This time I must ask for your help." "Don't worry, Mr. Lu. I'll bring Miss Shui out myself." Jiangling University women's dormitory. No sooner had Xia Wanqing returned to her apartment than she encountered the young woman she'd met at noon, who had just stepped out of the room directly across the hall. The girl paused, startled, then offered a tentative smile. "What a coincidence. You live here too?" "Yes, I'm in room 308. And you?" "Right next door." "Wow, what incredible luck." Lu Shui covered her mouth in delight. Xia Wanqing smiled gently. "Are you heading out?" "Yes, my father's driver brought some snacks. I'm just going down to collect them. I'm off to buy water. I'll join you." "Sounds good." Lu Shui nodded, and they exchanged contact information without hesitation. As the saying goes, distant kin are not as helpful as near neighbors. A good neighbor eases countless daily burdens. Together they stepped into the elevator and headed straight for the main gate. The driver awaiting Lu Shui was a kind-faced middle-aged man. In his hands were small snacks purchased earlier at the mall. Spotting Lu Shui approaching, he waved cheerfully. Xia Wanqing, turning to head toward the nearby convenience store, happened to catch sight of Ye Tian standing quietly a short distance behind the driver. How did he get here? Though puzzled, Xia Wanqing dismissed it as mere coincidence, nothing more. After receiving the snacks, Lu Shui turned to leave, when the driver suddenly spoke. Mr. Lu wishes to bring you home for treatment. I knew father sent you." Her expression hardened. "I know my own condition well. No need for his concern. I'll keep the snacks. You may go." At that moment, Ye Tian stepped forward, and with one precise fingertip, struck her nape. "Forgive me, Miss Lu." She collapsed instantly onto his shoulder. Ye Tian whisked her into the car with astonishing speed, so swift, so seamless that no bystander registered what had truly transpired. When Xia Wanqing emerged from the store with her bottle of water, Lu Shui had vanished from the dormitory entrance. A woman's intuition whispered that something grave had occurred. She dialed Lu Shui's number. No answer. Then again, still no response. The line was dead. Instantly, Ye Tian sprang to mind. She called Chen Ze immediately. By then, Chen Ze had already refined both batches of pills and sat sunning himself in the courtyard of his villa. "Hello, what is it? Come to campus. Something's happened." "What happened?" "Do you remember the girl you helped at noon?" "Vaguely. What about her?" "She's my neighbor. And oi, we went downstairs together just now. I went to buy water, and when I came back she disappeared. Her phone won't connect. Also, I saw Ye Tian nearby at the time. I suspect he's involved." "Understood. Don't panic. I'll handle it. Wait for my call." Chen Ze stroked his chin, pondering why Ye Tian would appear near the women's dormitory. Had his interference derailed the original narrative entirely? Yet wherever Ye Tian appeared, new developments inevitably followed. Chen Ze turned and dialed Huang Tingshan. "Uncle Huang, I need you to locate Ye Tian immediately. As fast as possible. Also send someone to my residence to collect one batch of medicine. It's a special pill I prepared for Xiao Huang." "Thank you, young Master Chen, for your concern for my son. I'll report Ye Tian's whereabouts to you without delay." Ye Tian was Huang Tingshan's most dangerous adversary, his movements monitored relentlessly. If Ye Tian truly orchestrated this, there was no need to rush to campus. Huang Tingshan would deliver him directly. Upon hanging up, Huang Tingshan instructed his secretary, go to Jiangling Villa District, Villa No. 95, and retrieve a batch of medicinal herbs on my behalf. Also, obtain Ye Tian's current location immediately. Speed is paramount. Director Huang, we've located the person you mentioned. Where? In Yijin Mountain Tianhu Courtyard. How could he possibly be there? Huang Tingshan furrowed his brow, clasping his hands together as countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Chen Ze had previously warned him not to act against Ye Tian, apparently not because he intended to deal with him personally, but for some deeper reason. Yijin Mountain lies in a bustling district at the heart of Jiangling, a renowned tourist destination and an exclusive enclave for the affluent. Unlike Jiangling's villa districts, those residing on Yijin Mountain are the true local power brokers. Tianhu Courtyard sits beside an artificial lake on Yijin Mountain. Its scenery exquisite, its grounds strictly off-limits to the public. Only one person lives within Tianhu Courtyard, Lu Dingren, CEO of Dingrong Group. Could it be that Ye Tian has ties to this titan of industry? Are you certain Ye Tian is currently inside Tianhu Courtyard? Huang Tingshan wished to avoid burdening Chen Ze unnecessarily. After all, Lu Dingren, the patriarch of Dingrong Group, was no ordinary businessman. Offending him would make conducting business in Jiangling exceedingly difficult. Confirmed. The secretary replied without hesitation. Your orders have kept our surveillance team vigilant these past 2 days. No one dared slacken. Yet once Ye Tian entered Tianhu Courtyard, our operatives were barred from entering. Still, as of now, he has not emerged. So he is indeed inside Tianhu Courtyard. Huang Tingshan tapped his fingers lightly on the desk, his voice low and grave. You may withdraw, for now. But ensure he remains under constant watch. Notify me immediately at the slightest change. Yes. The secretary turned and left the room, closing the door behind him. Once alone, Huang Tingshan promptly returned Chen Ze's call. Young Master Chen, we've found him. On Yijin Mountain at Tianhu Courtyard. Understood. Also. Huang Tingshan hesitated, words faltering. Sensing his unspoken concern, Chen Ze said calmly. Uncle Huang, speak freely. I understand the old adage, even a dragon yields to the local serpent. Yet should anyone dare disturb the celestial sovereign upon his own altar, even a dragon shall have its sinews stripped and its hide flayed. Through the phone line, Huang Tingshan felt the bone-chilling lethality radiating from Chen Ze's voice. A shiver ran down his spine as he hastily clarified. I know young Master Chen fears no mere tycoon, but Lu Dingren of Tianhu Courtyard is far more than just a wealthy merchant. I'm aware. Your team has retrieved the medicine. Administer it with warm water. Full recovery within 3 days. Many thanks for the remedy, young Master Chen. After hanging up, Chen Ze rubbed his temples. In Yijin Mountain, Tianhu Courtyard. This plot advancement was occurring far too swiftly. Ye Tian, the fated protagonist, possessed truly monstrous fortune, encountering opportunities wherever he stepped. Lu Dingren, resident of Tianhu Courtyard, ranked merely among Jiangling's top industrialists, hardly a threat in himself. Yet his ex-wife was a figure of terrifying power. According to the current timeline, however, she should still be reciting sutras and lighting incense at Wanxia Mountain Temple over 100 li away. Ye Tian must have met Lu Dingren by sheer chance and learned of his daughter's illness. Coincidentally, the daughter Lu Shi happened to be a neighbor of Xie Wanqing. Thus, everything fell into place. Chen Ze rose, changed clothes, and addressed the empty courtyard. Come with me to Yijin Mountain. I must meet an old acquaintance. Instantly, a man materialized in the courtyard, sword in hand. He was Yao Dao. The residents of Yijin Mountain are no ordinary folk. Have you crossed someone you shouldn't have? Lao Shu's voice drifted down from the balcony above. Not at all, merely settling a minor matter. Shall I accompany you? No need. Procure me a supreme card for Sheng Shihuading. He'll require it upon my return. Understood. Chen Ze said nothing more, snatched a set of car keys, and descended to the underground garage. Wealth truly afforded one extraordinary liberty. Driving out was like opening a mystery box. In the corner, the headlights of a Rolls-Royce Phantom glinted softly. Chen Ze slid into the driver's seat. Yao Dao took the passenger seat without a word. Unlike Lao Shu's boisterous nature, Yao Dao remained reserved. Yet his combat prowess dwarfed Lao Shu's by an immeasurable margin. After all, even elite special forces soldiers remained mortal flesh, vulnerable to a single bullet. Yao Dao, however, strode unscathed through storms of gunfire, severing enemy heads with lethal precision, a master of martial cultivation. That was precisely why the patriarch of the Chun family had entrusted him as his personal bodyguard. Given Ye Tian's extraordinary destiny, having a peerless warrior at one's side to confront unforeseen perils was always prudent. He was no protagonist, no blessed wanderer who stumbled upon treasures and triumphed effortlessly over mortal peril. And he was the antagonist, at best a formidable one, backed by influence and resources, yet still bound by human limits. In short, caution ensures longevity. And within minutes, Chen Ze arrived at Zijin Mountain. And no wonder it was jointly developed by scores of tycoons as a premier scenic attraction. The surroundings were truly magnificent, so much so that Chen Ze found himself tempted to relocate here permanently. And Tianhu Courtyard lay deep within Zijin Mountain. This was the domain of the elite. Ordinary people could only gaze from afar. Photography was forbidden, lingering even briefly invited immediate expulsion. Indeed, no sooner had Chen Ze parked near Tianhu Courtyard than a security guard sprinted toward him, radio in hand. Knock, 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 knock. Chen Ze rolled down his window. The guard immediately declared, "Excuse me, sir. This is private property. Please depart immediately." "I'm here to see your CEO, Mr. Lu." "I'm sorry, sir, Mr. Lu isn't here today." "Not here." Chen Ze stepped out of the vehicle, loosened his necktie, and said coolly, "Whether Mr. Lu Dingren is present or not matters little. I demand you inform him that a representative of the Chun family of Yinjing has arrived. Sir, please leave immediately." The guard's expression soured. Just because he drives a Rolls-Royce. What arrogance. Had just received strict orders from his captain today: no visitor, regardless of status, would be granted entry to see Mr. Lu. Any troublemakers were to be forcibly removed. Chen Ze pinched the bridge of his nose, wondering if his discretion had gone too far. Who was he? An antagonist? A playboy? A second-generation heir? Then I shall force my way in, today. He strode forward and delivered a thunderous kick, sending the guard flying backward. The guard collapsed, face contorted in pain, clutching his chest as he fumbled for his microphone, requesting backup. Someone's attempting forced entry into Tianhu Courtyard. Chen Ze approached, crouched beside him, and seized the microphone. "Tell Lu Dingren it wasn't my intent to intrude. I simply refused to be denied face by him." Hardly had he spoken when dozens, perhaps hundreds, of guards charged toward them, batons raised, fury blazing in their eyes. Chen Ze waved a hand, signaling Yao Dao to hold the rear. Yao Dao drew forth his tang sword, wrapped tightly in cloth. He did not unsheathe it. These men were unworthy of that honor. With Yao Dao securing the rear, Chen Ze felt no restraint. He slid back into the driver's seat, stomped the accelerator, and prepared to smash through Tianhu Courtyard's gates. The gate guards scattered in panic, disorganized, routed. The iron barrier shattered and flew outward. The Rolls-Royce's front end sustained severe damage. Repairing it would cost millions. But Chen Ze cared not. It was merely a sports car. His estate held many more. Even if totaled, he wouldn't blink. Seeing the situation deteriorate, the head of security rushed to call Lu Dingren. "Mr. Lu, someone has breached Tianhu Courtyard." "Who are they?" "Unknown, driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom. License plate origin appears to be from Yinjing." "Why wasn't I notified in advance?" "But sir, you yourself instructed us." "Worthless fool. If this turns out to be a high-ranking dignitary from Yinjing, even 10 heads won't save you." Lu Dingren slammed his fist onto the desk, enraged. Even Su, the chauffeur standing nearby, flinched. He hadn't seen Mr. Lu this furious in years. The last time had been when Mrs. Lu left home. "I will step out for a while. Any matters can wait until I return." "What is the other party's true intention?" The driver Su Yuan said somberly. "Mr. Lu, could it be that Huang Tingshan has sent someone to create chaos? I noticed that his people have been secretly monitoring us." "Huang Tingshan." Lu Dingren pondered for a moment before immediately dismissing the thought. "Huang Tingshan is the underground king of Jiangling. I have a semi-collaborative relationship with him, and besides, I am treating my daughter's illness, which does not infringe upon his interests, right? Since it's not directed at us, there can only be one possibility. Yi Fan has offended Huang Tingshan in the past. That could be possible, but whether we can cure Shuyi now depends on him. If Huang Tingshan truly comes seeking vengeance, even if I offend him, I must temporarily protect this person. Even if I have to let him go, I must at least wait until he cures my daughter's illness. However, regardless of whether he can heal her or not, his life and death have nothing to do with me." Lu Dingren had been in business for many years, rising from a street vendor to his current status largely thanks to the woman who helped him at the beginning. His ruthless character, willing to do anything to achieve his goals, also played a role. If Ye Tian truly offended Huang Tingshan, he wouldn't mind giving Huang Tingshan face and letting him go. It's best if this kid hasn't offended Huang Tingshan. He is well aware of Huang Tingshan's methods. Lu Dingren left the room just in time to bump into Ye Tian coming out of the adjacent room, accompanied by the sounds of Lu Shuyi's piercing screams. "Get away. Go away. Scoundrel. Don't touch me." Ye Tian looked at Lu Dingren and sighed helplessly. "Mr. Lu, your daughter." This is simply outrageous. Lu Dingren unlocked the door and looked at his daughter who was curled up in the corner crying. The reprimands he intended to deliver were swallowed back. Instead, he earnestly advised Shi, everything I am doing is to ensure that you can completely heal from your illness. The doctor said that if this continues, you will spend the rest of your life lying in bed like a vegetable. So you think you can use such despicable means to trick me out of school? You keep saying it's for my own good, but have you ever considered my feelings? Isn't it just letting Mr. Ye perform acupuncture to heal me? If everyone acted like you, wouldn't male doctors in obstetrics and gynecology all be out of work? Lu Dingren felt that his daughter was being unreasonable. Ye Tian mocked from the side, since Miss Lu values her purity over her life, then Ye will not treat her. Upon hearing this, Lu Dingren immediately advised Mr. You don't listen to her nonsense. Mr. Lu Ye have always acted with integrity and never used medicine as a guise to engage in filthy acts. I know Mr. Ye is not that kind of person. Lu Dingren felt a headache coming on. What is going on here? Just as I settled my niece, you come out to make trouble again. If it weren't for your usefulness, I would have thrown you out long ago. Just then a loud sound of a car engine came from outside the villa. Someone has arrived. Lu Dingren said to Ye Tian, I need to step out for a moment, you stay here, and we can discuss things when I return. Ye Tian's expression showed a hint of displeasure and impatience. If it weren't for the newly opened shopping mall and the undeveloped celestial bone within her, he would have quit this job long ago. Indeed, Lu Shi does have an undeveloped celestial bone within her. If this world had abundant spiritual energy with ample qi nurturing her body and spiritual pills enhancing her flesh, perhaps a complete celestial bone could form. However, the spiritual energy in this world is nearly non-existent. Under such conditions, it is impossible for a celestial bone to grow. An undeveloped celestial bone would instead backlash against the body, devouring the surrounding flesh essence to accelerate its development. The consequence of this is that her bones become exceptionally fragile, causing extreme pain from even slight collisions. The best method is to excavate the celestial bone and then feed her pills that enhance blood qi, nurturing her for several months to restore her to her original state. At this moment in the living room downstairs, Chen Ze was already lounging on a European imported leather sofa with his legs crossed. Snap! Chen Ze lit a cigarette and said nonchalantly, I told you the guards outside were deceiving me. How could someone like Mr. Lu, who has climbed to the pinnacle of Jiangling, not return home to enjoy the nightlife? Lu Dingren was already in a bad mood, and seeing Chen Ze lounging around like a lord while smoking made him furious. However, he calmly reminded himself not to lose his temper now. Are you sent by Huang Tingshan? Lu Dingren sat on the sofa opposite Chen Ze, his expression dark. Chen Ze was unafraid of the other party, knowing his background. He shrugged and said dismissively, Uncle Huang is an elder of mine and has nothing to do with this matter. I came here to save your daughter. What exactly do you want to say? His daughter is Lu Dingren's Achilles heel. No matter how glorious he is in business, he feels like an unqualified father in front of her. Thus he wishes to use every means to make up for his inadequacies towards his daughter. Seeing that he had caught Lu Dingren's attention, Chen Ze leisurely said, the Ye Tian beside you is a very dangerous person. You can't really believe he will heal people, can you? How do you know Ye Tian? Chen Ze extinguished his cigarette, saying indifferently, I've looked into Ye Tian. His ancestors have no ties to medicine for 8 generations. He only helped Uncle Huang's son with acupuncture, which resulted in Uncle Huang's son still being in the hospital on an 4 drip. You believe his nonsense? You might as well take your daughter to a fortune teller on the park road and spend 50 yuan to see when you can hold your grandson. Is it true that Huang Tingshan's son ended up in the hospital after being treated by Ye Tian? Lu Dingren was indeed unaware of such rumors, so he immediately made a call to inquire about Huang Tingshan's son's condition. The answer he received confirmed that the person was indeed being treated in the hospital, but how exactly he ended up there was still unclear. However, he was not gullible. Lu Dingren scoffed, in the end this is merely your one-sided word. Although Ye Tian's ancestors did not practice medicine, the pills he sells cannot be fake at all. As the first person to sample the pills refined by Ye Tian, Lu Dingren has absolute authority to speak. Lu Dingren questioned, since you claim Ye Tian is a fraud, then tell me what ability you have to save my daughter. Mr. Lu, have you heard of the esteemed Chen Jinglu? Of course, Chen Jinglu is the foremost of the 4 great divine doctors of Yanjing. Then what if I say I am the grandson of Chen Jinglu, the son of Chen Chongqing, the legitimate heir of the Chen family, and the future successor of the Chen family? This is impossible. Lu Dingren's expression turned deathly pale. If everything Chen Ze claimed were true, then indeed he was utterly untouchable. Never mind Chen Ze crashing into his residence in a luxury car. Were he to draw a gun and execute Lu Dingren on the spot, not only would he evade arrest, but the very next day dignitaries would gather to bid him farewell. Do you have any evidence? Lu Dingren forcibly suppressed the terror surging within his chest. Evidence? Chen Ze shrugged nonchalantly. I confess, I possess no tangible proof. Surely I wouldn't dare disturb the elder for such trivial matters merely to verify his identity over the phone. Besides, even if my grandfather were willing to confirm his own status, you've never laid eyes upon him. How then could you possibly discern whether the voice on the line belonged to the genuine elder or an impostor? Chen Ze spoke truthfully. Though Lu Dingren wielded immense influence across Jiangling, he had never once met the venerable elder Chen Jinglu, let alone recognized his voice. Lu Dingren's face hardened, his gaze locked unblinkingly upon Chen Ze. Before him now lay only two paths, yet neither offered safe passage. Even assuming Chen Ze's claims held water, Lu Dingren had already pledged to treat Ye Tian's daughter. Moreover, her illness defied ordinary medicine. Even elder Chen Jinglu himself might hesitate to guarantee full recovery. As he stood paralyzed by indecision, Su Yuan, who had been silently observing from upstairs, descended and murmured beside Lu Dingren. Over 100 security guards outside proved no match for that young man's bodyguard. Lu Dingren's brow furrowed deeper. Not even Master Tan. Master Tan fell unconscious after exchanging but a single strike, and remains motionless in the guardroom to this hour. Understood. Lu Dingren sighed heavily. Tell Mr. Yi he may return home. For today we host a distinguished guest. Treatment will be rescheduled. Yes, sir. Su Yuan bowed and retreated upstairs. Once Su Yuan departed, Chen Ze sat back on the sofa, growing visibly impatient. Let me state this plainly. I have a prior engagement shortly. My time expires at the appointed hour. Since young Master Chen is the grandson of divine physician Chen, your medical mastery must surely be peerless. Please allow me to escort you upstairs. Lu Dingren bowed deeply, then stepped forward to guide Chen Ze with reverent deference. Suddenly, Ye Tian's furious roar echoed down from upstairs. What does this mean? Do you take me, Ye Tian, for a servant of the Lu family? To summon me at will, and dismiss me just as easily? Chen Ze chuckled softly. So this is the charlatan Ye Tian you invited. More bluster than skill, it seems. I've already ordered him removed. Rest assured, young Master Chen, you may ascend without concern. Director Lu, I understand your paternal devotion, but desperation must never cloud judgment. Men like Ye Tian, whose livelihood rests upon deception and fraud, deserve public exposure. Speak of him freely among peers, lest others suffer the same betrayal you endured. Chen Ze's veiled meaning was unmistakable, even to a seasoned operator like Lu Dingren. Without hesitation, he swore an ironclad vow. Young Master Chen, rest easy. I guarantee Ye Tian shall secure not a single commission in all of Jiangling. Now that's more like it. Chen Ze clapped Lu Dingren lightly on the shoulder. Meanwhile, upstairs, Ye Tian raged at Su Yuan, accusing them of gross injustice. When Chen Ze and Lu Dingren appeared before them, Su Yuan wore an apologetic grimace. Director Lu, you may withdraw. Lu Dingren waved dismissively, signaling Su Yuan to depart. Su Yuan nodded, bowed respectfully to both men, and as he turned to leave, Lu Dingren suddenly called out, as though recalling something vital. Just remembered. Young Master Chen's vehicle sustained damage to the guardrail en route. It's temporarily unfit for travel. In that case, go to my study and retrieve the keys to the Porsche 918, the one intended as my daughter's birthday gift, and present them to young Master Chen. Brilliant. Chen Ze silently applauded within his heart. Truly, a self-made titan whose methods exuded effortless grace. Lu Dingren's offhand remark had accomplished two feats at once. It preserved Chen Ze's dignity impeccably and signaled unwavering allegiance. Equally, it was a message expressly meant for Ye Tian's ears. Yet to Ye Tian those words tasted wholly different. Here stood Chen Ze, a spoiled scion who'd brazenly stormed into another man's home, receiving not punishment but reverence, the host's own daughter's birthday gift handed over as tribute. And what of him? He'd groveled, pleaded, bargained, finally secured agreement, settled terms, and prepared to begin treatment, only to be summarily dismissed. Even a modest compensation would have softened the blow, but nothing, not a single coin, was offered. Such humiliation knew no precedent. His fists clenched so tightly his fingernails bit deep into his palms. Yet this pain paled beside the injustices he'd suffered lately. Lu Dingren sensed Ye Tian's simmering resentment. Still, he could do nothing. The man before him commanded wealth, power, and prestige. To offend him would be suicidal. No one else dared risk it. Director Lu, today's events, I shall remember them well. Ye Tian drew a slow, steadying breath, unclenched his hands, and fled the villa like a broken dog. Lu Dingren knew Ye Tian seethed, but he himself stood on crumbling ground. Offend Chen Ze, and within 3 days his empire would crumble into ruin. His family scattered, his fortune erased. Chen Ze spoke quietly beside him. Director Lu, though wild grass burns to ash, spring winds revive it anew. Are you certain you wish to let him rise again? Those words rekindled Lu Dingren's resolve. Having already crossed the line, he might as well sever it entirely. Cutting off his livelihood was insufficient. He required further chastisement. Yet this lay beyond Chen Ze's jurisdiction. Earlier he'd cautioned Huang Tingshan against harming Ye Tian, not because of moral restraint, but because Huang was family and elder, a trusted ally. One does not betray one's own. Lu Dingren, however, was no kin, merely a polished villain. 19 years ago, while foraging for wild mushrooms on a mountain, he'd stumbled upon a woman unconscious in the undergrowth. Consumed by lust, he committed an unspeakable act. Fearing imprisonment, he fled far from home, to Jiangling, pawned the jade pendant from her neck, and with that first windfall built his fortune, married a stunning fashion model, and ascended into high society. Years later, wealthy and powerful, he tracked down both woman and daughter, determined to atone. Yet she demanded only one thing: the jade pendant. It had long since vanished, sold by the pawnshop, irretrievable. Upon learning this, they quarreled bitterly. She departed alone for Wanxia Mountain Temple, where she took vows and devoted herself to vegetarianism and prayer. Young Master Chen, the patient's chamber lies just ahead. Also, my daughter's temperament is rather volatile. Please bear with her. Lu Dingren gently interrupted Chen Ze's reverie. Chen Ze cleared his throat softly, setting aside thoughts of the woman. They entered the room. Lu Dingren braced himself, certain his daughter would erupt in fury at yet another strange man intruding upon her sanctuary. Instead, he was utterly stunned. She regarded Chen Ze not with anger, but with eerie calm, her eyes shimmering with quiet, unmistakable joy. Before he could inquire about their connection, she slid from her bed and leaned close, whispering softly into his ear, "You came. Did Sister Xie call you?" The delicate fragrance of youth lingered in his senses, sweet, tender, unforgettable. Chen Ze gave a slight solemn nod. Lu Shuyi's rare smile bloomed like dawn. Lu Dingren, though unable to catch their hushed exchange, stood thunderstruck, his paternal instincts flaring in alarm. Lu Shuyi rarely granted her father even a civil glance. Now she strode past him, shoved his shoulder lightly, and said impatiently, "He may stay. Please leave now." "Wait, didn't you just say no man was allowed to touch you?" "Did I? Even if I did, he is the exception." Bang! The door slammed shut and locked from the inside. Lu Dingren was utterly shut out. For a fleeting moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to confront Chen Ze Heiden. Yet upon reflection, this might not be such a bad turn of events. If something truly transpired between them, he would become Chen Ze's father-in-law, and the Yanjing Chen family his legitimate in-laws. Never mind. Let the young ones have their way. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Lu Dingren returned to his study to read the newspaper. While some rejoice, others grieve. After leaving the villa, Ye Tian happened upon Chen Ze's Rolls-Royce Phantom on his way home. The sight only stoked his fury. He nearly strode over to kick in the car door, until his divine Empress master residing within the immortal jade cautioned him. "This place is unsafe. We must not linger." Lu Dingren is merely a wealthy merchant. The martial master he hired, Tin Master, I've observed him. He's but a cultivation stage martial artist far weaker than I. Not him. It's the mysterious sword master you encountered last time. A sword master? Ye Tian's thoughts instantly snapped back to last night. Chen Ze. Again him. Ye Tian struggled to rein in his emotions. Just how powerful is that lackey shadowing Chen Ze? Comparable to a peak Qi Force realm cultivator. Hiss. Ye Tian instinctively drew a sharp breath. He himself had only recently entered the Qi refinement stage, while his adversary had already ascended to the first tier of the divine ability realm. Beneath the divine ability realm, all are but insignificant insects. To attain such cultivation in this remote, barren land, and at such a tender age, truly marked him as a prodigy beyond comprehension. Fearing she might shatter Ye Tian's self-confidence, his divine Empress master gently consoled him. Though his realm has reached the divine ability level, it is only his cultivation stage, not his true mastery. Should you yourself ascend to that realm, he would stand no chance against you. Then I must redouble my cultivation efforts. Ye Tian sighed. He had originally hoped that completing this assignment would earn him enough funds to purchase rare medicinal herbs for rapid advancement. Now all that effort had vanished like water through a bamboo basket. Not only had he gained nothing, but he'd also suffered public humiliation at the hands of both Lu Dingren and Chen Ze. Worse still, he had failed to extract the immortal bone from that woman's body. Had he succeeded, infused it into his own using secret techniques, his power would have surged dramatically. In the end, Ye Tian restrained himself from laying a hand on Chen Ze's Rolls-Royce Phantom, and fortunately so. Had he acted, he would certainly have perished today. For the demon blade was watching him closely, mere steps away. Tianhu Courtyard, the private chamber of Lu Shuyi. Gently. I'm already being gentle. It hurts. Lu Shuyi lay prone upon the soft, sumptuous bed, her delicate face, flushed, her flawless body stretched across the silken sheets, her entire frame burning with feverish warmth, her fingers clenched tightly into the quilt palms slick with sweat. Chen Ze placed his hands upon her snow-white back, slowly adjusting her posture. Once he found the precise alignment, he pressed firmly, and Lu Shuyi shuddered, overcome by a wave of tingling euphoria. After several repetitions, she felt utterly refreshed, as though reborn. Chen Ze patted her back lightly, then rose and sank into a chair, lighting a cigarette with weary resignation. After 2 drags, he spoke gravely. I've just employed my family's ancestral acupressure technique to temporarily suppress that bone within you, halting its assault upon your flesh and blood. Yet this is merely a stopgap measure, alleviating symptoms, not curing the root cause. Moreover, the treatment must be repeated within 7 days. After 2 weeks, its efficacy will dwindle to 3 days, after another week to 1 day. Then on the final day, it will vanish entirely. This acupressure method bore no record in Chen Ze's family lineage. It was instead drawn from the celestial physician's legacy, a sealing technique targeting specific acupoints to arrest the bone spread. It relied on precise massage and manipulation to seal key points, thereby containing the corruption. Initially potent, its effect steadily weakened with each repetition, until it collapsed entirely. Should the sealing fail completely, the immortal bone would instantly devour every ounce of her flesh and blood, reducing her to a desiccated husk. If by that final day, I still haven't uncovered a permanent cure for that bone within you, I'll have no choice but to excise it. You'll survive the surgery, but in a deeper sense you'll become utterly broken, forever stripped of purpose. Chen Ze meant cultivation. To lose the immortal bone was to forfeit all potential for cultivation, to descend irrevocably into mundane existence. So do you fear it? Chen Ze exhaled the last drag of his cigarette. Finding no ashtray, he dropped the smoldering but directly into his coffee cup. Sizzle. The dying embers were swallowed by the cold, dark brew. Lu Shuyi, her back still humming with residual warmth, twisted her slender neck twice and replied, "Not afraid. Not truly. Just seeing you here today has already made me deeply happy." Chen Ze inwardly winced. Surely not. She couldn't possibly have fallen for him. If Xia Wanqing, the ultimate vinegar jar, ever found out, she'd likely draw blood before even uttering a word. All told, we're looking at roughly 1 month. Pray I find a solution by then, or else I'll officially claim that bone as mine. Chen Ze withdrew a small bottle of pills from his coat and placed it on the table. These are vitality-strengthening pills, designed to replenish depleted qi and blood. They'll benefit you immensely. Take 1 daily, never more. With that, he rose, straightened his suit jacket, and glanced at his wristwatch. Unbeknownst to him, it was already 8 o'clock. They were surely all assembled by now. Well then, I must take my leave. See you at school tomorrow. As Chen Ze turned toward the door, Lu Shuyi suddenly stepped close, plucked his tie from his collar, and began readying it with practiced care. Stepping back, she appraised him once, twice, then nodded in quiet satisfaction. Much sharper now. Lu Shuyi beamed. You're dressed so formally. Surely you're meeting Sister Xie for a date tonight. Something like that. Chen Ze gave a non-committal nod. No gift for your date? Lu Shuyi asked, curiosity dancing in her eyes. None. His reply was crisp and unhesitating. You really are terribly careless. No wonder Sister Xie constantly complains about you to me. Lu Shuyi rubbed her temple, then turned and rummaged through her vanity. Moments later, she held a sleek black box. Its packaging suggested cosmetics, or perhaps perfume. Perfume. Lu Shuyi lifted the box into Chen Ze's hands. I snatched this limited edition fragrance from the official website just 2 days ago, still sealed. Sister Xie wears the same scent. Give it to her, and she'll be overjoyed. Chen Ze had initially refused the gift, but met Lu Shuyi's stubborn, unwavering gaze, and knew if he declined, he wouldn't make it out the door today. Gift accepted. Dinner's on me next time. If Sister Xie finds out you're dining with me, won't she be furious? Lu Shuyi burst into unrestrained laughter. Her heart is broad and generous. No need to worry. Truly. Truly. He had barely stepped out the door when he ran into Lu Dingren. Lu Dingren had already regarded Chen Ze as his future son-in-law. Yet for him to behave so brazenly on his very first visit, such disregard for Lu Dingren's paternal authority, was utterly unacceptable. Do you have nothing to say? Lu Dingren frowned and asked. Where's the Porsche 918 key you promised to give me? You? A dark shadow crossed Lu Dingren's brow as he handed Chen Ze the Porsche key, speaking with solemn gravity. She is my only daughter. Mr. Lu, do you truly take me for a philanderer? Lu Dingren fell speechless. This young man's scheming mind was as transparent as ink on rice paper. He practically wore the words unrestrained debauchery across his face. Truly, he'd gained advantage and then feigned innocence. Chen Ze patted his chest in earnest assurance. Rest easy, Mr. Lu. I handle matters with unwavering reliability. You may set your mind at peace 1,000-fold, let alone 10,000. That's what I expect. Also, I hear you and Shuyi attend the same university. I know youth brims with vitality, but moderation remains essential. Mr. Lu, self-restraint is precisely my greatest virtue. Apologies, but I must take my leave, something urgent calls. With that, Chen Ze had already slipped into the prearranged Porsche 918. The roar of its engine echoed across Tianhu courtyard. Then in the blink of an eye it vanished down the road. Lu Dingren gazed after the retreating Porsche before turning to his driver. I recall it was Ye Tian who struck Shi unconscious today. Correct. The school has surveillance footage, doesn't it? Yes. Notify the president of Jiang University. Impose a severe disciplinary penalty on him. Better yet, expel him outright. I wish never to see him near Shi again. I'll arrange it immediately. Go ahead. Lu Dingren massaged his temples and trudged wearily back to his bedroom. No sooner had he sat down and unlocked his phone than a cascade of missed calls flooded the screen. There unmistakably read the label wife. Today was exceptional. The decision not to bring home his model wife had been made deliberately to spare his daughter emotional distress. His daughter's situation had been handled with care, but his wife, far from placated, was deeply affronted. After all, she was the undisputed mistress of this household, and yet found herself obliged to defer to his ex-wife's daughter. Lu Dingren was utterly drained. He nearly ignored the call, but paused, then decided to dial back. Hello? You ghost, you finally picked up. Didn't I tell you? Today is exceptional, and you know Shi's temperament well enough. I may be her stepmother, but surely I've treated her fairly. Every festival, every holiday, I hand-select her gifts with care. Enough. I didn't call to hear grievances or complaints. There's something important I need to tell you in advance. What is it? Dong Jingwen instantly sensed something amiss in Lu Dingren's tone. Normally, he spoke with unshakable authority, as though the world bent effortlessly to his will. Yet just now his voice had faltered, its confidence noticeably diminished. Well, Lu Dingren stroked his chin, speaking with quiet contrition. I've gifted your yellow Porsche 918 to someone else. Gifted it? Dong Jingwen, reclining on the living room sofa, face mask on, drama streaming, shot upright in shock. Lao Lu, that car took connections, effort, and sheer persistence to acquire. I've barely driven it myself, and now you've simply given it away. Had it merely been given away, perhaps she'd have swallowed her pride, but inside remained her most private belongings. If discovered by another, the humiliation would be irreparable. Dong Jingwen slammed the television off and erupted. If you don't explain this fully, right now, I swear we're done. Lu Dingren knew he owed her an apology, and so recounted the full sequence of events. Upon hearing the account, Dong Jingwen's fury subsided by half. If he truly is the legitimate heir of the Chun family, gifting the car is no grave matter. But how certain are you he's Chun Chongqing's son? Leave that concern to me. I'll commission a replacement soon, one matching or surpassing the Porsche's prestige. At least you still possess a shred of conscience. Dong Jingwen's earlier storm dissolved into tender warmth. I'm alone tonight at the hotel. Will you come over? It'll be too late. I'll be asleep alone. No time. I have a critical corporate meeting tomorrow at noon. Then what about morning? I must escort Shi to school in the morning. Buzz. 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 The call ended abruptly. Lu Dingren leaned back against the bed, gazing at the sole photograph on his nightstand, a portrait of mother and daughter. The woman in the photo bore a striking 9/10 resemblance to Lu Shi. As side by side, they could easily be mistaken for sisters, not mother and daughter. Shengshi Huading Private Room, 888. That evening's welcome banquet drew mostly scions and heiresses from Jiangling's elite aristocratic families. Take the Su family behind Su Yunfei. They owned Jiangzhou province's largest apparel conglomerate and had acquired several globally renowned luxury brands. Only 3 other families rivaled their stature: the Xie Zhao and Lin clans, the last notably reserved in public affairs. Beyond these 4 venerable lineages stood newer, less entrenched families, barely qualifying for inclusion among the upper echelon. Gathered thus, these golden spoon-born heirs engaged not merely in idle reunion, but in masterful networking, each poised to inherit the reins of their dynastic empires. As the banquet's hostess, Su Yunfei, arrived first, naturally the inaugural presence at the venue. Soon followed Xie Wanqing, Zhao Xiqiu, and Lin Danqing, the Lin family's legitimate heir. Xie Wanqing wore a sleek black off-shoulder gown, her statuesque figure commanding immediate attention. Even Su Yunfei, renowned as peerless beauty, could not eclipse her magnetic allure. A dozen luxury vehicles lined up in perfect formation. Though Shengshi Huading regularly hosted VIPs of extraordinary wealth and status, it had never before witnessed such a convergence of youthful luminaries. That evening, the hotel's entrance rivaled a celebrity red carpet premiere. After stepping out of her car, Xie Wanqing immediately checked her phone for any reply from Chen Ze. Read, but no reply. Chen Ze, if you fail to answer me now, I'll never speak to you again. Biting her crimson lip, she fired off several more messages. Meanwhile, Chen Ze had just descended from Zijin Mountain, fully focused on driving towards Shengshi Huading with no bandwidth for texts. Reckless driving invites sorrow, two streams of tears, for oneself and one's kin. He prided himself on being a law-abiding citizen. At the mountain road intersection, the light turned green, and unintentionally his foot pressed the accelerator too firmly, propelling him into unlawful speed. The traffic officers chatting roadside hadn't even registered his approach before the Porsche 918 vanished into the distance. In his rearview mirror, he watched them sprint desperately in pursuit. Moments later at the next signal, several motorcycle units blocked his path. Chen Ze sighed, pulled over, rolled down his window, and offered a wry smile. "Officer, I assure you, I am a model citizen of the law." The officer replied calmly, "Go on, I'm listening." Having sent Chen Ze several messages with no reply, Xia Wanqing could no longer contain herself and placed a call. Buzz. Chen Ze's phone began to ring. "Sorry, I have to take this," Chen Ze said as he stepped out of the car. "Chen Ze, are you even coming or not?" Xia Wanqing's grievance threatened to spill into tears. Chen Ze hurriedly explained, "I'm already on my way. The banquet is about to begin. Nearly every notable young figure of Jiangling is present. How long more will you be?" "I wish I could, but I don't think it's possible in the short term." Chen Ze glanced at the motorbike traffic police nearby and lowered his voice. "Something happened on the road. Don't worry, I will do my utmost to get there as soon as I can." He ended the call. On the other end, Xia Wanqing ground her teeth in anger. "Who are you talking to being so earnest?" Su Yunfei had without notice slipped up behind her and watched quietly. "Why did you come over without a word? You nearly scared me to death." Xia Wanqing patted her heaving chest. "You still remember me. I thought your mind had room for nothing but your boyfriend." Su Yunfei's smile was serene, composed, and elegant. Her gown formed a stark contrast with Xia Wanqing's evening dress. The two peerless beauties, one clad in black and the other in white, drew frequent glances from passers-by. "Don't tease me, tell me about yourself. I hear your family is arranging a marriage for you and the other party is a scion of a prominent Yanjing family. Did your betrothed come tonight?" "Him? A spoiled playboy. Rumor had it he would come to Jiangling to study, but there has been no word." Su Yunfei pursed her lips and smiled. "Don't try to pass the blame. Tell me how you and your current boyfriend met." "It's a secret." Xia Wanqing pressed an index finger to her tempting lips and wagged it. "If you don't want to say, don't. But I'm curious what kind of man could make our Wanqing so infatuated." Su Yunfei laughed softly. "Her boyfriend is as ordinary as they come. Everything he owns wouldn't be worth a single button on my attire. Only someone with Wanqing's lovesick disposition would follow him so devotedly." The speaker was none other than Zhao Xiqiu, who had clashed with Chen Ze earlier that day. "Long time no see, Xiqiu." Su Yunfei reached out to greet her. "I hear you're engaged. When you have time, bring him by, so I can meet him. I'll be sure to give him a proper appraisal. Not to boast, but I am quite practiced at spotting scoundrels. After all, practice reveals truth." Those years abroad had thoroughly loosened Zhao Xiqiu from the ingrained education of Longhua. She had utterly freed herself. Her boyfriends changed almost daily. At least there was never a pause. Yet she was selective. Only the wealthy, powerful, and handsome would capture her pursuit. She had planned to bring Li Aofeng, the second young master of the Li family, from Yanjing tonight. But ever since he lost to Chen Ze in the mall, he had vanished from contact, as if evaporated from Jiangling. "All right. He'll introduce him to you when there is time." Su Yunfei smiled sweetly, though behind that sweetness lurked deep fatigue and resistance. Sometimes Su Yunfei envied Zhao Xiqiu for living so freely and unburdened, careless of many things, unconcerned by a life partner and unbound by family-arranged marriages. She equally envied Xia Wanqing for the courage to confront her family and reject a man she did not love. But Su Yunfei was different. She was the family's legitimate daughter, the heir apparent. All the clan's burdens rested upon her shoulders. Without her, the Su family would instantly lose its guiding hand. Although the Su family's young lady was praised as an ancient century business prodigy, in truth, she was a pitiable person who could not steer her own destiny. "Zhao Xiqiu, when will you ever change that temper? Only Xia Wanqing is patient. If it were someone else, they would have torn your foul mouth to shreds long ago." Suddenly, a youth in a black suit stepped out of the crowd. He looked 16 or 17 with a childlike face that was handsome, yet bore a hint of roguishness. He shared a few resemblances with Chen Ze, though he lacked the mature mien of a grown man. In short, he was a mischievous little rogue. Chen Ze was the genuine scamp. "Lin Danqing." Zhao Xiqiu lunged forward to slap him, but the boy dodged with ease. "Ladies, have you finished chatting? I'm starving," he chided. Lin Danqing effortlessly pushed Zhao Xiqiu aside with a smile. "If your brother had acted, I might have taken that slap, but with your feeble little strike." "Never mind. You?" Zhao Xiqiu rubbed her aching arm, and just as she was about to strike back, a bodyguard at her side intercepted her. "You would even stop me." Zhao Xiqiu's temper flared. She dismissed everyone. "The patriarch has ordered that the young lady must not cause trouble tonight. Did my father tell you what to do if someone bullies me, eh?" Young Master Lin's action was inadvertent, The bodyguard replied, head bowed. Don't make things difficult for the guard. He didn't even hurt you, how petty. I am disciplining my own target, it's no concern of yours. Zhao Xiqiu vented all her fury on the bodyguard, kicking and stamping. The bodyguard stood silent, enduring her blows, and afterwards kindly warned her to be careful not to hurt her hand. As one also trained in martial ways, Lin Danqing immediately recognized the bodyguard as a master. Tonight truly gathered formidable people. Lin Danqing dismissed the quarrelsome Zhao Xiqiu and turned to greet Su Yunfei and Xia Wanqing warmly. Good evening, Sister Su. Good evening, Sister Xia. Su Yunfei smiled. I knew you would come, so I arranged a few favorable seats among the elegant ladies for you. Sister, you flatter me. Do I look like some philanderer? Lin Danqing protested. Xia Wanqing pouted and murmured. I thought Chen Ze was shameless enough, but you little rogue are even worse. Sister Xia would call me shameless. What a slander. Enough with the banter, mind your tongue, or your boyfriend might come and sort you out. Sister Su, you're joking. Even if Sister Xia's boyfriend really came, who would win is far from certain. Lin Danqing was not jesting, he truly possessed that strength. Hailed as the Lin family's ancient-century prodigy, he had at a young age ascended to the apex of innate talent and was poised to become the youngest martial master in the clan's history. Of course, that depended on whom one compared him to. Buzz. The motorbike sirens sounded nearby, and the crowd immediately erupted. Good heavens, what is happening here? So many motorbikes have been mobilized. Dozens of police motorbikes escorted a yellow Porsche 918. Wow. Whose young master is this making such a grand entrance? Record it and upload it. It's guaranteed to go viral. I envy neither lovers nor immortals. Oh, I envy the lavish life of the wealthy. Chen Ze parked the car in a nearby spot, stepped out of the driver's seat, and loosened his tie at the collar before turning to the motorcycle officers beside him. Sorry for the trouble. I appreciate you personally escorting me here. It's entirely our duty. The officers stammered, as if confronting a harbinger of misfortune. After stopping Chen Ze, they had immediately taken him into custody and brought him back to the police station. Shortly thereafter, Uncle Lang arrived. Upon seeing him, the on-duty supervisor leapt from his chair and instantly ordered Chen Ze's immediate release. Upon learning that Chen Ze urgently needed to reach Shengshi Huading, they immediately deployed all motorcycle officers to clear the route and provide an honor escort, a privilege unmatched anywhere in Jiangling. After stepping out of the car, Chen Ze noticed every eye fixed upon him. When Xia Wanqing spotted him flanked by motorcycle officers, she instantly broke into a sprint, her high heels clicking sharply against the pavement, her gown billowing behind her. She lunged straight into his arms. Why didn't you reply to my messages? Why did you hang up on me without explanation? Do you have any idea how terrified I was when you told me you'd met with an accident on the way? She hammered his chest with trembling fists while demanding answers. Beyond the warmth of Xia Wanqing's heartfelt embrace, the softness of her form, the intoxicating fragrance of her perfume, Chen Ze sensed a surge of antagonistic energy. Ding! Xia Wanqing's affection toward you has increased. Antagonist value 1314. Ding! Xia Wanqing's affection toward you has increased. Antagonist value 520. Ding! Xia Wanqing has developed minor resentment toward you. Antagonist value 999. Chen Ze thought to himself, the system truly understands reward timing. Here I am, safe and sound. His hands hovered uncertainly before settling gently on her back. If you ignore my messages again, I'll block you permanently. Understood. There are people watching. Do you really want us splashed across tomorrow's headlines? Chen Ze glanced around and instantly felt mortified. Really? Just an embrace, and this much commotion, and those taking photos. That's crossing the line. Xia Wanqing too became acutely aware of the spectacle. She abruptly pushed away from his chest, her cheeks blazing crimson, desperate to vanish into thin air. This is utterly humiliating. Once they rejoined the crowd, Su Yunfei suppressed a smile. No wonder you've been so distracted whenever we're together. Your soul has clearly been tethered to some man all along. Enough teasing. Xia Wanqing shot Su Yunfei a fierce glare. All right, let's stop jesting. Everyone's assembled. Oh, shall we go in together? As Chen Ze entered, curious glances swept across the room. Zhao Xiqiu had claimed Xia Wanqing's boyfriend was a penniless nobody. Yet the bespoke suit he wore bore no ordinary label. It was a custom-tailored masterpiece, prohibitively expensive even for the wealthy. His wristwatch was a Patek Philippe Ref. 2458p. His vehicle, a Porsche 918. All signs pointed unmistakably to one truth: Chen Ze was no pauper. He was a genuine scion of wealth. Zhao Xiqiu gazed upon his radiant presence and effortless charisma, and to her own surprise felt a flicker of yearning. But the moment that thought surfaced, she ruthlessly suppressed it. What's going on, Zhao Xiqiu? You said Sister Xia's boyfriend was a penniless nobody, whose entire outfit couldn't match the value of a single button. Did you mean yourself? Lin Danqing teased with a grin. Zhao Xiqiu shot him a cool, dismissive glance. Use your head. Tonight's banquet gathers Jiangling's most elite youth. Do you honestly think Xie Wanqing would allow her boyfriend to enter dressed like a beggar? Frankly, her argument held some weight. Custom suits and a Porsche 918 could, after all, be acquired with sufficient funds. But what of the Patek Philippe Ref. 2458P on his wrist? A singular privately commissioned timepiece, valued at $5 million US. This was no mere luxury item purchasable by wealth alone. It was an artifact beyond acquisition. Zhao Xiqiu, your excuse might fool those unfamiliar with horology, but the Xie family may be affluent, yet not so wealthy as to lend such an irreplaceable watch to a stranger. Moreover, Xie Wanqing occupies a delicate position within the Xie clan. Even if she authorized its use, do you truly believe the elders would consent? Lin Danqing, shut your foul mouth. Zhao Xiqiu was nearing her breaking point. Oh, come now, elder sister Zhao. When it comes to verbal venom, you reign supreme. I'm merely second runner-up. You, Zhao Xiqiu halted mid-stride voice. I see. Didn't you just boast you deal with Xie Wanqing's boyfriend? So now he's here, yet you've gone timid. That was just a joke. Then why not simply admit you lack the courage? Why resort to such hollow posturing? Seeing her ploy land, Zhao Xiqiu swiftly turned to Xie Wanqing, veiling her barb in feigned concern. Wanqing dear, surely you heard someone declare intentions to confront your boyfriend. Xie Wanqing dismissed Lin Danqing's remark entirely, as mere jest. Chen Ze, however, found himself intrigued. Such a perfect stage for grandstanding. How could he, as the antagonist, remain idle? Someone wants to confront me. Yes, indeed. Zhao Xiqiu's eyes lit up as she pointed toward Lin Danqing. There he is. Ask him yourself if you doubt me. Unwilling to stir conflict, Xie Wanqing quickly grasped Chen Ze's hand. Don't listen to her. He was only joking. Lin Danqing. The name slipped from Chen Ze's lips. Xie Wanqing blinked. You know him? He did not. Yet Lin Danqing left a striking impression. An unorthodox martial prodigy, fiercely loyal, irreverently carefree, and perpetually sharp-tongued. In the original narrative, Ye Tian had soundly defeated him, then recruited him as a disciple. Guided by Ye Tian, Lin Danqing's path to martial mastery flowed unimpeded, ultimately becoming the first mortal sovereign to achieve Tao enlightenment through martial cultivation and shatter the heavens veil. Later ascending to the higher realms, he rose among the most formidable beings. Such a disciple was too valuable to leave unclaimed. Cornered, Lin Danqing had no choice but to step forward. That's right, I'm Lin Danqing. Let's settle this. Outside winner becomes elder brother. Kid, you've got guts. I like that. Chen Ze subtly activated the supreme fist intent and lightly clapped Lin Danqing's shoulder. Lin Danqing recoiled inwardly, overwhelmed by an oppressive aura more terrifying than facing his own clan's ancestral patriarch. He swallowed hard. I only spoke in jest. I never truly meant to confront you. Swear fealty to me as your elder brother. Zhao Xiqiu secretly longed for them to clash violently, leaving both broken, igniting a feud between the Xie and Lin families. Yet when she witnessed Lin Danqing, the defiant, untamable second son of heaven, crumble under Chen Ze's touch, she froze in disbelief. Everyone present stood stunned. Never before had anyone dared command Lin Danqing, or brazenly claim him as a subordinate. Who in their right mind would dare recruit this unruly sovereign as a junior? It was akin to a mouse licking a cat's nether regions, courting calamity for no reason. Then, against all expectation, the unthinkable unfolded. Hello, big brother. Lin Danqing knelt on one knee, his eyes bloodshot, one hand propping up his body, his lungs gasping for air like a broken fan. The intent of Chen Ze's punch was truly terrifying. He often listened to the teachings of the family elders before. There are always people beyond people and skies beyond skies. Now it seems, those ancestors buried halfway in the ground were indeed speaking the truth. The world is vast and boundless. In the past, he was truly a frog at the bottom of a well, merely at the innate realm, yet he thought himself to be the number one among the younger generation of today's world. Chen Ze withdrew his ultimate punch intent, took out a bottle of pills from his pocket, tossed it in front of him, and said softly, my big brother is not recognized for nothing. This is a bottle of pills that can solidify your vital energy and may help you break through to the master realm ahead of time. Thank you for the gift, big brother. Without the suppression of the ultimate punch intent, Lin Danqing was like a wild horse that had broken free, quickly standing up straight after picking up the pills from the ground. The series of actions flowed seamlessly. It was as if the scene of him kneeling and calling him big brother had never happened. The speed was indeed fast, but this scene shocked everyone present. Lin Danqing, the little tyrant of Jiangling, actually thanked this unknown boyfriend of Xie Wanqing as his big brother. If this got out, wouldn't the Lin family be bowing to the Xie family? Lin Danqing didn't care at all about these mundane titles. He was only curious about one thing, which was Chen Ze's identity. To be so young and already a generation master, he should have been famous long ago. Could he be a hidden disciple trained by some elder in a remote mountain forest? Of course, this was just his speculation. Su Yunfei was equally curious about the thunderous methods displayed by Chen Ze. Originally, she thought Xie Wanjing had just found an ordinary boyfriend to act as a shield, but unexpectedly, he was actually a martial arts master. Even Lin Danqing, that little prodigy, could only play the role of a subordinate in his presence. Wanjing, aren't you going to introduce your boyfriend to us? I only know his name is Chen Ze. I really know nothing else. What Xie Wanjing said was the truth. From the beginning until now, they had only known each other for just over 2 days and 1 night. She knew that Chen Ze's background was certainly not ordinary. She just didn't expect his strength to be so formidable that even Lin Danqing was not his opponent. You say his name is Chen Ze. Su Yunfei's expression changed suddenly, but after careful thought, she felt it was unlikely. After all, the one she had asked her friend in Yanjing about was an undoubted scoundrel. The Chen Ze mentioned by Xie Wanjing was a completely different species from her scoundrel fiancé. Indeed, his name is Chen Ze, Chun from the east of the ear, and Ze meaning to deplete the water for fishing. Xie Wanjing showed a strange expression. Do you know him? Su Yunfei's social circle was vast, reaching from Yanjing to the South Sea, so it was not surprising for her to know some powerful figures she hadn't interacted with. I don't know him. Su Yunfei shook her head, ending the topic. In her view, the two were probably just sharing the same name after all their temperaments were too different. What are you all talking about? Chen Ze stretched his arm over Xie Wanjing's fragrant shoulder, his hand continuously rubbing her silky black hair. That was quite impressive just now. You even took Lin Danqing as your little brother. Xie Wanjing snorted coldly, her arms crossed over her chest. Unexpectedly, the newly acquired little brother Lin Danqing immediately defended Chen Ze's sister-in-law. It was indeed my fault, just now. Oh, I spoke disrespectfully to my big brother first. It is only right for my big brother to teach me a lesson. Lin Danqing, are you all right? Do you really regard Chen Ze as your big brother? Xie Wanjing thought that Lin Danqing was just forced to yield due to Chen Ze's martial power. A man's word is his bond. Even a team of 4 horses cannot chase it back. Since I have acknowledged Chen Ge as my big brother, he will forever be my big brother. Lin Danqing spoke these words somewhat reluctantly. Others don't know just how formidable Chen Ze's martial power is, but he understands it deeply himself. Forget it. If you want to be his little brother, then go ahead. Xie Wanjing didn't care. Since the hierarchy was already chaotic, she would let it be. The Lin family probably wouldn't seek an explanation from the Xie family over this matter. While the few of them were chatting, they had unknowingly arrived at the reserved private room. The room was large enough to accommodate nearly 100 people dining at the same time. As the organizer of the banquet, Su Yunfei naturally sat at the head seat. The seating arrangement was made according to family strength and individual qualifications from beginning to end. Logically speaking, Chen Ze was nameless and formless, merely Xie Wanjing's male companion, so sitting beside her was only natural. However, Zhao Xiqiu couldn't stand Chen Ze and wanted to deliberately make things difficult for him. Yunfei, I believe you know the rules of seating. It is only right for Xie Wanjing to sit in that position, but what does it mean for Chen Ze to sit beside her? Doesn't that imply that all the young talents present are not as good as him? Zhao Xiqiu's strategy was quite sinister, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only did she throw the remaining issues to Su Yunfei, but she also successfully provoked the young talents of Jiangling. The reason these people came was to make friends and expand their networks, and to give Su Yunfei a face. Chen Ze was obviously not one of them, yet he sat in the top position, which was simply rubbing their faces in the dirt. If Su Yunfei did not clarify the matter, her image in these people's hearts would inevitably plummet. Su Yunfei had long anticipated that Zhao Xiqiu would come to make things unpleasant. Propping her chin with one hand, she smiled and explained, logically speaking, Chen Ze indeed shouldn't be sitting in this position, but he is Lin Danqing's big brother. If I arranged for him to sit behind Lin Danqing, wouldn't that be too disrespectful to the Lin family? Seeing that the criticism was directed at him, Lin Danqing immediately stood up with a loud clap from his chair and stretched his back. Chen Ze is my big brother. If you feel that the seating arrangement is unreasonable, feel free to come to me anytime, and I guarantee you a satisfactory response. In the end, Lin Danqing involuntarily twisted his neck and stretched his muscles. This was not soliciting opinions, it was clearly a threat. Some dissatisfied individuals exchanged glances, looking at each other before lowering their heads. Chen Ze, the focus of everyone's discussion, was currently leaning against Xie Wanjing's shoulder, resting with his eyes closed. Today he had exhausted too much physical strength and energy. 2 uses of the ultimate punch intent, and 1 use of the secret technique to seal acupoints. Each use placed a tremendous burden on his spirit. In his current state, he could use the ultimate punch intent at most 1 more time, which was his limit. Today's banquet is not as simple as it appears, but 1 use of the ultimate punch intent would already suffice for dealing with the upcoming events. If all else fails, there are always the points for the lottery. By the way, he had accumulated so many villain points this afternoon, and he could use them for the lottery. Attendral, thank you for your patronage. Attendral, thank you for your patronage. Damn, this is toxic. Chen Ze felt it was quite absurd. His luck was simply too poor. What are you rambling about? What's toxic? Xia Wanjing extended her delicate finger and gently patted Chen Ze's cheek. At that moment, the lottery wheel in front of Chen Ze suddenly landed in the purple area. The purple zone. That must be the purple reward. Second only to the golden reward. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a supreme immortal crystal. A supreme immortal crystal. As a palm-sized crystalline stone, pure as spring water, appeared in his hand, his acupoints instantly flared open, automatically absorbing the spiritual energy radiating from its surface. Chen Ze opened the shop interface to check the price of this supreme immortal crystal. Good heavens, 100 million antagonist points. This was the second highest price in the entire shop, surpassed only by the 10,000 Ian's Azure Emperor art valued at 10 billion antagonist points. Even Xia Wanqing, simmering with jealousy day after day for her entire life, could never amass such a sum. Yet this supreme immortal crystal was precisely what he needed to resolve the cultivation bottlenecks of the 10,000 Ian's Azure Emperor art. Chen Ze, are you all right? From Xia Wanqing's perspective, Chen Ze had been standing there grinning foolishly. He suddenly snapped his eyes open and wiped drool from the corner of his mouth. Haha, no problem, no problem. What on earth are you grinning about? By the way, how is Lu Shui? She was simply taken home by her family, completely unharmed. She'll likely return to school tomorrow. If she's fine, why did she turn off her phone? I thought something terrible had happened. Can a living person vanish into thin air? Fine. If she's fine, then why do you always look so irritable? Chen Ze sighed inwardly. What on earth makes me seem irritable? Women truly were irrational creatures. Once the banquet commenced, waitstaff began serving dishes one after another. Indeed, the culinary standard at Shengshi Huading was nothing short of extravagant. Chen Ze wasted no time on courtesy. He devoured a medium-rare steak in one bite and drained a bottle of wine worth tens of thousands in a single unbroken gulp. Xia Wanqing watched his disgraceful table manners and instinctively lowered her head, then gave his calf a sharp, discreet kick with her foot. Eat more slowly. No one's rushing you. Though it appeared merely a light nudge, the sensation carried unmistakable, deliberate allure. Chen Ze seized the moment, gently clamping her calf between his own. What are you doing? There are people watching. Who told you to let your leg wander? Setting down his wine glass, he dabbed his lips with a napkin, then with both hands now free, slid one beneath the tablecloth. Xia Wanqing's face flushed crimson, her body trembled. No, not here. Will you dare again, next time? No, I won't. Chen Ze withdrew his hand, glanced at the time, rose, and left the private dining room, heading straight for the restroom. No sooner had he stepped inside, turned on the faucet, and rinsed his hands than he heard a middle-aged man cursing nearby. Damn it. You broke our hotel's property and think you can just walk away. Not a chance. Calmly drying his hands, Chen Ze strode out of the restroom. In the corridor stood a well-dressed middle-aged man, black-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, as he berated an 18 or 19-year-old girl. According to the plot, this young woman was a classmate of Ye Tian's, Song Qingyi. Song Qingyi had been renowned as the school's beauty during her high school years in Jiangling. Though her family circumstances were humble, her father had passed away early and her mother worked as a domestic helper for a wealthy local merchant's household. Coincidentally, the affluent family employed her mother, and they had a sole son named Sun Haiyang, who happened to be Song Qingyi's classmate. Upon learning that Song Qingyi was the maid's daughter, Sun Haiyang became obsessed with possessing her. Later, he fabricated a pretext, claiming her mother had shattered an expensive vase, and invited Song Qingyi out for dinner. She accepted and they dined alone at the hotel. During the meal, Sun Haiyang attempted to assault her, but met fierce resistance. In the ensuing struggle, Song Qingyi accidentally shattered a set of the hotel's custom-made, exorbitantly priced tableware. The hotel manager arrived shortly thereafter, already acquainted with Sun Haiyang, and the two colluded, deciding to coerce and intimidate Song Qingyi into submission. Chen Ze mentally traced through this cliched melodramatic storyline and resolved to rewrite the script entirely. Two men ganging up on a single girl. Do you take this place for your personal fiefdom? A cigarette dangled lazily from his lips. His tailored suit somehow conveyed the aura of a hardened thug. Kid, I'd advise you not to interfere in other people's business. The hotel manager frowned. I've no taste for meddling, just plain dislike of your face. Chen Ze chuckled softly, stepped forward, and drove a brutal punch deep into the manager's abdomen. Ugh! The man's body folded violently, like a puppet with its strings cut, arching into a perfect 90-degree angle before crashing hard against the wall and collapsing unconscious. Chen Ze had no patience for further bluster. He knew this type would chatter endlessly if given half a chance. Having dealt with the blustering hollow manager, he glanced coolly at Sun Heong and scoffed, making no move toward him. Sun Heong mistook the restraint for fear. Instead of fleeing, he remained rooted in place, wearing a smug go-ahead-and-hit-him expression. Song Qingyi stood trembling slightly, still reeling from shock. Chen Ze appraised her from head to toe. To call her undernourished would be misleading. Yet her figure bore a pair of striking voluptuous curves utterly disproportionate to her slender frame. Chen Ze approached, gently pinched her delicate cheek, then gripped her shoulders and turned her squarely towards Sun Heong. Would you like to beat him? Go ahead, however you wish. Even to death, if you choose. Song Qingyi gazed up at him, with eyes clear and luminous as mountain springs. After a pause, she whispered, "Will you stand behind me?" Chen Ze withdrew the Shengshi Huading Platinum Black card from his pocket. Upon opening the hotel's 3 shareholders, each commissioned one such exclusive card. Cardholders enjoyed unlimited purchases at full retail price, the amounts deducted directly from their profit dividends. More than mere status, the card represented actual equity in Shengshi Huading. This card functioned only in the hands of its original shareholder. If found in another's possession, only 2 explanations existed. Either it had been lost and recovered, or the shareholder had changed. The Platinum Black card Chen Ze held belonged to Shengshi Huading's principal shareholder, the largest stakeholder of all. In other words, whoever held this card instantly became the hotel's dominant owner. Song Qingyi accepted it, puzzled. Does this card hold special significance? You'll understand once you strike him. The girl moistened her lips, lifted her gaze, and asked, "What must I give in return?" "Truthfully, selling you wouldn't fetch even half its worth." "Is that so? Then consider me bought." She accepted the card and walked steadily towards Sun Heong. Sun Heong sneered. "Do you seriously believe waving some scrap of plastic makes you royalty? Let me tell you, my father is a VIP guest here. If you lay a finger on me, you're finished, and your mother will fall with you." Slap. Song Qingyi struck him across the face, then drove a swift, brutal kick into his gut. Sun Heong crumpled to the floor, his face contorted with rage. "You bitch, you actually dared." He lunged upward, ready to retaliate. Chen Ze stepped forward and kicked him aside like discarded refuse. Sun Heong slammed into the wall, blood gushing from his mouth, his head lolling sideways as he slipped into unconsciousness. Passing guests screamed in terror. Staff rushed in, immediately summoning senior management. Chen Ze lightly patted Song Qingyi's shoulder. "I'm leaving now, the rest is yours." Song Qingyi did not panic or collapse into tears at his sudden departure. Instead, she stood still, calmly awaiting law enforcement to take her into custody. She had never truly believed Chen Ze would help her, yet she trusted without doubt that he would intervene when danger loomed. That certainty alone was enough. "Manager Wong. Manager Sun, are you all right?" Security guards rushed to the scene the moment they heard the commotion. Seeing the lobby manager collapsed on the floor, they immediately helped him to his feet. Don't move, my kidneys hurt." Wang Fuchuan already suffered from chronic kidney weakness. The kick delivered by Chen Ze left him severely injured. Recovery would likely take at least a year. "Manager Wang, shall we call the police? Or—" "Of course we'll call the police." "Wait, don't go yet." Leaning heavily on a security guard's shoulder while clutching his lower back, Wang Fuchuan said, "First get me to the hospital." He had taken only 2 unsteady steps when he suddenly recalled something unresolved. He turned and scanned the surroundings. The young woman he'd just coerced was still there. Where was Sun Heong? Wang Fuchuan searched carefully until he spotted a foot protruding from behind a massive Celadone porcelain vase. "Hold on, don't leave yet." To another guard, he ordered sharply, "Quickly take that young man to the hospital. If anyone delays or neglects this, we're all finished today." He had been knocked unconscious by Chen Ze's kick. Everything afterward remained a blank to him. Yet unless fate had intervened, Sun Heong was almost certainly beaten by that same man. Gazing upon Sun Heong's pitiful state, Wang Fuchuan shuddered inwardly. Disaster. Given how fiercely protective his father was, he'd likely be summoned as early as tomorrow. Who in heaven's name was this divine being? Even heroism demanded discretion. Timing and context mattered. "Why are you still here?" Wang Fuchuan turned his gaze towards Song Qingyi. Song Qingyi lowered her head in silence, her fingers tightly gripping the supreme black card gifted by Chen Ze. "Manager Wang is speaking to you." The head of security, ever the opportunist, spoke with practiced authority. The formidable ones were untouchable, but a frail, defenseless young woman. "That was fair game. I'm the one who struck Sun Heong. I struck him." She lifted her head, her expression glacial, unyielding. "What?" Wang Fuchuan thought he must have misheard. He pressed again urgently, "Did you say you struck Sun Heong?" He knew her capabilities all too well. How could such a delicate, seemingly fragile girl possibly inflict such grievous harm upon Sun Heong? "Yes, it was me." "How intriguing." Wang Fuchuan sneered coldly. "You're surely aware of Sun Heong's family background. Do you truly comprehend the consequences of uttering those words?" As the two exchanged words, Wei Wujian, the CEO of Shengshi Huading, arrived on the scene. A man in his 30s, he exuded an aura of seasoned composure clearly forged through trials and tribulations. He had received prior notice from upper management signs of Jiangling's most influential families were gathering for dinner here, so he'd arrived early to oversee the event. He'd even paused briefly to greet Su Yunfei, only to receive an urgent report moments later. A disturbance had erupted within the hotel. Coincidentally, it occurred on the very same floor. "Good evening, Director Wei," Wang Fuchuan and the guards chorused respectfully. "What exactly happened here?" Director Wei Sun Haiyang, the son of Sun Hongyun, CEO of Hongyun E-Commerce, came here for dinner with a classmate. His companion accidentally broke some hotel tableware, so I waived the compensation fee. Then, without warning or provocation, a man suddenly appeared and assaulted both me and young Master Sun. Tell me, is there any law left in this world? Any justice? Is that how it happened? Wei Wujian turned his gaze upon the surrounding guards. None knew the full truth, and all fell silent, eyes cast downward. Why does no one speak up? Go, retrieve the surveillance footage, now. The guards scattered like startled birds. After noticing Song Qingyi, Wei Wujian asked directly, "Your Sun Haiyang's classmate, correct? Please tell us precisely what transpired." I struck Sun Haiyang. "Are you certain you alone could reduce him to this state?" Wei Wujian frowned. Deceit in his presence was unforgivable. This slender, seemingly fragile girl possessed no conceivable strength to deliver such devastation. Young Master Sun has regained consciousness. A guard supporting Sun Haiyang exclaimed, elated. Sun Haiyang opened his eyes weakly and rasped, "Contact my father, immediately. If I don't cripple that bastard today, I'll take his surname instead of my own." Wei Wujian shot Wang Fuchuan a meaningful glance. Wang Fuchuan understood instantly. He pulled out his phone and began dialing reinforcements. Sun Haiyang shoved aside his supporter and staggered unsteadily towards Song Qingyi. "Song Qingyi, do you honestly believe that man will protect you? He merely avoided offending me. Don't mistake my affection for weakness. You won't trample upon me and defile my dignity. Let me make this clear. I want you. Not even the celestial sovereign himself could stop me. That is my word." Song Qingyi remained unmoved. "Have you finished speaking? Worthless fool. Damn it." Sun Haiyang raised his hand to strike her, but Chen Ze's kick had inflicted unbearable agony. His arm froze halfway, then recoiled as pain seared through his entire body. "Once I find that bastard, you'll watch. Watch closely, as he's utterly broken." Gasping for breath, Sun Haiyang turned to Wang Fuchuan. "When will my father's people arrive?" "They're already en route. Should be here shortly." Sun Haiyang nodded in satisfaction, then instructed a guard, "Take the card from that wretched girl's hand. I want to see what kind of card that bastard gave her." The guard easily snatched the black card from Song Qingyi's grasp. Wei Wujian, expecting the matter resolved, prepared to depart, until the card caught his eye, arresting his movement. "Wait, bring that black card here. Let me examine it." The guard stood frozen between them, uncertain whom to obey. Sun Haiyang chuckled dryly and waved dismissively. "Uncle Wei, no need. Likely just an overdrawn credit card." Ignoring him, Wei Wujian took the card, and his brow furrowed instantly. He turned sharply to Song Qingyi and demanded, voice urgent, "Where did you obtain this card?" "Someone gifted it to me." "Who? What is his name?" "I don't know." Wei Wujian immediately dialed the hotel's principal owner to verify the card's authenticity. The reply stunned him. 51% of Shengshi Huading's equity had officially been transferred to the Beijing Qin family, and whoever held this card was by legal mandate the hotel's supreme proprietor. After a long silence, Wei Wujian solemnly returned the black card to Song Qingyi. Sun Haiyang frowned. "Uncle Wei, I haven't even seen it yet. Why return it to her?" "Do not address me as Uncle Wei. Our relationship is not that familiar." Abandoning neutrality, Wei Wujian spoke with icy detachment. "She is Shengshi Huading's largest shareholder. Why wouldn't I return what rightfully belongs to her?" "Uncle Wei, surely you jest. How could she possibly be the hotel's majority shareholder?" Sun Haiyang laughed, a bitter, incredulous sound, as if hearing the greatest absurdity in the world. "Forgive me, Uncle Wei, but perhaps your vision has dimmed. She's merely a penniless student. Her mother works as our family's housekeeper. If she owns Shengshi Huading, then my father must be the wealthiest man in Longhua. Cease this Uncle Wei nonsense. We are not close enough for such familiarity." Turning to the guards, Wei Wujian commanded, voice steel cold, "No one, not even her father, may remove Sun Haiyang without my explicit permission." Sun Haiyang stared dumbfounded. What on earth had just happened? One moment alliance, next betrayal. Humiliated and enraged, he snapped, "So what if I call you Uncle Wei? Does that make you my elder?" Wei Wujian refused to waste another word on this spoiled heir. To speak further would be a desecration of life itself. Arrogance invites heavenly retribution. His sole imperative now was choosing sides wisely, to avoid being consumed in the conflagration of others' downfall. Even Song Qingyi stood bewildered by Wei Wujian's sudden reversal. When had she become Shengshi Huading's principal shareholder? Was it truly only because of that stranger's supreme black card? Before she could unravel the mystery, Wei Wujian turned to his administrative staff and ordered crisply, "Escort our esteemed proprietor to the executive office, immediately." After hearing Wei Wujiang's instructions, the administrative assistant immediately walked to Song Qingyi's side and stammered, "Hello, boss. My name is Yuwenwen. You can just call me Xiaowen from now on." Song Qingyi softly asked, "Can you explain how I suddenly became a major shareholder of Shengshi Huading? Some things are not very clear to discuss here. Why don't we step into the office to talk? I promise to tell you everything I know." Yuwenwen said, her hands hanging nervously at her abdomen. Anyone would be anxious upon receiving news of a new boss, even if the girl before her was younger than her. The more she couldn't grasp the other person's character, the more nervous she became, fearing that any mistake could cost her job. Song Qingyi wasn't foolish. On the contrary, she was quite intelligent. From Wei Wujiang's reaction after acquiring the black card and his sudden change of attitude, it was evident that the root of everything stemmed from that black card. However, what puzzled her was, since it was such a valuable item, why did he unhesitatingly hand it to her, a complete stranger? Was it merely because he intervened on her behalf when he saw injustice, or perhaps he had ulterior motives? With her mind filled with questions, Song Qingyi followed Yuwenwen to the president's exclusive office. From the style of the office decor, it seemed the previous major shareholder was also a woman, and indeed a very cultured and successful one. Song Qingyi sat in the soft leather chair, the panoramic glass window before her offering a breathtaking view of the vibrant city center of Jiangling. "Boss, I still don't know your surname," Yuwenwen asked respectfully while standing to the side. "My name is Song Qingyi," she replied, her fingers lightly tapping on the desk. She was a person with strong adaptability. No matter the environment, she could remain calm under pressure. Yuwenwen couldn't help but marvel at Song Qingyi's almost supernatural ability to adapt. When she first entered this place, she couldn't even stand there without trembling legs, let alone sit in the boss seat. In a low voice, Song Qingyi asked, "What exactly is the situation with that black card?" Yuwenwen hurriedly explained, "The black card is a special shareholder card issued by Shengshi Huading, which only the 3 shareholders who are founders possess. The supreme black card you hold in your hand is the same one held by the major shareholder. Just now the person named Wei said that I currently hold 51 of the shares in Shengshi Huading, but I haven't signed any share transfer agreement. How can it be determined that I am the major boss?" Song Qingyi pointed out the underlying issue. This, Yuwenwen didn't know how to respond. She was just an employee responsible for the company's administrative management and didn't know much. Knock, knock. Suddenly a knocking sound came from outside the door. "Please come in." The office door was pushed open. Wei Wujiang slowly walked in. "Mr. Wei," Yuwenwen quickly bowed. "You can leave for now. Oh, I have some matters to discuss with the major boss." "Sure." Yuwenwen immediately turned and left the office. Wei Wujiang was very familiar with the environment here, strolling leisurely to the panoramic glass window overlooking the vibrant night scene of the city. "Manager, you should have briefly explained the matter of the black card to you. I know you're curious about how just a black card can lead me to refer to you as the major boss in front of so many people. Mr. Wei, just say what you want to say directly." Sun Haiyang was right. I am just an ordinary freshman at Jiang University, and my mother is still working as a nanny in his home, taking care of the family's daily needs. Song Qingyi recounted her identity information as if it were a treasured narrative, her demeanor neither servile nor arrogant, her voice strong and clear. Wei Wujiang's impression of her immediately improved significantly. He initially thought that a certain rich heir from the Chen family merely found her beautiful and wanted to gift her the entire Shengshi Huading. However, from Song Qingyi's demeanor and speech, it was clear that she was not just a pretty vase, but a gem with immense potential. "I just called the major boss. Her shares in Shengshi Huading have all been transferred to the Chen family of Yanjing." Wei Wujiang slowly turned around and smiled lightly, saying, "You might not understand the Chen family of Yanjing, but I can clearly tell you that in the future you might just be able to step into the Chen family's ancestral hall." "Are you saying that the person who gave me the card is from the Chen family of Yanjing?" "Exactly." Wei Wujiang nodded and continued, "That's why I was willing to sever ties with Sun Haiyang's father to protect you." "Is the Chen family very powerful?" Song Qingyi was unaware of the Chen family of Yanjing. She didn't even know about the 4 major families of Jiangling, as her social circle was not sufficient to grasp the connections of the upper class. However, from what Wei Wujiang said, it was clear that the Chen family of Yanjing was extraordinarily powerful, at least not a family that Sun Haiyang could afford to offend. Despite being mentally prepared, Song Qingyi couldn't help but gasp. If what Wei Wujiang said was true, then the Chen family's power was indeed somewhat outrageous. No wonder Wei Wujiang would risk offending Sun Haiyang to protect her. It turned out he didn't want to offend the Chen family. Although she had no ties to the Chen family, That card was indeed a gift from a member of the Chen family. I only know this much, the night's drama isn't over yet. Sun Haiying's father won't let this go easily, and will definitely send someone to stir trouble. Wei Wujiang was also curious about which branch of the Chen family the person who gave Song Qingyi the card belonged to. Buzz buzz buzz. At that moment the security guard from the monitoring room called. Mr. Wei, we've found the person who injured Manager Wang and young Master Sun. He's currently in box 888. As expected, Wei Wujiang revealed a knowing smile. Alright, I understand. Keep a close watch on Sun Haiying and Wang Fuchuan, or no one can leave without my orders. Rest assured, Mr. Wei, I will ensure the task is completed. After the call ended, Wei Wujiang looked at Song Qingyi and said, the person who gave you the card is now in box 888. I will go see him shortly, and if everything goes smoothly, remember to come here tomorrow to sign the share transfer contract. In that case, I will await your good news, Mr. Wei. Song Qingyi stood up and handed over her contact information. The two exchanged glances, their thoughts understood without words. Wei Wujiang was just an employee. He didn't care who the boss was. He initially thought his career would remain at this position forever. However, Song Qingyi's appearance ignited his ambition to climb higher. As long as he could maintain a good rapport with Song Qingyi, it would be tantamount to having one foot in the door of the Chen family. Power and status would be within easy reach. Song Qingyi also wanted to leverage Wei Wujiang's support to establish her footing in Jiangling. She was not someone who craved wealth and splendor. She simply wanted to live a better life to ensure her mother's well-being and to live with dignity in this world. Although they hadn't engaged in deep conversation, their gazes had already established a partnership. Wei Wujiang would be responsible for paving the way for her and removing dissenters. She would in turn utilize the connections of the Chun family to advance further. Of course, all of this depended on Chen Ze's approval. Room 888. After Chen Ze resolved the issue with Song Qingyi, he immediately returned to the private room. At this moment, the people in the room were chatting and discussing among themselves. Xia Wanqing frowned and said, you actually know how to come back. Isn't it because of you? Chen Ze shrugged. You still say? You just grabbed me so hard that it hurt. Xia Wanqing's chest heaved with anger as she stretched out her hand ready to hit him. If Chen Ze were to mention that he had gone out to be a hero and also gifted the Shengshi hooting to a girl he had never met before. With her jealous nature, she would be infuriated. By the way, while you were in the restroom, General Wei from Shengshi hooting personally came over to toast us. Really? This happened? Chen Ze was very familiar with Wei Wujian. He was very business-minded and efficient in his work. According to the original storyline, Wei Wujian indeed came in to toast, and his purpose was quite evident, to win people's hearts and build connections. Later, this guy followed Ye Tian to conquer the world using the limited resources he had to create a business empire for Ye Tian. It was he who united multiple financial groups and crushed all of the Chun family's business plans. General Wei said he would cover today's expenses and even gave each of us a membership card. Xia Wanqing took out the membership card from Shengshi Huading along with a shopping mall membership points card, waving them in front of her. Chen Ze was unmoved, even feeling a bit amused. However, he pretended to envy her, saying, what about mine? You didn't even ask for one for me. No, it's because you went to the restroom at that time. Xia Wanqing huffed lightly, putting the two cards back into her handbag, as if afraid Chen Ze would snatch them away. It's just a membership card, so stingy. He'll get you 2 supreme black cards in a couple of days. You just keep dreaming. Xia Wanqing pouted. There are only 3 supreme black cards, and only the 3 founders hold them. How could you possibly get one? Believe it or not, what if I say I got one? If you really got the supreme black card, I'll give you this membership card in my hand. While you're taking all the benefits and I'm not doing it. Chen Ze waved his hand, indicating he wouldn't engage in a losing deal. So what do you want to do? Xia Wanqing blinked her beautiful eyes, knowing without thinking that Chen Ze was up to no good. What bad thoughts could I have? Chen Ze looked Xia Wanqing up and down, his gaze finally focusing on her long fair legs. Xia Wanqing felt a bit uneasy under his gaze, covering the large areas of exposed fair skin with her hands, and coyly said, what are you looking at? Just looking, it won't cost me any flesh. Chen Ze turned his head, picked up a piece of abalone, and slowly chewed it, savoring the taste. No wonder this is the top hotel in Jiangling. The chef's skills are indeed good. As he spoke, Chen Ze picked up a sea cucumber and placed it in Xia Wanqing's bowl. Eat it while it's hot. They won't taste good if it cools down. Xia Wanqing felt that Chen Ze was hinting at something. Chen Ze lightly coughed and said, actually, I don't have many requirements. It's just. Xia Wanqing's heart raced, thinking Chen Ze wanted that, when suddenly the door of the room was pushed open. Wei Wujian came over again. I brought 2 bottles of red wine, and I hope I didn't interrupt your meal. Wei Wujian said with a smile, then waved to indicate the waiter to bring the red wine. He had just gone to the security monitoring room to check the surveillance playback. This time his main purpose was to find out who had given Song Qingyi the supreme black card among these people. Chen Ze was sitting relatively close to the front, and with Xiao Wangqing's stunning appearance beside him, he quickly locked his gaze on Chen Ze. Wei Wujian walked straight up to Chen Ze, raised a glass of red wine, and smiled. "Hello, young Master Chen. My name is Wei Wujian, the vice president of this hotel, responsible for managing the entire hotel's operations. So you're General Wei. Oh, I heard people mention you just now. I truly apologize." No, it should be me who is apologizing." Wei Wujian poured himself a glass and then lowered his voice, saying, "Did young Master Chen hit a lobby manager just now when you went to the restroom?" Xiao Wangqing was beside them, clearly hearing their conversation. "What? Chen Ze just went out and hit a hotel staff member. Chen Ze, how can you hit people casually?" Xiao Wangqing frowned and questioned. Wei Wujian quickly explained to avoid misunderstandings, saying what young Master Chen taught was the lobby manager who couldn't distinguish right from wrong and reversed black and white. Even if young Master Chen hadn't acted, I would have personally cleared out the issue. All this. Xiao Wangqing was thrown into confusion. Turns out she had spoken out of turn. Feeling embarrassed, she walked aside. Chen Ze took out a lighter, lit a cigarette, and said, "I did hit him, but General Wei shouldn't have come for such a trivial matter, right? I came to personally confirm whether you really plan to transfer the Supreme Black Card to her. What else would I mean?" Chen Ze chuckled. "What you want to say is about the equity issue, right? I estimate that someone from the Chen family will come to connect with you tomorrow, so you don't need to worry about this." Wei Wujian received a satisfactory answer, and then said with a smile, "Young Master Chen indeed has a grand plan. Just assist her sincerely from now on, and as for what you want, I can satisfy you provided you deliver results for me." Chen Ze's support for Wei Wujian and Song Qingyi to help him conquer the world had its reasons. Although his father Chen Chongqing was a top tycoon in Yanjing and had a certain influence globally, it also attracted a lot of attention. On the surface, everything seemed calm, but dark currents were surging beneath. Chen Ze was currently completely free-range in a different city, and those old folks naturally wouldn't put their minds on him, the playboy. This also gave him an opportunity to develop. Xiao Wangqing listened to their conversation, feeling completely lost, not understanding a word. "General Wei's son is here with people." A security guard rushed in. "How many people did he bring?" "He only brought one person." "One person?" Wei Wujian frowned. This didn't seem like Sun Hongyun's style. Chen Ze thought to himself, just as expected. That martial arts enthusiast really came. The martial arts enthusiast Chen Ze referred to was Sun Hongyun's brother Sun Hongtao. Sun Hongtao had been obsessed with martial arts since childhood, and despite his family's opposition went alone to the Penlai Islands to learn. After over a decade of hard training, he finally reached the master level. Now back in Jiangling, he prepared to join forces with his brother Sun Hongyun to revitalize the family. Chen Ze knew this was a tough opponent, and with Wei Wujian's capabilities, it wouldn't be enough to handle. Boom. Just as Chen Ze was about to walk out, the door of the private room was suddenly kicked open. Sun Hongtao stood with his arms crossed, looking coldly at everyone, saying, "Who injured my nephew? Step forward, otherwise none of you can leave today." Sun Hongtao radiated overwhelming blood energy and an awe-inspiring aura. Through relentless external cultivation, day after day hammering his flesh and bones, refining sinews and marrow, he had forged an indomitable physique. Were he to steady his mind and temper his spirit in the remote mountains and deep forests, he might yet ascend to the earth profound realm in the future. Martial cultivators in this world are ranked from lowest to highest: mortal stage, celestial stage, grandmaster, earth profound, and heaven transcendent. A mortal stage cultivator can lift a bronze cauldron weighing 1,000 jin with bare hands. A celestial stage cultivator commands internal martial arts, the flow of inner force. Upon reaching Grandmaster, one gains the power to found sects and establish schools. With but a flutter of petals or a flick of fallen leaves, one may strike down an opponent. Many martial artists spend their entire lives striving and failing to attain the Grandmaster realm. As for the earth profound realm, only reclusive elders ancient as time itself possess such strength. Even the legendary demon blade, famed for his terrifying might, stands only at the peak of the earth profound realm, merely a half step away from heaven transcendent. The heaven transcendent realm is so rare that scarcely one appears per century. At just over 30, Sun Hongtao had ascended to the Grandmaster realm, not solely through talent or cultivation, but largely by fortune. Among those present at the banquet, only Lin Danqing and Chen Ze were martial cultivators. All others were ordinary mortals untouched by cultivation. Lin Danqing hurried to Chen Ze's side and whispered, "Elder brother, this man is formidable, likely a Grandmaster." "Just a Grandmaster. Are you afraid?" "Afraid?" Lin Danqing gave a self-deprecating laugh. "I've never feared anyone in my life." Then, sensing something amiss, he hastily added, "Well, except for you, elder brother. No one else commands my respect." "Enough banter. You're no match for him. Take your sister-in-law and the others and withdraw immediately." "And what of you? What will happen to you once we're gone?" Lin Danqing couldn't help but worry for Chen Ze's safety. "If I've chosen to stay, it means I'm certain of victory. Don't trouble yourself on my account." "I knew it." Elder brother is truly peerless. Lin Danqing turned and retreated into the crowd. He knew remaining would only burden Chen Ze. Better to first escort these wealthy young masters away than devise another plan. Worst came to worst, he'd swallow his pride and call his family for reinforcements. Even if the Lin clan had declined somewhat, it still counted grandmasters among its ranks. As Sun Hongtao advanced step by step, the young heirs and heiresses of prominent clans grew increasingly tense. Su Yunfei, however, was no stranger to high-stakes confrontation. She strode forward, meeting Sun Hongtao's gaze squarely. I don't care who injured your nephew, but don't you think barging uninvited into someone's private dinner is profoundly uncivilized? Sun Hongyun suddenly stepped forward, fixed his eyes on Su Yunfei, and spoke in a low, grave tone. Miss Su, I bear no ill will toward you or your companions. I seek only the one who harmed my son. Hand him over, and I swear not a single hair on your head shall be disturbed. Su Yunfei's brows knotted tightly. Clearly he was resolved, determined to unearth the culprit at any cost. During the gathering, no one except Chen Ze had left his seat. Her gaze flickered instinctively toward Chen Ze before she lifted her head and asked, Senior son, do you have evidence? Evidence? Sun Hongyun let out a cold, mirthless laugh, then turned to Wang Fuchuan behind him. Go, point him out. Wang Fuchuan swallowed hard, clutching his lower back, and tremulously entered the private dining room. Wei Wujian's voice cut like ice. Manager Wang, you do well to choose your words with utmost care. Wang Fuchuan dared not meet Wei Wujian's intimidating gaze. This was a moment of allegiance, a crossroads. As a mere hall manager, he held less weight than a sesame seed. Offending either side meant ruin. Yet now he had no choice but to name Chen Ze. Otherwise his demise would be far more grotesque than anyone else's. It's him who struck young Master Sun. Wang Fuchuan swept his gaze across the room, then locked it firmly upon Chen Ze. Very well. Sun Hongyun glanced briefly at Chen Ze, then addressed Su Yunfei, and the others, you may leave now. Su Yunfei hesitated, still hoping to shield Chen Ze. Senior son, might I ask a favor of the Su clan? Could this matter be laid to rest here and now? Miss Su, the Su clan wields great influence in Jiangling, but today I choose not to grant you that favor. My patience wears thin. Please depart immediately, or I shall have no qualms about severing all ties. Sun Hongyun's expression darkened. What was the Su clan's prestige worth? In times past he might have shown deference, but the present was different. His younger brother had returned. Not only that, but he had brought with him an immensely powerful patron. With such a patron standing behind him, what was one mere Su clan? Even should he stand opposed to every clan in Jiangling, he would fear nothing. Xia Wanqing gradually grasped the gravity of the situation. Clutching Su Yunfei's hand, she whispered anxiously, Yunfei, will Chen Ze be all right? I cannot say. A faint bitter smile crossed Su Yunfei's lips. Were a senior clan expert present, I'd face him without hesitation. But under current circumstances, even if I wish to protect Chen Ze, I am powerless. Lin Danqing interjected, sister-in-law. You must trust elder brother's strength. Staying would only hinder him. Xia Wanqing quietly withdrew her hand from Su Yunfei's and declared, voice resolute, you go ahead. I'll remain. Have you lost your mind? Su Yunfei's brows drew tight. I'm perfectly sane. Xia Wanqing's gaze remained calm and steady. I know I may become a liability, but didn't Danqing just say it? Chen Ze may yet prevail against that hulking brute. Lin Danqing had spoken offhand. Truth be told, he himself had no idea whether Chen Ze could truly defeat the man. If you won't leave, neither will I. Su Yunfei sighed softly. Lin Danqing added, if neither of you departs, then neither shall I. A pack of lunatics. Zhao Xiqiu rolled her eyes at the trio, snatched her purse, and promptly fled the perilous scene. Who knew when the Sun brothers might snap and slaughter them all? The moment Zhao Xiqiu departed, the rest followed suit without hesitation. Only Wei Wujian, Su Yunfei, Xia Wanqing, Lin Danqing, and Chen Ze remained in the room. Sun Hongyun checked the time on his wristwatch, then raised his head and gestured dismissively, begin. Sun Hongtao had been chafing at the bit. In an instant his figure blurred, reappearing directly before Chen Ze. Chen Ze, beware. Xia Wanqing cried out sharply. Sister-in-law, no need to fret. I'll test his mettle first. Lin Danqing shot forward, launching a flying kick straight at Sun Hongtao's shoulder, only to be struck midair by a single devastating punch that sent him hurtling backward. Thud. Lin Danqing felt as though his foot had struck solid iron. Before he could react, his body crashed violently into the wall. For one so young, your strength is commendable, but alas, your opponent is me. Sun Hongtao retracted his fist, a faint mist shimmering over his skin. Such prodigious blood energy. Lin Danqing hadn't anticipated Sun Hongtao's power being this overwhelming. Wiping blood from his mouth, he braced to rise and attack again, only to feel an iron grip clamp down upon his skull, pinning him in place. His head was crushed flat against the wall, twisting grotesquely. With the slightest additional pressure, his skull would burst like an overripe melon. Boy, Do you truly believe I wouldn't dare kill you? Sun Hongtao slowly increased the pressure, regarding Lin Danqing as nothing more than a fragile insect whose life or death hung entirely upon his whim. Since descending from the mountains, this was his first true combat. His pulse quickened with exhilaration. You wish to kill me? Lin Danqing spat a mouthful of blood at him, sneering, you're not worthy. Dare to die? Enraged Sun Hongtao abandoned restraint, preparing to shatter Lin Danqing's life force instantly. Just as Lin Danqing felt his skull begin to splinter, the crushing force vanished, utterly inexplicably. When he opened his eyes again, Chen Ze's silhouette stood calmly before him. And Sun Hongtao, his entire arm had been driven deep into the concrete floor. Lin Danqing rubbed his bloodied, throbbing head, his voice trembling with, "Our brother. Absolutely legendary." Sun Hongtao slowly withdrew his arm, its grotesquely twisted form restored to perfect normalcy within seconds. Rather intriguing. He rotated his neck with a sharp, grating crack. He had assumed Lin Danqing was the strongest martial cultivator here. Yet it turned out to be Chen Ze, unassuming, unremarkable at first glance. Are you also a martial Dao grandmaster? Sun Hongtao spoke with a serene smile, as though the searing pain moments earlier had left no trace upon him. I suppose one could say so. Chen Ze himself remained uncertain of his exact cultivation level. His Baji fist had already broken through to its ultimate stage, and he had awakened the supreme fist intent, the essence of extremes. He had only just begun cultivating the myriad ancient Azure Emperor scripture. Perhaps thanks to the peerless immortal crystal, his chi refinement realm had risen in tandem. Sun Hongtao burst into thunderous laughter. Then in an instant his expression darkened like storm-choked skies. But I have always taken special pleasure in crushing prodigies before they even bloom. You talk far too much. Chen Ze assumed the defensive stance of Baji fist. Sun Hongtao let out a low whistle of astonishment. So you know Baji fist. Are you a disciple of the Baji sect? Baji fist, also known as Mengzuan Baji fist, is the most widely practiced and revered fist art in the realm. Yet among countless practitioners, only a rare few master it fully, and fewer still wield it with lethal precision. Taizu fist. Determined to end this swiftly, Chen Ze clenched both fists, swift as a startled hare, striking like a dragon uncoiling from the depths. An overwhelming pressure descended upon Sun Hongtao like a collapsing mountain. Such formidable fist intent. He had never imagined that this young man, so youthful in appearance, had refined Baji fist to such a terrifying zenith. Taizong fist is one of the core forms within Baji fist. Beyond Taizong fist, Baji fist encompasses Baji frame, Baji fist proper, 6 great openings, 8 great techniques, sealing, broad fist, 6 elbow strikes, Taizong fist, Taizu fist, Hua fist, and Feihu fist, among others. Each technique is razor sharp, each transition unfathomably elusive. Sun Hongtao too was a martial Dao grandmaster. Though momentarily stunned by Chen Ze's oppressive fist intent, he swiftly recovered. 13 bodyguard immortals, iron hardening. His primary cultivation art was a body hardening technique. The 13 bodyguard immortals rendered his flesh as unyielding as bedrock. When Chen Ze's fist struck him full force, it merely drove him back several paces. Spectators behind them gripped their breaths in silent dread. Though Sun Hongtao appeared unscathed on the surface, that single blow had already inflicted grievous internal damage, shattering delicate organs beneath his armored exterior. He bore the agony solely through sheer ironclad endurance. A faint tremor ran through his bones. Then the dented flesh smoothed itself once more, flawless as before. Chen Ze smiled faintly. Remarkable resilience. But I wonder how many more strikes you can endure. 6 elbow fist. Taizong fist. 6 great openings. Chen Ze's fists rained down like a typhoon. Relentless, furious, unstoppable. Even Sun Hongtao's indomitable physique could not withstand the onslaught. He crashed to the ground, spitting a gout of crimson blood. Sun Hongyun cried out anxiously, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Sun Hongtao rose slowly, wiping blood from his lips before retrieving a jet-black pill from his pocket and swallowing it whole. As the pill dissolved, his aura surged violently upward, his vital energy surging anew to its apex. Chen Ze lowered his hands, calm and composed. Consuming forbidden elixirs brings nothing but ruin. Why resort to such desperation? He had instantly discerned the pill's nature, a temporary blood-key enhancer. Within his celestial physician legacy, such substances were strictly classified as forbidden. They were banned for good reason. Irreversible catastrophic harm inevitably followed ingestion. Today you will die. Sun Hongtao's eyes blazed crimson, reason utterly consumed. Chen Ze had clearly overestimated the potency of this crude forbidden elixir. Its side effects manifested with shocking speed. True, he grew stronger, his strength swelling beyond mortal limits. But at the cost of his mind, such a tragic waste. Chen Ze activated the myriad ancient Azure Emperor scripture. His dantian roiled like a churning sea, pale azure spiritual energy coursed through his meridians like living rivers. Though the scripture existed only as a fragmented manual, its chi refinement chapter contained numerous profound arcane arts. Azure Dragon Fist was among the most accessible of these techniques. The gulf between celestial sect arts and mundane martial mastery was truly as vast as heaven and earth. Do not mistake its simplicity for weakness, for when infused with spiritual energy, even this foundational art eclipsed the supreme fist intent in raw power. Chen Ze gathered his momentum and struck. A faint resonant dragon's roar echoed in the air. Boom! Sun Hongtao's diamond-forged body shattered like parchment before the Azure Dragon Fist, pierced clean through. His chest was torn open, flesh and gore spraying outward in a grisly arc. Where the fist had pierced, wisps of chilling white vapor curled upward, residue of volatile spiritual energy evaporating into the air. That vapor marked the dissipation of spiritual energy. One strike. With a single blow, Chen Ze ended Sun Hongtao, even while the latter raged in berserk fury. Sun Hongyun's face drained of all color. Impossible. Chen Ze shrugged off his blood-splattered jacket and turned away. Wu Jian, clean this up. Remove the debris. Don't let it sully your future business. Impossible. It can't be. Sun Hongyun collapsed inward, utterly shattered. They had met only moments ago, yet now stood separated by eternity. Chen Ze stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder. Defeat is defeat. Rather than mourn, consider what lies ahead. Sun Hongyun's heart lurched. Swallowing hard, he whispered, "Who are you?" "Chen Ze. If you ever make it to Yanjing, I'll treat you to fermented soybean juice." "A pity. You won't get that chance." Sun Hongyun let out a hollow laugh, more wrenching than any sob. "Chen, Yanjing." His limbs went numb, his body crumpled lifelessly onto the floor. Chen Ze exited the private room, and in the corridor encountered Sun Heong. Sun Heong was seated on the floor, recovering his breath. At the sight of Chen Ze emerging, he leapt upright and sneered. "Took you long enough. Let me make one thing clear. You could grovel at my feet right now, and I'd still crush you without mercy." "Pathetic." Chen Ze shook his head and walked past, ignoring him entirely. "Hey, where do you think you're going? Did I give you permission to leave?" Sun Heong continued his tirade, until he saw his own father drag past him like a slaughtered beast. In that instant, his mind splintered. Xia Wanqing burst from the private room, frantically searching for Chen Ze. Spotting him waiting by the elevator, she rushed over and seized his arm, voice trembling. "Are you hurt? Are you all right? Let's step outside first." Chen Ze's complexion was ashen. The forced use of Azure Dragon Fist had exacted a heavy toll on his body. Only the ceaseless flow of spiritual energy from the peerless immortal crystal kept him standing. Without it, he might well have fallen here today. Once outside the hotel, Chen Ze could no longer suppress the violent turbulence within his meridians and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Chen Ze, are you okay?" Xia Wanqing fumbled, desperately wiping blood from his lips with her bare hands. In truth, Chen Ze was perfectly unharmed. Yet feigning mortal frailty, he slumped weakly. "It's all my fault. Had I not intervened, you wouldn't have been drawn into such peril." "You didn't need to say that. I hold no blame." Cough, cough. He strained to force another trickle of blood, playing injury with consummate heartbreaking conviction. Xia Wanqing broke into terrified wailing sobs, frantically dialing hospitals, begging them to rush over immediately. "I'm truly fine." Chen Ze sensed he might have overacted and quickly reassured her. "Didn't I tell you before? My grandfather is a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, and I myself am practically one too. Surely I can judge my own condition well enough. What if you misjudged this time? I don't care. I won't rest easy until you've been examined at the hospital today. Final go, but no ambulance, please. People might think I'm on my deathbed." Leaning on Xia Wanqing's arm, Chen Ze fumbled for his car keys and unlocked the door. "You're injured so severely, don't drive. He'll take the wheel." Xia Wanqing guided Chen Ze into the front passenger seat, then shut the door and walked around to open the driver's side. Settling into the seat, Chen Ze suddenly felt something hard digging into his backside. He reached beneath him and pulled it out. A motorized toy. Hadn't Lu Dingren said this car was a birthday gift for his daughter? So how had this toy appeared out of nowhere? He hadn't noticed any such clutter while driving earlier. Now what? He wanted to toss it out, but the window was closed. If Xia Wanqing saw it, she'd surely misunderstand. Moments later, Xia Wanqing slid into the driver's seat beside him. Chen Ze casually dropped the toy onto the floor at his feet. Fortunately, she was busy fastening her seatbelt and missed his small, furtive motion. "Have you ever driven a sports car before?" Chen Ze leaned back against the plush, supple seat and turned his head slightly. Xia Wanqing had held her driver's license for less than 2 months and had only ever driven her father's Mercedes-Benz CLS. She had never driven a Porsche or any true sports car for that matter. "No." She shook her head. Chen Ze calmly instructed her on starting the engine and explained key differences between sports cars and ordinary sedans. As Chen Ze guided her, Xia Wanqing suddenly noticed a dark, shapeless object nestled in the gearshift cup holder. She reached out and picked it up. The texture was instantly familiar. Black stockings. Chen Ze sat with eyes closed, quietly advising her to drive slowly and keep speeds low. Chen Ze, Xia Wanqing snarled, brandishing the stockings. Explain this, now. Huh. Chen Ze opened his eyes. The interior dome light cast the black stockings in sharp, unflinching clarity in her hand. If they'd been in use, perhaps it would have been excusable. But these were torn, riddled with holes. Chen Ze was utterly speechless. No, I genuinely had no idea these were in the car. It's your car. Surely you know who's ridden in it. Fuming, Xia Wanqing hurled the stockings out the window and began rummaging through the vehicle for other suspicious items. Soon she uncovered another questionable object, a box of Okamoto condoms. And more, a jumble of unrelated things. Lubricant, a razor. Chen Ze inwardly groaned. Lu Dingren, you wretched old fox. You set me up on purpose. Xia Wanqing laid each item before him and demanded, if a pair of torn stockings means nothing, then what about these? Then, as if not satisfied, she unearthed something even more perplexing, a miniature remote control. Only 3 buttons marked start, stop, and accelerate. Curious, she pressed the start button. A low, insistent hum vibrated through the cabin. What's that noise? Chen Ze kicked the motorized toy, shattering it instantly. Yet the little device stubbornly whirred on, undeterred by the blow. With a sigh, Chen Ze snatched the remote from her hand and flung it outside. Do you believe me when I say none of this belongs to me? Not a chance. Enraged, Xia Wanqing's chest rose and fell sharply. She rolled down the window and hurled every oddity from the car into the night. Chen Ze, tell me plainly, how many women have you been seeing behind my back? Chen Ze mentally counted on his fingers. The 2 elder sisters in Yinjing didn't count, nor did the wealthy heiresses who'd flocked to him unprompted. Had only just arrived in Jiangling and met precisely 3 women. Was that truly excessive? Aside from you, no woman has ever sat in this car. Then explain how all this junk got here. If you can't, you're not going to the hospital. This car isn't even mine. I have no idea where any of this came from. Then whose is it? I'd rather not say. It might make you overthink things. Say it, or we stay here all night. You claimed you're perfectly fine, so waiting a few hours for a checkup shouldn't matter. Blackmail, blatant, unapologetic blackmail. After a pause, Chen Ze recounted how had forcibly entered the Tianhu courtyard earlier that day. Naturally, he omitted the detail about performing acupressure and meridian sealing on Lu Shuyi. So this car belongs to Shuyi. Xia Wanqing frowned, suspicion flickering across her face. Lu Shuyi, the delicate, gentle girl, would never leave such vulgar clutter in her car. Had she misjudged her entirely? Enough speculation. If you doubt it, just ask her tomorrow at school. That'll settle everything. You're right. Xia Wanqing let go of her tangled thoughts. She could only hope the car wasn't hers. Otherwise, their future together would be shadowed by irreparable doubt. Close your eyes. Mentioning Lu Shuyi reminded Chen Ze of the luxury perfume Shed gifted him. He could use it now, to soothe her wounded heart, to prove he cherished her, thought of her constantly. What for? Though puzzled, Xia Wanqing obediently shut her eyes, and her mind began spinning fantasies of what Chen Ze might do next. Would he kiss her? Or attempt something far bolder? If she refused, would he grow angry? Her fingers tightened on the hem of her black gown, her breath slowed, deepened, grew heavy. The car was already silent. Now absolute stillness descended. In that hush, they could hear each other's breathing, feel the steady drumbeat of their hearts. Then, after a breathless pause, Xia Wanqing felt a sudden weighty pressure settle upon her thighs. All right, you may open your eyes. She blinked awake, disappointed. Chen Ze hadn't kissed her, hadn't touched her at all. But there, resting on her lap, lay an elegantly wrapped box. How did you know this is my favorite perfume? Xia Wanqing clapped a hand over her mouth, astonished. She had never imagined he'd choose this. In truth, she rarely wore perfume. Only today for him had she spritzed a trace. This particular fragrance had sold out completely over 2 weeks ago. No bottles remained on the market. To identify it precisely after just one whiff required extraordinary attention and effort. She couldn't possibly believe had done it without deep, deliberate care. Touched beyond words, she threw her arms around Chen Ze. In that instant, every misunderstanding dissolved like mist. She had misjudged him, terribly. He cared for her deeply and truly. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Her blushing face was breathtakingly beautiful. Ding. Xia Wanqing's affection toward you has increased. Ding. Xia Wanqing's affection toward you has increased. Antagonist value 1988. Affection became exponentially harder to raise the higher it climbed. Correspondingly, the rewards grew richer with each milestone. I have a gift for you too. Close your eyes. No peeking. Xia Wanqing leaned close, her warm breath brushing his ear. Hormones surged, intense, intoxicating, poised on the edge of eruption. Chen Ze shut his eyes, wondering if she intended to broach life-altering matters right there in the car. A quiet thrill stirred within him. Is it not ready yet? Chen Ze listened to the rustling sounds around him, feeling parched and restless, as if a fire was brewing in his lower abdomen. Damn, she wouldn't really come, would she? No, I should take a pill first. Chen Ze took out a pill he had refined earlier from his pocket, popped it into his mouth, and began to chew slowly, assimilating its potency. All right, you can open your eyes now. Chen Ze opened his eyes. Why is she still wearing clothes? Didn't you spend all that time just to let me hear something? Disappointment. Very disappointed. Extremely disappointed. Xia Wangqing's cheeks were flushed, making her look enchanting, as if she were drunk. He saw her raising her long, white, slender leg, tightly wrapped in black, revealing a firm, alluring texture, and the brown lace circle around her neck, paired with her exquisite collarbones, was simply breathtaking. This is indeed quite different, huh? Chen Ze was, after all, someone who had seen a lot. How could he be tempted by such a small scene? Do you think it looks good? Xia Wangqing lowered her head, not daring to meet Chen Ze's eyes. This was the first time she dressed like this. She specifically researched this outfit online, claiming that no man could resist such attire. This feeling of coyness made Chen Ze feel an urge to unleash himself. However, for the sake of great ambitions, he had to hold back. Looks good. Chen Ze nodded in praise, but why did you suddenly decide to dress like this? Did you forget what you promised me at the mall during the day? Chen Ze recalled pretending to be unable to carry her in the mall. It seems. Indeed. There was a request to see black stockings. If he still had to hold back at this moment, Chen Ze might as well become a eunuch. He stood up and pressed Xia Wangqing down on the chair, cupping her delicate face and kissing her forcefully. The atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous and intense. Xia Wangqing gasped, saying, Chen Ze, we can't do this here. Who told you to dress like this and tempt me? Is it wrong for me to make a mistake? No, it must be dealt with according to family law. I have relatives visiting today. I really can't. Chen Ze regained some of his rationality. Regardless of whether Xia Wangqing really had relatives visiting, the two definitely couldn't take that step in the car. However, on some level, it reflected that Xia Wangqing didn't reject him. Chen Ze knew when to stop. Before leaving, he planted a strawberry on her neck. Only then did he willingly return to the passenger seat. A moment later, Xia Wangqing adjusted her clothing and pointed at her torn stockings, complaining, "It's all your fault. I just bought these stockings and wore them once before they tore." After the stockings were torn, they indeed affected the overall aesthetic. Going out in them was definitely not an option, as it could easily lead to unwanted speculation from passersby. Reluctantly, she had to take off the stockings and put them back in her bag. Chen Ze shrugged and said, "I think the torn ones look better." Pervert. Xia Wangqing started the car, holding her breath and concentrating, saying, "I'm a new driver, you better not disturb me while I'm driving." Chen Ze initially wanted to play a little trick, but upon hearing Xia Wangqing was a beginner and a female driver, he immediately dismissed the idea. The title of female drivers being road hazards was not formed in a day. It was the result of countless real-life experiments on the road. After a dozen minutes, the two arrived at the municipal hospital in Jiangling. With Xia Wangqing's help, Chen Ze went to the hospital for various checkups. Watching Xia Wangqing busily register him, pay fees, and ask the doctor various questions. To be honest, he felt quite touched. After a long while, Xia Wangqing picked up several test results and found a doctor in the outpatient department to help review them. After confirming there was nothing wrong, she finally reported the results to Chen Ze with ease. The doctor said, "You are not only completely fine, but also very healthy. I told you, how could there be something wrong with my body?" The two sat on a bench in the hospital, chatting and laughing. Passers-by couldn't help but sigh that youth is truly wonderful. Of course, some might also wonder if the girl was accompanying the boy to get an abortion. Coincidentally, this scene was caught by Chao Jinhua, who was at the hospital for treatment. After being expelled from the Chao family, Chao Jinhua immediately called the person who had sold him the goo worm. The response he received was that the user had shut down. At that moment, Chao Jinhua realized he had been set up. However, he couldn't just sit there and wait to be dragged to death by the goo worm. So he went to the municipal hospital seeking a solution. Unfortunately, it was futile. He asked all the doctors and took every possible scan and test. The results only showed that his kidneys were a bit weak, everything else was fine. Watching the two people being affectionate, Chao Jinhua took out his phone and snapped a few pictures of them. Even if he couldn't afford to offend Chen Ze, he could still annoy him. Starting with a picture, everything else would be fabricated. Soon a post titled "Freshman Accompanies Boyfriend to Get an Abortion" ignited on the Jiang University campus BBS. With pictures as evidence, especially since the female lead was particularly beautiful. This post instantly blew up the entire Jiang University. Countless Jiang University students commented. Meanwhile, Chen Ze and Xia Wangqing, still immersed in their world, remained unaware that they had been exposed. In the evening, Chen Ze sent Xia Wangqing home. When he returned to the villa, it was already late at night. Wolf Uncle looked at the faint smell of blood on Chen Ze and couldn't help but frown, saying, "Did you get into a fight? Just a small issue, it's already resolved." Chen Ze waved his hand dismissively. "Didn't the demon blade go with you? With him around, did you still need to take action yourself?" The demon blade indeed went along, but Chen Ze didn't let him follow to Heroine. Instead, he left him at Tianhu courtyard to protect Lu Shui. After all, with Ye Tian there, what if that guy suddenly rushed to Lu Dingren's house and seized Lu Shui's celestial bone? That would render his trip a wasted effort. Chen Ze walked into the yard, and Wolf Uncle lowered his voice beside him, saying, "The young lady has come from Yinjingyu. Be careful. My sister is here. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I've been trying to call you but couldn't get through." Chen Ze took out his phone. Good grief, a knockoff phone is still a knockoff. It ran out of battery so quickly. Reluctantly, Chen Ze had to steel himself and enter the living room. He should have guessed that this nominal sister would come. Heroine was, after all, his sister's property. He certainly couldn't just take her card without her coming over to talk to him. It wasn't that she was particularly reluctant to part with a mere hotel, it was just that this wayward brother might misuse her card and cause trouble everywhere. Which was why she specifically took a flight from Yanjing to Jiangling overnight. "You still know how to come back." Dantai sat on the sofa in a white dress, holding a fruit knife and peeling an apple. Without looking up at the noise at the door, she said, "Sister, why are you here?" Seeing Dantai, Chen Ze had no temper at all. The bloodline suppression had existed for quite a while. Although Chen Ze feared her in words, she took great care of him at home. Once after hearing he was in a relationship, she didn't talk to him for a long time. Their emotions were in a very delicate state. "You're not studying at Jiang University, but had to run to Jiangling. Can't I, as your sister, come to see you out of concern?" Dantai handed him the peeled apple. Chen Ze took it with gratitude. Unintentionally, he revealed the red strawberry planted by Xiao Wanqing. Dantai's expression slightly changed, but it was quickly concealed. "Sister, you still remember something I said as a child?" Chen Ze sighed in exasperation. And that was ancient history, dust long settled. He recalled uttering those words during high school when he'd met a girl from out of town in his class. She excelled academically and possessed quiet, unassuming beauty, not breathtaking yet undeniably elegant. In her family lived modestly. Her parents were migrants from the provinces who had come to Yanjing seeking opportunity, and the three of them shared a cramped basement apartment. Chen Ze, for reasons even he couldn't quite fathom, had pursued a relationship with her. And when his sister learned of it, she marched straight to the school and publicly humiliated the girl. The fallout was explosive, tempers flared, trust shattered. Not only later did Chen Ze hear from mutual friends that the girl had been calculating and disingenuous, deliberately feigning innocence to draw him in. Even while dating him, she maintained entanglements with wealthy men outside school, ambiguous, lingering, and utterly deceitful. Though their relationship never reached its final threshold, learning the truth left Chen Ze deeply unsettled. For weeks he felt hollowed out, emotionally calcified, as if his heart had hardened into concrete. What idealized romance? And from then on he resolved to follow only desire, not devotion. Tan Taiwe had mentioned it lightly, not to reproach, but to gently warn him love was permissible, but blind trust was perilous. "I'll stay in Jiangling for just a few days this time. And then I'll prepare your room." "And no need. I've already asked the steward to arrange it. If I waited for you, I wouldn't sleep until morning." Tan Taiwe let out a soft, knowing hum and stepped before Chen Ze, her fingers deftly loosening his tie and shrugging off his coat. "And still can't keep your hands to yourself in Jiangling. Whose young master did you brawl with this time?" Chen Ze didn't resist her helping him undress. In the past, after returning home bruised and grimy from fights, she'd always wash his clothes herself, hanging them neatly to dry on the balcony outside his bedroom, to spare him a scolding. So devoted was she that even his doting grandmother grew uneasy, remarking wryly that such indulgence would surely spoil him. And each time Tan Taiwe would simply smile faintly and say nothing. After removing his coat and tie, she reached for his trousers, only to be gently stopped. "Sister, I'll handle this myself." Chen Ze tugged at his waistband and headed upstairs. "Humph. Now you're shy." Tan Taiwe shook her head and added, "I brought several outfits from Yanjing. They're already laid out in the bathroom. Try them on after your shower and let me see how they fit." "Got it." Chen Ze dashed into the bathroom. And the shock of cold water jolted his mind awake. And moments later he stepped out wearing the clothes Tan Taiwe had prepared. They were custom-tailored by a renowned atelier in Yanjing. Each garment hand-stitched, crafted from the finest mulberry silk, rare treasures coveted even by the wealthy. A delicate trace of soap lingered on the fabric, proof they'd been washed once before. And emerging dressed, he found Tan Taiwe waiting at the doorway. "You're still awake?" Chen Ze jumped startled. Well, I wanted to check whether they fit properly." Tan Taiwe extended a slender finger, tracing lightly over his shoulder before smiling. "Excellent. They suit you perfectly. And truly, they do. There's simply no substitute for the comfort of Bu E. Taylor's work." Chen Ze flexed his fists, then asked, "Sister, it's late. Why aren't you asleep yet? And already tired of me after just minutes together?" Tan Taiwe feigned offense. Not at all. I'm just concerned about your health. Grandfather always says late nights age the skin prematurely. So you think I'm aging, my sister, you. Timeless, radiant, unfading, and enough flattery. I came to Zhongling for 2 reasons: to see you, and to speak of your engagement. What engagement? Chen Ze slapped his forehead. The memory rushed back. And indeed, according to the unfolding course of fate, he was betrothed to Su Yunfei. Tan Taiwei regarded him calmly. The Su family of Zhongling is strictly speaking beneath our Chun family in standing, but grandfather and old Master Su are longtime acquaintances. And because old Master Su once saved grandfather's life, that debt has remained etched in grandfather's heart. And so now I must repay it with my marriage. Chen Ze refused outright. No? Let whoever wants it have it. I won't marry her. Nonsense. This match was decreed by grandfather himself. Whether you consent or not, the wedding will proceed. Tan Taiwei withdrew an engraved engagement invitation and handed it to him. Chen Ze glanced at it and groaned. And the date had already been set. Grandfather held absolute authority within the household. Even Chen Ze's father Chen Chongxing dared not defy him. And for an 18-year-old boy like Chen Ze, resistance was unthinkable. Sister, I've never even met this Su heiress. How can you expect me to wed her? What if she's unsightly? What becomes of our Chen lineage then? Chen Ze spoke with deliberate falsehood. In truth, Su Yunfei's beauty rivaled that of Xiao Wanqing. She was anything but plain. As if anticipating his protest, Tan Taiwei produced several photographs. Here, her portraits. Grandfather, grandmother, and both parents have seen them. All are thoroughly pleased. Chen Ze rubbed his temples. Sister, suddenly my stomach aches. I need the restroom. Let's discuss this tomorrow. There's still time before the engagement. Watching his flustered retreat, Tan Taiwei stifled a chuckle, shook her head, and turned toward the stairs, retiring quietly to her own room. The night passed without incident. Sunlight flooded the room, high and golden. Chen Ze awoke to his alarm, only to realize with dismay that he'd overslept. He nearly forgot. He was still a freshman at university. Dressing, quickly washing up, and swallowing a hasty breakfast, he summoned Wolf Uncle to drive him to campus. Wolf Uncle wore thick, black-rimmed sunglasses, lending him the air of a rugged, silver-templed gentleman. Took you long enough to wake up, kid. One hand rested on the wheel, the other held a cigarette. Just get me a new phone. This knockoff is unbearable. And didn't you insist on the most basic model imaginable? Wolf Uncle sighed. This was the first time he'd ever met someone who spurned quality for sheer mediocrity. By the way, where's my sister? Chen Ze asked, biting into a handmade scallion pancake prepared by the housekeeper. Don't compare her to you. She had business to attend to. Left early this morning. I suspect she's already at Shengshi Huading. Understood. Privately, Chen Ze prayed that Song Qingyi would withstand his sister's relentless interrogation. Years ago, the girl who deceived him hadn't lasted a single minute under Tan Taiwei's scrutiny, before crumbling entirely and confessing her web of duplicity, admitting she'd been juggling multiple lovers. Song Qingyi in truth was holding up well, but Chen Ze's safety was another matter entirely. After all, a man capable of persuading the campus beauty to terminate a pregnancy was bound to be branded a scoundrel, sparking outrage across the student body. Upon arriving at Zhang University, Chen Ze hurried to a nearby electronics store to buy a new phone. At first, all seemed normal, but soon something felt off. Students around him kept glancing. Some even surreptitiously raised their phones to photograph him. Where anomalies arise, suspicion must follow. Chen Ze caught one girl mid-shot and asked, "Classmate, am I really that handsome? Why keep snapping me?" Startled, she hesitated, then blurted out, "You're a cad." "Wait, what? How did I become a cad?" Chen Ze had no idea, yet that tales of his exploits had already spread across every corner of the campus. Even the 50-year-old security guard, enraged, clenched his teeth and stamped his foot, then forwarded the post to his own children, urging them to educate their daughters more diligently. Though bewildered by what exactly was unfolding, Chen Ze sensed this was certainly no good omen. He strode straight to the mobile phone store counter and pointed at the most expensive display model. "I'll take this one." The staff, spotting a high-potential customer, paid no mind to rumors of him being a scoundrel or a sycophant, and immediately launched into an enthusiastic rundown of the device's features. "Hello. With this new model, we're also offering a complimentary phone case and tempered glass screen protector. Would you like to pay via WeChat or Alipay?" Chen Ze held up his counterfeit phone. "Sorry, the battery's dead." The young clerk's expression instantly soured upon seeing his shoddy knockoff device. A few classmates who'd lingered in the stores snapped photos of the moment the instant they saw Chen Ze's phone. Within hours, the image went viral on the campus BBS under the headline, "The Shanghai Casanova spotted at a mobile store. Help identify his phone brand." The post was promptly pinned and highlighted by moderators. Who among us isn't a valiant warrior charging headlong into love? Indeed, the campus forum crowd had mastered the art of gossip with uncanny finesse. Comments flooded in without pause. Judging from the logo visible in the poster's photo, the Casanova's phone appears to be a domestic counterfeit model. Already checked, it's a discontinued domestic pineapple-branded phone. Other than being vaguely handsome, what else does this guy even have going for him? I thought he was some kind of legend. Turns out he's rocking the cheapest counterfeit phone imaginable. After hundreds of replies, someone finally detected something odd. Leifeng here, the clothes the Casanovas wearing look like they're from Buy Apparel. But few bothered scrolling down. His comment remained unseen by most. Even if glimpsed, few cared what Buy Apparel was. In their minds, Chen Ze had already been cast as a superficially handsome man who lived solely off women, a spineless freeloader. Meanwhile, Chen Ze was still trying to charge his counterfeit phone. Such devices were notoriously sluggish, taking forever to gain even a sliver of power only to shut down, abruptly blacken, and begin smoking. Bang! The counterfeit battery exploded in a flash of sparks. Its brief reign as a phone deity ended in ashes. Onlookers stifled their laughter and kept posting, feasting on the spectacle. Freeloader's phone explodes, store manager stunned. I was there, the phone passed peacefully. What the hell? This guy actually dated my former school beauty. Utterly absurd. Chen Ze stared silently at the charred remains of his phone. Without a working device, how could he conduct online transactions? Cash. Who carried physical money anymore? Could I borrow your phone for a quick call? He asked the clerk awkwardly. No problem. Though deeply skeptical of Chen Ze's purchasing power, the clerk still handed over her phone. Chen Ze dialed Lang Shu's number the moment it was in hand. Uncle Lang, get to our campus ASAP. I need cash right now. I'm currently with Miss Dantai. I can't leave her side. Lang Shu whispered cautiously into the phone, glancing down at Dantai walking ahead. Fine then. Chen Ze ended the call, racking his brain for another contact. He'd only just arrived in Jiangling, utterly unfamiliar with the city. Aside from Lang Shu, his only trusted confidant was Yao Dao, but Yao Dao refused to use phones and never answered calls from unknown numbers. He was at an impasse, until it struck him, what about Xia Wanqing? Without hesitation, he dialed her number. VVVVRR. After several rings, the call finally connected. Chen Ze nearly leapt for joy. He felt salvation was near. Wanqing. I VVVRR. The line went dead. A moment later, the call log simply read user unavailable. He'd been blocked. What did this mean? Chen Ze couldn't fathom it. Only yesterday she'd called him Brother Ze with tender affection. Today, she'd turned her back, without a word. Sir, perhaps you could go home first to fetch cash and return. I'll hold the phone for you. Just one more chance, please. Just as Chen Ze reached for his second elder sister's number, Lang Shu rang back. Chen Ze seized the call like a drowning man clutching his final lifeline. Young master, Miss Dantai knows about your situation. Lang Shu swallowed hard. What? How did you tell her? She asked whom I was speaking with. I said it was you. Then she learned you were short on funds. Lang Shu replied, sounding slightly aggrieved. It was over. Utterly over. Chen Ze had deliberately concealed his predicament from his eldest sister Dantai because her love was suffocating. He couldn't even recall when last he'd mentioned needing cash, but one call was all it took. Dantai arrived with stacks of physical banknotes. Several million in crisp bills lay before the shop owner, who, stunned, dared not accept them. Chen Ze shook his head. Uncle Lang, tell my sister not to come. Understood. Lang Shu hung up and sent a text to Dantai Yue, who had just entered the Shengshi Huading conference room. The young master says he's urgently short on funds. Dantai Yu paused briefly upon reading the message, then rose and addressed the assembled corporate executives. We'll postpone the equity transfer discussion until this afternoon. She gathered her bag and left the room, leaving the executives utterly baffled. Since receiving Dantai Yu's meeting notice at 11 p.m., the previous night, senior managers had worked feverishly through the night, drafting presentations and analyses. Now, with everyone present, she casually postponed the session, with no explanation whatsoever. Her decision left several executives visibly frustrated. Yet most remained silent, not because they approved, but because the last person who challenged her authority had been cast into the great river off Jiangling's coast, feeding the fish. Outwardly, Dantai Yu appeared a poised, elegant, and approachable mature beauty, but those who dealt with her knew she was a ruthless business titan, masterful in both strategy and execution. Unaware of Lang Shu's betrayal, Chen Ze resolved to call his second elder sister, though she was currently overseas and the time difference made connection uncertain. Besides, international calls were costly, but that hardly mattered. She would find a way to deliver the money personally. Just as the call began connecting, a male student snatched the phone away. You, a grown man, can't even afford a phone, yet you dare flirt with a sales clerk? One of Chen Ze's many detractors, he'd tracked him down from the dormitory after piecing together clues from the viral post. Having just entered the store, he'd watched Chen Ze pacing and talking on the phone, his sense of righteous indignation finally boiling over. Meanwhile, his second elder sister's voice, warm, affectionate, and melodious, echoed from the speaker. "My dearest little brother, how delightful to hear from you at last." Because the speaker was on, her enchanting voice filled the entire store. Whoa, massive scoop. Someone recorded the scene, including her words. Why aren't you answering me? Dantai, you asked, puzzled. Silence fell, thick and absolute. Several male students ground their teeth in fury. You truly deserve to die. The boy who snatched the phone froze for a moment, then immediately resolved to teach this playboy a lesson. From now on, choose your men with sharper eyes. This guy who called you is a scoundrel juggling countless relationships. Just yesterday, he accompanied a girl to the hospital for an abortion. Abortion? Chen Ze blinked, utterly bewildered. What on earth is going on? Last night, I merely went for a full-body medical examination. How did that morph into an abortion? On the other end of the line, his second elder sister indeed grew furious upon hearing the news. Xiaozi's, why didn't you tell me about your abortion? If you're unwilling to raise the child, I'll take care of it for you. Spectators gaped in stunned silence. The boy who'd seized the phone stood dumbfounded. Wait, why are you so stubbornly deluded? There are countless fine men in this world. Why grovel before a penniless, talentless, pretty boy? His elder sister burst into peals of laughter. I'd actually prefer he were destitute. I'd feel far more at ease sponsoring him then. The boy was utterly flustered. Convinced further persuasion would only humiliate himself, he abruptly ended the call and returned the phone to the counter clerk. Chen Ze frowned. Brother, have I offended you? Having his phone snatched had already soured his mood. The boy stretched his neck defiantly. So what if I simply dislike you? Plenty of people dislike me. Just who do you think you are? Rising to his feet, Chen Ze prepared to discipline this arrogant youth. Bystanders rushed forward to mediate. Please, let's not do this. After all, we're all classmates. Resorting to violence is absolutely unacceptable. Stay calm, stay rational. The boy, emboldened by the crowd's intervention, grew increasingly brazen, certain Chen Ze wouldn't dare strike. Oh, you want to hit me? Go ahead, hit me. I've never encountered such a perverse request, but I'll oblige you. With a casual flick of his wrist, effortless, precise, redirecting force like silk over steel, Chen Ze gently but decisively pushed aside the boys crowding around him. Then, with measured precision, he delivered a swift kick to the abdomen of the boy who'd snatched his phone. Though he restrained his strength significantly, a grandmaster remains a grandmaster. The blow sent the boy hurtling straight through the shop's doorway. He hadn't anticipated Chen Ze would strike at all. Outside the store, the boy lay sprawled on the ground, clutching his chest as a thin trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. His voice trembled. Go on. Kill me if you dare. Killing you would soil my hands, Chen Ze replied coolly. Turning to the gathered onlookers, Chen Ze declared solemnly, I acknowledge that striking another person is wrong, and I willingly accept any and all consequences that follow. With that, he settled onto a nearby park bench beside a flower bed, hands tucked deep into his pockets, his posture one of serene resignation. Meanwhile, the boy lying on the ground pulled out his phone and dialed his father. Dad, I got beaten up at school. How badly are you injured? I'm spitting blood. What do you think? I've told you repeatedly, once you enter university, avoid trouble at all costs. Dad, it wasn't me seeking conflict. The new classmate is truly despicable. You know how strongly I uphold justice. The boy proceeded to embellish and recount the entire episode, his valiant confrontation with the scoundrel, in vivid, exaggerated detail. He'd hoped for sympathy, only to have his pretense stripped bare in the next instant. Upon hearing his son spin wild fabrications, his father exploded in fury. Enough. Is that justice? No, it's envy. Plain and simple, you're lusting after his girlfriend's body. Dad, I'm truly not that kind of person. Silence. My meeting just got canceled. I'm heading to your campus right now. At Shengshi Huading's vice president's office, Ma Sudong rubbed his temples and muttered, that reckless boy, stirring up trouble at school again. A secretary dressed provocatively strode confidently toward him, holding a steaming cup of coffee. As she bent to place it on his desk, her cleavage rose prominently into view. Mr. Ma, boys will be boys. Youthful vigor is perfectly natural. He's nearly 20, still a boy. You're only 4 or 5 years older than him. If he possessed even half your maturity, I'd rest easy. Are you heading to campus now? I must. I fear he'll be killed otherwise. Ma Sudong rose, drained the coffee in one gulp, and handed the secretary a keycard. I'll return after resolving matters at the university. She accepted it smoothly, then asked curiously, didn't you say your wife has been watching you closely lately? Today's different. The CEO is visiting from Yanjing. I told her I'm working overtime, as she'll believe me without question. The secretary gave a knowing smile and quietly exited the office. Meanwhile, outside the mobile phone store near campus, a crowd had gathered, eager spectators drawn by the commotion. Several of Ma Juanxio's close friends hurried over to back their comrade. It's all right, old Ma. A few boys helped Ma Juanxio to his feet, his face contorted in pain. Hunched and breathing heavily, Ma Juanxiu lifted his gaze toward Chen Ze and said coldly, "Mark my words. If you aren't expelled or given a major disciplinary sanction today, I'll take your surname from now on." Chen Ze sat with one leg draped over the other, idly picking at his ear. "Please don't. I don't have a son as large as you, nor would you ever be worthy of bearing my name. Damn it. Say one more word, and I'll cripple you." A towering figure beside Ma Juanxiu stepped forward instantly, followed closely by several others. Their stance conveyed unmistakable menace. One more word, and he'd suffer beyond endurance. Chen Ze surveyed the dozen-strong group before him and chuckled. "So, we're competing in numbers now, eh?" "Exactly. Numbers decide everything. Swallow your pride if you dare object." "How intriguing. I love contests of sheer numbers." Then, clap, clap, clap. Chen Ze snapped his fingers. Instantly, over 100 figures surged forward, encircling Ma Juanxiu and his friends. Each face hardened with ruthless intensity. To put it bluntly, those who knew them assumed they were unusually mature college students. Those who didn't might easily mistake them for convicted murderers bearing the weight of multiple lives. At that moment, Huang Yuan emerged from the throng. Upon spotting Chen Ze, his stern, unyielding expression melted instantly into a radiant, sunlit smile. "My apologies, young Master Chen. I arrived slightly late." "Not at all, not at all." Chen Ze rose and accepted the cigarette Huang Yuan extended. He'd already received word from Huang Yuan's aide moments earlier that Huang Yuan was gathering people and would arrive the moment they assembled. Huang Yuan eagerly produced a lighter and lit Chen Ze's cigarette. Chen Ze took a slow drag, then turned and asked, "How's your recovery progressing?" "Young Master Chen, the ointment you gave me is miraculous. I was walking normally again within just one day." "Glad to hear it. I've meant to explain. The slap 2 days ago was unavoidable under the circumstances." "Young Master Chen, I understand completely. I truly do." Huang Yuan nodded with a warm smile and asked, "When did things begin with your fiancée? If I recall correctly, this is your first time in Jiangling." "What do you mean?" "Brother Chen, not yet aware you've gone viral across the university's BBS." "Huh." Seeing genuine ignorance on Chen Ze's face, Huang Yuan promptly recounted the entire campus beauties abortion rumor. Chen Ze listened and inwardly sighed, "What times we live in. Morality declines, integrity fades." Ma Juanxiu and his friends stood paralyzed, too terrified even to utter a sound, let alone resist. "What's going on here?" A professor in his 50s glared coldly at Chen Ze and Huang Yuan, who stood smoking calmly. "Professor Duan, save me." Ma Juanxiu cried out the moment he spotted the professor. In truth, Ma Juanxiu was distantly related to Professor Duan and had gained admission to the university precisely through his influence. Professor Duan Shui had initially intended only to intimidate the students, but hearing Ma Juanxiu's plea compelled him to intervene directly. "You've surrounded these people. Are you planning a mass brawl?" Professor Duan frowned sternly. While most students feared teachers, Huang Yuan felt no such trepidation. "Professor Duan, isn't this self-defense not mob violence?" "I declare it mob violence, and from this moment you are both expelled." The professor wielded his authority without hesitation. "You've mistaken arrogance for dignity." Huang Yuan clenched his fist, ready to fight to the bitter end. They could leave, but one would have to go with them. Since when does a university expel students without due process? A voice cut through the crowd. Tan Taiwa had appeared. She stood there like a celestial being stepping forth from an inkwash painting, ethereally beautiful, captivating every gaze in the square. "Who are you?" Duan Shui raised an eyebrow, gazing coolly at Dan Taiyu. "Who I am is irrelevant. What matters is that effective immediately you may retire. Early." "Audacious. Utterly audacious." Duan Shui assumed Dan Taiyu was jesting and scoffed, shaking his head. "Do you even know whom you're addressing?" Ma Juanxiu hadn't expected this sudden, ethereal young woman to speak with such brazen confidence. Professor Duan has published numerous landmark papers internationally. His reputation resonates across Longhua and throughout the world. Don't you realize how profoundly ignorant you sound? Dan Taiyu remained unperturbed. "I confess I've never read Professor Duan's papers, but a certain Professor Wen happens to be an old friend of my grandfather's." "Who is Professor Wen?" Ma Juanxiu vaguely recalled a professor surnamed Wen, perhaps glimpsed once during Longhua's grand military parade. Yet professors of that stature would never associate with a woman like her. Such a notion was unthinkable, inconceivable. Hearing this, Duan Shui sneered. "You mean Wen Hehua, don't you?" "Precisely, President Wen Hehua." Dan Taiyu replied, calm and detached. "Whether you believe me or not, rest assured an official notice from your university will reach you before day's end. Tread carefully." For a moment, Duan Shui couldn't discern whether Dan Taiyu spoke truth or merely sought to intimidate him. Just as he stood paralyzed, caught between retreat and confrontation, his phone rang sharply. It was Ma Sudong, Ma Juanxiu's father. "Uncle Duan, hello. I have a small favor to ask." Is it about Jianxiu? Not a single detail escapes your notice, sir. Ma Sudong chuckled lightly. That boy's caused trouble at school again. He called me just now claiming he'd been assaulted. If you're free, could you please go to the mobile phone shop near the school's main gate and find him? I'm en route now, driving straight there. Ma Sudong had deliberately asked Duan Shuai to arrive first, to lend legitimacy to his intervention. With Duan Shuai present, even a wealthy heir would submit meekly to disciplinary action, let alone some penniless nobody. Duan Shuai glanced up at Dan Taiyue, paused in silence for a beat, then said flatly, I'm unavailable right now. Understood. After hanging up, Ma Sudong muttered under his breath, what arrogance, posing as a scholarly titan when he's nothing but a plagiarist who built his fame on stolen student work. Though few knew Duan Shuai's dark secret, Ma Sudong, as a distant unofficial relative, knew it all too well. Having ended the call, Duan Shuai turned and walked away without hesitation. No matter how desperately Ma Jianxiu shouted after him, he never looked back. The moment Duan Shuai vanished, Ma Jianxiu and his companions were instantly surrounded once more. Dan Taiyue approached Chen Ze and murmured softly, why didn't you tell me you were short on funds? It's just a phone, costs no more than a few thousand yuan. Letting you step in for something so trivial would bruise my pride. Chen Ze shrugged nonchalantly. Dan Taiyue opened her handbag and withdrew a thick stack of crisp crimson 100 yuan bills. Here, 20,000 yuan. Take it for now. If you need more, just ask. Chen Ze accepted the cash without hesitation. From the periphery, onlookers pulled out their phones, eager to capture the scene. But Huang Yuan cut them off instantly. Stop filming. Yes, you. If anyone dares snap another photo or post anything online, don't blame me when consequences follow. Huang Yuan wasn't bluffing. Dan Taiyue made his father look merciful by comparison. Cross her, and 10 heads wouldn't suffice. Dan Taiyue observed the photographers, then turned toward Huang Yuan, her expression genuinely curious. I'm no celebrity. What on earth are they filming? Huang Yuan dared not meet her gaze. Swallowing hard, he frantically signaled to Chen Ze for help. Chen Ze nodded, indicating he should speak plainly. This secret couldn't stay buried forever. She'd learn the truth soon enough. Given Dan Taiyue's formidable temperament, the longer a truth remained concealed, especially one concerning Chen Ze, the fiercer her wrath would burn. Huang Yuan scratched his head and stammered, well, it's not exactly a major incident. Last night, young Master Chen and Jiangda's campus beauty were photographed together at the hospital, then maliciously misreported as her having an abortion for him. Dan Taiyue's face remained impassive, but her inner storm had long since eclipsed mere anger. Who started the rumor? We haven't identified them yet. If you can't resolve something this simple, how do you expect to stand beside as and achieve greatness? Dan Taiyue drew a slow, steady breath and declared, voice clear and cold, 24 hours. Find the slanderer within 1 day, or your father's position will be vacated permanently. This failure rests entirely on me. I swear I'll pursue it relentlessly and deliver justice. To young Master Chen and to you. Huang Yuan trembled, violently drenched in cold sweat. Chen Ze knew. This time his sister was truly enraged. Should Huang Yuan fail to uncover the mastermind within the deadline, she would install a replacement for Huang Tingshan and assume command of Jiangling's underworld herself. That outcome was unacceptable. So he suddenly wrapped his arms around Dan Taiyue and gently patted her slender back. I know you only want to protect me, but I'm no longer that helpless child who runs to you at every crisis. My affairs, I'll handle them myself. Dan Taiyue's expression softened ever so slightly. Only he possessed the quiet power to still the tempest within her. Yet, as truly had grown up. She gently pushed him back, holding his gaze for a long silent moment, then smiled faintly and flicked his nose with her fingertip. Yes, ours really has grown. He even initiates hugs with his big sister now. That sudden embrace, warm, tender, unguarded, lifted Dan Taiyue's spirits, instantly softening her tone into something almost gentle. She withdrew her hand and turned to Huang Yuan, who stood trembling nearby. Do your utmost to identify the original poster. Don't disappoint me. Then she shifted her gaze toward Ma Jianxiu and his cowering companions hunched on the ground with hands clasped over their heads. Teach them a lesson. Make them remember which people dare provoke and which ones never should. Yes, ma'am. Huang Yuan had been waiting for this order. Now that the young mistress had spoken, even if he killed them outright, it would count as a meritorious deed. Proceed, but don't overdo it. Just ensure they're bettered in for a month. Huang Yuan bellowed the instruction as though desperate for everyone to hear. Ma Jianxiu screamed in agony, wailing for his father. Witnessing Chen Ze and his men's ruthless efficiency, the onlookers who'd filmed the scene hastily deleted every photo and video from their phones. None wished to become the next Ma Jianxiu. Just as all believed the matter settled, out of nowhere a black Mercedes glided to a halt by the roadside. An imposing middle-aged man stepped out. Ma Sudong had arrived, guided by his son's live location. He'd assumed it was merely a scuffle among students, only to discover upon arrival that the situation was far graver than imagined. Make way. Ma Sudong shoved past bystanders, forcing his way through the crowd. When he saw his son suspended midair and beaten by burly men, he nearly collapsed from fury. But why was the boss here? Ma Sudong stared at Dan Tai-yu in utter disbelief, then hurried over, bowing obsequiously. Boss, you're here. Thank goodness. My son's being assaulted. Could you possibly intervene? Ma Juanxiu spotted his father and shrieked desperately, Dad, save me. I'm dying. Dad, help me. A son's pain pierces a father's heart like nothing else. Hearing his son's cries, Ma Sudong's own heart quaked violently. Dan Tai-yu glanced at Ma Sudong and shook her head, voice laced with quiet disdain. I had no idea the student who dared oppose my younger brother and called me ignorant was your son. Even Ma Sudong, however dense, finally sensed something deeply wrong. So his son had crossed swords with the boss's younger brother. No wonder the boss herself had rushed here from her office. Ma Sudong wanted to slap his son twice. What the hell was he doing? Sabotaging his own father. His mind raced. This was no longer about a beating. It was about his job. He might lose everything. His position, his livelihood. Boss, I'll take that boy home immediately. I swear he'll never appear before your younger brother again. Dan Tai-yu regarded him with icy detachment. Return home and await further instructions. She turned and strode calmly from the crowd, escorted by Wolf Uncle. Boss, please let me explain. Ma Sudong scurried after him, darting restlessly around Dan Tai-yu like a restless monkey. Uncle Lang grew impatient and barked sharply. We've already told you. Go home and wait for further notice. Take one more step forward and I guarantee you'll be in a wheelchair before the next second. Ma Sudong swallowed hard and dared not pursue any further. It was over. Utterly over. He stood frozen on the spot, paralyzed by helplessness. The sounds of the brawl involving his son grew fainter and fainter. At first, cries of agony echoed clearly. But in the end, the boy lay motionless on the ground, beaten into utter submission. Chen Ze waved dismissively. All right, enough is enough. Everyone disperse. Huang Yuan chimed in loudly. What you shouldn't see, don't see. Oh, what you shouldn't hear, don't hear. Anyone who leaks a word of this will meet the same fate as him. Right here, right now. Ma Juanxiu was hauled forward like a squawking chicklet and unceremoniously dumped at Chen Ze's feet. The crowd, witnessing his pitiful state, scattered instantly. No hesitation, no second thought. Chen Ze crouched down, gazing at Ma Juanxiu, so badly beaten that even his own parents would scarcely recognize him. Snatching someone else's phone isn't a good habit. You do well to break it, for good. Tears of bitter remorse welled up in Ma Juanxiu's eyes. In that instant, his entire world crumbled. The esteemed Professor Duan, the very faculty connection he'd boasted about at school, had fled in terror at a single word from another. His father, the man he'd once proudly called his greatest social asset, had groveled before the opposition like a broken dog. Ma Juanxiu lay sprawled on the ground, blood and saliva oozing from his swollen lips before slipping into unconsciousness. Young Master Chen, how shall we handle him? Huang Yuan pointed toward Ma Sudong. Didn't my elder sister say? Send him home, to wait for notification. Chen Ze retrieved Dan Tai-yu's phone. The lock screen password was his own birthday. Don't ask how he knew. Instinct. Chen Ze was no voyeur. He held no fascination for others' private affairs. He opened the browser and logged on to Jiangling University's campus forum. As expected, the top-end post featured him. The photo's geotag placed the scene at the city hospital. Its sharpness suggested a mobile phone, zoomed in from a considerable distance. Alone, the photograph revealed little about the identities of the two figures. But the poster had named them outright and fabricated a lurid lie that he'd accompanied Xia Wanqing to the hospital that night for an abortion. Looks like an inside job, Chen Ze murmured as he walked, glancing sidelong at Huang Yuan. Dispatch people to review last night's hospital surveillance footage. Already done, but the hospital's surveillance system is archaic. All we got was a blurred silhouette, no definitive identification. And the poster's IP address. Traced. It originated from a cyber cafe registered under a disposable account accessed only once. Interesting. Chen Ze's first suspicion fell upon Ye Tian. After all, just last night, he'd personally thwarted Ye Tian's attempt to seize his immortal bone. Revenge, twisted, petty, humiliating, would have been entirely plausible. Yet when Huang Yuan presented the grainy surveillance stills of suspects for confirmation, Ye Tian's face was conspicuously absent. Chen Ze had only recently arrived in Jiangling, and the number of people he'd offended could be counted on one hand. Who then? Just as he wrestled with the riddle, Huang Yuan's phone rang sharply. Huang Yuan answered with two terse affirmations, then erupted with excitement upon learning the slanderer's identity had been confirmed. Keep him under tight watch. Any leak before I give the word, and heads will roll. He ended the call, then leaned in close to Chen Ze with a sycophantic grin. Young Master Chen, The culprit has been identified. Who is he? Chao Jinhua. Ahem. Chen Ze's memory of Chao Jinhua was faint. A minor lackey, a failed rebel who later joined the venomous cult sect only to perish when Ye Tian razed it to the ground. You know him? Yes, but our relationship was never cordial. Shall I arrange for him to be dealt with immediately? Huang Yuan mimed a swift slash across his throat. He's still useful. Keep him alive for now. Chen Ze intended to extract valuable intelligence from him, starting with who'd sold him the venomous worms. Though his mind held the full arc of the story, its finer details remained hazy. His very presence had already fractured the world's preordained order. Like a butterfly's wing beat, he had irrevocably altered the trajectory of this entire realm's future. I'll have him apprehended at once. Chen Ze nodded, then turning back to browse the posts about himself found them suddenly inaccessible. Clicking and yielded only a stark 404 not found. The posts had been purged. No mystery who'd pulled the strings. Deleted they were. But the damage was done. Chen Ze's reputation as a heartless playboy had already spread like wildfire. The Zhanghai Casanova juggling countless lovers. Xie Wanqing, the university's undisputed beauty, had willingly undergone an abortion for him. And a secret mistress deep underground was said to be raising his child. On top of that, a breathtaking mature woman had publicly humiliated Professor Duan. Any one of these rumors alone would have sent shockwaves through campus. Chen Ze, however, embodied all three. Walking down the corridor toward the teaching building, Chen Ze drew stares, not merely from every passerby, but from many who doubled back, uncertain whether they'd truly seen what they thought they had. Huang Yuan trailed beside him, warding off countless potential entanglements. Everyone knew his father was formidable. To cross Huang Yuan was to invite mortal peril. You may go ahead. I'll expect your update if anything develops. Rest assured, young Master Chen. Huang Yuan waved farewell as Chen Ze disappeared into the teaching building, then pulled out his phone and instructed the caller, hold him. Don't kill him yet. Young Master Chen says he's still of use. With that, Huang Yuan turned and climbed into a subordinate's car departing campus. Attend classes. Please, my enrollment slot was bought outright. You expect me to sit through lectures? That would be nothing short of wasting precious time. Truth be told, Huang Yuan didn't truly understand Chen Ze. Why bother attending Jiangling University when wealth and lineage alone could open any door? Huang Yuan could afford to neglect his studies, and so could Chen Ze even more brazenly. But Xie Wanqing remained on campus, and so did Ye Tian, the world's chosen prodigy. For now, stepping beyond these gates wasn't an option. Inside the classroom, the professor lectured calmly at the podium. Chen Ze strode in as though he owned the place, opened the door without pause, and walked straight to Xie Wanqing's seat, sliding into the chair beside her. The professor glanced briefly at Chen Ze, said nothing, and continued his lecture unruffled. Already angry, Chen Ze lowered his voice. Xie Wanqing ignored him completely, her gaze fixed intently on the lecturer. Truly furious then, Chen Ze sat beside her, utterly unable to focus on the lesson. A relentless cascade of chimes rang in his mind, proof enough of the sheer magnitude of Xie Wanqing's resentment. He scrolled through his villainy points ledger. Good heavens, it scrolled endlessly. In just one morning, he'd amassed hundreds of thousands of villainy points. He adored her, truly. Perhaps he simply couldn't suppress the impulse any longer. He leaned in and kissed Xie Wanqing squarely on the cheek. His entrance had already drawn attention, and sitting directly beside Xie Wanqing only intensified the scrutiny. Now nearly every student in the room watched transfixed. And now, this sudden public kiss. The entire class froze stunned into silence. Xie Wanqing, under so many eyes, couldn't help but feel flustered. Kindly remember, we're in class. The professor's icy gaze swept the room. Chen Ze instantly recognized his misstep, straightened his posture, seized Xie Wanqing's notebook, and pretended to take diligent notes. Xie Wanqing took a slow, steadying breath, struggling to rein in her emotions. She repeated inwardly again and again, this cannot be compromised. Moments later, Chen Ze slipped her a small note. Without hesitation, she tore it to shreds. Playing hard to get, are we? Chen Ze despised such games. If charm wouldn't work, then he'd switch tactics instantly. He opened Tan Taiyue's private WeChat. Remarkable, his elder sister's contacts were filled with stunning women. Many of them he realized he already knew. Xie Wanqing couldn't resist stealing a glance at his phone screen. He's changed phones. She distinctly remembered his old device. This one was unmistakably feminine, a delicate pink case adorned with handmade charms. Her gaze drifted to the display, and there he was engaged in a live video call with a breathtaking beauty. Unforgivable. Xie Wanqing kicked him sharply beneath the desk. Off balance, Chen Ze's finger accidentally disabled the mute function. The woman in the video was a close friend of Dan Taiyu, and no stranger to Chen Ze. She had initially wondered why Dan Taiyu had suddenly initiated a video call with her, until she saw Chen Ze. Her curiosity vanished instantly. Skipping class to video call me. Are you missing me? She teased, flashing a playful, charming smile. Classmates had assumed Jianghai Wang, the Ocean King of Jiang University, was merely a rumor. Now witnessing this firsthand, they were stunned. No wonder he's hailed as Jiang University's ultimate Ocean King. How many women is this already? One murmured. Not even satisfied with Xia Wanqing. What on earth goes on inside his head? I heard from a friend, he's far more formidable than he appears. Remember Ma Juanxiu? Wealthy, well-connected, yet ended up permanently crippled. Keep this quiet. Don't breathe a word, or you might just get hit by a car walking out the door. Chaos erupted. The teacher at the podium stood helplessly powerless to restore order. Thankfully, the bell rang for break, and the teacher shook his head and left the classroom. During recess, Chen Ze grew bolder, engaging openly with the woman on the video call. Fuming, Xia Wanqing snatched the phone from his hand. The two women locked eyes across the screen. The woman on the video sensed thick tension in the air and whispered cautiously, "So, you and Xiao Ze were not involved at all." Xia Wanqing ended the call and immediately blocked, reported, and deleted the account in one swift motion. Wait, this isn't even my WeChat. Not yours. Then whose is it? Xia Wanqing returned to the WeChat profile page. The avatar clearly wasn't Chen Ze's. She hurriedly opened her contacts list. Every single contact was a woman. The only male name, Chen Ze, was pinned at the very top, labeled Xiao Zi's. Xiao Zi's. Xia Wanqing's chest tightened with fury. Trembling, she brandished the phone and demanded, "Tell me, whose WeChat is this really? And who exactly is that woman in the video?" The Ocean King had finally been exposed. Classmates exchanged exhilarated glances. A full-blown battlefield of love, a high-stakes, emotionally charged scenario straight out of novels or anime, had somehow materialized in their ordinary lives. "This is my eldest sister's WeChat. And the voice you heard, that's my second sister," Chen Ze replied, utterly unruffled. "So the woman in the video, is she your third sister? And whose phone is this really?" Xia Wanqing's fingers trembled uncontrollably, her voice cracked slightly. "Chen Ze, I never imagined you'd be like this." Ding. Xia Wanqing's affection toward you continues to decline. Ding. Xia Wanqing's affection toward you has plummeted nearly to zero. It seems I've seriously overplayed my hand. Chen Ze scrambled to salvage the situation, swearing an oath to heaven. No, had already lost Xia Wanqing's trust. Anything he said now would only sound like hollow evasion. Calm and composed, he faced her tearful gaze and said, "This phone belongs to my eldest sister. Doubt me? Call any contact at random. Ask who Chen Ze is to her. Their reaction will tell you everything." Xia Wanqing pulled out her phone. She didn't believe him, not in the slightest. Yet she still chose to test his claim, randomly messaging a friend. The reply matched his words precisely. "Chen Ze is your younger brother. You forgot." She asked several others. Each gave the same answer. Refusing to concede, Xia Wanqing opened the phone's photo album, searching desperately for intimate photos of Chen Ze with other women. There were none. Dantai's photos were few selfies, office shots, scenic travel images, and casual snaps taken while cooking. One photo taken on Chinese New Year's Day showed the entire family. In it, the woman from the video stood beside Chen Ze, and next to him stood another breathtakingly elegant woman. Two peerless beauties flanked Chen Ze, one resting a hand lightly on his shoulder, while a middle-aged couple stood nearby, and at the center stood his white-haired grandparents. It was unmistakably a genuine family portrait. Had she truly misjudged Chen Ze? Ding. Xia Wanqing's affection toward you begins to recover. Chen Ze exhaled inwardly in relief. Fortunately, his elder sister had hidden all photos of them dining and watching movies together. Otherwise, today would have ended in utter disaster. So this phone truly belongs to your eldest sister. Believe it or don't. Having turned the tide, Chen Ze seized control, rose to his feet, and declared, "I have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now." He walked away without hesitation. The sharper his departure, the deeper her guilt. Hesitation or excessive reassurance would only breed suspicion. Suddenly, Xia Wanqing reached out and grasped his arm, returning the phone. "If this belongs to your elder sister, she must still be in Jiangling. I'd like to join you both for dinner." "Are you certain?" Dantai was far less gentle than she appeared. Chen Ze worried Xia Wanqing might feel overwhelmed meeting his sister, given the vast gulf between their worldviews and backgrounds. After all, Xia Wanqing was only 18, whereas Dantai had long since graduated and worked alongside their father for years. Absolutely certain, Xia Wanqing pressed her lips tightly together. She desperately wanted to meet that ethereal, otherworldly woman, and to confirm once and for all the nature of her relationship with Chen Ze. "Very well, tonight then. As for the location, still undecided. I'll message you later." Xia Wanqing resolved to visit Chen Ze's home that evening, to uncover the truth. If the woman truly was his sister, she'd surely have her own room. Yet if they were cohabiting, traces of shared life would inevitably linger throughout the house. Chen Ze didn't care where she chose to dine. He knew he had nothing to hide. With the emotional crisis averted, Chen Ze reclaimed his phone, switched back to his personal WeChat, and immediately received a message from Huang Yuan. Young Master Chen, the target has been secured. Send me the location. I'm on my way. Stepping out of the teaching building, a subordinate approached and introduced himself as Huang Yuan's designated driver. Head to the suburban slaughterhouse. You know the place, say. Yes. Settling into the rear seat, Chen Ze opened his sister's hidden photo album. The hidden album contained premium content. Its password, unsurprisingly, his birthday. A single provocative image leaked publicly could ignite the entire capital city of Yanjing, but only he would ever feast his eyes upon them. The driver knew the slaughterhouse intimately. It housed dozens of ferocious guard dogs, each terrifyingly savage. He'd once watched horrified as a debt-dodging fraudster was torn apart and devoured by the pack. The memory still churned his stomach. After finishing the album, Chen Ze sent a WeChat message to his sister's work account. My girlfriend would like to invite you to dinner tonight. She hasn't decided on the venue yet. Are you free this evening? Dantai replied instantly, of course. I'd be delighted. Chen Ze hesitated, wanting to say something yet unsure how. He typed, erased, rewrote, and finally gave up. Dantai messaged again. Did you see the photos? Chen Ze, what photos? Dantai, never mind. He closed the phone and leaned back, eyes closed, gathering his composure. Ding dong. Another message popped up from his sister, this time an image. Chen Ze opened the message to view the photo. A selfie of her taken in her office at Heroine. In the image, Dantai appeared poised and elegant, her chin resting lightly on one hand, exuding languid charm laced with an ineffable allure. Has my phone been discovered by your girlfriend? It has. What did she say? She told me to delete Sister Rao Rao, and then browsed your personal photo album. Oh. After a long pause, Dantai sent another message. She suddenly invited me out for dinner. It seems she's misunderstood the nature of our relationship. No. She probably just wants to meet you face-to-face, to build rapport. Not bad. Before even stepping through the door, she's already scouting for a powerful patron. No wonder you resist your family's arranged marriage so fiercely. You've clearly already given your heart away. What's your little girlfriend's name? And what does her family do? Xia Wanqing, the eldest daughter of the Xia family. A simple search will tell you everything you need to know. So she's from the Xia family. Instantly, several senior Xia clan elders flashed through Dantai's mind. I'm willing to meet your girlfriend. But let me be clear, I don't object to your romance, yet you must never forget. You are bound by an engagement. Children, choose one, I'll take both. Beware. Greed may swallow you whole, leaving you with nothing. Chen Ze sent a mischievous grinning emoji. Soon after, the car came to a smooth stop outside a suburban slaughterhouse. The moment Chen Ze stepped out, a group of people hurried forward to attend to him. Huang Yuan, having received word of Chen Ze's arrival, rushed breathlessly from inside and gasped. Young Master Chen, you're here. Chen Ze gave a slight nod, then asked, how is that man's surname Chao? At first he refused to submit, but after we disciplined him, he grew far more compliant. Don't worry, we held back. He can still speak. Bring him to a secure chamber. I have questions for him. Understood. Huang Yuan immediately instructed his subordinates. They soon entered a specially designated interrogation chamber deep within the slaughterhouse. Calling it a chamber was generous. It was more like a prison cell. Pitch black and utterly airless. Only a single bare bulb overhead cast a feeble flickering light. Though compact in size, the room bristled with instruments of torment. Chao Jinhua hung bound to a cruciform post. He looked utterly broken, bloodied head to toe, his clothes shredded by leather straps, and deep, ghastly scars crisscrossing his body. Bang! The door slammed shut. Now only Chen Ze and Chao Jinhua remained inside. Chen Ze sat directly before him, hands folded beneath his chin. You've seen the dogs here, haven't you? They're specially trained. Ferocious, unpredictable. Even their handlers dare not unleash them without leashes. Chao Jinhua had indeed seen those hounds. And worse, he'd witnessed a human being devoured alive before his very eyes. A man, torn apart and consumed right before him. Those beasts had been less than a meter away. If they broke free of their chains, he would become dog food. What do you want to ask me? Just let me leave, and I'll tell you everything I know. Your attitude is commendable. I'm pleased, Chen Ze said, a faint smile playing on his lips, then continued. Who gave you the worm? And what is their true identity? I truly don't know. All I know is they needed something from the Chao family. That's why they agreed to help me. Chao Jinhua dared not lie. The blade was already at his throat. He wouldn't wager his life on deception. He spilled every detail he possessed. Are you absolutely certain you don't know who your handler is? I truly don't know who he is. We communicated only by phone. I've never laid eyes on him. Chen Ze judged him unlikely to lie. Yet if the handler was so elusive, how had Chao Jinhua ever joined them? Logically, after failing his mission, he should have been discarded as useless. Chen Ze rose and approached Chao Jinhua, placing 2 fingers upon his wrist to take his pulse. Steady, indistinguishable from that of an ordinary man. Impossible. He was clearly afflicted with deep-seated worm poison, and Chen Ze had sensed its influence the very first time they met. Could it be? Chen Ze swiftly pressed several acupoints across Chao Jinhua's body. At the touch, something stirred beneath Chao Jinhua's flesh, a tiny, writhing creature. Then with a violent convulsion, it erupted from his mouth. It was a small, pale golden worm. Chen Ze instantly recognized it, the same strain infecting the Chao matriarch. Yet this specimen had undergone a subtle mutation, evolving toward greater potency and refinement. Could his very blood nourish such worms? Ancient medical texts from the celestial physician lineage documented precisely such rare constitutions. Chen Ze couldn't yet classify Chao Jinhua's exact constitution, but one truth stood unshaken. He possessed a unique, extraordinary physique. Suddenly, all the pieces fell into place. Chao Jinhua poisoned, yet miraculously alive, still making calls to his handler who, baffled by his survival, began investigating. That investigation revealed his anomalous constitution. Desperate and abandoned Chao Jinhua then pledged himself to the worm-poisoned sect to cultivate its arts. Later, having grown powerful, the sect was effortlessly eradicated by Ye Tian, now vastly stronger. Chen Ze turned the golden worm between his fingers, a cruel idea blooming coldly in his mind. He pricked his fingertip, letting a drop of blood fall onto the worm, and sealed a binding pact. From this moment, the worm, brimming with untapped potential, was his alone, and Chao Jinhua, merely its living vessel. Gazing at the shimmering golden worm in Chen Ze's palm, Chao Jinhua felt his stomach churn violently. Having eaten nothing all day, he vomited only bitter bile. Just as he caught his breath, Chen Ze shoved the worm back into his mouth. Chao Jinhua, are you a demon? Chen Ze dusted off his hands and said, this worm harms you not. In fact, it will enrich you beyond measure. I've told you everything I know. I truly don't know who your informant is. You really don't. I swear it. Very well. I'll provisionally believe you. May I leave now? Of course you may. Chen Ze smiled, personally untying Chao Jinhua's restraints, then handed him a jar of ointment. This is bone-mending paste. Apply it to your wounds, and healing will accelerate dramatically. Chao Jinhua stared at Chen Ze, dazed, as if trapped in a waking dream. Was this real or illusion? Ignoring his agony, he pinched his own cheek. It was real. He was free. He could walk out, right now. But why release him? Why gift him healing medicine? As Chao Jinhua stood bewildered, Chen Ze spoke again. You may leave, but only under one condition. What condition? Terror flared in Chao Jinhua's eyes. His worst fear had arrived. Once outside, continue contacting your informant, the one who supplied the worm, until he comes to you in person. In the meantime, I'll provide you with additional funds. You may resume your life as young Master Chao. That's all. That's all. Chen Ze clapped his shoulder and said, go forth. Eat, drink, live freely. Let today's events vanish from memory as if they never occurred. Many thanks, young Master Chen, for your magnanimity. Overwhelmed, Chao Jinhua stammered, unable to form coherent words. Unbeknownst to him, no feast is truly free. Chen Ze's money carries a price, one paid in blood. For that debt demands repayment with life itself. Meanwhile, in the CEO's office at Shengshi Huading, an unusual guest had arrived. More precisely, the future majority shareholder of Shengshi Huading. Song Qingyi had received the notification that morning. Before she could even reach the office, Wei Wujian informed her that the CEO had an urgent matter. Her appointment was rescheduled to the afternoon. In the afternoon, she received another notice. This time, she opted luxuriously for a taxi. Arriving at Shengshi Huading, her black card granted her seamless access straight to the penthouse floor. Before her stood the familiar door of the CEO's office. Her heart quickened involuntarily. Power, within arm's reach. After today, she would truly ascend from obscurity to eminence. She pressed the doorbell. Wei Wujian opened the door. Dantai Yu sat calmly on the sofa, and the moment her gaze fell upon Song Qingyi, a flicker of strange recognition crossed her eyes. For Song Qingyi, on the cusp of inheriting Shengshi Huading, this was hardly auspicious. Wei Wujian introduced her. This is Song Qingyi, a freshman at Jiangling University. I see. Dantai Yu gestured toward an empty seat beside her. There are no outsiders here. Please feel at ease. Flustered yet poised, Song Qingyi swiftly composed herself and took the seat. Her ability to adapt so effortlessly left a subtly favorable impression on Dantai Yu. The reason I've returned to the company is to formally transfer its equity. Dantai Yu poured a cup of tea for Song Qingyi. Shengshi Huading was my first venture, the one into which I poured the deepest devotion. To be honest, parting with it pains me, especially upon seeing you for the first time. Why? Song Qingyi asked, equally curious. I can't quite explain it. Dantai Yu's luminous eyes shimmered softly. You bear a faint resemblance to a girl my younger brother once pursued. She shared your bearing, yet differed in subtle ways. Song Qingyi did not grasp Dan Taiyu's meaning, but from those words, she seized one vital clue: younger brother. This breathtaking, commanding woman before her was very likely the elder sister of the young man who had handed her the black card that night. The girl Dan Taiyu referenced was precisely the cunning, calculating classmate Chen Ze had admired during high school. That girl's aura closely mirrored Song Qingyi's, both hailing from humble, even impoverished origins. Yet their paths diverged sharply. The former had long since been molded by society's crucible. Though Song Qingyi too possessed shrewdness, her unflinching composure betrayed a truth: she had never bowed to power or privilege. She still carried an unbroken spine, and an ambition too fierce to conceal. Dan Taiyu smiled faintly. Do not worry. You are you, and she is she. With that, she withdrew a share transfer agreement from her drawer. This document transfers full ownership of Shengshi Huading to you. Sign your name, and this empire becomes yours. Song Qingyi stared at the contract, her pulse and breath quickening. Yet she did not sign immediately. There is no such thing as a free lunch, a truth universally acknowledged. Even before arriving, she had meticulously investigated Shengshi Huading's operations and its underlying capital structure. Her findings revealed sustained upward momentum in performance. Signing this contract would not make her Jiangling's wealthiest citizen, but certainly place her among its top 1,000. Watching Song Qingyi scrutinize each clause with meticulous care, Dan Taiyu's lingering apprehension eased perceptibly. After all, who would willingly entrust their life's first creation to an utter stranger, and a college freshman at that? Yet this was her brother's explicit wish, and whatever he claimed belonged to him utterly. Whether bestowed today or tomorrow made no difference. Over half an hour later, having reviewed every term thoroughly, Song Qingyi signed the contract with quiet confidence. Then, with gentle apology, "I'm sorry to have taken so much of your time. Faced with such immense fortune, your caution speaks volumes," Dan Taiyu replied. "At your age, possessing such discernment bodes extraordinary future achievement." "You flatter me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Dan Taiyu. Should you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to contact me." Dan Taiyu rose and extended her right hand. As their hands met, a sharp rapping echoed at the door. Wei Wujian stood and opened the door just a crack. "Vice President Ma Sudong," voice trembling, "is the CEO inside. I must speak with her." Wei Wujian had already seen the official announcement. Ma Sudong's employment had been terminated unilaterally with severance and penalties fully settled. In other words, Ma Sudong was no longer affiliated with the company. Wei Wujian smiled coolly. "You know the CEO's temperament well enough. Do you truly believe she'll entertain you? I've devoted my life to this company. Even if I earn no glory, surely I deserve some mercy." Ma Sudong broke into sobs. Years of relentless struggle, from the lowest rung to this hard-won position, had exacted a toll known only to him. Wei Wujian glanced at Dan Taiyu. She gently released Song Qingyi's hand, rose, and walked to the doorway, pausing only to regard Ma Sudong kneeling on the floor, then turned without a backward glance and strode toward the elevator. Ma Sudong watched helpless as Dan Taiyu passed him, without so much as a single glance his way. In that instant, fury erupted within him. He surged upright, drew a knife from his coat, and lunged, blade aimed at her back. "You're insane." Wei Wujian sprang forward, but too late. The glinting fruit knife hovered inches from Dan Taiyu's spine. Lao Shu materialized, disarmed Ma Sudong in one fluid motion, then sent him crashing to the floor with a brutal kick. Wei Wujian seized the opportunity to subdue him completely. Ding! The elevator doors slid open. From beginning to end, Dan Taiyu never turned. Calm, composed, as though the violence had never occurred. In truth, Lao Shu's intervention was unnecessary. Ma Sudong's clumsy amateurish strike could never have harmed her. Wei Wujian retrieved his pager and summoned security. Ma Sudong ceased resisting as he was dragged away. Neck clamped by burly guards, marched like a condemned prisoner to the gallows. He had never deigned to acknowledge these very guards before, just as Dan Taiyu had refused to acknowledge him. From the high-floor, Song Qingyi watched Ma Sudong being led step by step into the police car. That sight hardened her resolve to climb higher. Without lineage or patronage, one's position remained perpetually precarious. Wei Wujian applauded, celebrating Song Qingyi's ascension. "Congratulations, Director Song. Shengshi Huading is now yours. This is merely the beginning. What Dan Taiyu achieved, I will surpass." Reclining on the sofa, Song Qingyi stretched languidly. "The vice president position is vacant. Do you have a candidate in mind?" A gesture of reciprocity having secured Wei Wujian's loyalty, she moved swiftly to consolidate her authority within the company. "Indeed, I do have a suitable candidate." Wei Wujian, ambitious yet principled, would recommend only merit, not favor, when filling such a critical role. "Then entrust it to you. Send the details to my email once confirmed." Song Qingyi rose. "By the way, how fares the Sun family? They've been eradicated, jointly dismantled by Jiangling's leading clans." Last night's chaos instigated by the Sun brothers had been too brazen. Had Sun Hongtao survived, his hidden backers might have intervened. But with his death, and only Sun Hongyun remaining, the Suns held no further strategic value. Forcing support for him would provoke unified resistance from Jiangling's aristocracy, costing far more than it gained. So, it ends just like that. Song Qingyi shook her head and stepped out, embarking on a tour of the company. Wei Wujian followed closely, briefing her on facilities and current operations. As they entered the dining area, serendipity struck. They encountered Yi Linger, Song Qingyi's dormitory roommate. "Qingyi, I never expected to see you here." Yi Linger greeted warmly. "I could ask you the same. What brings you to this elite establishment?" Their backgrounds were similarly modest. Yi Linger's nature made such venues improbable, unless invited. "Liang Xiaoqian's dating a rich heir. He's treating our entire dorm to dinner. Why refuse free luxury?" Yi Linger grinned, dimples deepening. "Care to join us?" Song Qingyi hesitated. But Yi Linger's effervescent energy swept her along, tugging her firmly toward the private room. Resigned, Song Qingyi signaled silently to Wei Wujian that their tour would conclude for today. Together they entered the heir's reserved private dining room. The young heir's gaze locked on his Song Qingyi. His eyes widened, thoughts racing. Compared to her, my girlfriend is nothing. And who might you be? Where exactly are your eyes wandering? Liang Xiaoqian pinched his arm sharply. He winced, but deep within a seed of desire had already taken root. Yi Linger enthusiastically introduced, "This is Song Qingyi, a true academic achiever." "Oh, so you're Song classmate?" Song Qingyi nodded slightly, and then sat beside Yi Linger. "Waiter." Yu Qiuling called the waiter over, handing the menu to Song Qingyi. "Order whatever you like, today I'm treating." They say that having a girlfriend in the girls' dormitory supports the entire dorm. This saying indeed holds some truth. Liang Xiaoqian was indeed beautiful, but compared to Song Qingyi, she seemed somewhat lacking. This was also why her boyfriend didn't invite her to dinner tonight. Looking at the table full of dishes, Song Qingyi said, "I don't have any particular favorite dishes. Ordering too much would be wasteful." Yi Linger chuckled, pushing the menu in front of Song Qingyi. "Oh, don't be modest with Yu Qiuling. He's a genuine rich second generation." Reluctantly, Song Qingyi ordered a bowl of white fungus and lotus seed soup. "Just one bowl of white fungus and lotus seed soup, please." She handed the menu back to the waiter. After the waiter left, Wei Wujian stopped him outside. "Mr. Wei, you," Wei Wujian said lightly. "The new big boss is having dinner inside. You go to the wine cellar and bring 2 bottles of fine wine over. The bill will be on me." "Okay, he'll take care of it right away." The waiter nodded quickly. Soon he entered with 2 bottles of high-end red wine. Seeing the waiter bring in 2 bottles of red wine, Yu Qiuling looked puzzled and said, "I don't remember ordering red wine. Did you bring it to the wrong place?" "No. These 2 bottles of red wine were specifically requested by Mr. Wei." "Oh, I see now." Although Yu Qiuling didn't understand why they brought red wine, he quickly changed the subject to maintain his image in front of his girlfriend, smiling. "Then please thank Mr. Wei for me later." The other 5 girls, including Yi Linger, assumed that the wine was sent over to honor Yu Qiuling. Thus they regarded him even more favorably. Liang Xiaoqian's eyes sparkled with excitement. She was also happy to have found a rich second-generation boyfriend right after entering university. Yi Linger, being lively and active, picked up a bottle of red wine and scanned it with her phone to check its value. The result shocked her. Romanicani, 1990. A bottle worth over 100,000 yuan, and there are 2 bottles. The total cost of the dishes on the table was barely around 20,000, yet the 2 bottles of wine were worth over 200,000. Yu Qiuling was also taken aback by the price of the 2 bottles of wine. However, the more surprised he was, the more composed he wanted to appear. Song Qingyi did not expect these 2 bottles of wine to be so valuable, secretly lamenting Wei Wujian's extravagance. The other girls had never seen such expensive wine before and eagerly stood up to take pictures with the wine to post on social media. Except for Song Qingyi. Yu Qiuling stood up to open the wine. Everyone had a glass, just enough. However, while pouring for Song Qingyi, a bit of white powder accidentally fell into her glass. The powder quickly dissolved in the wine, almost impossible to detect with the naked eye. The rich aroma of the wine masked the scent of the powder, making it undetectable unless one were a seasoned wine connoisseur. After the 7 of them clinked glasses, Yu Qiuling watched as Song Qingyi drank the red wine before downing his own glass. After finishing the wine, they engaged in idle chatter. Not long after, the effects of the drug began to kick in. Song Qingyi clearly sensed something was off in her head. Having only taken a small sip of wine, her head felt heavy, as if filled with lead. She struggled to open her eyes, realizing that everyone except her appeared normal. Could it be that she was truly drunk? Song Qingyi found herself utterly weak. She tried to take out her phone to message Wei Wujian, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not move her fingers at all. Eventually, she lost consciousness, entirely slumping helplessly on the dining table. Seeing the opportunity, Yu Qiuling quickly stood up and said, Is Song classmate drunk? Song Kinji's face was now flushed red, indeed resembling someone who was drunk. Ye Linger patted her and then worriedly said, "It seems like Qingyi is really drunk. I don't know where she lives or what should we do? We can't just send her back to the dormitory, right? How can we send her back like this? If the dorm supervisor sees her, they will definitely report it to the school authorities and she will get punished. So what should we do then?" At that moment, as everyone was at a loss, Yu Qiuling suggested, "I have a car. I'll let Xiaoqian take her to my car, and then Xiaoqian can get her a room nearby to stay for the night." This suggestion was quickly approved by everyone. Soon they all stood up to leave the private room. Song Qingyi was dragged by Liang Xiaoqian, and Ye Linger completely unaware as they helped her into Yu Qiuling's Audi. After Yu Qiuling got into the car, he waved goodbye to the other girls. Liang Xiaoqian sat in the passenger seat, glancing back at Song Qingyi from time to time, saying, "Qiuling, do you think leaving her alone at the hotel is okay? If not, you can go back alone, and I will share a room with her at the hotel. It's fine. People usually wake up without any issues after a night of drinking. We can't let her affect our private time together, can we?" "You're so irresponsible." Liang Xiaoqian playfully slapped her boyfriend's arm, but ultimately agreed to leave Song Qingyi alone in the room. They would open another room next door. Yu Qiuling planned to act after Liang Xiaoqian fell asleep in this. Also conveniently gave Wei Wujian the opportunity to react. Upon learning that Song Qingyi was taken away from the hotel by her classmates, Wei Wujian immediately sensed something was off. Logically speaking, with just 2 bottles of red wine, how could 7 people drinking 1 glass each possibly get drunk? After reviewing the surveillance footage, he instantly entered a state of rage. After scolding the waiter, he immediately contacted Dan Taiyu for help. Dan Taiyu was currently on the balcony hanging clothes. Upon hearing that Song Qingyi might be in danger, she immediately passed the mess on to Chen Ze. Chen Ze had just returned from the suburbs and was preparing to go home. After hearing his sister's description, he quickly turned around and headed to the Shengshi Huading. "Young Master Chen, is there something wrong?" Huang Yuan asked curiously as he sat beside him. There indeed was an accident. You should arrange for people to search for an Audi car near Shengshi Huading. The license plate number is. Prioritize checking hotels and inns. Chen Ze rubbed his temples, hoping that Song Qingyi would not encounter any danger. Huang Yuan mobilized all resources to search, while Wei Wujian was not idle, directly contacting local police to intervene in the investigation. Time passed slowly. 10 minutes later, after receiving concrete news, Huang Yuan's face darkened as he said, "Young Master Chen, we have confirmed the location. What should we do now? If it's found, then take action. Do I need to teach you how to do it?" Chen Ze took out a cigarette and lit it, his expression calm and unyielding. Meanwhile, a large number of men dressed in black suits and sunglasses suddenly appeared in the Hawaiian hotel, exuding a fierce aura as they entered the elevator in groups. Yu Qiuling was still unaware that danger was quietly approaching, and he continued to indulge in unrealistic fantasies. Knock, knock, knock. Yu Qiuling, lying in bed chatting, turned his head toward Liang Xiaoqian, who was still showering, and asked, "Did you order takeout?" "We've already eaten. Why would we order takeout?" "Then who's knocking at the door?" "No idea. Maybe the cleaning staff." Yu Qiuling sighed and reluctantly got up to open the door. The moment he cracked it open, an immense force slammed into him, sending him stumbling backward. An arm covered in tattoos thrust inward from the corridor. Before Yu Qiuling could grasp what was happening, a swarm of men in black suits, grim-faced and menacing, burst into the room. Liang Xiaoqian, hearing the commotion, while still in the shower, hastily wrapped herself in a white towel, clutched it tightly across her chest, and padded out barefoot in cotton slippers. Off. At the sight of so many hostile men, Liang Xiaoqian broke out in a cold sweat. She tried to retreat, but a suited man instantly clamped a hand over her mouth. MMPH. MMPH. She thrashed desperately, but her strength was pitifully slight, and the slippery towel offered no leverage, rendering her utterly powerless against his grip. "Who are you? Don't you know this is illegal?" Yu Qiuling swallowed hard, feigning composure. The lead man sneered coldly, beat him, and like a pack of wolves they surged forward. In one brutal exchange, 3 of Yu Qiuling's ribs snapped. He collapsed onto the floor, writhing in agony. Yet this was only the beginning. "Stop. Please, stop hitting him," Liang Xiaoqian sobbed, pleading. "Break 2 fingers first. Let him remember this lesson for life." "Yes, sir." His underlings obeyed, instantly wrenching Yu Qiuling's left and right index fingers backward until bone gave way with sickening crunches. "Af!" Yu Qiuling lay prostrate, howling in torment. After regaining a sliver of strength, Yu Qiuling trembled as he whispered, "Who are you?" "Shut your mouth. Lie still. Move even an inch, and I'll chop off every finger you have left. Try me." He'd never witnessed such brutality. His mind reeled, convinced these were debt collectors hunting him down. "Don't kill me. I swear I don't have a single cent on me." The suited man smirked faintly. "No money, and yet you stay in a hotel like this. This room isn't mine, it's my girlfriend's. How intriguing. The man glanced at Liang Xiaoqian, then back at Yu Ling, and pressed further, what about that Audi A8 parked outside? I borrowed it, from a friend. Yu Ling's stammered voice quavering. Liang Xiaoqian froze, as if struck by lightning. Borrowed? Didn't you say you were a second-generation heir? Was all of it a lie? The suited man watched Liang Xiaoqian struggle, then flicked his fingers at a subordinate. Let her speak. The moment her mouth was freed, Liang Xiaoqian erupted. Yu Ling, you claimed you were born rich. What's this about borrowing a car? With his pretense shattered, Yu Ling abandoned all charade and laid bare his true self without reserve. Be realistic. If I were truly wealthy, why would I even bother with you? I only targeted you because your family's well off. I wanted to squeeze some cash out of you. So that's why you suddenly started lying about family troubles and cash flow problems, to make me willingly spend on you. Tears spilled down her cheeks as she spoke. Wiping away tears, she choked out. I never imagined you'd be this kind of person. Yu Ling chuckled bitterly. Don't play the virtuous martyr now. If you weren't after my money, why'd you ever agree to date me? They were cut from the same cloth. One schemed to swindle wealth, seduce, and live off another's generosity. The other dreamed of marrying into luxury, to become a tycoon's wife. Yet fate rarely serves such banquets on silver platters. The suited man cared nothing for their bitter entanglement. His mission was complete. He simply awaited Huang Yuan's arrival. Give me time. I'll repay every cent with interest. Apologies. I'm not here to collect debts. Not collecting debts. Then why break in like this? Yu Ling instinctively turned his gaze toward Liang Xiaoqian. A chill ran down her spine. Had she been free, she would have killed him with her bare hands. The suited man replied coolly, you'll find out soon enough. Minutes later, the door exploded inward. Huang Yuan strode in. The suited men bowed in unison, voices hushed, but reverent. Young Master Huang. Young Master Huang. Young Master Huang. Yu Ling forced a pained smile through his agony. Don't call me young master. We're strangers. Without warning, Huang Yuan drove a vicious kick straight into his face. You've truly lost your mind, daring to touch my brother's woman. My brother's woman. Could it be Song Qingyi? His throat convulsed, his heart felt pierced by a blade. Before he could process it, Huang Yuan delivered a skull-shattering kick that sent him crashing into the bedpost. He genuinely wished to end this wretched insect's life. If the woman truly was the one Chen Ze sought, not even Heaven's sovereign could save Yu Ling today. Chen Ze had already entered the adjacent standard room. Inside, Song Qingyi lay motionless on the bed, fully clothed, covered by a quilt, her complexion flushed but otherwise unharmed. Chen Ze placed 2 fingers upon her wrist to assess her pulse. Relief washed over him when he confirmed she was stable. Thankfully, she'd only ingested a sedative, not something far more dangerous like an aphrodisiac. He lifted the quilt, then cradled her alabaster neck in one hand and gently supported her slender, delicate legs with the other. As he stepped out, Huang Yuan and his entourage stood waiting at the threshold. Liang Xiaoqian, now fully dressed, stood trembling beside them. Young Master Chen, this man has been dealt with. How shall we proceed? This afternoon I heard those dogs barking incessantly. Haven't they been fed in days, eh? They haven't. We'll arrange it immediately. Huang Yuan nodded with a faint, unsettling smile. And her, he gestured toward Liang Xiaoqian. I know nothing. Truly I know nothing. Liang Xiaoqian trembled violently, waving her hands frantically. Next time choose your men more wisely. Chen Ze shook his head, then turned and carried Song Qingyi into the elevator. Huang Yuan fixed Liang Xiaoqian with a sharp glance. Young Master Chen has spared you. Now get out. Watching Chen Ze and his group vanish down the hall, Liang Xiaoqian suddenly recalled one chilling detail. Why was Song Qingyi cradled in the arms of that man, young Master Chen? They departed en masse. No one dared intervene. Outside, neon lights pulsed and music throbbed, while the woman in his arms exhaled warm breath against his neck. After settling Song Qingyi into the passenger seat, Chen Ze climbed into the driver's side. He gazed at her unconscious form. Taking her home directly was impossible. Even 10 tongues couldn't explain that. He had no choice but to bring her to his own residence. It didn't matter. His villa held more rooms than he'd ever need. VRR. Song Qingyi's phone buzzed inside her pocket. Chen Ze hesitated, then reached in and withdrew it. Caller ID, Mom. What now? Answer, or let it ring. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Ze chose to answer the call. After a long pause, Chen Ze spoke. Hello, I found a phone. Are you the owner's mother? He continued. I found a phone on the school playground. If you know the owner, could you notify her to claim it at the library? I was wondering why you weren't answering. Turns out the phone was lost. Thank you, young man. He'll contact her counselor right away. Chen Ze hung up, exhaling in relief. Fortunately, he had a moment of inspiration and came up with this idea. Otherwise, the truth would have been exposed. He returned to the Jiangling villa. Dantai Yu was watching international news in the living room. and was not particularly surprised to see Chen Ze enter with Song Qingyi in his arms. Instead, she expressed her concern for her safety, asking, "Is she all right?" "She's fine, just a good sleep will do," Dantai said, getting up. "Let's put her in my room to sleep first." "If she's sleeping in your room, where will you sleep tonight?" Chen Ze suddenly felt an ominous premonition. "Of course he'll sleep in your room," Dantai said, seriously watching the news on TV. Chen Ze panicked. "Wait. If you sleep in my room, where will I sleep tonight?" "You can sleep in your own room, of course," she replied. "No way, you'll just sleep in the living room then." When they were young, they had spent the night together before. However, this little brat Chen Ze took sleeping seriously. He would just tilt his head, cover himself with a blanket, and fall asleep instantly. In a cozy atmosphere, he was quite active while sleeping, often kicking off the blanket. Dantai tugged at the blanket. He kicked it off again. After a dozen back and forths, he found himself kicked onto the floor, where he spent the entire night. Thinking about such terrifying experiences made Chen Ze's head ache. While speaking, Chen Ze had already stepped into the elevator with Song Qingyi. Dantai's room was on the 3rd floor. However, her room had a fingerprint lock that only she could open. As Dantai opened the door, a faint fragrance wafted in the air. After placing Song Qingyi on the bed, he couldn't help but want to pinch her cute little face while watching her sleep. "Haven't had enough of her yet." Dantai said, a hint of jealousy in her voice. "Her little arms and legs haven't even developed yet. She's not even half as pretty as you." When Chen Ze said this, Song Qingyi, lying on the bed, visibly twitched her eyebrows. Dantai chuckled and said, "All right, hurry up and leave, as she reeks of alcohol, and I want to help her take a bath." "Then hurry up, Wanqing will probably call back soon." "Don't rush me. If you keep rushing, I won't go tonight." Bang! Chen Ze was rejected at the door. At that moment, his phone suddenly buzzed. Seeing that it was a call from Xia Wanqing, Chen Ze quickly tapped to answer. Whether he could boost his credibility depended on tonight's performance. "Hello." The gentle voice of Xia Wanqing came through the phone. "Have you decided where to eat?" "Yes, I have." "Where?" "Your house." "What?" "I'm already at your front door, and I've bought some food, but I can't carry it all. Can you come out and help me?" "Sure, I'll come out to get you right now." Surprise inspection. Not bad, she's already learned counter-surveillance. But that's not the most critical part. The most critical part is that there's still a Song Qingyi in the older sister's room. If Song Qingyi were awake, that would be one thing. The key issue is that she's unconscious and currently in the bathroom. Chen Ze felt numb. There was no choice. He could only grit his teeth and go out to help her with the food. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Xia Wanqing, hands on her hips, looking angry. "Why are you so slow? I've been waiting for you here for a long time." Chen Ze felt awkward and didn't know how to respond, so he took the bag of food beside her and said, "Why did you suddenly want to come to my house for dinner? The food outside is not clean, and it's safer to eat at home." Xia Wanqing wasn't really good at lying. "How on earth am I supposed to fabricate this?" Chen Ze's mind raced at lightning speed. This narrative was utterly unsustainable, absolutely impossible to continue. Even Dantai Yue, who had weathered countless grand spectacles, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Anyone with half a brain would know there must still be someone inside the bathroom right now. "Oh, by the way, Wanqing, I recall you invited me to taste your cooking. My elder sister also loves cooking. Surely the two of you share much in common." Chen Ze interrupted Xia Wanqing's train of thought. Dantai Yu immediately interjected, "Yes, I cook often too, but Ze refuses to eat my dishes. Today's the perfect chance for him to sample my newest creation." Xia Wanqing repeatedly interrupted, faltered, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Seeing his ploy take effect, Chen Ze pressed further, "My sister's cooking is truly dreadful. One time nearly sent me to the grave." "Could it really be that terrible?" Xia Wanqing glanced skeptically at Dantai Yu. Dantai Yu shot Chen Ze a venomous glare, then gently took Xia Wanqing's hand and said, "Don't believe his nonsense. He's simply grown spoiled by indulgence." "I think so too." Once steered toward the topic of cuisine, Xia Wanqing miraculously forgot the strange sound moments earlier. After the two women left the room, Chen Ze swiftly shut the door behind them. At that very instant, the bathroom door swung open. Song Qingyi emerged wrapped in a towel, her arms pale and slender as lotus roots glistening with moisture. Upon seeing Chen Ze, Song Qingyi froze. Then tears spilled instantly from her eyes. "Are you all right?" "And no, I'm fine." She rose shakily. The towel slipped from her shoulders as she choked out, "Thank heavens, the first face I saw was yours." Her voice dissolved into sobs. Chen Ze's palms settled gently upon her smooth, delicate back, stroking slowly, soothingly. "Don't cry. Tears will spoil your beauty." "I don't care. I will cry." The more he spoke, the louder her weeping grew. "Wah!" Chen Ze. Downstairs, Xia Wanqing turned, frowning. "Sister Yu, did you hear sobbing?" "Sobbing?" Dantai Yu forced a smile. "Hear what?" "I heard nothing at all." "Is that so? Perhaps I imagined it." The sobbing ceased, muted by Chen Ze's lips. He pressed Song Qingyi onto the bed. She stood no chance against him. Within moments, she surrendered completely. Her defenses crumbled entirely. Conquered, overwhelmed, then lost irrevocably within the tide of sensation. Chen Ze had only meant to silence Song Qingyi, to keep her from speaking rashly, but as time passed their breaths grew increasingly feverish. Song Qingyi and Xia Wanqing evoked utterly different impressions. If Xia Wanqing were a rosy, nearly ripe apple, then Song Qingyi remained an unripe, tart green one. After several minutes of kissing, Song Qingyi's lips tingled numbly. Still crying, Chen Ze slowly drew his lips away from hers. No more tears. Her body trembled faintly. Her snow-white arms remained draped around his neck. Perhaps exhaustion held her still, or perhaps she simply didn't wish to part so soon. Perhaps she didn't wish to part so soon. Will you take responsibility for me? Lying upon the bed, Song Qingyi's cheeks flushed faintly with warmth. Chen Ze nuzzled her earlobe, breathing in the subtle, clean fragrance rising from her skin. I already have many women. Adding one more changes nothing. I don't expect your whole heart. I ask only for a fragment. Just a sliver is enough. You're remarkably perceptive. A faint smile touched Chen Ze's lips. Indeed, this simplifies matters considerably for me. You've agreed. Why refuse a gift freely offered? Knock knock. A sudden rapping echoed at the door. Chen Ze sprang up, handing her the towel. Wrap yourself and hide. Quickly. Song Qingyi clutched the towel tightly, whispering anxiously, where should I hide? Truly, Dantai Yu's room offered few hiding places. Only the wardrobe behind the curtains or inside the bathroom. The space beneath the bed was non-existent, utterly unfit for concealment. What now? Song Qingyi murmured softly. I'm petite. I can squeeze into the wardrobe. It'll be fine. Then you'll have to endure a momentary inconvenience. With no choice, Chen Ze guided her into the wardrobe. Once Song Qingyi was safely concealed, he hurried to answer the door. As expected, Xia Wanqing stood outside. Her clothes were not merely soiled. They were catastrophically ruined beyond description. To those who knew, it looked like kitchen mishap. To the ignorant, she might as well have crawled from a landfill. Chen Ze stifled a chuckle. How did you manage to douse yourself entirely in soy sauce? Ha ha. And you're laughing. It's all your fault. You refused to help us. When sister you tried opening the soy sauce bottle, she accidentally splashed it all over me. Then blame my elder sister. Had I stepped in, I'd still be the one holding the bottle. That's different. If you'd helped, only a 50% chance you'd hit me. Chen Ze, what bizarre logic is this? Fine, no more talk. I'm filthy. I need to wash immediately. Oh, Chen Ze nodded. Xia Wanqing stepped into the bathroom and paused, glancing back. Don't peek. Get out now. We're practically husband and wife. Does it really matter? Who's married to you? Everything that could be done has been done, so aren't we by definition husband and wife? I never agreed to that. Xia Wanqing, naturally modest, felt her cheeks burn anew as last night's memories flooded back. Her entire being instantly immersed once more in that intoxicating, unforgettable sensation. I'll wash up quickly. Let me find you some of my sister's clothes. Xia Wanqing and Dantai Yu shared similar heights, both tall, statuesque beauties. Oh, Xia Wanqing replied softly, then closed the glass door behind her. Rushing water filled the air. Chen Ze tiptoed cautiously toward the wardrobe. He opened it. Song Qingyi sat quietly inside, knees drawn close. But the cramped space was sweltering, leaving her damp with heat. Are you all right? Fine, just rather warm, but bearable. Let me fetch you some clothes. His gaze shifted to the clothing rack. The rack held garments for every season, spring, summer, autumn, winter, complete with pristine tags from globally renowned brands. I've seen her photos online. I'll help choose. Song Qingyi emerged from the wardrobe, still wrapped in her towel, and began selecting outfits for Xia Wanqing. Something felt subtly off, but Chen Ze couldn't quite place it. Gurgle. The bathroom door slid open. Xia Wanqing extended a hand. Have you found the clothes yet? All set. Chen Ze handed the chosen garments through the doorway. Swish. The glass door closed again. He leaned in, whispering, Are your discarded clothes still in there? They likely are. We're doomed. Chen Ze knew Xia Wanqing's fastidious nature. She washed worn clothes immediately and hung them to dry without delay. If she discovered 2 sets of clothing and 2 sets of undergarments, each differing in size, brand, and price, any sensible person would instantly suspect something amiss. Chen Ze, why are there 2 mismatched outfits in here? How should I know? He deflected blame instantly onto his elder sister. No worries. I'll just wash them both. Funny, I didn't know sister you favored such kawaii underthings. He glanced sidelong at Song Qingyi. Song Qingyi's face burned crimson. Almost ready. Just a moment longer. Take your time. I'm in no hurry. He handed her the key to his room. Mine is on the top floor. Go there first. I'll arrange for new clothes suited to you delivered shortly. All right. Song Qingyi nodded obediently, then dashed out in a flurry. Just then, Xia Wanqing's voice drifted from the bathroom once more. Chen Ze, why is there another phone in here? It might be my sister's spare phone. Chen Ze fibbed. You know my sister is usually quite busy, so it's normal for her to carry 2 or 3 phones around. Oh, Xia Wanqing clearly did not take this seriously. After a while she came out holding a basin full of clothes. After her shower, Xia Wanqing resembled a pristine piece of jade, especially her snow-white legs crystal clear with distinctly defined toes. Have you seen enough? Xia Wanqing said angrily. Where can I dry my clothes? Isn't there a dryer? I prefer to air dry naturally. The yard and the balcony upstairs can both be used to dry clothes. Song Qingyi was now in her own room, completely free of worries, allowing her to do as she pleased. By the way, Xia Wanqing seemed to suddenly recall something and asked in confusion, I just took a shower and didn't see the screaming chicken your sister bought. Our family never buys such odd things. Chen Ze reached out and touched her forehead, asking, haven't you been sleeping well these past couple of days, leading to auditory hallucinations? Isn't it because of you being irritating? Xia Wanqing pushed Chen Ze's arm aside. Aren't you going to help sister you cook? She must be very busy alone right now. Having you guys is truly a blessing for me. What do you mean? It means nothing. Then why are you being sarcastic? Am I a? You are. In fact, Xia Wanqing had already suspected there was a second person in the room while washing clothes, as the difference between the 2 pieces of clothing was far too obvious. Brand size including underwear. Xia Wanqing thought of confronting directly, but after all, this was her sister's room, not Chen Ze's. After some thought, she decided to wait a bit longer and test Chen Ze's reaction. After struggling to shake off Xia Wanqing's entanglement, Chen Ze immediately called a contact to send over the clothes. The villa was not large, with a total of 5 floors. The housekeeper lived on the 1st floor. Uncle Wolf lived on the 2nd floor. As for the demon blade, it had long transcended the realm of ordinary humans rarely seen, but it would definitely appear at the first moment it was needed. Currently, Dan Taiyue lived on the 3rd floor. The 4th floor was already reserved by the 2nd sister. The 5th floor was Chen Ze's room. Next to Chen Ze's bedroom was a large balcony where he could sunbathe, sip tea, and reflect on life during his free time. Xia Wanqing was hanging clothes on the balcony. Ding dong. Su Yunfei, have you checked Chen Ze's room? Xia Wanqing, not yet. I don't know which room he sleeps in. Su Yunfei, silly, can't you just ask him directly? Xia Wanqing, doesn't that seem too obvious? Su Yunfei, what's wrong with striving for happiness? Of course, if you mind him having multiple partners, just ignore what I said. Thinking of Chen Ze being with multiple girls made Xia Wanqing feel a pang of discomfort. Since she was already here, she decided to find out his true nature. With determination, Xia Wanqing dialed Chen Ze's WeChat. Hey, which floor are you on? Why the sudden question? I want to help tidy your room. No need, the housekeeper usually helps me clean. Then he'll wash your clothes for you. No need, my sister already washed them for me today. I want to see if there's someone hiding in your room. No need. Chen Ze quickly realized and said, how could there be anyone in my room? You're lying. Am not. Then why don't you let me into your room? My room is right next to the balcony on the 5th floor. If you want to see, I can take you there now. Chen Ze pretended to be very angry and hung up the phone. When dealing with girls, one cannot simply comply with all their thoughts. Otherwise, one would always be in a passive position. As a man, one must be firm when necessary. Sure enough, noticing that Chen Ze was a bit angry, Xia Wanqing suddenly reflected on whether she was being too unreasonable. Chen Ze arrived on the 5th floor, entered his room, turned on the bedroom light, and said, look around. If you find even a single hair from a woman here, if I frown while eating dinner tonight, I won't deserve to be a man. Is it an insult to eat the food we made ourselves? Others would want it, but can't even have it. Xia Wanqing argued with Chen Ze while searching every corner of the room. Under the bed, in the wardrobe, behind the curtains, the bathroom. She searched every possible hiding spot. In the end, she found nothing. Not only that, but she really didn't find a single hair from a woman. Seeing the stakes about to be lost, Xia Wanqing directly pulled out one of her own hairs as a false piece of evidence. Here, there's a woman's hair. Xia Wanqing walked out of the bathroom, proudly holding one of her own hairs. That's your own hair. Chen Ze couldn't even be bothered to expose her. His room had always been cleaned by the housekeeper, and out of professional ethics, she always wore gloves and a hairnet while cleaning. Therefore, there was no way a woman's hair could have appeared here. However, he was curious where Song Qingyi was actually hiding. Could it be that she didn't come to his room after she went out? Xia Wanqing walked out of Chen Ze's room. Although she didn't find anyone, she didn't feel disappointed at all. Instead, she was very happy. This proved that Chen Ze really didn't lie to her. He had always maintained his integrity and hadn't gotten involved with other girls. Xia Wanqing cheerfully went downstairs to help Dan Taiyue cook in the kitchen. Now it was Chen Ze's turn to be puzzled. Where did she go? Chen Ze walked to the window to look outside. Good heavens. Song Qingyi was actually wearing his clothes, curled up and motionless, squatting on the air conditioning unit. That's too dangerous. Get up here quickly. Chen Ze reached out to pull her up. Song Qingyi sneezed, looking sickly. Chen Ze tested her forehead temperature with the back of his hand and said, I have cold medicine in my room, you should take some later. Gulu gulu. Song Kinji's little stomach unexpectedly let out gurgling sounds. Are you hungry? Chen Ze smiled and said, they'll bring you something to eat later. I usually don't eat dinner. If you don't eat, you'll be nothing but skin and bones. You've never developed well, and you still don't eat properly. Song Qingyi had an innate feeling of wanting to be protected. Chen Ze patted her head and turned to leave the room. Pat. The moment the door closed, Song Qingyi sat alone on the bed, dazed and lost in thought. In the past, she had clearly resisted being a rich second generation, and she certainly didn't want to do such things just to please a man. But why had it come to this? Would a person ultimately become the very thing they despised the most? Song Qingyi smiled self-deprecatingly, but she quickly came to terms with reality. She never thought of vying for affection because she was self-aware. She didn't want to submit to a man, but Chen Ze's appearance made her completely let go of all her dignity. It was quite contradictory. Song Qingyi also felt very conflicted. Perhaps it was simply because everything came too fast for her to react. She didn't want to be a decorative vase, nor did she want to be a dependency, forever relying on Chen Ze. She wanted to develop her career to be someone who could help him make waves behind the scenes, even if she could only hide in the corner for a lifetime unknown to the public. After sorting out her current situation, Song Qingyi felt a lot clearer in her mind. She wandered around in Chen Ze's room, occasionally glancing at the books on his shelf, and would linger for a long time on a succulent plant. When she saw a phone on the table, she suddenly remembered that her mother called her every day. She hadn't returned her calls for so long, her mother must be very worried about her. So she directly used the phone on the table to make a call. Hello, Mom. Have you been dating a boyfriend recently? Song's mother asked in a lowered voice. No. I'm busy studying all day, where do I have time to date? A boy answered my call today and said something to me already. Upon seeing the caller ID show a Beijing address, Song's mother immediately tensed up and began to consider testing the waters. Song Qingyi was clever, but she couldn't gauge whether Chen Ze had directly revealed their relationship. I have indeed been talking to someone recently. How is he? After a long silence, Song's mother responded. He treats me very well. As long as he treats you well. When Song's mother said this, she seemed to age several years in an instant. This day had finally come. In the past, she had strictly required her to study hard, not wanting her to follow in her footsteps, or else one wrong step would lead to a series of mistakes. Mom, don't worry, I will definitely not delay my studies. Just pay attention to yourself, and when you have time, invite him over to the house to be a guest. Song Qingyi hung up the call, opened her room door, and listened to the playful banter echoing from downstairs. Chen Ze and two women teasing one another. Though she feigned indifference, a quiet pang of disappointment still settled deep within her chest. Your clothes. Lao Tu suddenly appeared beside her. Who are you? Song Qingyi asked, curiosity flickering in her eyes. My name is Lang Tu, but everyone calls me Uncle Lang. Since you're Master Chen's woman, Uncle Lang will do just fine. Uncle Lang, hello. She reached out to accept the clothes, then hesitated before asking softly, Uncle Lang, how many girlfriends does Chen Ze have? That I truly cannot say for certain. In Yinjing, probably none. But here in Jiangling, aside from you, there are likely 2 or 3 others. So many. Even though Song Qingyi had steeled herself emotionally, a dull ache still tightened in her heart. Uncle Lang smiled gently. Master Chen has changed greatly since returning to Jiangling. The fact that he entrusted you with managing Senior Miss' entire enterprise speaks volumes about your standing in his heart. Women, after all, cherish kind words. Those few sentences instantly eased the weight upon her spirit. Then, may I ask the names of Master Chen's other girlfriends here in Jiangling? Well, Uncle Lang paused thoughtfully before replying, Xia Wanqing, the heir of the Xia family, Lu Shuyi, the daughter of Lu Dingren, chairman of Dingrong Group, and one other case, rather delicate. I'll say no more. Su Yunfei, by all accounts, was also among Master Chen's women, though they were not yet formally engaged. Until such a bond was sealed, nothing was truly certain. Thank you for telling me this. Hearing their backgrounds, Song Qingyi could hardly pretend she felt no sting of loss. Lu Shuyi aside, for now, just facing Xia Wanqing alone left her feeling utterly overwhelmed. Uncle Lang offered gentle counsel, do not compete for favor. Your sole advantage lies in Shengshi Huading. Manage it well, and at the very least you'll never be dismissed as mere ornamentation. I understand. Song Qingyi rose and returned to her room. Downstairs, Chen Ze stared blankly at the lavish feast laid before him, suddenly unsure which dish to lift first. Eat while it's hot. Xia Wanqing pointed proudly to her cola-braised chicken wings. Though called cola-braised, they more closely resembled charcoal burnt bone fragments. Her crimson sauce had reduced into near black sludge, a feat of culinary audacity. Dantai approached carrying a clay pot. Your favorite, Buddha jumps over the wall. Chen Ze lifted the lid and nearly fainted from the aroma. If Xia Wanqing's cooking carried a 50% fatality rate, Dantai Yu's soared to 99. Chen Ze wasn't boasting one sip would land anyone straight in the ER with acute food poisoning. Xia Wanqing too recoiled at the soup's pungent odor. Yet as it was prepared by her elder sister, she dared not voice criticism even if Chen Ze could jest freely. She swallowed hard and nudged him insistently. Chen Ze, it's time for soup. Chen Ze blinked. Why aren't you drinking it? All of this was made for you. Go on, drink up. Is this spousal homicide? His hand trembled violently as he lifted the spoon. He truly wondered whether he'd survive this round. Dantai Yu, having witnessed his prior food poisoning episode, murmured anxiously, if it's unbearable, don't force it. After all, he was the family's only younger brother, the sole bearer of the Chen lineage. It's fine. I can eat it. Chen Ze shut his eyes and downed it in one grim, determined gulp. The moment the broth touched his tongue, layers of clashing flavors assaulted him, triggering an overwhelming urge to vomit. Silently, he activated the myriad ancient Azure Emperor art. Thankfully, supreme, immortal crystals pulsed within him, supplying endless spiritual energy. Otherwise, he'd have been powerless to purge the toxins from his body. Even so, his complexion turned ghastly pale. Are you all right? Xia Wanqing's composure shattered in an instant. Sister Yu, could Chen Ze be in danger? Dantai Yu had already removed her apron and was urgently dialing her grandfather for guidance. Foam began bubbling at Chen Ze's lips. I'm fine, just a bit of stomach discomfort. Wiping his mouth, he staggered upright and rode the elevator back to his room. He emptied every pill he'd previously refined to fortify his vital essence. Fueled by their immense ki-blood surge, his cultivation technique ignited. Steam erupted from his pores, shrouding the entire room in thick, swirling vapor. Dantai Yu and Xia Wanqing stared in utter bewilderment until the demon blade materialized before them, blocking their path. Our young master is cultivating in seclusion. Please refrain from approaching. Cultivating. But he was poisoned. Xia Wanqing frowned. Dantai Yu pressed urgently. Is his life truly at risk? Grandfather says, if things worsen, rush him to the hospital for gastric lavage. No need. Hearing the demon blade's assurance, Dantai Yu finally guided Xia Wanqing away. Xia Wanqing still didn't grasp what secluded cultivation meant, but as long as Chen Ze lived, that was enough. Inside the room, time bled onward, until viscous, pitch-black, foul-smelling fluids began oozing from his pores. Bony and muscle cleansing. For Chi-refining cultivators, this sacred purification occurs once every 3 cultivation layers. 3 cycles complete, and Qi surges to the 9th layer. At the 9th layer's apex, the sea of Qi condenses into a spring. Thereafter, grasping a Dao technique unlocks passage into the legendary realm of divine arts. Yet, 3 cycles remains merely the orthodox standard. Legends speak of extraordinary arts permitting bony and muscle cleansing at every single layer, but such feats demand rare high-grade pills and immense reserves of spiritual energy. 9 cycles yield the lesser post-heaven physique. Master the 9 layers of the myriad ancient Azure Emperor art, and one attains the lesser post-heaven longevity body. Post-heaven physiques ascend through 4 tiers. Lesser post-heaven, lesser pre-heaven, pre-heaven. Of course, rare prodigies, blessed with heaven-defying fortune, enter the world already bearing pre-heaven physiques. Take Ye Tian's primordial chaos body, a peerless constitution whose power after 9 rounds of tempering far surpasses even the lesser post-heaven longevity body. Time slipped like mist. When Chen Ze opened his eyes again, his skin was coated in black residue, and the air reeked of decay. Success. Amidst the poison's lethal assault, he'd narrowly survived, and broken through early into the 1st layer of Qi refinement. His senses exploded, heightened beyond measure, as if every organ had been replaced with flawless divine counterparts. Only the stench of that black residue remained intolerable. Chen Ze stepped into the bathroom to bathe. The grime dissolved instantly upon contact with water. Once cleansed, his skin glowed with pristine clarity, flawless, luminous, and fair beyond mortal comparison, so radiant that even women would weep with envy. Not much has changed. He pinched his sharp, chiseled jawline, smirking. Still devastatingly handsome. Being the villain has its drawbacks, eternal supremacy in looks. Meanwhile, the hero remains forever boyishly fresh-faced. Chen Ze opened the window to air the room, then collapsed onto the bed. A warm, supple form slid into his arms, and his resolve wavered. Song Qingyi wrinkled her nose. You reeked just now. And now, he countered. Not anymore. He pulled her down, ready to lose himself in passion, when the door swung open. Xia Wanqing slipped silently into the darkened room, her hand slipping beneath the covers to touch Song Qingyi's forehead. Chen Ze, are you all right? Song Qingyi's heart hammered wildly. Chen Ze's blood pressure spiked violently. I'm fine, just need rest. You terrified me, foaming at the mouth. Xia Wanqing released Song Qingyi's hand and switched on the bedside lamp. How's your stomach now? Gurgle, gurgle. Song Qingyi's stomach betrayed her, again. Her petite frame curled tightly against Chen Ze's chest, rendering her presence invisible from outside the bed. You're hungry. I'll cook you some noodles. No, no, no. Chen Ze hurriedly waved his hand. I'll just order takeout. Chen Ze was speechless inside. If I eat your cooking again, I will surely die today. Don't move for now. Tell me what you want to eat, and I'll order for you. Xia Wanqing took out her phone, opened Mate One, and browsed the takeout options. Just order some of your favorite dishes. All right. Xia Wanqing quickly ordered a bunch of takeout. After finishing the order, she noticed that there was a bit too much sweat on Chen Ze's forehead. Why are you sweating so much? Didn't we turn on the heating in the room? Why are you still under the blanket? While Xia Wanqing was puzzled, she noticed the water cup and the cold medicine on the table. Have you caught a cold? Xia Wanqing nervously reached out her small hand to touch Chen Ze's forehead. Not hot. But why so much sweat? With a woman lying on him, how could he not sweat? Song Qingyi dared not even breathe. If discovered, it would be completely over. The fact that Chen Ze didn't want Xia Wanqing to see him was enough to prove her importance in his heart. Song Qingyi had no background, no one to back her up. The only trump card she had was given by Chen Ze. She had no confidence to confront Xia Wanqing hidden. Rather than being a shrew, it was better to hide in the shadows and be a supportive partner. This was good for everyone. Before long, the takeout was delivered. Xia Wanqing walked in carrying the food. She had ordered quite a lot. Although she prepared a lot of food in the evening, it could only be looked at, not eaten. In her words, she enjoyed the joy and process of cooking, and eating could be ignored. Here, open your mouth. Xia Wanqing picked up a disposable spoon, scooped some rice porridge blue on the steam, and slowly fed it into Chen Ze's mouth. No need, I'll do it myself. Chen Ze pulled one hand out and leaned sideways to eat. This way he could cover Song Qingyi's body as much as possible. Xia Wanqing sat there without leaving, holding her face and watching Chen Ze eat. Although the food wasn't cooked by her, watching her favorite boy eat the takeout she ordered still gave her a sense of achievement. All right, I'm done eating. Chen Ze quickly finished the rice porridge. Xia Wanqing got up to clean the garbage on the table. After finishing, she said, there's still some on the table, remember to eat it later. Chen Ze obediently nodded. Thud. After the door closed, Chen Ze immediately got out of bed and locked the door. Song Qingyi crawled out of the blanket, panting, her face flushed and covered in fragrant sweat. Hurry and eat, then quickly go to sleep. Song Qingyi tied her hair into a ponytail with a headband, then sat on the chair by the bed and began to eat from the takeout box. Chen Ze's bed was very large, easily accommodating 3 to 5 people. After finishing her meal, Song Qingyi obediently lay back down in her original spot. Chen Ze, exhausted from the day, soon fell into a dream. In the middle of the night, Chen Ze suddenly felt a bit cramped. Don't squeeze. As he pushed slightly, he suddenly sensed something was off. When did Song Qingyi's body become so tall? Upon opening his eyes, he saw Dan Taiyue. You? How did you get here? Chen Ze said nervously. Dan Taiyue was in her pajamas, and although she wrapped herself tightly, being so close inevitably led to some excessive physical contact. I heard Wanqing say you caught a cold. You're so mischievous at night, while sleeping. Ooh, what if your cold gets worse the next day? I'm already grown up. Ooh, I don't kick the blanket while sleeping anymore. Dan Taiyue suddenly reached out, wrapped her arms around Chen Ze's head, and gently pulled him into her embrace. Don't worry, I'll leave early to ensure your girlfriends won't find out. Inhaling Dan Taiyue's alluring fragrance, Chen Ze immediately felt relaxed and invigorated. He quietly turned over and found Song Qingyi hugging one of his arms, fast asleep. Chen Ze secretly let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, she was asleep. If she knew that Dan Taiyue, whom she viewed as her ultimate life goal, was also sleeping on this bed at this moment, he didn't know how she would feel. With 2 beautiful women sleeping next to him, Chen Ze found it impossible to fall asleep. Bored, he continued to absorb the spiritual energy from the premium celestial crystal to enhance his cultivation. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Ze, with enhanced senses, keenly detected the faint sound of footsteps outside. That was Xia Wanqing's footsteps. Chen Ze immediately woke up Dan Taiyue, who was sleeping on his left sister. Wanqing is coming over soon. Did you lock the door when you came in? Dan Taiyue rubbed her bleary eyes and said, I don't think I locked it. Oh no. Chen Ze looked at the relationship value he had just adjusted with Xia Wanqing. If she discovered Dan Taiyue and Song Qingyi's presence, it would lead to a massive loss of reputation. Sister, you better sleep inside for now. The blanket is big enough, it should be fine. Okay. With limited time, Dan Taiyue couldn't think of a better solution, so she turned over Chen Ze's body and lay down on his right side. Poor Song Qingyi, who could have been hugging Chen Ze's arm to sleep, had now become an extra. Creak. The room door was opened. Xia Wanqing, afraid of waking Chen Ze, tiptoed to the bedside, sitting next to Chen Ze and taking off her shoes. Huh, why are there so many slippers? On the floor besides Chen Ze's slippers, there were also Dan Taiyue's and Song Qingyi's slippers, making hers the 4th pair. Wasn't it a lot? Chen Ze's body stiffened, not daring to move. Xia Wanqing didn't think too much. Is it a problem for a rich person to wear 3 pairs of slippers? No problem. With another person in the blanket, the temperature instantly rose to a new height. The public account really doesn't lie. A boy's blanket is indeed very warm. Xia Wanqing rested her head on Chen Ze's arm, her cheeks slightly flushed, and her heart raced like a frightened deer. Feeling Chen Ze's warm body temperature, she quickly fell into a deep sleep. A night without conversation, Chen Ze ended up with panda eyes looking utterly wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. Whoever it is sleeping with 3 stunning beauties and unable to move would surely suffer a mental breakdown. In the morning, Dan Taiwei was the first to wake up. After waking, she pinched Chen Ze's face and softly said, "I need to go back to Yanjing. They'll see you off. No need, you should first deal with these 2 pillow partners." Chen Ze revealed a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. After Dan Taiwei left, Song Qingyi was the second to get up. She didn't dare to chat much with Chen Ze, and after getting dressed, Uncle Wolf personally took her to school. Ugh! Xia Wanqing turned over looking at the pretending to sleep Chen Ze and gently kissed his face, checking his temperature had returned to normal before she felt relieved to put on her shoes and leave. Finally gone. Chen Ze weakly opened his eyes. He felt miserable. Too miserable. He was filled with pent-up frustration, feeling uncomfortable all over. Ding dong. Chen Ze took out his phone and saw a message from Lu Shui. "I feel that bone inside me is about to awaken again. Where are you now? I'll come over right away. I'm in the apartment dorm right next to Wanqing. Alright, I'll be right there." Chen Ze couldn't figure out why Lu Shui's celestial bone would awaken ahead of time. Logically, after being suppressed by the sealing technique, there should be at least a week's grace period. Could it be that Ye Tian was scheming behind the scenes? After Ye Tian was framed by Lu Dingren thanks to the second master of the Xie family, helping him out, he managed to escape and avoid being expelled. He had completely developed a hatred for the Lu family. In order to quickly obtain the celestial bone to enhance his strength, he could only take risks using the secret technique to stimulate the release of the celestial bone within Lu Shui. At that time, he would call Lu Dingren to blackmail him, making him spit out everything he owed him. As long as Lu Dingren didn't want his daughter to die, he would definitely beg him. The reason why Lu Shui's celestial bone is devouring the surrounding flesh and blood is primarily due to the lack of spiritual energy within her body, making it impossible to nurture the celestial bone. In other words, as long as the celestial bone can have enough spiritual energy to replenish itself, it will naturally cease to consume its host. Recently, Chen Ze happened to obtain a top-grade celestial crystal, which can remedy this issue. However, he is currently uncertain whether the celestial bone will completely drain the spiritual energy from his top-grade celestial crystal. According to the true narrative trajectory, after Ye Tian obtained Lu Shui's celestial bone, he did not implant it into his own body, but instead used a special alchemical method to refine the celestial bone into a pill, consuming it to enhance his strength. After swallowing the celestial bone imbued with celestial energy, Ye Tian's strength surged dramatically, and after a year of seclusion, he successfully broke through from the 3rd layer of Qi refinement to the 1st layer of the mystic realm, achieving a higher level of magical power. Chen Ze lacks such extraordinary alchemical methods. However, there is a bone transfer technique in the celestial physician inheritance. Yet he does not wish to enhance his strength in this manner. In the short term, his strength will undoubtedly surge after obtaining the celestial bone. However, from a long-term perspective, this method is akin to forcing growth before the seed is ripe. On the path of cultivation, one should aim for a natural and harmonious development. Any deviant methods will ultimately lead to failure. Yesterday, he had gained fame at school. Of course, this did not refer to fighting, but rather the expert professor hired by the school, Professor Duan Xue. This morning, he was notified by the school's official website that he had been unilaterally dismissed due to multiple charges, including academic fraud and theft of another's achievements. Since this incident has severely harmed the interests of the students, some students who had their academic successes stolen are preparing to raise funds to hire a lawyer, ensuring that the unscrupulous scholar Duan Xue receives the punishment he deserves. It is said that direct evidence was provided by a distant relative. In any case, Duan Zui's career is now utterly ruined. Additionally, all students who had offended Chen Ze, including Ma Juanxiu and his accomplices, were expelled from the school. Ma Juanxiu, who was already in a tragic situation after being beaten into the ICU, has now been expelled from school, and worst of all, his father, the main pillar of the family, lost his job because of this incident. Certainly the most unfortunate ones are Ma Junxia's followers. Not only did they gain nothing, but they were also expelled from school. As Chen Ze walked along the school's path, he occasionally encountered a few pretty girls who came over to add him on WeChat. Whether he was a scumbag or not was irrelevant. The main point was that they genuinely liked him. Chen Ze initially wanted to live a low-key life. Yet there were always those who wanted to step on his head to show off. Perhaps this is the dilemma of being a wealthy and handsome second-generation antagonist. He arrived at the independent apartment where Xia Wanqing and Lu Shuyi were staying. Chen Ze stood at the door and sent a message to Lu Shuyi. Suddenly, a group of girls who were together walked out of the elevator. Chen Ze was looking down at his phone and did not notice anything unusual, until one girl suddenly tapped another girl on the shoulder and said, "He seems to be the muck talked about Chen Ze from yesterday at school. He really is. The real person is much more handsome than in the photos, with short hair and a slightly mischievous smile. So cool. Don't be starstruck, he has someone he likes." You're not talking about Xia Wanqing, are you? I just happened to see them arguing yesterday. If it were me, I would definitely argue as well, because rumors about abortion can be quite damaging for a girl. If it's really not about going to the hospital for an abortion, why would those two go to the hospital in the middle of the night? You wouldn't understand this. If you know something, just say it. You're killing me with suspense. Actually, I don't understand either. Chen Ze had already entered the elevator at this point. After stopping on the third floor, Chen Ze took out his phone to ask for the room number. Who are you chatting with looking so happy? Xia Wanqing suddenly appeared in front of him. Chen Ze, being an experienced person, quickly cleaned up his background and said, "My sister left today. I just asked her if she got on the plane." What did she reply? Nothing at all. Then what are you happy about? You wouldn't understand. This means she's already on the plane, and soon we can enjoy a carefree two-person world at home. How could I not be happy? Xia Wanqing's cheeks flushed slightly, and she pouted, saying, "How can you be like this as a younger brother? Besides, Sister Yu is so good to you, helping you wash clothes and tidy your room. My mom has never treated me this well." Chen Ze thought to himself, "You don't know that my eldest sister warms my bed in winter, and my second sister personally washes my feet." Of course, he only thought about it. After all, those were childhood matters and not worth mentioning. Are you feeling jealous again? Chen Ze retorted. No way. Xia Wanqing puffed up her cheeks and said angrily, "If I were your sister, I wouldn't help you with these things." No worries anyway, I'm not counting on you. What do you mean? I mean, when you come to my house in the future, you won't need to do any chores. Chen Ze's words were ambiguous. They could be interpreted as Xia Wanqing not needing to do chores when she visits him, or they could imply that if she marries Chen Ze in the future, she wouldn't have to do any housework at all. Xia Wanqing, in her love-struck imagination, immediately took the latter interpretation. For her, even though they had officially announced their relationship, the experiences they had gone through these days had made them understand each other without words. However, both of them are still students in a phase of learning. Discussions about marriage should at least wait until after graduation. Chen Ze. Xia Wanqing's mood suddenly became very low. What's wrong? Chen Ze, holding his phone, deleted the chat history with Lu Shuyi. He looked up and noticed that Xia Wanqing's mood was off, and he asked, "What's really going on? What do you think of me as a person?" Xia Wanqing inexplicably blurted out this strange question. "Pretty good, beautiful, and kind-hearted, caring for family, and very considerate." Chen Ze reached out and pinched her cheek. "Don't overthink it. You pinch me too hard." Xia Wanqing pushed Chen Ze's hand away. Although she didn't receive a definite reply, she was still very happy. "I've forgiven you for yesterday. How about we go to class together today?" Xia Wanqing's voice was barely audible, as if she was afraid Chen Ze would hear her. "Sure, but I don't know why this morning I felt a bit of stomach pain and needed to use the restroom." Xia Wanqing worriedly asked, "Could it be that the food last night upset your stomach?" Chen Ze thought last night's combination of dishes with you and my sister was more than just unsettling, it nearly took me out. It might possibly have something to do with last night's food, but it's fine as long as I drink more hot water, I'll be okay. Chen Ze pretended to hold his stomach to make it look more convincing. To make the scene more realistic, he even used ice spirit technique to make his complexion pale and lips turn purple. "That won't do, you need to go to the hospital like this. I'm studying medicine, you should know this. How about this, I'll write you a prescription, send it to you on WeChat, and you can go to the school's Chinese medicine clinic to get some medicine and bring it back after brewing it. Okay, but you must hold on until I come back. If it gets really bad, call 120. If anything special happens, you must call me." Xia Wanqing handed him the room key and reminded him to call her if anything happened as she left for the elevator. As the elevator closed, Chen Ze instantly straightened his back and arrived in front of Lu Shuyi's door. Knock, knock, knock. A moment later, Lu Shuyi, dressed in a lacy sleepwear, walked out of the room. Her small face was pale, but upon seeing Chen Ze, she still forced out a smile. "You finally came." After saying this, her ankle gave way, and she collapsed directly into Chen Ze's arms. Warm Jade embraced him, feeling the gentle warmth of the other person. Chen Ze harbored no evil thoughts. After all, it was a matter of life and death. He was not Ye Tian, who under the guise of noble intentions helped others to grow stronger. If he truly meant to assist others, then he would see it through to the end. Chen Ze took out a premium celestial crystal from his store bag. The store bag could only hold items won from the store's lottery or purchased, and could not contain external items. It could be imagined as a restricted storage ring. When the premium celestial crystal came into contact with Lu Shuyi's body, a hazy white mist suddenly appeared around her. This mist was not water vapor, but rather extremely dense steam. Even Ye Tian, who lay in wait nearby, sensed this pure and rich spiritual energy. Master, you can feel this spiritual energy too, right? The Empress did indeed sense this rich spiritual energy, but her expression was far more shocked than Ye Tian's. This spiritual energy. No, it should be called celestial spiritual energy. How could it possibly appear in this world devoid of the Tao? After a long pause, the Empress said solemnly, the source of this spiritual energy is in that girl's room. If that girl absorbs this celestial spiritual energy, it is likely she will satisfy her celestial bone and complete her transformation in no time. Are you implying that Lu Shiyi's celestial bone will undergo further transformation? The reason the celestial bone consumes its host is that the girl lacks sufficient nutrients to nourish it, which leads to the celestial bone devouring the essence of flesh and blood. Now that the celestial bone has received enough spiritual energy, it naturally will not resort to self-destructive methods. If this continues, won't my plans be completely thwarted? Failure is inevitable. It seems you and the celestial bone within her truly have a fateful connection. The Empress could sense the spiritual energy, and naturally, she could also perceive Chen Ze's presence. Chen Ze had already completed the transformation of the first layer of qi refinement, his strength greatly enhanced after washing the marrow and cutting the bones. Ye Tian, despite his exceptional talent, was affected by a lack of resources, rendering him powerless. He had only just begun to condense a trace of spiritual energy. He was stronger than an ordinary master, but if it came to a life-and-death struggle with Chen Ze, he would undoubtedly be no match. The Empress was inclined to help Ye Tian seize the celestial bone, and the premium celestial crystal, for the temptation of these two items was indeed too great. Yet she felt utterly powerless. Ye Tian punched the concrete wall, unwilling and aggrieved, saying, Master, I am not willing to accept this. I know you are unwilling, I feel the same. However, your current strength is simply too low. Even with countless methods at my disposal, it would be difficult to aid you in defeating that person. Is there a powerful figure in Lu Shiyi's room? You have crossed paths with him before. Chen Ze. Exactly. So it is him again. Ye Tian withdrew his fist, his mind gradually calming down. Chen Ze had connections and a background. He could not confront him head-on, but rather had to rely on wisdom. After a long time, Ye Tian opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance in his gaze. Chen Ze's strength is formidable. If I confront him directly, I am indeed no match. However, he acts so ostentatiously, he must have offended quite a few people. The Empress praised. Not bad, you understand how to leverage strength against strength. Since you have this idea, you must already have a plan in mind. Ye Tian indeed had a long-term plan. Just 2 days ago, he was framed by Lu Dingren and nearly imprisoned. Thanks to the assistance of the second branch of the Xie family, he managed to escape. It was also due to that brief conversation that he learned that Chen Ze had offended a person named Sun Hongyan recently. Sun Hongyan's brother Sun Hongtao had gone abroad to learn skills and was recognized by a significant figure. Now that he returned to Jiangling, he also gained that person's support. The Sun family had not been entirely wiped out, at least Sun Heong had escaped a calamity. This was not because the various powerful families in Jiangling suddenly turned benevolent and decided to spare the Sun family. Rather, it was that mysterious figure who acted swiftly, brutally, killing a senior elder of the Su family, which was enough to scare off those who intended to eradicate the Sun family. Though Sun Heong had preserved his life, he was listed as a blacklisted figure by the major families in Jiangling and could no longer set foot in Jiangling again. What Ye Tian needed to do was find Sun Heong and through him get to know the mysterious figure behind him. He did not know Sun Haiyang's whereabouts, but perhaps the second head of the Xie family would know, as he was involved in the campaign against the Sun family. This might be an opportunity for him to turn the tables. Meanwhile, Chen Ze, present in Lu Shiyi's room, was quietly observing the changes in her body. To more intuitively witness the transformation of the celestial bone, he boldly opened her nightgown, gazing at her back, smooth and as white as jade. Lu Shiyi's celestial bone was located at the lumbar region of her back. During the transformation of the celestial bone, a strange power was continuously reshaping her injured flesh and bones from that point. Chen Ze also noticed that the premium celestial crystal was shrinking at an exceptionally rapid pace with each absorption. If Lu Shiyi maintained her current rate of absorption, it should not be a problem for her to persist for a month. 2 hours later, when the celestial bone covered all her bones, the radiant light dissipated and Lu Shiyi lay limp on the edge of the bed like a puddle of mud. The closure of the celestial bone indicated that she had completed the first transformation, and from now on, she would no longer be harmed by it, escaping the pain of being devoured. The price of the celestial bone's transformation was that the premium celestial crystal, originally the size of an adult's palm, had now shrunk to the size of a baby's fist. Chen Ze displayed a faint, bitter smile, thinking to himself that he had suffered a great loss this time. Ding. Host has completed the hidden task, repair celestial bone, unlocking the special function mind synchronization. Mind synchronization. What kind of bizarre thing is this? After all, it was a special new function triggered by unlocking a hidden task, so it shouldn't be too bad. Mind synchronization function introduction: when the host's affection level with an opposite sex reaches an unbreakable bond of life and death, the host will gain all of the other person's inheritances, including their physical constitution. P.S. Only one opposite sex can achieve mind synchronization at a time. If used well, this function could be the ultimate skill for soft power. Just imagine if in the future his affection with a certain empress reached a level of mutual understanding. Wouldn't that mean he essentially possessed the strength of the empress herself? Just thinking about it felt exhilarating. Chen Ze checked his affection level, with Lu Shuyi sensing the changes in his body. There was none. It must be that the affection level was still insufficient. It seems he would have to pursue the affection route more aggressively in the future. Xia Wanqing would focus on increasing villain points. Lu Shuyi, the celestial bone bearer, must achieve mind synchronization, maximizing credibility. The system did not limit the number of times mind synchronization could be used, meaning he could use it infinitely. The only drawback was that it had to be unbreakable. This bond of life and death affection level was somewhat difficult to trigger. However, having a hopeful thought was always good. Lu Shuyi suddenly opened her enchanting eyes, her complexion having changed from flushed to a normal hue. She slowly sat on the edge of the bed, reaching out to grab the water cup, but the moment the cup touched her skin, it turned to dust. Chen Ze could not help but gasp in shock. This? Lu Shuyi turned around, looking at him with a face full of plea. Don't look at me, oh my lady, I don't understand either. Just moments ago she was a frail girl, and now with a casual strike she could cripple someone. The celestial bone truly lived up to its name. It was only after one transformation that it became this terrifying. If it were to unleash its full power, wouldn't it punch through the entire planet? You stay there and don't move. Let me see if I can use my techniques to suppress that bone in your body. Lu Shuyi obediently lay on the bed. After the transformation and maturation of Lu Shuyi's immortal bone, she was no longer an ordinary mortal. Even Chen Ze, who had already undergone meridian purification and successfully advanced to the first layer of qi refinement, would still stand no chance against her. Judging from the power Lu Shuyi had casually displayed moments earlier, she likely stood at the peak of qi refinement. Only the demon blade might rival her in combat. A commoner who had never cultivated any cultivation art, suddenly ascending to the rank of a peerless expert, would naturally struggle to control such overwhelming strength. It was like placing a celestial sword into the hands of an infant, utterly beyond their capacity to wield. Not only would they fail to harm others, they might well wound themselves through sheer misapplication. Chen Ze's immediate task was to employ the acupoint sealing art to suppress the vast majority of her power, ensuring at the very least that she would not inadvertently injure anyone. As before, Chen Ze performed manual manipulation upon her body, guiding wisps of spiritual energy into designated acupoints. This time, however, the procedure involved far more acupoints, and some lay in the most intimate private regions of a woman's body. Throughout, only Lu Shuyi's soft, measured breathing broke the silence. There, you may now test your current strength. Chen Ze gently patted her snow-white back. Lu Shuyi casually picked up her undergarments from the bed and dressed herself without hesitation, unfazed by Chen Ze, a vigorous young man sitting right beside her. How should I channel my force? Try giving my chest a gentle tap. Chen Ze pointed to his own chest. He held firm confidence in the acupoint sealing art inherited from the celestial physician's legacy. Lu Shuyi placed her left hand upon Chen Ze's shoulder, clenched her right fist, and delivered a seemingly weightless blow to his chest. Boom. A searing pain erupted across Chen Ze's chest. He was hurled backward with incomprehensible force, slamming hard onto the floor. Chen Ze. Lu Shuyi rushed down from the bed barefoot, slippers forgotten, and knelt beside him, frantically shaking his shoulders to rouse him. Chen Ze suffered domestic violence. Once again. Don't shake me, or I'll truly expire. He had assumed that once sealed, Lu Shuyi's immortal bone would render her strength nearly indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. Yet he had gravely underestimated the immortal bone's might. A single light punch carried the crushing weight of 10,000 jin, a terrifying force possessed only by martial cultivators of the Earth's profound realm. Were she to strike with full force, her power might swell to 1,000,000 jin, rivaling even celestial beings. Alternatively, perhaps, Chen Ze's own cultivation level was simply too low to fully activate the sealing art's intended potency. Are you all right? Should we go to the hospital? Lu Shuyi's anxious expression bore a striking resemblance to Xia Wanqing's. Spitting out a mouthful of tainted blood, Chen Ze entered seated meditation to regulate his qi. It's nothing serious, just a minor internal injury. You're spitting blood and still claim it's nothing. Lu Shuyi reached out and gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His lips had turned violet, his face ashen, uncannily mirroring the pallor he'd feigned earlier when deceiving Xia Wanqing with the ice soul art. This time, however, his injury was genuine. Buzz, buzz, buzz. His phone chimed. Xia Wanqing requested a video call. Help, help me retrieve my phone. Chen Ze, still deep in recuperative meditation, could not spare a hand to answer. Lu Shiyi retrieved the phone from his pocket. Seeing Xia Wanqing's video call notification, she instantly tensed. It's Wanqing's call. Decline it for now. Oh, no sooner had she ended the call than Xia Wanqing dialed again. She's calling back. What do we do? Wait a moment. After completing one full circulation of qi through his meridians, Chen Ze finally stabilized his injuries and opened his eyes. On the screen glowed Xia Wanqing's anime-style bunny girl avatar. Chen Ze chose voice call over video. Hello. His voice emerged hoarse and strained. Fortunately, Lu Shiyi's featherlight punch had struck his lung, not his heart. Had it landed there, the consequences would have been catastrophic. I've searched countless herbal pharmacies for the prescription you gave me, but none carry all the ingredients. Perhaps we really should go to the hospital. Xia Wanqing stood inside a traditional herbal shop named Zhengde Chinese Medicine. The shop was eerily quiet. Only she and a septuagenarian elder were present. Though she had just stepped out, she still could not locate the most crucial herb listed on Chen Ze's prescription. She consulted several pharmacists. Each confirmed that the final ingredient's medicinal catalyst had vanished from existence. In essence, it was extinct. At the very least, none among those who had lived half a century had seen it in decades. If it cannot be found, then so be it. Chen Ze had never truly expected the prescription to be fulfilled. He had merely adapted an ancient formula recorded in the celestial physician's legacy, replacing its original herbs with earth-based equivalents based on morphological and pharmacological parallels. Born into a lineage of traditional Chinese medicine, he had shown little interest in inheriting the craft since childhood. Yet under his grandfather's strict insistence, he had memorized every major medical canon. His grandfather declared, "You may refuse to practice medicine, but the Chen family's medical heritage must never end. It is not merely about ancestral continuity. It concerns the well-being of tens of millions of the Dragon Nation's people." Traditional Chinese medicine, profound and boundless, had endured into this era of peace, an extraordinary feat in itself. Xia Wanqing replied with quiet disappointment, "Shall I call my father? He'll surely find the Jingyang grass you mentioned." "Your father has no time for such trivial matters. I've already sipped some plain water. The discomfort in my stomach has eased considerably. I'm quite fine." "All right. Is there anything you need?" "I'm still at the herbal pharmacy. You mentioned that. I do need herbs for internal regulation." Chen Ze had just sustained an internal injury. Unlike external wounds, internal damage healed agonizingly slowly, requiring medicinal support to accelerate recovery. Upon learning Chen Ze required herbs, Xia Wanqing immediately lowered the phone and asked the shopkeeper, "Excuse me, could I please borrow paper and pen? I need to transcribe a prescription." "Pens and paper are on the counter. Help yourself." The shopkeeper, engrossed in lively conversation with the elder, paid her no heed. Guided solely by Chen Ze's verbal instructions, Xia Wanqing filled an entire sheet with precise herbal entries, dosages specified down to the milligram, and certain herbs mandated to originate exclusively from designated regions. As Chen Ze explained, though herbs share the same name, their efficacy varies profoundly, shaped by soil composition, growth cycle, climate, and myriad other environmental factors. For the first time, Xia Wanqing listened to Chen Ze's exposition on classical pharmacology with rapt attention, his stature within her mind swelling ever more formidable. Upon finishing the prescription, the 60-year-old elder, who had been chatting idly with the shopkeeper, suddenly leaned forward, eyes alight with curiosity. "Young lady, might I see that prescription in your hand? Rest assured, I of the Duanmu clan never take what isn't freely offered." Duanmu clan. Xia Wanqing swiftly scanned her memory for any reference, but drew a blank. Jiangling boasted few surnames bearing double character prefixes, and she knew them all. The Duanmu clan was entirely unfamiliar. The shopkeeper chuckled warmly. "Master Duanmu Yang hails not from Jiangling. He's visiting the city solely to meet an old friend, so it's perfectly natural a young lady like yourself wouldn't know him. And the Jingyang grass you sought, perhaps he can supply it. Truly, you actually possess Jingyang grass." Overjoyed, Xia Wanqing handed Chen Ze's formula directly to Master Duanmu Yang without hesitation. As he read it, his expression shifted from placid indifference to stunned disbelief, then finally to awestruck reverence. "It resembles the Zhongjiu pill formula, but not quite." Lifting his gaze, Duanmu Yang returned the prescription to Xia Wanqing. "Might you introduce me to the one who provided this?" Xia Wanqing lacked authority to grant such an introduction. Her sole desire was the Jingyang grass. After brief reflection, she replied, "If you can deliver the Jingyang grass to me now, I'll plead your case. If not, I'm afraid I cannot assist further." "Young lady, that condition is rather excessive. Master Duanmu Yang is after all." The shopkeeper felt her demand verged on audacity. Jingyang grass was virtually extinct. Even Duanmu Yang could scarcely procure it within such short notice. Yet he accepted her terms without hesitation. Very well, I shall dispatch someone to retrieve it immediately. Jingyang grass is indeed rare and extraordinary, yet it has not vanished entirely. Small quantities still emerge each year. Duan Muyang made a phone call. Shortly thereafter, a young man in his 20s arrived at the shop, carrying a black parcel. Inside the parcel lay the Jingyang grass that Xia Wanqing required. Here is the Jingyang grass, he said, handing her a business card. I will remain in Jiangling for the time being. Should you or the prescription's author be available, I shall arrive without delay. Duan Muyang's sincerity was unmistakable. Xia Wanqing noted it carefully. After accepting both the card and the grass, she purchased all the herbs prescribed for Chen Ze, and only then departed from Zhengda, a traditional Chinese medicine shop. Once Xia Wanqing had left by taxi, the shop's proprietor grew intrigued. Do you truly intend to meet the one who composed this prescription? Could it possibly hold some profound secret? Far more than mere profundity, it is utterly astonishing. Duan Muyang, a master of pharmacology, had only speculated the formula might be Zhongjiu pills. The authentic recipe had long been lost to time. The surviving versions of the Zhongjiu pills retained barely a tenth of their original efficacy. Unlike Western medicine, traditional herbal formulas demand absolute precision. One missing herb may transform a lethal poison into a life-saving antidote, or vice versa. Thus he yearned intensely to meet its author. Jiangling boasted few renowned physicians, but martial cultivators were everywhere. This mirrored Chen Ze's own curiosity. Xia Wanqing, holding the prescription, also purchased porcelain vessels for decocting herbs, intending to prepare the medicine herself. Back at the apartment building, Xia Wanqing immediately spotted Chen Ze seated cross-legged on her bed, palms and soles upward, engaged in unknown cultivation practice. I've found all the medicine you needed, she announced, beaming with quiet triumph. I thought this Jingyang grass was gone forever. Yet suddenly an elderly gentleman appeared at the shop, saying he'd gift it to me if only he could meet you. Chen Ze's eyes, still closed in serene meditation, murmured softly, so you agreed. You're rarely busy. Surely you have ample free time. And since this herb means so much to you, how could I refuse? Xia Wanqing unpacked the herbs and began preparing the decoction step by step, following the shopkeeper's instructions. Who exactly is he? He goes by Duanmu and hails from Baimu province. The Duanmu clan of Baimu province. Chen Ze knew the name well. Yet why had that legendary ghost hand divine physician suddenly appeared in Jiangling? Ever since he had repeatedly seized Ye Tian's destined opportunities, the original narrative thread had unraveled entirely. Figures who ought never to appear now surfaced constantly before him. His foresight, the power to anticipate events, had diminished drastically. Yet he retained certain advantages, though the plot had shifted. Fixed opportunities remained immutable. The Sun family's annihilation had drawn covert overseas forces toward Jiangling. Every clue pointed inexorably toward the ancient secret guarded for millennia by the Chao family. The Gudu sect, the overseas shadow hand, and now the Duanmu clan arriving prematurely, all drew strength from formidable lineages. The Duanmu clan in particular stood beneath the august banner of the Yaoshan Valley. Yet even they dared not provoke him lightly, for he was a direct heir of the Chen clan, and the venerable patriarch of the Chen clan would never permit his lineage to fade. Chen Ze stood beneath a towering tree, sheltered, unassailable. So long as Ye Tian never rose to power, the Chen clan remained one of the world's supreme sovereign forces. Chen Ze rose from the bed, slipped into Xia Wanqing's pink slippers, and entered the kitchen to guide her, hand over hand, in preparing the decoction. Though her cooking left much to be desired, she possessed genuine aptitude for herbal preparation. Chen Ze sorted the herbs meticulously, adding them one by one into the porcelain vessel reserved for decoctions. Compared to his expert precision, Xia Wanqing's efforts seemed charmingly amateurish. Leave this small task to me. I'll call you once the medicine is ready. Then I leave it in your hands. Chen Ze accepted without hesitation. After all, proper decoction demanded patience and time. In the living room, he retrieved his phone and sent Lu Shuyi the Panwu Heart Sutra recorded within the Celestial Physician Legacy via WeChat. The Panwu Heart Sutra ranked alongside the 10,000 Eons Azure Emperor Scripture, both peerless cultivation arts of transcendent power. Yet the Panwu Heart Sutra was a body-refining technique demanding an extraordinary prerequisite: the cultivator must possess innate constitution and exceptional bone structure. Without these, mastery was impossible. Moreover, the transmitted scripture was but a fragment, a severely incomplete version containing only the first layer. How the Celestial Physician Legacy acquired so many supreme, foundational scriptures remained a mystery. Once Lu Shuyi cultivated the Panwu Heart Sutra, she would swiftly gain control over her volatile energy. Otherwise, stepping outside would prove perilous. Ding dong. Lu Shuyi, seated motionless in her room, received Chen Ze's message. Your contact Chen Ze has sent you a file. Please check it promptly. WPS document, Panwu Heart Sutra. Lu Shuyi. Have you been reading too much Xinxia fiction? Chen Ze, only by practicing as instructed can you master your power. Otherwise, who else would dare approach you besides me? Lu Shuyi, it doesn't matter. I'm uninterested in other men. Chen Ze, cultivate diligently. Your strength shall aid my ascension to immortality. Message withdrawn. Chen Ze, cultivate diligently. Lu Shuyi, withdrawing won't help. I've already seen it. So you plan to use me to advance your own cultivation? Adorable innocent emoji. Chen Ze, let me explain. Message withdrawn. Chen Ze, hear me out. Lu Shuyi, listening. Chen Ze, is my intention really that obvious? Lu Shuyi, absolutely. It's practically written across your face. Chen Ze lowered his phone and tilted his head skyward at a 45-degree angle. Written across my face. What did that even mean? Was he truly so lecherous? Then again, his acupoint sealing technique had failed utterly, leaving him no choice but to examine her thoroughly. Still, it wasn't his fault. Not when the celestial physician legacy itself behaved so shamelessly. In that moment, Chen Ze felt he'd drawn a counterfeit golden legacy. Chen Ze, it's time to take your medicine. Xia Wanqing emerged from the kitchen bearing the freshly prepared decoction. She placed the porcelain vessel carefully upon the table. Then in the instant she released it, her fingers brushed its scalding surface. Oh! She snatched her delicate hand back, but the burn was already done. So careless. Come here, let me see. Xia Wanqing stepped forward shyly. Chen Ze gently grasped her slender ivory fingers and exhaled a gentle stream of qi. Swelling receded instantly, her skin restored to flawless perfection. The 10,000 Eons Azure Emperor scripture cultivated wood-based qi, imbuing his spiritual energy with innate healing properties. Xia Wanqing whispered, how miraculous, not a trace of pain remains. Chen Ze lifted a spoon, ladled a bowl of steaming decoction, and blew gently twice across its surface. Drink up, then we'll attend class together. Xia Wanqing, let me blow for you. Hurry and drink. Under Xia Wanqing's attentive care, Chen Ze finished the bowl of medicinal decoction. It's too bitter. He popped a grape into his mouth to soothe the taste. Xia Wanqing picked a grape from the fruit platter on the table, peeled it carefully, and placed it gently into Chen Ze's mouth. Watching him chew, she smiled and asked, is it sweet? Not sweet, slightly tart. I tasted one earlier. It was definitely sweet. Xia Wanqing skeptically plucked another grape and slipped it into her own cherry-like lips. A moment later, she pouted and protested, you're lying. It's perfectly sweet. All right, let's not dwell on such trivialities. Chen Ze rose and stretched his limbs before taking Xia Wanqing's hand. Shall we go, miss? Xia. The door isn't closed yet. Xia Wanqing withdrew her hand, turned, and shut the door. The two headed off to class. Meanwhile, Lu Shuyi sat alone, practicing diligently according to the instructions in the document Chen Ze had prepared. Words alone are impossible to decipher. A diagram would help immensely. Lu Shuyi grumbled into her phone, sending Chen Ze a message. Shouldn't your document include illustrations? Chen Ze replied, I believe it did, but even without them it won't hinder your progress. Simply follow the instructions and control your energy precisely. Lu Shuyi sighed, fine. With no further recourse, she relied solely on textual descriptions to assume each prescribed posture. Though the sequence consisted of only the simplest movements, executing them flawlessly and without hesitation proved nearly impossible. Often a single pose drained her strength completely, while completing the full set left her drenched in glistening sweat. Yet these techniques undeniably yielded results. Who are you chatting with? Seeing Chen Ze endlessly tapping away on his phone, Xia Wanqing's jealousy flared instantly. Only my elder sister. Chen Ze gently stroked Xia Wanqing's head in reassurance. Her flight should have landed in Yanjing by now. I'm just calling to check in. Hearing that he was contacting his sister, Xia Wanqing's jealousy dissolved at once. Could you please convey my greetings and assure her I'm safe? No problem. They'll handle it. Chen Ze sent a message to Dan Taiyu. She replied instantly, just arrived in Yanjing. What's up? We've been apart for only a few hours. Do you already miss me? Reply yes, and he'll turn around right now and book a return flight. Chen Ze knew Dan Taiyu was utterly serious. Once she committed to something, she never wavered. There were no exceptions, no contingencies. Chen Ze, you're a pillar of responsibility. Unlike me, a mere student. Yanjing needs you to steer its course. Dan Taiyu, don't change the subject. Chen Ze, military training begins in 2 days. I plan to visit Yanjing in person afterward. Dan Taiyu, then he'll wait for you. Ending the conversation, Chen Ze exhaled deeply. Together they entered the teaching building. Chen Ze shuffled listlessly into the classroom. Had Jiangling not concealed so many latent opportunities, many still unfolding in due time, he would long since have embraced the life of a carefree second-generation heir. He certainly wouldn't be enduring this tedious lecture. Xia Wanqing sat beside him, without hesitation pulling out his notebook and pen, and even unscrewing a bottle of mineral water for him. Their classmates stared stunned. Look at that girlfriend. Then look at their own. A couple nearby erupted into a heated argument. Boy, look at them. Then look at you. Girl, what's wrong with me? If you possessed even half of Chen Daoshou's charm, or half his fortune, I wouldn't have agonized for hours over buying you makeup for your birthday only to receive counterfeit goods upon delivery. Boy, if I were as wealthy as Chen Ze, would I even consider you? Girl, so you've never truly cared for me. Boy, that's right. I've never held you in my heart. Girl, then let's break up. Boy, you initiated this. Don't blame me if you regret it. And with that they parted in mutual resentment. The farce concluded. As they exited, they accidentally collided with the newly appointed female teacher, sending her books and lesson plans scattering across the floor. The boy and girl fled in panic. A male faculty member passing by shook his head and muttered, "Today's students truly lack basic decorum and upbringing." Then kneeling, he helped Chao Qingzi gather her materials. Ms. Chao, are you all right? Shall I call the school nurse? I'm fine. I'm not quite as delicate as you imagine. Chao Qingzi collected her books, smoothed the hem of her black skirt, and stepped gracefully onto the podium. Whoa, the new teacher is stunning. Truly, she doesn't seem much older than us. I've seen her before. She just graduated from Jiang University, where she reigned as its most celebrated campus beauty. Whoa, the campus queen returning as a faculty member. I feel inspired all over again. Hands off, she's mine. Chen Ze observed Chao Qingzi without surprise. According to the original narrative arc, she would indeed return to teach at this school, not for him, but for Ye Tian. Madame Chao sought to secure a stable patron for the Chao family through her granddaughter. Chen Ze was clearly the most suitable candidate. Xia Wanqing paused upon spotting Chao Qingzi, then sharply tapped Chen Ze's arm. Chen Ze, look, it's Chao Qingzi, the Chao family's eldest daughter we met just days ago. Why has she suddenly become our teacher? You'd have to ask her. How would I know? Chen Ze shrugged, took a sip of water, and idly retrieved Duanmu Yang's business card. The card was minimalist. No address, no title, only a telephone number. Chen Ze attempted to add Duanmu Yang as a WeChat contact. To his surprise, the profile appeared instantly. He sent a friend request, then switched to browsing videos of popular online influencers. Meanwhile, Chao Qingzi stood poised and elegant atop the podium. Her refined grace bespoke generations of scholarly lineage, a quiet, cultivated elegance. Hello everyone. I'm your new instructor. My name is Chao Qingzi, Chao as in Chao Chao Qing, as in Qing Qing Zi Jin, and Ci as in parting. Chao Qingzi wrote her name on the blackboard with chalk. As she turned her gaze, casual, fleeting, brushed briefly across Chen Ze. Xia Wanqing tapped Chen Ze's arm again. Chen Ze, just now Teacher Chao looked at me. Really? How utterly astonishing. Chen Ze, still scrolling through beauty videos, tilted his face sideways. Xia Wanqing, shall we greet her after class? Oh, those legs are incredibly pale. Ah, cough, cough. You decide. They'll follow your lead. Xia Wanqing, then let's say hello and go to lunch together. Sure, sure. Xia Wanqing rested her chin on her palm, slightly crestfallen. She sensed his responses grew increasingly perfunctory, distant, almost dismissive. She mimicked the earlier quarreling girl. Chen Ze, do you no longer hold me in your heart? Chen Ze, yes, yes, yes. Xia Wanqing bristled. All men are deceitful, pig-footed liars. Chen Ze, yes, yes, yes. Are you even listening to me? Or are you still watching? Xia Wanqing suddenly noticed Chen Ze engrossed in a short video featuring a popular online influencer, a young woman, and huffed. You boys are so strange. What's so fascinating about that? Honestly, it's not fascinating at all. Boring, really. I'll stop watching. Chen Ze casually tapped follow. You just followed her. Did I? I saw it with my own eyes. Darling, that was just a hallucination. Now please, focus on the lecture. Xia Wanqing took a deep breath and said, watch less. Otherwise you'll lie awake tonight. If I can't sleep, I'll go to a bar for a drink, just to unwind. You wouldn't dare. Why not? What's stopping me? Chen Ze scrolled through his list of followed accounts. The influencer he'd just followed had gone live. Her room was tastefully arranged, cozy, almost like a girl's dormitory. What a coincidence. Could she possibly be from the same university? Chen Ze immediately sent 10 carnival gifts. Money. He had more than enough. He simply wanted to provoke Xia Wanqing. Seeing Chen Ze shower gifts upon the female streamer, Xia Wanqing nearly burst into tears. Chen Ze could never bear to see a woman cry. Fine, I'll stop gifting. Is that enough? Xia Wanqing stared at him intently. From now on, you're forbidden from watching those influencers. But if you truly must, you may create your own account. And follow only me. Huh. Chen Ze had never imagined Xia Wanqing would offer such an enticing condition to sway him. Do you even know how to register? If not, I'm happy to help. Hand me your phone. Password. My birthday. How would I know your birthday? You've never cared enough to ask. How could you possibly know? Fair enough. Tell me now, what is your birthday? No way I'll tell you. Refusing to tell me, are you? Chen Ze reached over and tickled her. Xia Wanqing let out a silvery tinkling laugh. Her laughter nearly drowned out Chao Qingzi's lecture. Chen Ze shot a sharp glance around at the curious classmates. What are you staring at? There's an old saying, don't look where you shouldn't. Xia Wanqing's cheeks flushed crimson. Stop tickling. I'll tell you all right. After receiving the password, Chen Ze instantly changed it in settings. Done. From now on the password is my birthday, October 23rd. La la la, I'm not listening. Turtles reciting sutras. Chen Ze shook his head, then helped Xia Wanqing register a short video account, named Wanqing of Chen Ze. There, your account is ready. Chen Ze handed her the phone. Xia Wanqing, new to short videos, fumbled with the interface, so Chen Ze patiently taught her how to film. Young people learn quickly. Before long, she posted her very first video. In it, she first posed elegantly for the camera, then slyly turned it toward Chen Ze and whispered, "See him? That's the boy I love." On-screen, Chen Ze noticed her stealthy filming. Irritated, he lunged to snatch the phone. The screen went black. The recording ended. Xia Wanqing added background music and hit post. Curious, Chen Ze asked, "What did you film?" "Not telling you." "Think I won't find out just because you won't tell me yet?" Chen Ze opened his followers list and tapped Xia Wanqing's avatar. Unable to view. You have been blocked by this user. Chen Ze. Xia Wanqing stuck out her tongue in a playful grimace. Just then the bell rang. Xia Wanqing gathered her books and notes, then took Chen Ze's hand. Let's go ask Teacher Chow about lunch. Ugh. Teacher Chow Qingxi is after all something of a public figure on campus. If I just walk up and blurt out, Teacher Chow, would you like to join us for lunch? She might say nothing, but what would our classmates think? What would the school administration think? Xia Wanqing paused, then nodded. Then I'll ask. As a girl, surely no one will gossip. Xia Wanqing clearly underestimated her classmates' appetite for gossip. Spread the word Xia Wanqing is currying favor with Teacher Chow for her boyfriend. Spread the word Xia Wanqing has willingly become the mistress, quietly supporting Jianghai Wang. Spread the word Xia Wanqing is merely the mistress. Chow Qingxi is the true wife. Rumors spiraled, growing wilder by the hour. At first few believed it. It sounded utterly absurd. Until someone captured a photo of Chen Ze, Xia Wanqing, and Chow Qingxi dining together in the campus cafeteria. Rumors exploded. That Chow Qingxi had known Chen Ze long before, and even lived with him for a time. That she'd returned to her alma mater as a teacher solely for Chen Ze. And so on. Every imaginable variation flew across campus. Yet none of the three were aware of the rumors. At the table, Chen Ze sat like a human spotlight, devouring his meal with unrestrained gusto. In the time Xia Wanqing turned to speak, the chicken on her plate vanished entirely. Xia Wanqing, where's my chicken? Chen Ze spat out a bone and said, you talked for ages without touching your food. I assumed you disliked chicken, so I kindly finished it for you. Oh, thank you so much. Xia Wanqing gave a light, indignant snort and set her chopsticks aside, refusing to eat further. Chow Qingxi watched their banter and couldn't help but laugh aloud. There's an old saying, youth is truly beautiful. Though she herself remained young, those student years had already slipped away, leaving only routine work and monotonous days. Ignoring Xia Wanqing's teasing, Chen Ze set down his chopsticks, wiped grease from his lips, and asked, you're poised to inherit the Chow family's legacy, so why suddenly choose to teach at Jiangling University? The Chow family has long since declined. Besides, who says the clan head can't also be a teacher? Chow Qingxi smiled, sweetly, dimples blooming on her cheeks. Xia Wanqing chimed in, I think teaching is wonderful. I once dreamed of becoming a teacher myself. What was my childhood dream, do you remember? Chen Ze replied airily. What was it? Xia Wanqing leaned in, curious, intrigued. To be your father. Xia Wanqing pinched him hard. Don't you dare call yourself my father. Stop saying things like that, or my mom will give you a real piece of her mind. Let her hear it. I doubt she'd hold a grudge like you do. Chen Ze had yet to meet Xia Wanqing's mother, but rumor painted her as a woman whose grace and charm had only deepened with time. You still can't take liberties with me. Xia Wanqing declared herself thoroughly offended and utterly unsoothable. Chen Ze rose, wiping his mouth, and addressed Chow Qingxi, Teacher Chow. If you ever face trouble beyond your reach, don't hesitate to come to me. I must leave now. I have other matters to attend to. Chow Qingxi smiled warmly. Of course, he'd seen right through her. Xia Wanqing stood bewildered, let out a dismissive humph, then grabbed her small bag and hurried after him. Hey, Chen Ze, wait for me. Chow Qingxi watched them go and softly, irresistibly smiled. Teacher Chow. A short distance away, a male teacher sat with a tray in the very seat Chen Ze had just vacated. What a coincidence, we meet again. The man was none other than the teacher who had helped her pick up papers at the classroom door earlier. What a small world, Chow Qingxi replied with a gracious smile, her delicate oval face revealing two charming dimples. The teacher's name was Li Jinhui. He had taught at Jiangda for 2 years and was considered one of the youngest and most handsome among the faculty. Li Jinhui had not taken an interest in Chow Qingxi overnight. He had admired this student, cute yet with an air of maturity, even when she had still been enrolled at Jiangda. Constrained by his position and the proprieties of his role, he had buried those feelings deep within. That is until a few days ago when he unexpectedly met Chao Qingxi again in his office as she came to register. Those pent-up emotions surged within him like a rising tide. He decided to take the initiative. There is truth in the saying gratuitous attentions often hide ulterior motives. Li Jinhui assumed his intentions were becoming obvious, anyone not foolish could see them. Still she responded out of politeness. He picked up his chopsticks and slipped a chicken drumstick into Chao Qingxi's bowl. A girl is slight, as you ought to eat more meat to replenish your nutrition. I'm full. Chao Qingxi pushed the tray slightly forward, then rose to clear the dishes. I suddenly remembered I have something to attend to at home. Li Jinhui had planned to suggest they stroll and dine together that evening to fashion a private romantic moment. Chao Qingxi's curt excuse, family matters, snuffed that hope at its root. Then, I won't keep you. Li bowed his head into his rice and began to eat in great noisy mouthfuls, as if the vigorous chewing could dispel the awkwardness between them. After taking the trash out, Chao Qingxi left the cafeteria and pulled out her phone to call her grandmother. Hello, Grandma. I ran into Chen Ze today. How did the conversation go? Does he have feelings for you? He already has a girlfriend, Xia, watching the Xia family's heiress. They look very well matched. Oh, the mood of grandmother, Chao, dimmed noticeably. Chao Qingxi continued, but Chen Ze said that if the Chao family ever encountered danger we could turn to him. He actually said that. Yes. How strange. Could he be aware of something? Grandmother Chao's expression flickered with unease. The Chen family's legacy spanned centuries, and their influence was vast. Chen Jinglu need not be mentioned. He stood at the head of Yanjing's four great physicians revered and esteemed. Yet all of that was merely the visible tip of the Chen family's iceberg. The true breadth of the Chen household exceeded ordinary comprehension. Only a handful of the very old, men with half their lives already past, were privy to its secrets. Forget it. Grandmother Chao sighed. If he truly already has a proper match, so be it. After all, forced fruit seldom tastes sweet. It's a pity you were born in the wrong era. A century earlier, the Chen family might have treated ours as honored guests. When Chao Qingxi was born, the Chao family had already declined and now shrank within their old Jiangling residence. She knew nothing of the family's deeper mysteries, though in casual conversations with her grandmother, she sometimes gleaned whispers of secrets best left unspoken. Once the Chao household had been formidable. Alas, the taller the tree, the more the wind will try to fell it. So powerful was the family that having crossed one woman, it was wiped out overnight, turned to ash, with only a single child surviving under the protection of retainers. That child took root in Jiangling, a natural prodigy in commerce. Over 100 years of industry and cunning yielded the Chao family as it appears today. But riches rarely endure beyond 3 generations. By Chao Qingxi's time, the family coffers had long been plundered. Grandma, though the Chao family has fallen, as long as I'm here I will revive it. Your determination is enough. Grandmother Chao smiled, then added, Chen Ze is the eldest grandson and the Chen family's heir. Even if he harbors no feelings for you, you must constantly foster ties with him. I understand, Grandma. Good. At this point, only you can keep the Chao family intact. The Chao family must not fall, absolutely must not. Their conversation ended. Chao Qingxi suddenly heard someone call from behind, Teacher, Chao, you're not leaving yet. Shall I walk you out? Li Jinhui stepped forward with eager courtesy. Chao Qingxi smiled, no need, my car is parked nearby. She produced the keys to her Mercedes-Maybach S-Class. Li Jinhui couldn't believe his eyes. A car worth well over $1 million. Could Chao Qingxi possibly be a second-generation rich heir? But it seemed impossible. He remembered her living and studying on campus, always taking green transport. If she were truly rich, how could she have been so frugal? Li Jinhui, crestfallen, took out the keys to the domestic car he had purchased with an 80,000 down payment and monthly installments. It wasn't that the car was unworthy, but before a Maybach, his high-spec 200,000 vehicle felt insignificant. Sitting inside his car, he felt as if a chasm had opened. The girl he admired stood so near, and yet he lacked even the courage to speak. The house he prided himself on, the car, his stable civil servant status, all felt as fragile as paper beside that Maybach. Dispirited, Li Jinhui took out his phone. He found the class group chat ablaze with talk about Chao Qingxi. Irritated, he lurked and scrolled through their messages. What he read chilled him. He had never imagined the woman he fancied might be someone else's mistress. No wonder she kept such frugal habits and yet traveled in a Maybach. She must have a benefactor behind her. For the first time, Li Jinhui felt the world's unfairness with a cold clarity. He had come from a small town and fought his way up, buying a house and a car through sheer effort and installments, already surpassing most of his peers. And what of Chen Ze, that nouveau riche? Barely past 19, yet already with luxury cars, villas, and an heiress at his side. Bang! He slammed the steering wheel, and then composed an anonymous complaint on his phone, sending it to the school. If he could not have it, he would try to destroy it. Since Li Jinhui could not possess her, neither should anyone else. After sending the report, a heavy guilt settled over him, tempered by a secret, gloating fantasy of the two of them being disciplined. What he did not know was whom he had truly offended. No sooner had he sent the complaint than the school forwarded the matter to Dan Taiyu. Li Jinhui. Who is he? Standing atop Yanjing's highest tower and looking down over the city, Dan Taiyu asked. Just a teacher at our school, probably someone who fancies the new teacher Chao Qingxi. Dan Taiyu murmured Chao Qingxi's name to himself, then said, destroy the complaint, but don't dismiss him yet. I'll keep him on file. He may prove useful. It seems you must journey to Jiangling once again. A figure clad in black robes suddenly materialized behind Dan Taiyu. His face seemed shrouded behind a veil of shadow, utterly indiscernible. Concerning the Chao family. Indeed. Dan Taiyue's gaze remained calm as he said, the Chao family has long secluded themselves in Jiangling, cultivating their influence in silence. Yet they still fail to evade the watchful eyes of certain parties. Even a camel starved to death remains larger than a horse. Though the Chao family has long since declined, its prestige and strength now eclipsed even by local Jiangling clans. Those schemers are already stirring, betting no doubt on whether the elder of the Chao household has drawn his final breath. The Gudu sect had earlier dispatched agents to sow discord using Chao Jinhua as bait to probe the Chao family's limits. In response, the Chao family crumbled like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Had Chen Ze not intervened at the critical moment, the Chao lineage might well have been erased entirely. It was precisely Chen Ze's sudden emergence that deterred the Gudu sect from acting rashly. After suffering such humiliation, the sect naturally withheld this intelligence from others. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. If the Gudu sect could conceive such a stratagem, so too could others. It was precisely this psychological miscalculation that granted the Chao family a fleeting breath of reprieve. Dan Taiyu knew little of the Chao family's elder, only that he was rumored to be a martial cultivator rivaling a celestial realm expert. Even if his vital qi had long since withered, he remained undeniably a celestial realm master. What are your odds against that elder? 50%. The black-robed figure's voice had been deliberately altered, gender and identity impossible to discern by sound alone. And the demon blade. As for the demon blade, 90%. Even the demon blade cannot guarantee an instant kill. The Chao heir may possess ancestral treasures left behind by the clan, artifacts whose power must not be underestimated. This time when you go to Jiangling, avoid detection by the demon blade at all costs. Otherwise, even I cannot protect you. Understood. The black-robed figure turned and vanished in an instant. Jiangling University. Chen Ze received a call from Duan Muyang. Who's calling? That elderly gentleman who handed you his business card. He truly wishes to meet you. Xia Wanqing had assumed the old man was merely jesting, only to discover he was utterly serious. Did you formulate the Zhongjuan prescription? Was it formulated by an elder in your family? A brief pause followed on the other end. Then the voice resumed. Young friend, might you tell me which elder in your family this is? Are we even acquainted? Chen Ze chuckled softly and ended the call. Why did you hang up so abruptly? Xia Wanqing frowned. After all, the elderly gentleman had honored his word, locating the Jingyang grass and presenting it to her freely. Yet Chen Ze treated him with such utter disregard. You're aware of Professor Duan Xue's dismissal, I presume? Chen Ze deflected, glancing elsewhere. Xia Wanqing halted mid-step and said, I heard Professor Duan was ousted by your people, now disgraced, homeless, and possibly facing criminal charges. Duan Xue's departure was indeed connected to me, but at its core it stemmed from his theft of others' achievements and his enjoyment of fame and wealth never rightfully his. Xia Wanqing suddenly grasped the implication, her hand flying to her mouth. Do you mean that elder seeks your other prescriptions? Not entirely foolish then. Chen Ze ruffled her hair with a smile. Were it merely about my prescriptions, perhaps it would end there, but their methods have always known no bounds. The Duanmu clan, the so-called Medicine God Valley. Outwardly a venerable lineage of traditional medicine practitioners devoted to healing, inwardly a den of sordid, revolting machinations. Chen Ze held them in contempt, not merely as charlatans trading on false virtue, but as unworthy of any transaction whatsoever. After ending the call, Duanmu Yang's benevolent smile hardened, sharpening into cold, lethal intent. His companion, noticing the abrupt shift in his expression, hastened to soothe. It's only natural for young people to have temperaments. Enough. Let us set him aside, for now, and speak of our own affairs. Duanmu Yang withdrew from his robe a palm-sized sandalwood box. The lid opened to reveal 3 jade vials, each no larger than a thumb. What are these? His companion's eyes blazed with feverish intensity, as though gazing upon the rarest delicacy in existence. 3 elixir of longevity, each extending life by 3 years. The companion reached eagerly to claim the vials, only for Duanmu Yang's hand to block him firmly. Rules remain unaltered. Where's what I require? Rest assured, it has been prepared for you since long ago. He chuckled, darkly clapped twice, and instructed his subordinate, bring it in. Let Elder Yang inspect it personally. Moments later, several subordinates entered, carrying a square iron cage. Covered with a crimson drape, the cage concealed its contents entirely from view. You may withdraw, the elder instructed his men with a wave. Were I decades younger, I'd deem even 30 elixirs of longevity insufficient, let alone 3. With that, he pulled aside the drape. Inside the cage sat a woman of breathtaking beauty, her garments immaculate, yet her neck, wrists, and ankles bound tightly with black tungsten steel chains. Duanmu Yang showed no interest in her face. He stepped before her, withdrew a scroll from his robe, and unfurled it. The woman depicted within was identical to the one before him, down to the finest detail. May this time not disappoint the young master. Duanmu Yang murmured under his breath, then addressed the woman directly, raise your arm. Her expression remained vacant, her gaze dull. She neither heard nor heeded his command. I'm speaking to you. Are you deaf or mute? At the elder's roar, she stared back, numb, unblinking. Flustered, he hurried to explain to Duanmu Yang. She wasn't like this before. Did I not explicitly forbid treating her as one would an ordinary person? Duanmu Yang erupted, his terrifying aura of death crashing over the elder like a tidal wave. I truly don't know what happened. Truly. Then I shall grant you one final chance. Duanmu Yang turned back toward the woman. Extend your arm. At last she stirred, gently lifting the sheer sleeve from her forearm to reveal skin as smooth and luminous as polished jade. Thereupon her wrist glowed a vivid vermilion gecko mark, within which coiled an arcane, unfathomable sigil. The gecko mark, paired with that esoteric sigil. She truly appears to be the woman the young master requires. Duanmu Yang drew a slow, steadying breath, the tension in his chest finally easing. He spun and struck the elder once, palm striking his chest. The elder's heart shattered instantly, blood erupted from his mouth as he collapsed, dead on the spot. Thus perished the overseer of the Black Serpent organization, so easily, so silently. The moment the elder fell, another figure appeared in the courtyard, identical in every way, voice, gait, even the subtle tilt of his head. The Black Serpent organization was a sudden and enigmatic force that emerged within the past century, weaving itself among hidden factions and sustaining itself through the trade of intelligence. Its members were primarily scattered across Longhua. A few years ago, the Divine Medicine Valley had engaged the Black Serpent organization to locate a woman, and the organization in turn had pursued her relentlessly ever since. Ultimately, she was first discovered by the Jiangling branch's steward. Upon finding her, however, he withheld the news from the organization. Advanced in years, he refused to accept death quietly. Instead, he secretly approached Duanmu family, the Divine Medicine Valley's external representative, and sought the longevity pill said to extend life and preserve vitality. Duanmu Yang's visit to Jiangling was ostensibly to pay respects to an old friend, but in truth he came to covertly meet the Black Serpent steward. As for why he killed the man, first, 3 longevity pills were an exorbitant treasure. Second, personal ambition played its part. The elderly man lay dead upon the floor. His impostor stepped forward, placed a hand over the corpse's head, and unleashed a strange energy, flowing from his own body and converging precisely atop the deceased's skull. The lifeless man suddenly snapped his eyes wide open, blood surging violently into his irises, his body convulsing as if struck by lightning. After a long silence, the impostor rose slowly and bowed respectfully before Duanmu Yang. He truly did not report the discovery. Best that he didn't. From now on you shall assume his role within the Black Serpent. Yes, sir. The elder knelt on one knee, watching silently as Duanmu Yang departed, with the woman locked inside an iron cage. Duanmu Yang strode down the long pavilion corridor. None who crossed his path survived. The slain were either decapitated or dismembered, the wounds unervingly smooth as though severed by invisible force. Duanmu Yang flicked twice at the nearly transparent filament in his hand. Blood beads slid down its length and fell to the ground before vanishing into his sleeve. Emerging from the courtyard, a black sedan approached. Duanmu Yang greeted the driver and instructed him, the woman beside me has been personally designated by our young master. Should any harm befall her, no one, not even you, could bear the consequences. Understood. The driver, one hand on the wheel and the other holding a cigarette, squinted and asked, have you heard the rumor about the Chow family still being alive? Weren't they eradicated long ago? Duanmu Yang's brow furrowed deeply. It's true they were destroyed, but their sole surviving heir appears to live on and resides right here in Jiangling. How did you learn this? Duanmu Yang countered. Lately, the venomous cult has been appearing frequently in Jiangling. Out of curiosity, I investigated, and what I uncovered was far more alarming than expected. This must indeed be grave, if you've come out of retirement yourself. The driver tapped ash from his cigarette and smiled faintly. This affair involves numerous powers, the venomous cult, even the Penglai sect, and reportedly the Chun family of Yinjing has also intervened. If the Yinjing Chens are involved, something momentous is surely unfolding. Speak plainly. What do you require of me? To capture someone. Who? Lu Shui. I've never heard of her. Neither have I, not even I. The driver shook his head. Lu Shui is the daughter of Lu Dingren, CEO of Dingrong Group. According to reliable intelligence, she possesses a celestial bone within her body. If extracted and grafted onto our young master, the Divine Medicine Valley's strength would surge exponentially. I've never heard of a celestial bone, but before I act, at least provide me with detailed intelligence on her. Duanmu Yang was methodical. He never undertook ventures without certainty. The driver extinguished his cigarette. According to intel, Lu Shui maintains a distant relationship with her father. She lives solely on campus and rarely visits his residence. Her neighbor is Xie Wanqing, the daughter of the Xie family. Though the Xies pose no threat, attention must be paid to Xie Wanqing's boyfriend, Chen Jingluo's grandson, the future heir of the Chen clan. Chen Jingluo's grandson. Duanmu Yang spun on his heel, ready to flee. Of all families to offend, it had to be the Chens. The Chen clan's wrath could claim 10 lives of the Duanmu family, and more. Seeing Duanmu Yang attempt to leave, the driver called out sharply, "Don't go, let me finish. This matter concerns the very survival of our clan. I cannot shoulder such a burden alone." I told you, they're merely neighbors. And I've confirmed it. Her school will conduct off-campus military training in the coming days. You can extract her unseen. No one will notice. Let me consider it further. Upon success, the sect will reward you beyond measure. The driver smiled and handed Duanmu Yang a dossier, all details on Lu Shui. I must now deliver the young master's chosen woman back to the sect immediately. Thus, reluctantly, and under quiet pressure, Duanmu Yang accepted the assignment. He watched the car recede into the distance. He opened the dossier and studied it carefully. Every facet of Lu Shui's identity was documented, including her father, but not a single word about her mother. To bear a celestial bone, her parents could not possibly be ordinary. True, the Duanmu family served the Divine Medicine Valley, but Duanmu Yang would not recklessly sacrifice himself. And with the Chun clan's heir entangled in the matter, the situation grew perilously delicate. Meanwhile, at Jiangling University, Li Jinhui, having just submitted a formal complaint, feigned illness and took half a day off to fish, guilt gnawing at him. Just as he finished preparing his fishing spot by the riverbank, his phone rang. Seeing an unknown number, he hesitated, uncertain whether to answer. He had witnessed Chen Ze's reach firsthand. Wasn't Duan Shui formidable? Yet after speaking up for a junior, he was executed the next day by his own faction, under the banner of righteous justice. The memory made him want to slap himself. Why had he impulsively filed that complaint? Heart-pounding, Li Jinhui answered the call. "Hello, Mr. Li Jinhui." The voice cut straight to the point. "Yes, that's me," Li Jinhui replied, swallowing hard. "Would you be available to meet in person?" "I'm rather busy at the moment. Can't we discuss it over the phone?" "Nothing urgent, just a formality. I'm the HR manager at Heroine. When might you begin your new position with us?" "New position?" Li Jinhui frowned. "I already hold a stable post. Did you misidentify me, eh?" "No mistake whatsoever. A senior executive recommended you personally. Are you certain you won't join us?" Heroine was one of Jiangling's most prestigious hotels. He'd certainly heard of it. His current civil service position guaranteed over 10,000 yuan monthly, required little effort, and promised security until retirement. Still, curiosity got the better of him. "May I ask, what position would I hold, and what's the annual salary?" "Director of the General Affairs Department. 20,000 yuan per month, 9 to 5, no mandatory overtime. Annual compensation exceeds 200,000 yuan, plus bonuses at least 300,000 yuan. 300,000. Li Jinhui's pulse quickened. As a university lecturer, he earned barely over 100,000 yuan annually. To become a department director would more than double his income. A windfall like this, why hesitate? Just give me a moment. I'll be there immediately. Li Jinhui hurriedly packed his fishing gear and drove to Heroine. The HR manager in charge of interviews greeted Li Jinhui warmly and handed him an employment contract. "If everything looks fine, just sign it now. You can report to the company tomorrow." After reading the contract, Li Jinhui's heart raced with excitement. Yet he quickly regained his composure. He held no power, no influence, and no connections. Who was pulling strings behind the scenes? And for what purpose? How do you find the company environment? The HR manager beamed with a radiant smile. Li Jinhui returned a faint smile. "It's quite impressive, though admittedly it all happened rather suddenly, catching me completely off guard." Senior management is undergoing a sweeping reshuffle lately. Nothing unusual there. Even the majority shareholder has been replaced by a female university student. Hearing this, Li Jinhui instinctively drew a sharp, chilling breath. Shengshi Huading's market value exceeded several billion yuan. Could this be some tycoon paving the way for his daughter to casually hand over assets worth billions? Across the entire Jiangling region, perhaps only a handful could afford such audacious generosity. Li Jinhui had nearly asked who had recommended him, but the words died on his lips. Who cared? As long as the money flowed, that was all that mattered. Ever since Chengzi had left him for the wealthy heir Chen Ze, Li Jinhui had never craved wealth so fiercely. With senior leadership in flux, diligent work at this new company might well propel him further upward. He signed the contract without delay. Seizing a bathroom break, Li Jinhui called his university supervisor and declared bluntly, "I'm resigning." Upon returning, the HR manager escorted him to the General Administration Department. The General Administration Department employed a sizable staff. Having taught for 2 years after graduation, this was Li Jinhui's first time managing subordinates. After briefing him on key responsibilities, the HR manager departed. Li Jinhui sank into his newly assigned executive chair, exhilaration surging through him. A stunning administrative assistant eagerly served him tea. Knock, 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 knock. A sudden rapping echoed at the door. "Come in." Li Jinhui sipped the freshly poured tea while idly scanning work documents on his computer screen. The door swung open. Wei Wujian strode in. "You're the new head of General Administration." "Yes, I am." Noting Wei Wujian's commanding presence, Li Jinhui immediately rose, abandoning any pretense of authority. Wei Wujian nodded. "Curious about who recommended you." Li Jinhui replied nervously, "Indeed. I wonder. Was it you?" "Precisely. It was me." A disarmingly gentle smile flickered across Wei Wujian's face. "That anonymous letter to the university. Was it yours?" Li Jinhui paled. "What letter?" "I have no idea what you're referring to." "No need to tense up. I bear you no ill will." Wei Wujian settled onto the sofa. "You despise Chen Ze." What's there to fear? Just another rich heir. What else does he have besides a powerful father?" He placed a Rolls-Royce key on the desk. "This car belongs to the company. Use it freely. 1 million yuan is yours to spend. But there is one condition." Li Jinhui's throat tightened instantly. A Rolls-Royce upon appointment, and unconditional cash. Had his fortune truly turned? "What condition?" Li Jinhui asked, voice taut. Wei Wujian withdrew a vial of concentrated sulfuric acid from his coat. "This is high-concentration sulfuric acid. Disfigure Xiao Wanqing, and both the car and the money are yours." "Sulfuric acid?" Li Jinhui waved his hand dismissively. "No, I can't. That's illegal." "So what? A little money will smooth your release later." Wei Wujian rose and clapped Li Jinhui's shoulder. "Fortune favors the bold. To win a woman's heart, you must dare greatly. Don't wait until she's truly lost to another, then lock yourself away listening to clocks ticking backward. I'll leave you to ponder." Li Jinhui stared blankly at the car key and the vial of acid. To act or not to act. Refusal meant lifelong stagnation. Success promised lifelong security, and perhaps even a chance to reclaim Chengzi. After leaving the office, Wei Wujian dialed Dan Taiyue. He started work at the company. Judging by his reaction, he's accepted the offer. I see. Dan Taiyue ended the call, his thoughts drifting to Xiao Wanqing's charming, playful countenance. Compared to Su Yunfei, Xiao Wanqing truly suited his tastes better, especially since she was Chen Ze's object of desire. He simply had to intervene. Su Yunfei's engagement to Chen Ze was an unalterable fact, but what if the Su family themselves sought Xiao Wanqing's elimination? According to intelligence, Dan Taiyue possessed the Su family, having learned of Chen Ze's relationship with Xiao Wanqing, had already resolved to eliminate her. And with Xia family's second-in-command secretly stoking the flames, the moment for action had arrived. Why not orchestrate a convenient scapegoat in advance? Li Jinhui was that scapegoat. In the General Administration Department's office, he slipped the Rolls-Royce key into his pocket. He would take the risk. Securing the vial of acid, he began plotting, soon settling on the upcoming military training exercise. An attack during that chaos. No one would suspect him. Xiao Wanqing, forgive my ruthlessness. Blame only your choice to follow Chen Ze. Yet to infiltrate the training grounds unnoticed, he'd need official faculty credentials. So he immediately redialed his university supervisor. His excuse: he'd drunk too much earlier. His judgment had been clouded. Fortunately, the supervisor hadn't believed his earlier resignation, sparing him acute embarrassment. At the company parking lot, he searched for the Rolls-Royce and found it parked among employee vehicles. Pressing the key fob, the doors unlocked. Sliding into the driver's seat, he felt an unprecedented surge of exhilaration. Still, he dared not drive it to campus, though that didn't stop him from showing off elsewhere. Ding dong, a text alert chimed. Your account has received 300,000,000. 3 million. Good heavens, he rubbed his eyes. Truly 3 million yuan. Even if he saved every penny for 30 years, he might never amass such a sum. Then came another message from Wei Wujian. The 3 million should have cleared. Upon completion, 7 more million await, plus a brand new Rolls-Royce from the company. Li Jinhui replied, received, mission guaranteed. A 10 million yuan assignment. He'd likely agree to wield a knife himself, if the price were right. There was no other choice. The offer was simply too generous. Have you heard? Li Jinhui just submitted his resignation letter. Is that true or false? I heard his formal resignation report has already been submitted. So what do you think? True or false? Didn't he just buy a house and a car? Without a job, won't the mortgage and car loan crush him? And he must have already lined up his next position, right? Don't resignation applications require approval from all supervisors before one can leave? Did he just walk out so boldly? You know what's truly strange? Right after his resignation request went up, every supervisor, including the principal, approved it almost instantly without even uttering a word of persuasion. Do you suppose he offended someone in the school administration? You know Li Jinhui well. He's diligent, tireless, and meticulous in everything he does. Not even I, can find fault with him. Could it really be that he's secured an excellent new position? And as the two spoke, another middle-aged male teacher, older seasoned, joined their conversation with eager curiosity. He left without so much as a farewell. I was planning to invite him for drinks this weekend. And the female teacher lifted her gaze and smiled. You're closest to him. You ask him directly. Has he truly found a new job? I'll reach out. And the middle-aged teacher was in truth deeply curious about where Li Jinhui had gone. And then he pulled out his phone and sent Li Jinhui a message. Xiao Hui, I heard you've resigned. What's really going on? Did you offend the school leadership? Or have you genuinely decided to leave for good? And not long afterward, Li Jinhui replied. I did intend to resign, but planned to wait until after military training concluded. Just now I acted on impulse. Still, I want to seize my youth, to venture forth, explore, and test my limits. And it's admirable for a young man to possess such drive. But what about your mortgage and car loan? I've devised a foolproof plan before stepping away. Otherwise, I'd never dare resign outright and risk defaulting. Tell me honestly, have you secured a new position? If this is due to issues at the school, I'll help you file an appeal. If it's financial, I'll lend you money, but don't take reckless paths. Xiao Bing, like Li Jinhui, came from humble origins. In it, he'd caught fortune's tide. The national reforms had just begun and talent was urgently needed. Moreover, housing prices were low then, and by sheer luck he married a woman from Jiangling. Now in his 40s, he'd weathered every storm life could hurl. Though not wealthy beyond measure, he'd at last achieved a comfortable middle-class life. He treated Li Jinhui as if he were his own son, helping whenever he could. And in the night, wind blew still. And Li Jinhui sat inside a Rolls-Royce. Through the window, he gazed at the dim amber glow of streetlights along the roadside. And in driving down this quiet alley would soon bring him to Jiangling's most vibrant district. After reading Xiao Bing's reply, Li Jinhui felt a surge of bittersweet emotion. And at that moment, two voices clashed within him. One urged him to abandon millions in cash, return to the school, abide by convention, resume life as a modest teacher, steady, predictable, safe. The other beckoned him to steer the luxury car out of the alley, to step into a nocturnal world he'd never experienced, never even dared imagine. Knock, knock. And in a sudden rapping sounded at the window. And in before him stood a fashionably dressed woman, her makeup subtle yet refined. Her name was Jiao Jingyun, a professional companion who frequented bars and lounges, moving gracefully among men of all kinds, earning her living with skill and poise. Petite, with delicate features and an oval face, she bore a faint, captivating resemblance to Chao Qingzi when she smiled. And Li Jinhui rolled down the window. Jiao Jingyun spoke first apologetically. Sorry, I've run out of battery. May I borrow your phone to call a friend? Sure, go ahead. And without hesitation, Li Jinhui handed her his phone. Smiling, Jiao Jingyun accepted it, carefully added herself on WeChat using his account, then pretended to be on a call, murmuring earnestly, yes, okay. Her acting was flawless, utterly eclipsing certain domestic actresses. And when the call ended, she returned the phone with a smile. Thank you. No need to thank me. It's nothing. And Jiao Jingyun made no move to leave, instead continuing the conversation outside the car. While pretending to call, I happened to glance at your WeChat profile. You're a teacher. What subject do you teach? And in mathematics. And in she feigned sudden realization. And in, nice to meet you, teacher. Hello, students. And Li Jinhui instantly realized his blunder and hastily clarified. I'm sorry, did that offend you? I'm just used to addressing my students. And not at all, Jiao Jingyun replied with a gentle smile, finding this mathematics teacher who drove a Rolls-Royce unexpectedly intriguing. She ventured cautiously, my friend may still be a while. May I wait inside your car? Li Jinhui was flustered. And in, of course, and he hurriedly opened the front passenger door. Zhao Jingyun lifted her skirt and slipped in, carrying a refreshing, intoxicating fragrance, especially from her hair, which smelled wonderfully clean and soft. Li Jinhui caught an accidental glimpse of bare skin, and in with such proximity his heartbeat quickened, and the air between them grew warm-charged. Do you have a charger in the car? And in, I think so. I'll look. And in moments later Li Jinhui handed her a Type-C cable. Oh, I just remembered I have one in my bag. And she tapped her temple playfully, then retrieved an iPhone-specific charging cable from her purse. This little charade was merely a pretext to pave the way for her next move. And in once plugged in, her phone displayed a 90 charge, though Li Jinhui didn't notice. Nor did he harbor any habit of prying into others' private matters. And in after letting it charge briefly, Zhao Jingyun sent a quick message to her friend. Then her phone rang. And in she answered, sighed, and said, my best friend just told me she can't make it. So what will you do now? Shall I drive you home? And in Li Jinhui's instinctive gallantry had fully awakened. And in, that would be so awkward. And in Zhao Jingyun feigned modesty. It's no trouble. I have nothing scheduled tonight. And indeed Li Jinhui was free, having offered help he resolved to see it through. Besides, the woman before him truly appealed to him. And in, have you eaten dinner yet? She asked softly. And in, not yet. How about I treat you? Consider it thanks for driving me home. Well, and Li Jinhui wanted to dine with this beauty, but couldn't bring himself to initiate the invitation. He hesitated, but Zhao Jingyun, a veteran in such matters, knew exactly how to proceed. And in, what's wrong? Afraid I'll devour you. She laughed lightly. Don't overthink it. I simply wish to express my gratitude. No need for such heavy reservations. All right. And in, Li Jinhui hadn't ruled out inviting her himself, but his appearance he feared might make him seem superficial or promiscuous. Zhao Jingyun, worldly and experienced, knew precisely how to handle a love-struck bachelor like Li Jinhui. And so Li Jinhui steered the car out of the alley to embrace the extraordinary life awaiting him. Do you prefer Chinese food or Western cuisine? And in, Western cuisine, I guess. And in, Li Jinhui had never tried Western food, but he thought that dining alone with a girl was better suited to the ambience of Western cuisine. Then how about we go to that French restaurant on Tiannan Road? And in, the French restaurant on Tiannan Road is a trendy spot. And in, the taste of the dishes is mediocre, but the prices are exorbitantly high. It's a place only the wealthy go to, with nowhere else to spend their money. And in, someone like Li Jinhui, who is burdened with a mortgage, wouldn't even consider going there, let alone dining, if he hadn't received a 3 million transfer. How about we go to Shengshi Huading instead? And Li Jinhui suggested. And in the past he couldn't afford French cuisine, now he simply looks down on it. What kind of identity and status does he have now? And wouldn't it be more appealing to go to his own hotel's restaurant? And moreover, he is the manager of the comprehensive department there. Not only can he enjoy the internal staff discount, but he can also show off in front of Zhao Jingyun. Why not take advantage of that? Of course Shengshi Huading is fine. And Zhao Jingyun was overjoyed. And she had only been there a couple of times, and always in the capacity of an escort. The expenses there are staggering, a place only true wealthy individuals would frequent, completely different from the French restaurant on Tiannan Road. The two reached an agreement. And Li Jinhui drove back to Shengshi Huading. And in, the evening lights of Shengshi Huading were particularly dazzling. Upon entering, a security guard immediately approached to inquire. And in, this car is a company vehicle usually driven by Wei Wujing. If these security guards didn't recognize it, they could just pack up and leave. Seeing that it wasn't General Manager Wei who stepped out of the car, the security guard was momentarily taken aback and immediately said, hello, how can I assist you? Li Jinhui handed over the car keys and said, please park the car for me. And sure thing. And in, the security guard took the keys with a cheerful smile. Zhao Jingyun, stepping out from the passenger seat, looked at Li Jinhui with some surprise. And she had been here dozens of times, yet this was the first time she saw a security guard personally come to greet her. Unable to help herself, Zhao Jingyun placed her hand on Li's sinuous arm and whispered, do you come here often? I told you this is my second time, would you believe me? Seeing the flustered and shy expression on the beautiful woman beside him, an overwhelming sense of vanity surged within him. Men's words are deceitful. You must come here often, otherwise how could the security guard treat you with such respect? And Zhao Jingyun pouted, her cheeks puffing out. She genuinely thought she was quite adorable. And Li Jinhui happened to be quite taken with this. As they walked into the hall, a warm and enthusiastic waiter immediately approached to inquire. Manager Li, what would you like to eat this evening? And in, the front desk lady recognized Li Jinhui, who had just joined the company. In recent days, the company had undergone a major overhaul. And in, the front desk staff received updates about the leaders' personal information every day to avoid encountering leaders without knowing their names or positions. Let's find a 2-person table by the window. It should be as quiet as possible. And No problem, I'll arrange that for you right away. After confirming the table, the front desk lady took the initiative to lead the two. And along the way, she complimented Zhao Jingyun on her beauty and grace. In reality, it's hard to judge a beautiful woman just by her appearance unless she reveals her background. And this was Zhao Jingyun's first time receiving such enthusiastic hospitality. Suddenly, she felt a bit suffocated, and nervous, and excited, or perhaps hopeful. And she initially just wanted to earn some extra cash tonight, but inadvertently caught the attention of a golden husband. After they were seated, Li Jinhui gentlemanly handed the menu to Zhao Jingyun. And order whatever you want tonight, I'm treating. Having tasted the thrill that power brings, Li's zenuous mindset subtly began to shift. And Zhao Jingyun took the menu. This was her first time ordering food. And in the past, when she accompanied others for drinks, it was always those rich second-generation or big bosses who ordered. She just played the role of the drinking companion. Pan-seared foie gras, and beef bourguignon, and pan-fried sole, and bouillabaisse, and a bottle of white wine with mussels. And Zhao Jingyun elegantly closed the menu and handed it to the nearby waiter. And after the waiter left, Zhao Jingyun rested her chin on her hand and smiled as she asked, "Didn't you say you teach mathematics? How did you suddenly become a manager here?" "I'm preparing to resign from teaching. At the latest in 2 weeks, I'll be working here." And Li Jinhui spoke casually, as if he were discussing something quite ordinary. Zhao Jingyun transformed into an inquisitive child, asking questions left and right. And from mathematical equations to quantum mechanics, and from quantum mechanics to the origin of the Big Bang. "And you're still a physics teacher?" "Occasionally I fill in, my grades in math and science are quite good, so I usually deal with these kinds of academic questions." And Li Jinhui was speaking about his professional courses for the first time to someone other than his students and colleagues. Zhao Jingyun couldn't help but chuckle. "After we finish eating, are we going to discuss biology?" "Well, I do know a bit about biology, but not much." And just then the waiter arrived with their dishes, interrupting his train of thought. As they ate and chatted, Li Jinhui felt he had found a kindred spirit, someone who understood him. And at that moment, through the glass window, he spotted someone he knew all too well. Chen Ze. She was together with Chen Ze. And "What are you looking at?" And Zhao Jingyun waved her hand in front of him. Li Jinhui came back to his senses, his emotions very complicated. And "Nothing, wait a moment, I'm going to the restroom." And Zhao Jingyun didn't think much of it. Having been engaged in awkward small talk earlier, she was about to burst. And now that Li Jinhui was going to the restroom, she had time to take selfies and flaunt them on her social media. As soon as she posted on her social media, several girls immediately liked and commented. And it was nothing but envy. And Li Jinhui did not go to the restroom, but instead followed Chen Ze and Chen Ze up the stairs to the 3rd floor. What if they are rich second generation? And he is doing just fine now, and even better. And after tailing them to the 3rd floor, Chen Ze and Chen Ze casually found a spot to sit. And they didn't even order food. Each just had a cup of free water sitting there chatting. And Li Jinhui looked at them with a face full of disdain. What rich second generation, not even ordering food? And if they can't afford it, I can help order. And Li Jinhui straightened his suit and walked over, raising his hand to call a waiter, saying, "You, come here for a moment." The waiter quickly approached. And "Manager Li, you called for me." And the newly appointed manager Li of the comprehensive department was dining here, and these lower-level staff had already been notified. That's why their response was so swift. And Li Jinhui said lightly, "These two are my friends. Please bring over the hotel's classic dishes and put the bill on my tab." Chen Ze was taken aback, looking up at Li Jinhui. And who is this guy? I don't know him at all, no impression whatsoever." And Chen Ze looked at Chen Ze. "Do you know him?" Chen Ze hadn't expected to encounter Li Jinhui here. And she looked at Li Jinhui, feeling a bit awkward, and said, "Teacher Li, you shouldn't treat us. That's too extravagant." Chen Ze thought about how his salary was barely enough to cover his mortgage and car loan, and felt it was too much to let him pay the bill. And moreover, paying the bill shouldn't be his responsibility. Even if someone were to pay, it should be her, since she had invited Chen Ze. The reason they hadn't ordered food for so long was that Chen Ze had accompanied Xia Wanqing to eat excessively earlier that afternoon, and now there was simply no room in their stomachs. But in Li Jinhui's eyes, Chen Ze was simply looking down on him. "It's all right, I can still afford this bit of food money, unlike some people who invite their teacher out to dinner, only to drink water and chat." And Chen Ze's face changed drastically after hearing this, and she quickly looked at Chen Ze's expression. Chen Ze was leaning back in his chair, relaxing his collar with a very meaningful expression. And "Li Jinhui, do you know who you're talking to right now?" Chen Ze stood up, looking quite uncomfortable. Li Jinhui chuckled and shook his head, saying, "I know Chen Ze is a rich second generation, and I cannot afford to offend him, but I want to prove that I still have enough money to treat you to a meal." "This is not about money." "Then what is it about?" Li Jinhui smiled. "What else could it be if not money?" Chen Ze gently tapped the table with one hand. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. He raised his head to look at Li Jinhui, a hint of playful mockery in his eyes. After all that you've said, do you really think Chao Qingxi invited me out for my money? Isn't that the truth? Why should I tell you all this? Chen Ze clicked his tongue, saying, you can choose not to say, but soon someone will tell you these things. After saying this, Chen Ze stood up and poured a cup of cold water over Li Xinyu's head. The cold water drenched Li Xinyu's entire head. Shock, confusion, embarrassment, anger. Li Jinhui never expected Chen Ze would pour water over his head. Chen Ze, don't think just because you're a rich second generation you can do whatever you want. This is Heroine. It's not a place for you to run wild. And then, oi, Chen Ze disdainfully replied. After all you've said, aren't you just trying to use your current status to show off in front of your goddess? Pointing at Chao Qingxi, Chen Ze said, look at her. Do you think she feels even a shred of sympathy for you now? Li Jinhui followed Chen Ze's gaze to Chao Qingxi. At this moment her expression was calm, with not a hint of worry. She looked at him as one would look at a stray dog on the street. Ridiculous, laughable, and childish. Manager Li, are you okay? A waitress came over to support Li Jinhui, preventing him from falling. Chen Ze casually said, you can see for yourself she doesn't like you. It's not because you lack money but because you don't even qualify as a friend in her eyes. Chao Qingxi just wants to quickly distance herself from Li Jinhui. It's not that she dislikes him, but she doesn't want him to lose his life over such a trivial matter. Very few in Jiangling know of Chen Ze's terror. Ma Juanxiu is still lying in the ICU. Another person who returned from overseas was killed on the spot. Moreover, his brothers were also implicated, losing their lives. Shall we change places for dinner? Chao Qingxi suggested as she stood up. I have no appetite. Chen Ze waved his hand and said, I'm letting it go this time for your sake, but let's talk another time. I really don't have the mood right now. All right then. Chao Qingxi sighed, quietly praying that this incident wouldn't make Chen Ze develop an aversion to the Chao family. Chen Ze left the third floor, but didn't leave directly. Instead, he went up to the CEO's office on the top floor. Song Qingyi had applied to live off-campus these days and had been staying at the company. She attended classes during the day and worked at the company at night. Fortunately, she was an academic genius. Otherwise, an ordinary person would have dropped out and handled the company honestly. Chen Ze arrived at the top floor, walked to the CEO's office door, opened it, and saw Song Qingyi working diligently at her desk. Song Qingyi also noticed Chen Ze. The two exchanged glances. Song Qingyi stood up and walked out from her desk. You're here. Just came to check on you. How does it feel to be the boss? Chen Ze looked around and asked. It's busy, but every day feels fulfilling. Song Qingyi walked to the tea table, bent down to pour a cup of tea, and brought it to him. Chen Ze didn't take the tea, but wrapped his arms around her delicate waist. What's wrong? Song Qingyi was as docile as a little kitten, even though Chen Ze had squeezed her a bit too tightly. A lot will happen in the near future. The only thing I can give you is this much. If you want more, you have to fight for it yourself. Is this how you fight for it? Song Qingyi guided Chen Ze's hand to rest on her petite shoulder. Do you really think I wouldn't dare? Song Qingyi let out a soft gasp. At that moment, a sudden knock sounded from outside the door. Come in. Song Qingyi's cheeks flushed slightly, and her breath became moist. She wasn't afraid of being seen with Chen Ze by outsiders. Even if they saw, what could they do? She was Chen Ze's person. The door was pushed open. Li Jinhui froze on the spot upon seeing the two people in the office. At first he thought he had entered the wrong place, and even looked up at the sign overhead. Indeed, it was the CEO's office. Is there something you need? Song Qingyi took a sip of her tea. Li Jinhui had originally come to discuss work with the CEO, as Wei Wujian had mentioned it to him when he joined the company during the day. So he wanted to visit in person to see the true face of the other party. He also wanted to complain to the CEO about Chen Ze. After all, he was now the comprehensive department manager of Heroine. Even a dog must recognize its owner. Considering the vast industry of Heroine, he should not be afraid of a brat like Chen Ze. As a result, upon entering, he saw the CEO in an embrace with a man. And the man embracing the CEO looked so familiar. Chen Ze's back was facing him, and the dim light in the office only illuminated a lamp, making it normal that he couldn't recognize him immediately. I am the new comprehensive department manager. My name is Li Jinhui. You came this afternoon? Yes. Is there anything else? Li Jinhui hesitated for a long time before finally saying, I just encountered a very rude customer at the store, and I want to apply to blacklist him from the hotel. For what reason? Blacklisting a customer is not a trivial matter. If the other party truly is as rude as he described, which severely impacts hotel operations, they can indeed be blacklisted. But she would never blacklist a customer based on just one manager's word. After all, those who come here to consume are all prominent figures. He poured water on my head and publicly insulted me. Don't believe me. Look, my hair is still wet. I wondered why that voice sounded so familiar. It turns out it's a complaint about me. Chen Ze turned around. Li Jinhui was instantly petrified. The person embracing the boss was actually Chen Ze. Song Qingyi playfully smiled, looking up at Chen Ze. You didn't pour water on him, did you? What's it to you? In front of Li Jinhui, Chen Ze roughly squeezed Song Qingyi's. Li Jinhui swallowed hard, not daring to look further, slowly turning to say, "Oh, Song, I suddenly remembered that General Wei wanted to see me about something. He'll take my leave now. Go on." As soon as Li Jinhui stepped out of the office, he immediately heard Song Qingyi's soft gasping sounds. Click. The office door was locked from the inside. One could easily guess what was happening in there at this moment. Li Jinhui gritted his teeth in hatred, yet felt utterly helpless. If Chen Ze really had a relationship with General Song, then what was his behavior just now? A self-inflicted embarrassment. At this moment in the office, after the only lamp still lit was turned off, the entire room was shrouded in darkness, with only the distant city lights outside the huge floor-to-ceiling window providing a faint glow. Buzz. The phone rang. Chen Ze took his phone out of his pocket. It was a call from Xia Wanqing. Hello. Is there something? Can't I just call you if there's nothing? At that moment, Xia Wanqing was lying on her bed, hugging a giant panda plush toy she exchanged for after spending the afternoon shopping. Of course you can, Chen Ze said with a smile. Xia Wanqing sensed something was off in his voice and furrowed her brow, asking, Are you home alone right now? Why does it feel strange? I'm alone. After chatting a bit about mundane matters, Chen Ze hung up the call. Song Qingyi said, Was that a call from Xia Wanqing? Yeah. Chen Ze was puzzled as to why she was calling him so late. Ding. From Xia Wanqing -points 10,086 inch. Ding. From Xia Wanqing -points 99,999 inch. Ding. From Xia Wanqing -points 100,000 inch. 100,000 negative points. Soon his negative points soared from several 100,000 to 1 million. 1 million negative points. How many 10 pulls could that get? 1 o'clock in the morning. Chen Ze sat on the sofa smoking, pondering all night, but couldn't figure out why Xia Wanqing was angry. After finishing a cigarette, the system suddenly notified him that the points will could be upgraded. Ding. Your negative points have accumulated to 1,000, and the intermediate lottery is now available. Intermediate lottery, single time cost of 1,000 negative points, 10 pulls cost 9,000 negative points. May I ask, how is the intermediate lottery different from the previous ones? System, the intermediate lottery has a greater chance of drawing rare items. Oh, Chen Ze looked enlightened, then pouted, saying, In short, it still depends on luck. System, yes. Because your luck value is currently too low, you can only draw some very ordinary items. To increase your luck, you must defeat the child of luck and indirectly plunder their luck. Chen Ze was speechless. Why didn't you say this earlier? No wonder his 10 pulls usually yielded nothing, but thank you for your patronage. Even if he got something, it was just the worst items. It turns out he could only have a chance to draw rare items after defeating Ye Tian to plunder luck. Recalling how he obtained the inheritance of the Celestial Doctor and the top-tier Celestial Crystal. Before drawing the Celestial Doctor inheritance, he had defeated Ye Tian at the hotel. When he drew the top-tier Celestial Crystal, he had defeated Ye Tian in the Tianhu courtyard. It seems he needs to find Ye Tian to bump into him often. After sorting out his thoughts, Chen Ze put on his clothes, left the office, and went downstairs to the storage room to fetch some blankets for Song Qingyi. After leaving the room and locking the door with his black card, he finally felt relieved to leave the Shengshi Huading. Chen Ze turned on his phone. WeChat messages flooded in at 99. Goodness. Did she sense something amiss? Chen Ze quickly called back with a video call. Xia Wanqing, who was already preparing to sleep, immediately turned to answer the call upon hearing Chen Ze's voice. Chen Ze, did you go out to dinner with Chao Qingxi last night? Chen Ze thought she was angry about something else, that turned out it was just about this. I did go out to dinner with Chao Qingxi after finishing up, but we just chatted. Nothing happened like you think. Are you sure? Could I possibly lie to you? Chen Ze laughed and comforted her, saying, If I stay up all night over such trivial matters, it would ruin my skin, and that wouldn't be worth it. I'm not talking to you anymore. Having received a satisfactory answer, Xia Wanqing automatically ignored the video of the two dining in Shengshi Huading. From the video alone, it seemed they were indeed just chatting. Otherwise, how could they only drink water without ordering food? Suddenly, Xia's mother appeared next to Xia Wanqing, placing a cup of hot milk on the bedside table, and said in a deep voice, Your father's condition has been worsening recently. He has now retreated to the second line, and all business has been handed over to the clan elders to manage. If you don't hurry to settle down and start a family, the position of clan leader can only be passed to your second uncle. Settling down. Isn't that too early? Not at all. Children your age are already running errands for soy sauce. Xia's mother sighed and said, Since you don't like Ye Tian, that guy who sent you home last time is also a good choice. As long as you like him, your father will definitely support you. Chen Ze would never willingly enter the Xia family. Xia Wanqing questioned. Is there really no other way but to wait until I settle down to inherit the family business? There's only this one method. Xia's mother shook her head, got up, and walked to the door, turning back to say, Your father is receiving chemotherapy at the city hospital now. He wants to talk to you tomorrow. You should go see him in the morning. MHM. Xia Wanqing slightly nodded, then sent a message to Chen Ze. Chen Ze, can you accompany me to the hospital tomorrow? Chen Ze had not seen the message. He was utterly exhausted after a night of turmoil, his limbs trembling with fatigue. His legs felt like jelly when he rose in the morning. Indeed, women were all enchantresses, especially Song Qingyi, the little enchantress. By the time he finally stirred, it was already noon. Upon reading Xia Wanqing's message, he immediately replied, Just woke up. What's wrong? Xia Wanqing instantly sent back a voice note, My father's been hospitalized. The doctors say his condition is critical. He could deteriorate at any moment. Outside the ICU of the city hospital, Xia Wanqing sat helplessly on a long bench in the hospital corridor, her expression haggard and drained, utterly stripped of her usual vivacity and cheer. Wait for me. I'll be there right away. Chen Ze leapt out of bed and dressed hastily. He didn't even wash his face or brush his teeth, just snatched a set of car keys at random and dashed out of the villa. He rushed to the city hospital and soon spotted Xia Wanqing seated alone in the corridor. Are you all right? Chen Ze gently patted her shoulder. Why did you take so long to get here? Wah. The moment she saw Chen Ze, Xia Wanqing clung to him like a drowning soul grasping salvation, holding him tightly as if afraid he might vanish the instant her grip loosened. Your father's inside now, isn't he? Xia Wanqing nodded vigorously, wiping tears from the corners of her eyes as she choked out, I tried to go in earlier to see my father, but my second uncle's men blocked me. Chen Ze nodded thoughtfully. No wonder Xia Wanqing looked so dejected. That was precisely why. What's there to fear? I'm right here. Chen Ze chuckled softly, slipped an arm around her slender waist, and forcefully pushed open the ICU door. The guards inside staggered backward, powerless to resist. Xie Tianxiu had been sitting beside Xie Jiuzhong, the patriarch of the Xie family, feigning concern with honeyed words. At the commotion by the door, he shot to his feet. Hand in hand, Chen Ze led Xia Wanqing forward, striding into the room as though it held no barriers, no witnesses, no consequences. Xie Tianxiu glanced briefly at the guards by the door, then turned to his niece with a practiced smile. Wanqing dear, why didn't you let your second uncle know you were coming? I'd have opened the door myself. You forbade me from entering just moments ago. What's the point of saying that now? Xia Wanqing's eyes shimmered with indignation. Her small hand tightened fiercely around Chen Ze's. Xie Jiuzhong smiled faintly. You've misunderstood your second uncle. I merely asked you to wait outside for a while, not barred you outright. Chen Ze couldn't even be bothered to mock this seasoned schemer. Instead, he cut straight to the heart of it, while stretched into an entire morning. Just say no outright. Why cloak it in such sanctimonious pretense? As if you were some paragon of virtue and filial piety. Xie Tianxiu strode over, slapped Chen Ze's shoulder, and whispered low, Boy, don't mistake Wanqing's affection for license, to strut before me like this. Chen Ze shrugged off his hand and flicked his shoulder lightly. Don't sully my clothes with those filthy fingers. After all, this suit had been custom-tailored and paid for by his elder sister. If it got stained by trash, he would be furious. Chen Ze tilted his head, flashing a sharp grin, and tell me, when you accuse me of standing on your nose and face, do your nose and face happen to grow on your feet? What do you think, Wanqing? He turned toward her with a playful glance. Xia Wanqing's lips curved into a faint, genuine smile, her expression softening, warming, gradually reclaiming its light. With Chen Ze standing firmly beside her, what did she have left to fear? Besides, she'd long resented her treacherous second uncle, who for all his cunning and restraint found himself increasingly unable to withstand Chen Ze's relentless, biting mockery. Dare to die? Xie Tianxiu struck first. One of the few martial cultivators in the Xie family, he had attained the profound heaven realm, a rare feat for one of his age. To reach such mastery, so young, was no small accomplishment. His fist carved through the air like a whirlwind, brutal, overwhelming, aimed to end Chen Ze's life on the spot. It struck Chen Ze's chest within less than a second. Xia Wanqing blinked once, and her second uncle's fist had already slammed home. Though she knew Chen Ze possessed extraordinary strength, the sheer ferocity of her uncle's strike still wrenched a pang of anxiety from her heart. Chen Ze cultivated the longevity body. A single drop of blood sufficed for rebirth. The supreme longevity body transcended mortality itself, eternal as heaven and earth, undying as sun and moon. Ordinary martial techniques, even those honed to perfection, could not so much as tremble his flesh. His outermost layer of skin effortlessly dissipated the full force of Xie Tianxiu's coiled explosive energy. Is this all you've got? Chen Ze sneered, seized Xie Tianxiu's arm in one hand, and drew back his right fist. The ultimate martial intent surged forth. Bajiquan, break. A thunderous boom shook the air. Ye Tian's chest caved inward like a cannonball impact. His garments exploded into shreds, his spine arched violently into a shrimp-like curve. Where the fist struck, a perfect circular depression remained. Surrounding tissue collapsed inward, muscles, tendons, bones, and even internal organs crushed beyond recognition. And this was only a restrained blow. Had he unleashed his full power, channeling spiritual energy into the strike, Ye Tian would not merely bear a cratered wound. He might have been atomized on the spot, reduced to dust save perhaps for stubborn fragments of bone. Ugh! Ye Tian's breath vanished, as if every spark of life had been snuffed out. Chen Ze released his arm. The man crumpled to the floor unconscious. You've killed the Xie family's second patriarch. Ye Tian's aide trembled uncontrollably. And if I had, what then? Chen Ze kicked Ye Tian aside, then yanked the white tie from his aide's collar and wiped the faint streaks of blood from his knuckles. The guards stood frozen, stunned into silence. Their strongest fighter had fallen in a single exchange. To step forward now would be nothing short of suicide. In panic, they stampeded from the ICU, trampling each other in their rush for the narrow doorway. Carry the second patriarch. The aide, at least loyal to the end, hoisted Ye Tian onto his back and fled. Xia Wanqing knew Chen Ze was formidable, but never imagined his power had soared to such unfathomable heights. Are you all right? She asked, more out of habit than true concern. The one who's injured is your second uncle. I'm perfectly unscathed. Chen Ze gestured toward the curtain. Go on in. Xia Wanqing nodded and drew it aside. Chen Ze stepped out, fumbled for a cigarette, only to realize he'd run out. Spotting the aide not far away, he tapped his shoulder. Lend me a smoke. The aide stared blankly. Chen Ze frowned. Deaf. We're just slow. A cigarette, lend me one. I don't smoke. Does Ye Tian? He does. Then put him down, now, and hand me his pack. The aide dropped Ye Tian and retrieved a cigarette case from his jacket. Chen Ze accepted it with quiet satisfaction. The aide, eager to please, hurried forward to light it. Chen Ze took a slow, deliberate drag, then waved dismissively. Get lost. Yais, right away. The aide rolled once on the floor, scrambled up, and dragged Ye Tian away at breakneck speed. Bystanders gaped at the surreal spectacle. What are you staring at? Before their very eyes, Chen Ze slid the smoldering cigarette, but into the no smoking sign mounted on the wall. The soft tip pierced cleanly through the plaster, anchoring itself deep within the wall. Sir, you cannot smoke here. Please mind your manners, the hospital nurse admonished. Call your director and ask him whether I may smoke. Chen Ze ignored him and turned back into the ward. Inside the ward, Xie Jiuzhong raised his arm and slipped off the pale jade ring from his finger. The ring was fashioned from imperial green jade. Its surface bore an exquisite dragon scale pattern, lifelike and intricately rendered. This jade dragon ring is reserved only for the successive heads of the Xie family. I know my days are numbered, so I bequeath this ring to you. Xie Jiuzhong had just undergone chemotherapy. His complexion was ashen, his lips faintly white, his face devoid of blood. He forced a smile before his daughter. I had hoped to place this ring on your hand on your wedding day, but it seems I may not live to see that day. Dad, they'll find a famed doctor right now. You'll be fine, Dad. Xia Wanqing wept, her eyes brimming with tears. Her small hand gripped her father's palm. It felt as fragile as rotted wood riddled with worms. Only in that moment did she realize how thoroughly the illness had hollowed him out. It's useless. My disease has no cure, and summoning a famed physician is not so simple. Cough, cough. The Xie family was a dominant force in Jiangling. But Jiangling was a small place. Step outside its boundaries, and who would still know Xie Jiuzhong? Money and effort could be mustered, for the Xies were reasonably well endowed, but persuading a renowned doctor to personally intervene was not merely a matter of wealth. With a rustle, Chen Ze came in. I suddenly feel a bit hungry. Go downstairs and fetch a boxed meal for me, and I want a word with your uncle, he told Xia Wanqing. Xia Wanqing understood and reluctantly let go of her father's arm, leaving the ward. Chen Ze activated his spiritual sense, drew the curtains, and spoke. I can cure your illness, but there is a condition. Xie Jiuzhong smiled faintly. My daughter is already yours. What precious thing do you think I have left to offer? He had long suspected Chen Ze's uncommonness. The real clue had been the ring his daughter wore when she first returned home for school. Xie Jiuzhong was a collector of antiquities. His greatest passion was gathering relics, and he kept close watch on all news regarding antiques. That ring on his daughter's hand had once belonged to an ancient foreign royal princess. Its value beyond ordinary reckoning, he learned after inquiries. The ring had been a gift from Chen Ze. Chen Ze sat voice calm. People are not commodities to be traded, and besides, Xia Wanqing is already mine. Then what do you want? Portions of the Xie family's assets. Impossible. Xie Jiuzhong frowned. I will not let the Xie family be squandered under my watch. Only part of the holdings, not all, Chen Ze replied. Chen Ze scoffed. Ye Tian has been betraying his kin for years, siphoning assets, and setting up on his own. As the eldest brother, you were kept in the dark. I've always tightly controlled the family's enterprises. How could he hide such things from me? Xie Jiuzhong protested. Let me show you something. Chen Ze produced his phone and pulled up a Word document filled with contract records. Xie Jiuzhong stared at the contracts in disbelief, his hope collapsing. No wonder he's so brazen. He's long been planning to leave. Chen Ze closed the phone. Rest assured, I will take only his assets. Whatever is meant for Wanqing will remain untouched. The rest will barely suffice to keep the Xie family running. Give more, and it's tantamount to handing the entire clan over to you. Xie Jiuzhong forced a bitter smile. Those holdings are already under Tianqi's control. Even if I wish to grant them, I cannot. You need not trouble yourself about that, Chen Ze said. If you are certain you can take them, why tell me at all? Because you are Wanqing's father, some matters are better clarified with you, lest things become difficult to explain later. If that's the case, then do as you must. I will bear the pressure on the Xie family. No need. Someone else will shoulder it for you, Chen Ze replied. Xie Jiuzhong grew ever more curious about Chen Ze's background. Such meticulous calculation could hardly be the product of an ordinary household. After he had studied his complicated emotions, Xie Jiuzhong added, one more thing. Be kinder to my daughter. I have never ordered her about like you just did. Rest assured she will be well treated. Chen Ze was not interested in those trivial family assets. His aim was to ensure Xie Wanqing wielded sufficient clout within the clan. Even if Xie Jiuzhong passed leadership to Wanqing, the elders below would resent it. With Xie Tian gone, even more disloyal elements would emerge. To prevent the Xie family from fragmenting, it was better for an outsider to seize the bulk of the wealth and leave only scraps for them to fight over. When they realized there was so little to quarrel over, they would prefer to lie back and take dividends at least that yielded steady gains without the risk of business losses. On paper, Chen Ze would be the owner, but Song Qingyi would manage affairs, and the sole beneficiary would be Xie Wanqing. With the terms settled, Chen Ze seized Xie Jiuzhong's arm and with both hands rhythmically struck along his body. Vital spiritual energy surged into him, swiftly revitalizing his frame. He then fed him 5 longevity pills exchanged from a point store. Moments later, Xie Jiuzhong returned to the vigor of a normal man. When Xie Wanqing returned with the boxed meal, she found her father able to walk normally. Dad, your complexion is so much better, she cried excitedly. This is thanks to my son-in-law, Xie Jiuzhong said with a smile as he looked at Chen Ze. Dad. Xie Wanqing blushed furiously, her face flushing from neck to ear as if she might bleed with embarrassment. Chen Ze feigned indifference. He picked up the steaming boxed meal and ate in large greedy mouthfuls. On the way out of the hospital, Xie Wanqing slipped her arm through his and, shy as a sensitive fern, murmured, Chen Ze. What is it now, eh? My father has accepted you. Oh, I told you, my father accepts you. Oh, aren't you at all excited or happy? Madam Xie, pray tell, by what manner or means should I demonstrate my great excitement and joy? I'm angry now. Then stay put. Xie Wanqing bit his arm. You dog of a man. Chen Ze said nothing, instead producing his phone and placing a roster of corporate holdings before her. Xie Wanqing had never cared for commerce. She was habitually indifferent to the family's enterprises, sometimes ignorant even of shops owned by her own kin. What is this? Some properties. How much are they worth? Billions, perhaps. So many. She loosened her grip on his arm, stunned as she stared at the company names on the screen, a faint sheen of disbelief at the corner of her mouth. They're all being given to you. Chen Ze spread his hands. Does that make me appear happy enough? This Xie beauty salon looks familiar. Isn't this one of the Xie family's businesses? Perhaps it's just a namesake, she said. Is that so? Xie Wanqing puffed her cheeks, wearing a small puzzled expression. Chen Ze glanced at his wristwatch and said, It's late, I must go to school. After speaking, he slid into the car, rolled down the window, and said, All right, just drop me off here. Xie Wanqing looked at Chen Ze with reluctance and could only wave him off. Drive carefully on the road. Chen Ze reached his hand out of the window and waved to her. After he had driven completely out of Xie Wanqing's sight, he headed to the Xie family estate. After Xie Tianxiu had been beaten nearly to death by Chen Ze, he did not go to a hospital. Accompanied by his assistant, he returned to the Xie household. There was only one person capable of healing him. That person was Ye Tian. At that moment, the Xie household was in turmoil. Second Master Xie lay grievously wounded, his life hanging by a thread. Ye Tian had long maintained close ties with Xie Tianxiu. With Xie Tianqi's help, Ye Tian successfully linked himself to a mysterious figure from Penglai Island, and leveraging that person's wealth and resources, broke through his cultivation to Lianqi Qi refinement, first level, completing the first stage cleansing of sinews and marrow. Inner courtyard of the Xie family's second branch. Ye Tian was directing his cultivation to tend Xie Tianqi's body. With a female Empress Master guiding from behind, they quickly pulled the man who hung by a single breath back from death's threshold. Cough, cough. Lying on the sickbed, Ye Tian gave 2 dry coughs. A moment later, he opened his eyes and said, "Luckily you were here, otherwise this time I would have likely fallen to that brat's hand. He did not strike to kill, otherwise you would already be dead." Ye Tian rose and clasped his hands behind his back. "You helped me once, I saved you once. We are even." Ye Tian helped Ye Tian mainly out of gratitude for the intelligence he had provided previously. Frankly, the two were collaborators, each taking what he needed. Since meeting that mysterious figure from Penlai Island, Ye Tian's horizons had widened and his connections had grown considerably. Geduman. Yaoshengu. Which of them was not stronger than the Xie family? Ye Tian said in a low voice. "You wanted to marry Wanqing, didn't you? I can help you. After all, we share a common enemy." Xie Wanqing. Ye Tian snorted a cold laugh. "I've only met her a few times. You don't really think I care about her, do you?" "Is that so?" Ye Tian scoffed. "That little girl Wanqing is with Chen Ze now. Are you sure you feel nothing at all?" To say he felt nothing would be a lie. But Ye Tian was not the sort to live on another's leftovers. He turned and said calmly, "Speak. What exactly do you intend to do?" "The vast majority of the Xie family's assets are already under my control. What remains is merely a shell. I need a legitimate reason. You may choose not to marry Wanqing, but you surely would not want Chen Ze to have her." If Xie Wanqing left the Xie household, and the family had no heirs, he could smoothly seize the position. Ye Tian understood and nodded. "I can move to help you, but what do I gain?" "They'll give you 20% of the Xie family's assets." 50%. "Impossible. At most 30%. 40%. Ye Tian spoke gravely. "You may refuse, but you know better than I what happens to those who cross Chen Ze, the deaths of the Sun brothers. You were involved in that too." Ye Tian ground his teeth. 40% it is. As long as you help me take the succession." Ye Tian nodded, pushed open the door, and prepared to leave the Xie household. He saw Chen Ze in the small courtyard amusing a bird. Ye Tian was inwardly stunned when had he arrived. How had my spiritual sense not detected his presence at all? Chen Ze tossed food to the bird and said casually, "I heard the two of you plotting from quite a distance. When did you come by, eh?" Ye Tian's expression was complex. When tending Xie Tianqi's wounds, he had noticed traces of spiritual energy lingering on the surface of the man's body. He suspected, as with himself, that Chen Ze cultivated a Xian path rather than martial arts, the way to transcendence. Yet never had he expected Chen Ze's cultivation to surpass his so utterly. The strength of one's spiritual sense is tied to cultivation level. Unless one has ingested rare herbs that enhance spiritual sense or practices an art that greatly elevates its such power is difficult to explain. In this barren world, even ordinary spirit herbs are scarce, let alone wondrous rarities. There were only 2 possibilities. One, Chen Ze cultivates an art tied to spiritual sense. Those who master such techniques possess formidable spiritual senses, but their bodies and spiritual energy tend to be comparatively fragile. 2. The outcome he most dreaded. Chen Ze had already broken through to Lianqi Qi refinement 2nd level. Chen Ze lifted the birdcage, looked up, and smiled. "Do you think if I open the cage now this canary will fly away?" Ye Tian could not fathom Chen Ze's intent. He said in a steady voice, "A bird longs for the sky. Once the cage is opened, of course it will fly away." "Is that so?" Chen Ze opened the cage. The canary did not fly away. It climbed out through the opening onto Chen Ze's hand in search of food. "You seem to have guessed wrong." Chen Ze placed the canary back into the cage. Ye Tian frowned. "What on earth are you trying to do? Do you not feel that you are now the canary inside this very cage? Tamed, coddled, cherished as a pet to be toyed with and admired." Chen Ze rehung the cage in its place, then came to Ye Tian's side and patted his shoulder. In a low voice, he said, "Stay obediently in the cage. That way you remain a charming little canary." Ye Tian clenched his fists and a layer of golden light suddenly glazed his pupils. His innate Manhuang overlord physique revealed itself unmistakably. Manhuang overlord body. How terrifying. Chen Ze's hand on his shoulder suddenly tightened with force. Boom. Ye Tian felt as if struck by a tremendous blow. His leg muscles locked, and the blue brick floor collapsed in an instant. What terrifying force was this? Ye Tian's face filled with dread as he began to call for his master inwardly. "Master! Master! This surge of spiritual pressure is..." The Empress Master wore an expression of stunned uncertainty. Before she could guess what cultivation Chen Ze practiced, half of Ye Tian's body had already been pressed into the steel-reinforced concrete foundation. I remember now, he cultivates Wangu Qingdi Ju, the imperial-grade art created by Qingdi. Doesn't that mean he is of the same echelon as you? Ye Tian tried to struggle free, but his body felt bound as if by ropes, and he could not move. The Empress Master said with a complicated look, "Qingdi was a prodigy of an earlier age than mine. If he truly inherited Qingdi's mantle, then, at equal rank, you are no match for him. Then what should we do now?" Flee. To flee again. He was tired of running. But facing Chen Ze, an insurmountable presence like a mountain, the pride and anger inside him were once more swallowed back down. A gentleman may wait 10 years to avenge a wrong. I yield. Ye Tian trembled as he said, I will no longer meddle in the Xie family's affairs. Xie Tianqi's fate is no longer my concern. If you truly want to fight to the death, I will not oppose dying together with you. Threatening me with mutual destruction, do you have the right to make such a demand? Chen Ze gripped Ye Tian's collar and hauled him out of a crack in the concrete, then flung him into the air. Ye Tian's face had turned a deep mottled purple. He growled, Chen Ze, why do you always single me out? Why must you oppose me at every turn? Not for any grand reason, simply because I find you insufferable. You may regard me as your lifelong nemesis, or as the ultimate goal you strive to surpass. Either way, do not oppose me. With that, Chen Ze kicked him squarely into the courtyard wall built of bluestone. Boom, boom. The inner courtyard wall shattered. The outer wall crumbled too. Every surface struck by Ye Tian splintered into dust. Miraculously, no innocents were harmed. Ye Tian was finally kicked clear out of the Xie residence, onto the roadside. Ye Tian staggered upright, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his features twisted with fury. Chen Ze, I will kill you. I swear it. Cough, cough, cough. Your obsession with Chen Ze runs dangerously deep. Beware the rise of an inner demon. What if it does? What if it is an inner demon? Ye Tian threw back his head and laughed, a wild hollow sound. So long as I slay Chen Ze, what does an inner demon matter? Enough. Let us speak no more of this. You go now and find a quiet, secluded place to recover your wounds. You told me my savage primordial body renders me invincible against peers, so why did I stand utterly powerless before Chen Ze? What use is this body to me? Why did I stand utterly powerless before Chen Ze? What use is this body to me? I explained he cultivates the myriad-age Azure Emperor scripture, a cultivation art no less profound than the pure Yang Dao art I taught you. Then why did you deceive me? Deceive you? In what way? You told me that once I completed the first stage, tendon washing and marrow renewal, I would surpass Chen Ze. Ye Tian stood rooted in place, voice raw and unhinged, screaming the accusation at his imperial sovereign master as though possessed. Enough. The imperial sovereign master spoke with searing disappointment. So you hold me responsible for all this? I never said it was your fault. This is entirely my doing, my own folly. I should never have crossed Chen Ze. I should never have heeded Ye Tian's poisonous counsel. Ye Tian could no longer recall how many times he had fled from Chen Ze, tail tucked, spirit broken. He yearned, desperately, to defeat Chen Ze himself. Even once would suffice. His current state filled the pure young empress with profound disillusionment. Blessed with immense celestial fortune, yet undone by a mere stumble. A true man bends, but does not break. He endures, adapts, and prevails. Where in this trembling, resentful wreck lay the bearing of a man. That young man Chen Ze, though hardly a paragon of virtue, outstripped Ye Tian in both strength and temperament. Alas, the 9 immortal jade had already sealed its covenant with Ye Tian. Only if another cultivator reached the divine ability realm and surpassed Ye Tian by a vast margin, could they forcibly erase the jade's imprint through sheer arcane power. At that thought, the pure young empress's mind stirred with sudden resolve. If Ye Tian, the main character, was irredeemably ruined, perhaps Chen Ze might step into his place. Such a shift would violate the sanctity of mentorship, but the rift between them had already formed the moment Ye Tian began shifting blame. When trust dissolves, parting is the only wise course. She was no servant bound to guard Ye Tian for life. The pure young empress sent a divine sense transmission directly to Chen Ze. I am Ye Tian's master. I wish to speak with you. Chen Ze scoffed coldly. I suspected he had a hidden mentor, never imagined it was real. Calmly, the pure young empress replied, my divine sense cannot stray far from Ye Tian. He resides at Deepening residence. Come there to meet me. Hold on. You're the one seeking my cooperation, not the other way around. Mind your tone. Then what do you propose? Ye Tian must come to my residence and offer a personal apology, or negotiations are void. That's excessive. Despite everything, a thread of master-disciple sentiment still lingered between the pure young empress and Ye Tian, though it had nearly frayed to nothing. Excessive? Then don't come. I've made no demand upon you. Chen Ze sneered. Do you truly believe I care about inheriting your empress legacy? How did you learn of my identity? Enough. Go console your inept disciple. Miss this chance, and it will be gone forever. Chen Ze severed the divine sense link. Was the pure young empress truly formidable? Merely an emperor of the dwindling Dharma age, nowhere near the Azure Emperor's tier. After absorbing a supreme-grade immortal crystal, Chen Ze replenished the spiritual energy he'd expended moments earlier. one step closer to his second round of tendon washing and marrow renewal. Chen Ze entered Ye Tian's bedroom, empty. Hiding might evade ordinary pursuit, but not a cultivator's divine sense. Wherever it swept, even a single ant on the floor would not escape notice, let alone a living, breathing man like Ye Tian. Crawl out from under the bed yourself, or shall I drag you out? Silence hung thick in the room. Moments later, rustling, scraping sounds came from beneath the bed. Ye Tian's head emerged, followed by his trembling body. Chen Ze crouched low, smiling faintly, clever hiding. Knowing someone else would take the beating for you, and choosing the bed as your sanctuary. Chen Ze, don't push too far. I am after all Xiao Shu of Wanqing. Oh, how kind of you. Allow me to thank you properly. Chen Ze seized Ye Tian's shoulder, yanked him upright, and struck him full in the face with a fist. No spiritual energy was used, only raw, unadorned physical force. Please stop. Ye Tian's voice quavered. Just recovered, and now battered anew, his body collapsed into ruin. A few more such beatings and death would surely follow. And he did not wish to die. Chen Ze placed a pre-prepared contract before him, signed the equity transfer agreement, and you may live out your days peacefully within the Xie residence. Ye Tian stared at the list of enterprises on the document. These were the very Ze family assets he'd secretly seized. How had Chen Ze uncovered them? Refusing to sign. I'll sign. I'll sign. Ye Tian scrawled his name and stamped his thumbprint with frantic haste. Chen Ze rose and said, now that's how an uncle should behave. I'll thank you on Wanqing's behalf. Ye Tian burned with murderous rage, yet dared not act. The outcome was irreversible. Ye Tian, the sole hope of turning the tide, lay gravely wounded, perhaps beyond recovery. Stripped of his holdings, Ye Tian would spend the rest of his life eking out a wretched existence within the Xie residence, powerless to challenge Chen Ze ever again. Chen Ze turned to leave. Take heart. Those enterprises remain under Ze family control. Do not imagine you can use laws or rules to punish me. Remember the bloodstains clinging to those assets. Their weight would warrant execution. Ye Tian had considered such a move. Yet he realized with chilling clarity that he stood no chance against this young man. Wealth, power, martial prowess. They existed on entirely different planes. You win, brother. After working hard for most of his life, he found himself with nothing in the end. Naturally, disappointment was inevitable. Tian, are you okay? The commotion from the second house was too loud. Soon the courtyard was filled with members of the Xie family. An elder who had been vying for the position of family head helped Ye Tian up. Who hurt you like this? I don't know. Ye Tian slowly got up, tidied his clothes, and said, I need to go to the hospital to see my brother. The family head has already been discharged. As expected. Ye Tian gave a self-deprecating smile, turned to pat the elder on the shoulder, and said, thank goodness for you. The elder was flattered, saying, it is my honor to assist the second master. All right, enough flattery. I have decided not to compete anymore. So are you planning to set up your own household? No. Ye Tian pushed the elder away and walked out alone. All the assets under his name had been transferred to Chen Ze. How could he establish his own household? To be able to preserve his life was already a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. At that moment, Xie Jiucheng happened to arrive, accompanied by the Xie family's young lady Xie Wanqing. Xie Jiucheng exchanged a glance with Ye Tian and calmly said, thanks to the help of a benefactor, my health is no longer a concern. Then I truly congratulate you, brother. Ye Tian bowed. With Xie Jiucheng's recovery, the previous arrangements for the later affairs were naturally voided. Those eager to take sides were completely dumbfounded upon hearing Xie Jiucheng's words. Latest-stage cancer, is it really that simple? Regardless of whether Xie Jiucheng was pretending, at the very least he was still standing in front of them in good health. As long as Xie Jiucheng remained in the Xie family, this family would heed his words. You all can leave for now. Xie Jiucheng surveyed the surroundings. Xie Wanqing also sensibly exited the courtyard. At this moment, only the two of them remained in the yard. Xie Jiucheng spoke again. Chen Ze was just here, wasn't he? Xie Tian sneered, since you already know why, ask me again. Xie Jiucheng did not intend to humiliate his brother. He merely wanted to confirm whether Chen Ze had already taken the resources in Xie Tian's possession. It seemed he had indeed obtained them. I know you've always wanted Wanqing to marry out, or to find a son-in-law to come into our Xie family, and then after him gone you could take control of the entire Xie family. But you absolutely should not have secretly transferred the family assets. To the victor belong the spoils. Now that I've lost, you can do as you please, even if it means being removed from the genealogy. I will not utter a word of complaint. Xie Tian was a person with a strong sense of pride and ambition. He did not want the Xie family to remain coiled in the small Jiangling for a lifetime. He wished to lead the Xie family to farther places. He wanted to be remembered in history, leaving a significant mark in the Xie family's genealogy. However, his brother Xie Jiucheng's thoughts were entirely contrary to his. It is easier to attack a city than to defend it. This is also why the old master left the vast Xie family estate to Xie Jiucheng before his departure. It was not because Xie Jiucheng was the eldest son. Rather, it was because Xie Jiucheng was steady, had a broad perspective, and would not be deceived by momentary illusions. The old master actually always appreciated the second son. He was bold, daring to take risks, and was not confined by the status quo. Logically speaking, if the two brothers could complement each other, perhaps the Xie family could indeed thrive under their leadership. But one mistake leads to another. I have no attachment to the position of family head. Oh, Dad actually intended to give that position to you. At this point, do you still want to deceive me? Do you think I would believe that? Believe it or not, it's up to you. Xie Jiucheng took out a letter from his body. This is the testament Dad left behind. You should read it carefully. Ye Tian received the testament with some skepticism. After he finished reading its contents, he could no longer control his emotions and fell to the ground crying. When the will was made, it was indeed he who was to inherit the position of family head. But at that time, due to his resentment towards his father, he knew he was unworthy to inherit the position and ran abroad to seek pleasure. Before his death, the old master still murmured his name. Yet he did not even want to see the old master one last time. The old master's heart grew cold, and he changed the will. Afterwards, Xie Jiucheng took out another will. 2 wills. The heir was always him. Yet he only thought of obtaining everything in his own way. How ridiculous. Xie Tian also found himself laughable. Yet he had no way to turn back, nor was there any medicine for regret. The matter of Xie Tian had completely come to an end. The transfer of family assets was extremely serious. Xie Tian was reassigned to a remote area, which was almost like exile. The elders who had previously taken sides were directly stripped of their duties due to their advanced age, receiving only a fixed retirement allowance each month to live out their days. As for the managers hired by the family, they were directly imprisoned by a lawsuit. Xie Jiucheng swiftly suppressed these petty individuals who coveted the family wealth with an iron fist. Nighttime. In the Jiangling villa, Xie Jiucheng and his wife brought Xie Wanqing to pay a visit. You came, so just come. Why bring gifts? Chen Ze was walking down the stairs, supporting himself with the handrail. After seeing Chen Ze, Xie Wanqing quietly slipped away from her father's side. Girls shouldn't be kept too long. Xie Jiucheng shook his head and handed the gift to the female housekeeper beside him. Upon hearing this, Xie Wanqing's face immediately turned crimson from her neck to her ears. It's perfectly normal to lose control in front of someone you like, all right. Xie Wanqing ran to Chen Ze's side, wrapped her arms around his, and said cutely, "Is there anything good to eat here? I haven't had dinner yet, and am almost starving." The female housekeeper had long regarded Xie Wanqing as the lady of the house, smiling as she said, "I am preparing the ingredients. I haven't started cooking yet. Just tell me what you want to eat, and I'll make it right away." "Really?" Xie Wanqing thought for a moment and said, "Actually, I don't have any specific favorite dishes, but as long as Chen Ze likes them, I love them all. Then I will follow tonight's menu to cook." The female housekeeper slowly left. Madame Xie shook her head while listening. "My dear girl, we are still the daughters of a prominent family. Can you be a bit more reserved?" Chen Ze called the female housekeeper, saying, "She likes spicy food. Make tonight's dishes a bit spicier." After saying that, Chen Ze felt his arm being wrapped even more tightly by something soft. So he quietly reminded her, "Uncle and Aunt are watching. Can you please be mindful of your image?" Xie Wanqing pouted her alluring lips and said, "I don't mind. Why should you? Besides, my parents came over tonight to actually talk to you about that matter." "What matter?" "That matter. You know." "How would I know if you don't tell me? You are just trying to irritate me, aren't you?" "Congratulations, you got it right. Congratulations, you successfully angered me. I award you a row of bite marks." Xie Jiucheng and his wife exchanged glances, revealing a smile akin to that of an ant. In the kitchen, Madame Xie tied on an apron to assist the female housekeeper. Madame Xie's name is Shi Mingyi, hailing from the water towns of Jiangnan, born into a scholarly family. Xie Jiucheng and Shi Mingyi were university classmates, and after graduating, they directly stepped into the hall of marriage. After entering the Xie family, Shi Mingyi had always been a housewife until her daughter Xie Wanqing entered high school, when she finally found time to help her husband manage the family's business. Today she came to visit Chen Ze, firstly to see if he is worthy of her daughter, secondly to understand his family background. Shi Mingyi is not old-fashioned, as she believes that her child must marry someone from a similar background, but she also doesn't want the disparity between the families to be too great. However, after arriving at Chen Ze's house, she realized that her previous worries were clearly unnecessary. In this area, a villa would not be available for less than several tens of millions. Moreover, the villa features top-notch ceilings, valuable oil paintings, and imported sofas and carpets. If everything were to be accounted for, the value of this villa would definitely not be less than 100 million. And this is just the main hall, though she hasn't yet seen the interior room decorations. A five-story villa complete with a balcony and swimming pool has everything one could wish for. Before coming, she had heard her husband say that Chen Ze was extraordinary. However, it seems there are no Chen families or wealthy merchants in Jiangling. Shi is also quite skilled in the kitchen, proficient in Cantonese and Shandong cuisines, while her Sichuan cuisine skills are just average. Cantonese cuisine is her family's specialty, while Shandong cuisine is learned for her husband's love of it. Yet her daughter happens to love Sichuan cuisine. Several times she has felt that her daughter might not be her biological child. Moreover, her daughter has inherited none of her superb culinary skills and has almost blown up the house several times while cooking. In the kitchen, Shi attempted to take the opportunity of cooking to chat with the female housekeeper and gather some useful information. The female housekeeper is also quite extraordinary with no leaks in her work. Whenever it comes to information about Chen Ze, she would smile and pretend to know nothing or change the topic. After an hour of busy work, she had not gathered any useful information. "They'll leave the rest to you, Madam Xia." The housekeeper smiled slightly, preparing to start arranging the dishes. "It's just a few people, why make so many dishes? You're really too kind." "No trouble at all, it is what the servants should do." The housekeeper maintained a smile throughout. This indicates that she does not see her service to Chen Ze as a simple boss-subordinate relationship, but genuinely cares for him. Shi returned to the living room and immediately saw her daughter lying in Chen Ze's arms watching TV while peeling grapes for him, tossing various snacks into his mouth. Shi slapped her forehead and walked over to her husband helplessly, saying, "Look at your daughter, so unambitious. If you didn't know better, you'd think she was never going to get married. I think it's quite good." "What's good about it? Have you ever seen a girl who hugs and cuddles before even entering the door? Wasn't it the same for us back then? Before we got married, we did everything." "How is that different? Ours was sneaky." Shi's face flushed, and she shot her husband a glance. "I mean, the nature is the same. You old rogue." After saying that, Shi turned to Chen Ze, "And you must be a little rogue too, a bad seed." Chen Ze actually didn't want to be so close with Xia Wanqing. Yet Xia Wanqing insisted on pulling him to watch a Korean drama. They then picked the hottest TV show based on the current rankings, The Young Heir of a Chaebol. It was fine not to watch, but once they did, even Chen Ze got caught up in it. "Why wasn't this based on our family?" Xia Wanqing rested her head on Chen Ze's arm and said, "Chen Ze, don't you think the main character is foolish? Such a beautiful sister-in-law is right in front of him, yet he refuses to accept her, insisting on marrying that unattractive classmate." Chen Ze replied, "Shallow. That sister-in-law is clearly a schemer, trying to use the main character to fulfill her dream of becoming the first lady. But the sister-in-law is beautiful and her family is powerful. If they can join forces, they could dominate." Ahem. Shi suddenly appeared behind Xia Wanqing without her noticing. Upon seeing her mother, Xia Wanqing's face turned red, and she immediately sat upright. At this moment, the housekeeper also walked over. "The dishes are ready. Then let's eat." Chen Ze turned off the TV. Xia Wanqing reluctantly put down the remote control, her mind filled with thoughts of the male lead and the sister-in-law. At the dining table, Xia Wanqing and Chen Ze sat together. Once they started eating, she kept serving Chen Ze food. "Chen Ze, try this dish." "Chen Ze, this dish is something I've eaten since childhood. It's very delicious." "Chen Ze?" Chen Ze replied, "Are you trying to make me die from spice? Is it very spicy?" Shi found it hard to match Chen Ze's tolerance for spicy food. Shi could no longer watch and changed the topic, saying, "Little Chen, where is your family from?" Xie Zhucheng pinched his wife's thigh only to have his foot stepped on hard the next second. Chen Ze snapped his fingers. Uncle Wolf dragged over a cardboard box. Shi glanced over and saw that the box was filled with red property certificates. Red property certificates. Property ownership documents. A whole box of property certificates. Chen Ze casually took out a stack of property certificates and said, "These are all property certificates in Yanjing. They aren't worth much. And this is just a small portion. If Annie has time, I can have someone send more over." Shi was thrown into confusion. She almost forgot what she was going to ask next. She forced herself to stabilize her mind and continued, "What do your parents do?" Chen Ze snapped his fingers again. Uncle Wolf rolled out a corporate structure chart. Yanjing Chen's Enterprises. Chen's Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. Chen's Hospital. Chen's Finance. Chen's Department Store. Chen's Transportation. Xia Wanqing exclaimed in surprise. "Chen Ze, your family's industry looks a lot like the structure of the Chaebol we just watched." The Yanjing Chen family. Xie Zhucheng and his wife were completely shocked. What else was there to ask? Just serve the food. Shi served Chen Ze a few boiled greens. Xie Zhucheng poured some deer antler wine. Xia Wanqing looked at her parents in confusion. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and serve Chen Ze some food. Don't serve Sichuan cuisine. Oh, Xiao Ze can't handle it. I've been serving food the whole time." Xia Wanqing felt wronged. The meal was very enjoyable. As they were leaving, Xia Wanqing felt a bit sleepy and said to her mother, "Mom, I'm sleepy." Shermingy got into the back seat and closed the door. Mom, I haven't even gotten in the car yet. Why did you close the door? How can you be so inconsiderate? Didn't you see Chen Ze has drunk too much? You should stay to take care of him for a while. But I'm really sleepy right now. Besides, didn't you say we can't stay at the man's house before marriage? Shermingy said, Husband, can you confirm for me that I ever said such a thing? Xie Zhuchong replied, No, absolutely not. Xia Wanqing. The car swiftly departed from the villa. Xia Wanqing remained at the entrance alone and disheveled in the wind. Achoo! The night air was somewhat chilly. Moreover, given that she was dressed rather lightly tonight, it was inevitable that she caught a slight cold. Her parents, what's with this? It's just a box of property certificates. So easily sold out. With no other choice, she could only turn back to the villa to sleep. In the living room, the housekeeper was tidying the table. Chen Ze had already vanished from the living room sofa. Auntie, where is Chen Ze? Young master drank a bit too much tonight and has already gone upstairs to sleep. Can I go up and see him? Xia Wanqing's little hands had nowhere to place themselves. The housekeeper smiled and said, You are the young master's girlfriend, of course you can go see him. Then he'll go up. Xia Wanqing entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 5th floor. The last time she came to the villa, she had been to Chen Ze's room, knowing he usually stayed on the 5th floor. Upon reaching the 5th floor, she found Chen Ze still in his clothes, lying on the bed sound asleep. He was already asleep. Did she really need to help him? Yet the thought of doing it herself still made her a bit nervous. Forget it. After all, she would have to see him sooner or later. Xia Wanqing no longer hesitated and walked straight over. He has no muscle on him at all, yet he is so heavy. Chen Ze mumbled with the smell of alcohol. You're awake. If you don't wake up soon, you'll become a eunuch. Chen Ze pushed her hand away and sat up on the bed, saying, Aren't you supposed to be going back? Why are you back again? Xia Wanqing replied, I'm just concerned about your health. Concerned about my health. You should have brought me a glass of water once I woke up. I'll go get you some water right now. Forget it. My limbs are so slow. Just bring me my slippers. Which ones are yours? Xia Wanqing noticed there were quite a few slippers under the bed. Chen Ze hadn't put away his sister's slippers last time. She herself didn't really care about tidying up her room. It was always the housekeeper who helped. The white ones, I suppose. Oh. Xia Wanqing picked up the slippers and placed them in front of Chen Ze. After taking a sip of water, Chen Ze felt remarkably clear-headed. However, the lingering smell of alcohol was still somewhat uncomfortable. A night passed in silence. Ding. Xia Wanqing's affection for you has increased. Ding. Xia Wanqing's affection for you has increased. Ding. The notifications were all about increased affection. Ding. Congratulations, the host has completed the task of establishing a life and death bond with the first opposite gender. Ding. The female protagonist's affection for you will no longer decrease. Ding. An opposite gender has met the conditions for unity of thought. Do you wish to unite in thought? No, thank you. Xia Wanqing had not obtained any inheritance. Even if she sought unity of thought, she could not gain any. However, she would soon possess her own inheritance. The next morning, Chen Ze felt refreshed. Beside him, Xia Wanqing was still lying in his arms, sound asleep. Indescribable. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The mobile phone on the nightstand vibrated. Chen Ze answered the call from Uncle Wolf. Hello, Uncle Wolf. Is there something up? Ye Tian requests an audience. It's as if someone brings a pillow when I'm sleepy. A smirk appeared at the corner of Chen Ze's mouth. Let him in and wait in the living room. If he dares to cause trouble, just let the demon blade take action and eliminate him. Understood. He hung up the phone. Chen Ze gently pushed Xia Wanqing out of his embrace. As a result, Xia Wanqing was still startled awake by the unintentional movement. Xia Wanqing let out an enticing sound. Her beautiful eyes blinked, and then she looked up and planted a fierce kiss on Chen Ze's lips. Guests have arrived at home. Get up and tidy up before going with me. Got it. Xia Wanqing got up and put on a little shirt. To do her makeup, she had to go to her sister's room on the 3rd floor. After brushing her teeth with Chen Ze's toothbrush, Xia Wanqing saw the clothes scattered all over from last night's battle. It's all your fault. All my clothes got soaked yesterday. You and my older sister have similar figures. Her clothing size should be about the same as yours. How do you know my figure is similar to your sister's? Just an estimation. Are you sure you didn't measure it by hand? Xia Wanqing snorted lightly, tied her hair into a simple ponytail, and turned to help Chen Ze find clothes in the wardrobe. Since we are meeting guests, you should wear formal attire. The black outfit suits you quite well. Xia Wanqing took out a brand new suit. She personally helped Chen Ze put on his clothes and tie. Chen Ze wrapped his hand around her slim waist and said, Why not wait to meet them later? They're not important guests anyway. Xia Wanqing tightened the tie and turned to say, I should go to your sister's room to change now. In Dantai-Yu's wardrobe, there were mostly more mature-looking clothes. A plain white long skirt, her hair was curled up and secured with a hairpin. Paired with simple natural makeup. A national goddess is not so different after all. Tap, tap, tap. Xia Wanqing linked arms with Chen Ze and slowly walked down the stairs. In the living room, Ye Tian's eyes nearly bulged out. When he thought about how his fiancée had transformed into Chen Ze's shape, his heart was once again shattered. Yes, he admitted that he had no feelings for Xiao Wanqing, but she had once been his fiancée, an unwed wife. Chen Ze. Ye Tian ground his teeth in helpless fury. The humiliation of losing his betrothed was a grudge too profound for shared skies. Vengeance would be exacted by his own hands sooner or later. The pure young empress cautioned softly, Chen Ze's guards are nearby. Do not act rashly. Remember, our mission is feigned diplomacy, feigned weakness. Feigned diplomacy. Feigned weakness. A bitter hollow laugh nearly rose in Ye Tian's throat. If tears were possible, he longed to weep aloud, unrestrained, shattering. To fail even in protecting one woman. He was no man at all. Xiao Wanqing showed no discernible emotion upon seeing Ye Tian. She had never felt the slightest stir of affection for him from beginning to end. Apologies, we've only just risen. You've waited longer than intended. Ye Tian nearly choked on a mouthful of blood. Chen Ze sat across from Ye Tian. Xiao Wanqing was already in all but name mistress of this household, though he loathed Ye Tian intensely. Yet today Ye Tian was a guest, and thus deserved at least a modicum of courtesy. Xiao Wanqing accepted a cup of tea from the housekeeper and placed it before each man. Then she stepped close to Chen Ze's ear and murmured, "You two talk first. I'll prepare your breakfast." Chen Ze nodded. Only after Xiao Wanqing departed did Ye Tian's composure settle. "My time is exceedingly precious. Speak plainly, what brings you here?" Chen Ze lounged, one leg draped over the other, lifting his teacup with deliberate grace. Ye Tian said coolly, "I've come to offer my apology." "An apology?" Chen Ze chuckled dryly. "You owe me nothing, do you? Why go to such lengths just to apologize?" Ye Tian suppressed his seething rage, speaking with forced calm. "There have been many missteps. My impulsiveness has caused offense. Today I come solely to offer sincere remorse. Now that you mention it, I do recall a few minor disputes." Chen Ze tapped his fingers lightly on the table, then spoke with quiet gravity. "Very well. What else lies behind this apology?" "I wish to strike a bargain with you." "What are your terms?" "I deal only in equitable exchanges," Chen Ze replied, legs still crossed, hands resting loosely before him. "Bring me something of commensurate value, or this conversation ends now." "I seek cultivation resources." At last Ye Tian voiced the true purpose of his visit. "Agreed. No issue." With a magician's flourish, Chen Ze swept his hand across the table, and there appeared hundreds, perhaps over 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, all drawn from lottery rewards. He possessed peerless, immortal crystals. These coarse, impure, difficult-to-absorb stones held no use for him. Ye Tian, though unfamiliar with spirit stones firsthand, had been thoroughly instructed by his master on fundamental cultivation knowledge, including spirit stones. Gazing upon the gleaming hoard, Ye Tian's mouth went instantly parched. With another flick of Chen Ze's wrist, the stones vanished, as if they had never existed. A spatial storage artifact. Envy, jealousy, and bitter resentment surged within Ye Tian. He had never imagined Chen Ze possessed not only vast reserves of spirit stones, but also such a rare treasure. Nothing else could so effortlessly contain and release such an abundance. Certainly not any ordinary vessel. Chen Ze remarked coolly, "Speak plainly. What do you intend to offer in exchange? This is something you'll surely find intriguing." Ye Tian produced the 9 Immortals jade pendant. The pendant had already formed a soul-bound covenant with him. The pure young empress was stunned. Her own disciple had just offered her as a bargaining chip. Ye Tian's mind reeled with visions, himself empowered by these resources, finally slaying Chen Ze. Chen Ze's eyes lit with unmistakable interest the moment he laid sight upon the jade. "This pendant is a magical artifact. What are its precise functions?" "It is a family heirloom passed down through generations. My cultivation level is too low to unlock its secrets. Perhaps it will serve you better. Indeed, it is an artifact, but it bears a blood oath seal. Offering me a bound artifact. Do you truly believe that demonstrates sincerity?" Ye Tian had assumed Chen Ze would overlook the bond, yet he had seen through it instantly. "Here is my proposal," Chen Ze declared, producing 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. "These belong to you, once you sever the blood seal upon the pendant." Were these merely low-grade stones, he might hesitate, but high-grade spirit stones, he could not possibly refuse. "Master, with such abundance, I am certain I can break through into the divine artifice realm within 3 years. "I know. Yet once you willingly relinquish the 9 Immortals jade, you will fall entirely under Chen Ze's control. Can't you simply remain hidden? Do you take me for mere merchandise in a transaction?" "Master, I beg you. This is my sole chance to ascend. Please grant me this one request." Ye Tian's heart thundered with exhilaration. "Once I attain the divine artifice realm, I shall rescue you without delay. Is there even a trace of me left in your heart?" "Your master, The pure young empress lamented, her voice heavy with sorrow. Master, I refuse to live cowering any longer. This is my one opportunity. I will not abandon it. For now, I must ask for your forbearance. Ye Tian bit open his fingertip and let a drop of blood fall onto the jade. The blood coalesced into a strange luminous sigil upon the surface, then dissolved into the jade itself. Instantly, Ye Tian lost all spiritual awareness of his master. Since you understand bloodbinding, you must also recognize I have severed the covenant. Indeed, Chen Ze nodded and accepted the 9 immortals jade. The pure young empress suddenly manifested within Chen Ze's spiritual sea, her expression layered with sorrow and resignation. We were master and disciple, however briefly. Let him go. Go. My legacy may be bestowed upon only one, and that one will never be Ye Tian. You intend to kill him? What else? In the parlor, Ye Tian frantically searched for a container to hold the spirit stones. He was now a gambler, obsessed only with recouping his losses. Alas, he had already wagered his greatest stake, the 9 immortals jade. His ruin was sealed. Had he retained the jade, Chen Ze could never have subdued him. But now the jade rested in Chen Ze's palm, and Ye Tian, merely fish upon a cutting board, utterly at his mercy. No need to search further. I'll hold the spirit stones in trust for you. Chen Ze waved his hand, reclaiming the high-grade spirit stones. Ye Tian froze, then growled, Chen Ze, you broke your word. What precisely is integrity? Chen Ze laughed mirthlessly. I am the sovereign, and the architect of rules. Did you truly believe your master's shadow alone could shield you from my reach? How could you possibly know of my master? Not only do I know of her, I know everything about you. Chen Ze snapped his fingers and commanded, Demon Blade, end him. Chen Ze, you betray trust. Ye Tian was utterly ruined, his master gone, his fortune unclaimed. Master, where are you? I was wrong. I sacrificed you for petty gain. Forgive me, master. The pure young empress moved to intervene, only to be instantly suppressed by Chen Ze's overwhelming force. Now that your mind, banish all thoughts of other men from your heart. Chen Ze despised women who lacked focus and fidelity, especially when that woman was an emperor. Moreover, Ye Tian could not be killed yet. As a scion of celestial fortune, even stripped of the 9 immortal jade, he would inevitably encounter new marvels and blessings. I will spare Ye Tian, but you must agree to one condition. In what condition? And agree first. If it violates my moral core, I would rather shatter my divine soul and descend eternally into the netherworld. Pure young emperor was a peerless sovereign who had reigned for over a millennium, a figure unmatched in history whose very presence had dominated an entire era. To compel her unconditional submission truly demanded artful leverage. Chen Ze spoke coldly. Remember, you initiated these negotiations. I spared Ye Tian on the spot. That alone is immense courtesy. I will consent to your condition in advance, but you too must honor your word without fail and release him. Chen Ze turned to the demon blade, already poised to strike. Ye Tian, confronted by the demon blade's overwhelming aura, trembled violently, his legs utterly weak. Once shielded by the pure young emperor, he had scorned all threats. Even with Chen Ze's innate advantages and powerful patrons, Ye Tian moved freely, emboldened solely by the emperor's protection. Now everything had changed. He stood alone, reliant only upon himself. Chen Ze withdrew a bulging brocade pouch from his robe and tossed it to the quivering Ye Tian. You ought to thank your master profoundly. Chen Ze cast aside his tension, waved dismissively, and said, Begone. I never wish to see you again in Jiangling. If you dare appear before me once more, even your master's plea will not save you. Ye Tian did not, as before, brazenly justify his weakness. He uttered no grandiose declarations, no hollow boasts about tides turning after 30 years. And he knew full well, should those words escape his lips, the man before him would slay him instantly. Ye Tian scooped up the spirit stones from the floor and fled the villa like a wounded stray dog, tail tucked, head bowed, vanishing in shame. Nonly after he departed, the demon blade, who rarely spoke, suddenly asked, to cut grass but leave its roots is to invite regrowth when spring winds blow. Why release him? Some weeds resist complete eradication, but he is not a weed. He is a leek. Cut the roots, and where shall I harvest profit? And the demon blade fell silent, then dissolved into a fleeting afterimage and vanished. Speak your condition. And the pure young emperor exhaled deeply. It is simple. Chen Ze pointed towards Xia Wanqing, still bustling in the kitchen. Accept her as your disciple. And take your consort as a disciple. Why the confusion? In her divine sense far surpassed Chen Ze's. While waiting in the living room earlier, she had already swept her spiritual awareness across the entire environment, including Chen Ze and Xia Wanqing. Just then Xia Wanqing happened to approach, carrying breakfast and milk. In noticing Chen Ze's steady gaze, she wondered if something stained her face and asked curiously, What is it? Nothing. Stop staring. Eat quickly. You still have school later. Chen Ze ate his breakfast. Taste unmarred, perfectly seasoned. Chiefly thanks to the tutelage of the lady steward. My pure yang cultivation arts demand absolute purity before chi refinement. She is no longer untainted, and thus cannot inherit my legacy, unless what? Unless your cultivation ascends to the divine ability realm, unlocking the second seal of the 9 immortal jade, and thereby releasing the second emperor. That is indeed viable, yet attaining the divine ability realm is no trivial feat. And though Chen Ze possessed abundant resources, his innate aptitude was modest, and he practiced the Azure Emperor's art, whose progress remained painfully slow. Unlike Ye Tian, whose cultivation accelerated like a rocket, given sufficient resources, Chen Ze's advancement stalled. Ni's prior plan had thus collapsed. Chen Ze now scanned his circle for other women fit to inherit the pure Yang Emperor's legacy. Lu Shui was undoubtedly ideal, but she had already received the legacy of Panwu, immortal sovereign, and their affinity remained insufficient. Song Qingyi was also promising, yet he had already compromised her purity. Few others remained viable. Dantai Yu was another possibility, and her intimacy with him had long reached its zenith. Ni's elder sister was equally suitable, but she resided in Yanjing. Another dwelled overseas, and neither could be summoned anytime soon. Chao Qingzi was likewise promising, yet cultivating deep affinity with her would require immeasurable time. With hope extinguished, Chen Ze sought alternative paths to power. I know a method to enhance your aptitude, the pure Yang Emperor spoke. Continue. Your cultivation of the 10,000-year Azure Emperor art is incomplete. It is but a fragment. Were you to obtain the full transmission, your aptitude would pose no hindrance. Truly worthy of an emperor, she perceived his weakness at a glance. Indeed, he cultivated only the fragment. The complete version demanded an impossible accumulation of antagonist merit, beyond any feasible acquisition. The Azure Emperor's divine art, the longevity seed, allows one to condense a seed within the body, absorbing the vital essence of living beings to fortify oneself. And I possess precisely the method to forge such a seed, in both concealed ulterior motives. Chen Ze intended for Xie Wanqing to inherit the emperor's legacy, then synchronize it to himself through the mind union technique. The pure Yang Emperor sought instead to exploit Chen Ze's vast resources to locate her reincarnated self, and thereby break free from the 9 immortal jades binding. Let us speak plainly. How may I assist you? Recently, I sensed my reincarnated self nearby. Aid me in finding her, and I shall reveal the longevity seed method. Chen Ze was no stranger to reincarnated souls. Certain formidable cultivators upon death entered the cycle of rebirth. Though they might persist, as the pure Yang Emperor did, in spiritual form, fragments of their soul inevitably scattered into reincarnation. These reincarnated selves inherited aspects of their former power, sometimes even surpassing it. Should the reincarnated self merge with the original soul, their strength would magnify exponentially. The sole drawback, such reincarnations were nearly impossible to locate. Across the 3,000 realms, existence stretched infinitely vast. Seeking a reincarnation was akin to fishing a needle from the sea, or sifting gold from endless sands. Yet Chen Ze knew precisely where hers lay. Chen Ze replied coolly, first reveal the longevity seed method, or this negotiation ends here. To wield the longevity seed as leverage was futile. Even without it, he could still ascend to the divine ability realm in record time. After internal struggle, the pure Yang Emperor reluctantly agreed, very well, I grant you the longevity seed art, but you, I repeat, the rules are mine to dictate. Do not presume to bargain with me. Faced with Chen Ze's unyielding authority, the pure Yang Emperor could only nod in acquiescence. No choice remained. When beneath another's roof, one must bow. After finishing breakfast, Xie Wanqing rose to clear the table. Azay, it's time to head to school. I have something urgent. I'll go later. You go ahead. Then I'm off. Chen Ze was fully immersed in receiving the Azure Emperor's divine ability, the longevity seed, and had no attention left for anything else. Wolf Uncle drove Xie Wanqing to the gate. She was already in effect half a step into the Chen family. Yet becoming the Chen family's matriarch would require a long and arduous journey. After all, exceptional women had never been scarce around Chen Ze. In the car, Wolf Uncle handed her a share transfer agreement covering most of the Xie family's industrial assets. This is from the young master. What is this? Xie Wanqing accepted the contract and skimmed through it before murmuring, these appear to be our family's enterprises. How did they come into Chen Ze's possession? Originally held by your second uncle, these assets were reclaimed by the young master. He entrusted them to you, so you might stand firm within the Xie household. The young master instructed that only you may sign this. No secondary transfers are permitted. Xia Wanqing was not one who coveted wealth or power. She had indeed considered handing the contract over to her father. But now that she belonged to Chen Ze, such disloyal thoughts no longer crossed her mind. Moreover, she had long grown weary of certain Xia family members' vile countenances. These assets had likely been secretly seized and absorbed by her second uncle while her father lay gravely ill. She would neither hoard all the profits for herself nor, like her father, generously sustain those parasitic relatives. Xia Wanqing returned the contract to Wolf Uncle and said, "Uncle Wolf, the Xia family's enterprises are vast and diverse. With my current capabilities, I fear I cannot manage them. Perhaps it would be better if Ze handled them instead. The young master has no aptitude for commerce, and you need not worry about the future at all. Once you sign, he will assign professionals to manage the companies on your behalf." Very well. With resignation, Xia Wanqing signed the contract. Wolf Uncle verified the document and nodded. Subsequent earnings will be deposited directly into your private account via bank transfer. Overnight, she became a woman of immense fortune. Entire family enterprises worth billions now belonged solely to her. Though Xia Wanqing assumed the role of an absentee owner, Chen Ze unceremoniously delegated all managerial burdens to Song Qingyi, his long-suffering junior wife. Song Qingyi received Chen Ze's instructions immediately to oversee the Xia family's enterprises. Outwardly nonchalant, inwardly, her jealousy surged beyond containment. Yet she bore it without complaint. Her sole hope now was to bear Chen Ze a child of her own. Should he refuse to have children, she would bear and raise the child in secret. At Jiangling Villa, Chen Ze continued absorbing the longevity seed cultivation technique. Forming the longevity seed was extraordinarily difficult. It required rare heavenly treasures and earthly marvels as auxiliary aids. Conventional methods are utterly inadequate for cultivating the longevity seed. Chen Ze's expression turned grave. No wonder the pure young empress had entrusted him with this paramount azure emperor divine art. It demanded such extreme conditions. Having imparted the cultivation method, the pure young empress swiftly fell into deep slumber. Now he had fury, but nowhere to vent it. With conventional methods failing, he had no choice but to rely on the system. Based on prior deduction, seizing the protagonist's fortune would dramatically increase his gotcha odds. This time he had literally carried off the protagonist's leg. Surely the system would grant something worthwhile. Tenfold pull. System, thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Golden legend. Golden legend. 2 golden rewards. Boom. A radiant golden fruit materialized before Chen Ze. Shaped like a peach, yet glowing gold throughout its surface shimmered with ethereal mist radiating light that banished all shadow. Even the slumbering pure young empress stirred awake at the fruit's sudden emergence. What is this? The pure young empress's voice trembled. Where did you obtain the longevity Dao fruit? The longevity Dao fruit, a celestial grade spirit fruit, was precisely the core requirement for cultivating the longevity seed. It conferred no direct cultivation advancement, but for those cultivating the longevity body, it was truly the supreme Dao fruit. Chen Ze instantly recognized the longevity Dao fruit. Without hesitation, he seized it and placed it in his mouth. The fruit dissolved instantly into golden nectar, no chewing required. Such a peerless celestial fruit born of heaven and earth would ignite bloodshed and chaos across any cultivation star domain. Immediately after consuming it, Chen Ze began cultivating to condense the longevity seed. Cultivation knows no passage of time. 3 days later, Chen Ze's eyes snapped open, a faint azure sigil blazing upon his brow. Boom. An overwhelming wave of spiritual pressure erupted from the villa, rippling outward. The demon blade awoke in alarm. Even hidden martial cultivators scattered across Jiangling felt that crushing aura. Having consumed the longevity Dao fruit, Chen Ze not only successfully condensed the longevity seed, but also ascended from Qi refinement realm level 1 peak to level 5 peak. After undergoing his 5th meridian and bone purification, his strength underwent a cataclysmic transformation. Chen Ze rose and flicked his finger. Black impurities surrounding his body vanished instantly. The longevity seed implanted within him formed an unparalleled Dao foundation, equal in supremacy to a celestial bone, the ultimate innate talent. Did you ever imagine I'd succeed in condensing the longevity seed, pure yang? Chen Ze roared with unrestrained laughter. The pure young empress felt both elation and dread. She rejoiced that Chen Ze had achieved the longevity seed. His future prospects were boundless. Yet she trembled at how far he had surpassed her control. Unlike Ye Tian, he was utterly impossible to manage. Congratulations on successfully condensing the longevity Dao seed. The pure young empress spoke, her voice quavering. As Chen Ze's cultivation soared, so too did his divine sense. Within his divine sense realm, Chen Ze's consciousness manifested before the pure young empress, his hand gripping her chin. Do not attempt deceptions before me. Next time I'll shatter your reincarnation body. You dare threaten this empress? Threaten? Chen Ze sneered. Still calling yourself this empress? In this age? Truly I thank you. I've gained the longevity Dao seed and my cultivation speed has accelerated markedly. The pure young empress flushed with humiliation, yet could do nothing against him. Henceforth address me as sovereign. I'll overlook this transgression and help restore your reincarnation body. Dream on. She was an empress of an era. How could she accept such shameless terms? Dream on. Soon you'll witness reality. Chen Ze formed hand seals. The sea of his consciousness instantly flooded with emerald waves. Azure Emperor, soul-devouring seed. How could you possibly possess the soul-devouring seed? I nearly forgot to mention, I inherited the Azure Emperor's complete legacy. The Azure seed formed by his seals pierced directly into the pure young empress's soul body. My soul-devouring seed now resides within you. A single thought from me, and your soul will dissipate into oblivion. You wouldn't wish to perish thus, would you, pure young? Her face paled. Then she dropped to one knee, bowing deeply. Congratulations, sovereign, on mastering the soul-devouring seed. With the Azure Emperor's soul-devouring seed, he could now exert absolute dominion over the pure young empress. What did it matter that she was a peerless genius and sovereign empress of her era? A single thought from him would suffice to shatter her soul into oblivion. 2 golden legendary awakenings had catapulted Chen Ze's strength to an entirely new realm. Thump, thump, thump. A sudden knocking echoed at the door. Chen Ze rose and went to open it. Yao Dao stood there cradling a Tang-style sword in his arms, head bowed, as he spoke in a low, solemn voice. Jiangling has grown unstable these past few days. Grandfather Chen instructed me to remain at your side, without ever parting by even a step. I understand. The inevitable had finally arrived. Grandfather Chen was his great-grandfather, a martial cultivator whose power rivaled Yao Dao's own. He served as the Chen clan's most formidable external warrior. As the eldest legitimate grandson of the main Chen bloodline, Chen Ze's safety was paramount, above all else. Should he perish in Jiangling, the Chen clan would face extinction, and the entire Jiangling clan would be condemned to share its fate. Your cultivation has advanced, Yao Dao suddenly remarked, blunt and unbidden. Care for a sparring match? Chen Ze now fully inherited the Azure Emperor's legacy, mastering every divine ability the ancient sovereign had ever wielded, including the complete 10,000-year Azure Emperor scripture. Yao Dao truly stood at the apex of martial prowess. Yet the martial path itself remained bound by the limits of this world, incapable of ascending further. You are no match for me. Yao Dao stated it without hesitation. How refreshingly forthright you are, Chen Ze replied with a faint shake of his head before driving off toward campus. It had been several days since he last attended class. Xia Wanqing was likely beside herself with worry. And indeed, she was deeply troubled, but not over Chen Ze. Her anxiety stemmed from today's military training. Wanqing, long time no see. At the military base's drill ground, Lu Shui greeted Xia Wanqing warmly. I half thought you'd withdrawn from school. Smiling, Xia Wanqing walked over upon spotting her. Since Lu Shui had returned home briefly at the start of term, the two had not met again. For weeks, Lu Shui had immersed herself in comprehending the Panwu legacy, learning to control the celestial bone energy surging within her body. Only now, having finally mastered it, had she emerged from seclusion. Noticing Xia Wanqing standing alone, Lu Shui smiled teasingly. Is Chen Ze not accompanying you today? Just thinking of Chen Ze ignited a storm of fury in Xia Wanqing. 3 days, exactly 3 days. Since that night, he claimed her, he hadn't contacted her once. Let's not speak of him. I get furious just hearing his name. Oh, still angry then? No. Then why such fiery outrage? Lu Shui chuckled. Quarrels between lovers are perfectly normal. Who said we're lovers? Xia Wanqing retorted, hands planted defiantly on her hips, cheeks flushed with indignation. Are you certain? Lu Shui glanced meaningfully behind her. But Xia Wanqing missed the cue entirely and continued unabashed. Chen Ze is nothing but a giant pig's trotter. Who's calling whom a giant pig's trotter? You look more like one yourself. Chen Ze materialized behind them without warning. Xia Wanqing spun around. For a breathless moment, she stood frozen, then surged upward onto her toes, threw her arms around him, and pressed a fierce, lingering kiss to his lips. Why didn't you contact me for 3 whole days? Her voice trembled, tears welling as if she might dissolve into sobs at any second. I was occupied those days. Chen Ze gently brushed away a tear trailing down her cheek. Look at you, pathetic little thing. Anyone watching would think I'd done you some grave injustice. She swatted his hand away, sobbing. Who told you to ignore me all this time? Their commotion instantly drew glances from nearby students. Upon recognizing the young man as Chen Ze, they swiftly turned away, pretending not to have seen a thing. Chen Ze's name had become taboo across campus. When someone recently dared spread rumors that the new instructor Chao Qingzi was romantically involved with him, that student vanished from campus within days. A fellow townsman later confessed he'd lost contact with the accused long ago. The ringleader had vanished without a trace. Even bystanders who gleefully amplified the slander faced disciplinary consequences. From that day forward, Chen Ze became Jiang University's forbidden word. Typing his name on the forum triggered instant administrative muting. Repeat offenders were permanently banned. Students at Jiang University knew his reputation, but outsiders remained blissfully unaware. Meanwhile, the drill instructor had watched Xie Wanqing closely for quite some time. Out of deference to his official position, he'd refrained from confronting her directly, planning instead to impress her during formal drills. To discover she already had a boyfriend shattered his expectations utterly. If he couldn't win her fairly, he'd simply dismantle their relationship and seize his chance. Striding forward, he rebuked Chen Ze, embracing a student before training has even begun. How do you expect to fight enemies on the battlefield? I'm embracing my girlfriend. What business is that of yours? Chen Ze lifted his gaze, his expression glacial, as he held Xie Wanqing close. And your name is? Chen Ze. Chen Ze, is it? Drop and give me 5 push-ups. Now, what if I refuse? The instructor had dealt with defiant students before. For those who flouted discipline, he enforced order with uncompromising severity and lunged forward to seize Chen Ze. But before he'd taken another step, he slammed headlong into Lang Shu. Boy, if you're eager to die, take one more step forward. Who the hell are you? The instructor roared, incensed. Lang Shu clapped his shoulder, then smoothly drew a pistol from his coat, pressing the barrel to the man's temple. Take one more step, and I'll end you. The instructor froze, panic flooding his veins. He swallowed hard, voice quavering. This is a military base. You're carrying a firearm illegally. I hold a valid permit. And tell me, do you recognize this insignia? Lang Shu lifted a wolf fang pendant hanging at his throat. The Wolf King. The instructor could scarcely believe his eyes, meeting the legendary Special Forces Wolf King here, of all places. Countless tales surrounded the Wolf King. Rumors claimed that after his discharge he'd sworn fealty to an elite sovereign, serving as his personal protector. Could Chen Ze be that sovereign? He dared not dwell on the thought. His limbs grew icy cold. Even beneath the scorching sun, dread chilled him to the marrow. Lang Shu snorted contemptuously. Next time you seek a woman, sharpen your vision. Some people are beyond your reach. Do 1,000 push-ups, on the spot. When you finish, someone will relieve you of duty. The instructor dared not utter a word, dropping immediately to the ground. Huang Yuan, standing nearby, approached Lang Shu with a grin. Uncle Lang, please carry on. I'll supervise him myself. Rest assured, he won't skip a single rep. If he does, he'll never leave Jiangling alive. Lang Shu nodded. Keep things discreet. The crowd's watching. Huang Yuan's jaw twitched. You pulled a gun. That's already made things very loud. Yet he still smiled and acquiesced. Truth be told, he'd long resented that arrogant fool and eagerly awaited his downfall. Li Jinhui, watching furtively from the crowd, broke into a cold sweat. A vial of concentrated sulfuric acid slipped from his trembling hand, shattering on the ground. Shaking, he dialed Wei Wujin's number. Mr. Wei, can I withdraw? Withdraw? Wei Wujin laughed coldly. The bow is drawn, the arrow flies. You've spent nearly all the funds. If you wish to avoid returning to your former life, do not speak of withdrawal. The call was abruptly disconnected. Li Jinhui's spirit collapsed instantly. One thing remained utterly incomprehensible to him. Song Qingyi, CEO of Shengshi Huading Group, shared an unusually close relationship with Chen Ze. Wei Wujin, her most trusted aide, would never dare lay a hand on Chen Ze's woman. Could it be that Song Qingyi sought to destroy Rong Xie Wanqing solely to monopolize Chen Ze? This was the only possibility Li Jinhui could conceive. Yet no matter what he chose, to act or not, he seemed destined for death. If he refused, Wei Wujin would kill him. If he complied, Chen Ze would execute him. VRR. His phone rang again. Wei Wujin was calling. Li Jinhui seized it as if grasping the last lifeline, answering instantly. Wei Wujin's voice came through the line. I know you're torn. But there is in fact a third path. What path? If someone captures you and demands why you targeted Xie Wanqing, tell them the Su family has formally proposed marriage to the Chen family. Destroying Xie Wanqing was merely eliminating a latent threat. The Su family. What is that? Li Jinhui, an ordinary man with no ties to Jiangling's elite circles, knew nothing of it. You needn't know more than necessary. Just insist, firmly and solely, that it was the Su family. Understood? If not, I'll repeat it, until you do. I understand. Li Jinhui swallowed hard. The Su family. Where had this name suddenly emerged from? Li Jinhui retrieved the vial of concentrated sulfuric acid from the ground, slipped it back into his pocket, and then vanished silently into the crowd. To carry out the plan successfully, he must strike while Chen Ze was absent. He was not the only one harboring such intent. At that very moment, Duan Muyang was also watching closely, though his target was Lu Shuyi. After several days of observation, he concluded Lu Shuyi was an ordinary homebody, rarely stepping outside, utterly unremarkable in every way. The newly arrived drill instructor was markedly more professional than his predecessor, standing at rigid attention, singing military anthems, followed by a grueling long-distance run. Such trivialities held no weight for Chen Ze, but for Xiao Wanqing they were sheer torment. She halted after barely a few hundred meters, gasping for breath. Lu Shuyi stopped beside her and asked, "Are you all right?" "I ran too fast. I'm struggling to keep up. Rest a while if you're tired. The instructor won't reprimand you." Xiao Wanqing stared at Lu Shuyi, who hadn't broken a single sweat, and asked in astonishment, "Do you train regularly?" "No." "Then why show no sign of fatigue at all?" Lu Shuyi possessed immortal bones. A mere endurance run posed no challenge whatsoever. Perhaps today's just a good day. She withheld all mention of her immortal bones. It wasn't that she distrusted Xiao Wanqing. Rather, Chen Ze himself appeared to have shared little, beyond mundane reality, with Xiao Wanqing. Yet perhaps this was for the best. She could remain the undisputed young mistress of the Xie family, Chen Ze's acknowledged girlfriend, living carefree, unburdened by extraordinary truths. "That grove over there looks refreshingly cool. Shall we rest there for a while?" Lu Shuyi pointed toward a lush, verdant thicket nearby. "All right." Once beneath the trees, the temperature dropped noticeably. "I'll go by water. Stay here, don't wander off. Call me if anything comes up." "Okay." Xiao Wanqing leaned against a broad trunk, fanning herself vigorously to cool her overheated body. Li Jinhui had been tailing them for some time. Now that fortune had granted him this rare opportunity, he would not let it slip away. Duan Muyang's objective remained Lu Shuyi, yet something about her current state struck him as profoundly unusual. Logically, even men would sweat profusely after prolonged running, let alone a woman. Yet Lu Shuyi showed not the faintest trace of perspiration. Her constitution clearly transcended the human norm. In the grove, Li Jinhui crept silently behind. Xiao Wanqing raised the vial, only to have his mouth clamped shut by Duan Muyang in the next instant. Li Jinhui thought his scheme had been exposed and trembled violently with terror. He'd met Xiao Wanqing once before and retained a favorable impression of the young girl. He did not wish her fate to end so cruelly here. Duan Muyang dragged Li Jinhui to a secluded corner and demanded, "Speak. Who sent you to kill that girl?" I didn't mean to kill her. Only to disfigure her." "Disfigure? Heh. What difference does that make from murder?" Duan Muyang's voice lowered, grave and final one last time. "I ask who commanded you." Li Jinhui nearly named Wei Wujian, but paused, then declared instead, "It was the Su family." "You're certain it was the Su family?" "It was the Su family who ordered it." "How intriguing. The Su family would actually move against the Xie family's heir." The Su and Xie families had long been sworn allies. What grievance could possibly sever such bonds, driving the Su family to ruin the Xie family's daughter? Was it wealth? To seize fortunes, they'd need to eliminate the patriarch Xie Jiuzhong or his brother Xie Tianqiu. What purpose could there be in slaying a woman utterly defenseless? Having extracted the intelligence he needed, Duan Muyang snatched the sulfuric acid from Li Jinhui's grasp and flung it onto the ground. Hiss! The acid seared the foliage black. Duan Muyang gripped Li Jinhui's throat, translucent filaments hovering inches from his skin. "Why does the Su family seek Xiao Wanqing's ruin?" "Because she obstructs the Su-Chen marriage alliance." "I see. Such an alliance would be shrouded in absolute secrecy, impossible for an ordinary man like him to uncover." There remained only one explanation. Someone intended to use his mouth as a conduit, to leak word of the Su family's assault on Xiao Wanqing, thereby sabotaging the marriage. Rationally, the Su family was unworthy of the Chens. Yet the Chen's willingness implied the Su family offered a dowry of commensurate value. Beyond sacred treasures, Duan Muyang could fathom no other asset capable of swaying a dynasty like the Chen family. Nor was the Xie family remotely comparable. Yet hearts are flesh and blood. Xiao Wanqing and Chen Ze were deeply entwined. And should the Chen heir refuse the match outright, no power on earth, not even the Su families, could compel Chen Ze's obedience. Duan Muyang would ensure the Su family failed. Should the Chens acquire another sacred treasure, their dominance would surge anew, leaving no rival standing. A Chen matriarch ruling unchallenged would spell catastrophe for all. Yet the Su family's sacred treasure, therein lay an opening. Duan Muyang withdrew his phone and spoke into it. "The Su family of Jiangling intends to wed the Chen family of Yanjing. Source of this intelligence. Is it reliable?" "I can't vouch for its certainty, but probability is high." "Understood." The voice on the other end sounded urgent. After hanging up, Duan Muyang drew forth his translucent filament and severed Li Jinhui's neck in a single silent stroke. Head parted from body. When he departed, a figure in black robes materialized beside the corpse. None other than the enigmatic follower of Dan Taiyu. The mysterious figure in black robes approached Li Jinhui's corpse and glanced downward at the severed head lying nearby. Blood still welled steadily from the neck, cleanly sliced by silken threads. Xian Rin golden steel chi. With a flick of his sleeve, the robed figure scattered a fine, colorless powder over the body, whereupon the corpse rapidly dissolved into liquid. Corpse-dissolving powder, a specialized alchemical agent for eliminating physical evidence. Li Jinhui vanished utterly from the mortal world. Having completed the disposal, the cloaked figure melted once more into obscurity. Duan Muyang, already far away, turned back toward the grove and gazed silently. Then he shook his head, dismissing the matter entirely. For he now bore a far weightier undertaking. The impending marriage alliance between the Chun and Su clans would inevitably destabilize the delicate balance of power among all major factions. Curiously, according to intelligence presently at his disposal, Chen Ze appeared indifferent toward the Su clan's daughter, yet held marked interest in Xie Wanqing, the young heiress of the comparatively modest Xie family. In that case, why not facilitate destiny? Why not broker a union between the Xie and Chen families instead? The Xie clan's most glaring vulnerability was unmistakable. It lacked backing from any hidden sect. The Divine Medicine Valley stood apart, not aligned with orthodox sects nor tainted by demonic cultivation. With the Duanmu family's precedent already shining brightly, lending further aid to the Xie clan would draw no whispers of scandal. Thus, this arrangement was less a marriage between two families and more a strategic covenant between the Divine Medicine Valley and the Qin clan. At once, Duan Muyang contacted the valley's senior elders to deliberate urgently. After a brief exchange, the valley's leadership tentatively endorsed his proposal. His plan was elegantly simple. First, leak word of the Su clan's treacherous plot against Xie Wanqing, then secretly negotiate with the Xie family, offering the mirror-breaking pill as leverage, granting them the courage to confront the Chun clan directly. Duan Muyang moved swiftly in disseminating rumors. As the ancient adage warns, only those with guilty consciences fear midnight knocks. The Su clan had indeed contemplated eliminating Xie Wanqing, but hesitated, constrained by Chen Ze's frequent presence beside her, leaving no opening for action. Moreover, Su Yunfei and Xie Wanqing were close friends, confidants, and their families maintained cordial relations, exchanging visits regularly. Thus the scheme lingered unresolved. Until fate intervened, the target remained unharmed, yet the rumor had already erupted across the city like wildfire. The Su clan's countermeasure, however, proved disarmingly straightforward. No such thing ever occurred. Tan Tiyue, eldest daughter of the Qin family, dialed the Su patriarch, Su Chuan. "Grandfather Su, how is your health recovering these days? I heard you caught a chill a few days ago. Shall I send servants to the apothecary to fetch 2 prescriptions for you?" "My health is stable. Thank you for your concern." Sweat beaded on Su Chuan's brow. He had fallen ill only 2 days prior, and even within his own household few knew. How then had she, so distant in Yanjing, learned of it? Her call could mean only one thing. She already knew of the Su clan's assassination attempt against Xie Wanqing. Tan Taiwei smiled, gently glad to hear it. Just the other day, grandfather spoke fondly of Yunfei, praising how fresh from graduation, she already shoulders great responsibility for her family. Unlike Chen Ze, who still behaves like a child, flitting between campuses, chasing fleeting affections, stirring up trouble, never giving anyone peace of mind. Indeed, what was inevitable had arrived. Elder Su Chuan cleared his throat lightly. It's natural for young men to enjoy life. Still, rest assured, though Yunfei is deeply devoted to her career, she will unquestionably fulfill every duty expected of a wife. Tan Taiwei abandoned subtlety. "Grandfather Su, I've heard reports of the Su clan's attempt on Miss Xie's life. Is this true?" "Utterly false," Su Chuan replied with practiced ease. "That little girl from the Xie family, I watched her grow up. How could I ever raise a hand against a junior?" Tan Taiwei possessed irrefutable motive, tangible evidence, and credible witnesses, rendering denial impossible for the Su clan, at least not before her. And that was sufficient. As for Li Jinhui, he was merely a pawn, having fulfilled his purpose. Whether alive or dead, he held no significance for Tan Taiwei. "Grandfather Su, you must recall my recent visit to Jiangling." "Yes, I came primarily to see my younger brother and assist him with a minor matter. It was only after arriving in Jiangling that I learned he'd fallen for Miss Xie. Once my brother sets his heart on something, he never wavers. Not even father nor grandfather can sway him. After all, he is the Chun clan's rightful heir. Do you intend to break the engagement?" Su Chuan was no ordinary elder. Though the Su clan ranked below the Chins, that did not entitle them to humiliation or manipulation. "I never said I'd break it. I understand your desire to eliminate latent threats, but if my brother learns of this, how could he ever accept Yunfei? How could he accept your entire clan? And even should they wed, do you truly believe he'd honor a mere parchment contract? Mere rumors, no proof exists. If you persist in demanding proof, Grandfather Su, I shall gladly compile relevant documents. and deliver them alongside your wind-cold remedy directly to your residence. Su Chuan's composure began to fray. If Tan Taiwei truly held evidence, the alliance would collapse irreversibly. What do you require of the Su clan? Having exhausted all options, Su Chuan yielded. Simply retract the engagement. Retract the engagement. Su Chuan frowned deeply. Do you grasp the gravity of your words? Do you comprehend what revoking this pact signifies for my clan? And do you know the consequences if Grandfather Chen learns of this? 3 questions posed in rapid succession failed to unsettle Tan Taiwei. She smiled faintly. Grandfather Su, surely you don't imagine a single rare artifact alone secured this marriage with our clan. Grandfather agreed solely to repay a debt owed to you long ago. Is there truly no room for compromise? Suppressing his fury, Su Chuan demanded. Should she hold firm, he would depart immediately for Yanjing to confront Chen Jinglu himself. He would not return to Jiangling until the alliance was settled definitively. I do have an alternative proposal. Tan Taiwei had no intention of alienating the Su clan utterly. Her motives were twofold. First, to grant Xia Wanqing breathing space. Second, well, that carried its own quiet private calculus. What precisely that entailed, however, remained unspoken, beyond the ears of outsiders. Tan Taiwei continued, let us pause discussion of the marriage, for now. My brother has yet to meet Yunfei in person. Should they fall instantly in love, all the better. Should their connection prove tentative, time spent together may yet nurture deeper affection. Su Chuan grasped her meaning instantly. You propose suspending the formal engagement, allowing them first to meet and assess mutual compatibility. Precisely. And if my daughter fails to capture the young master's favor, then it is simply fate's decree, destiny without fulfillment. Let me consider this. Take your time, Grandfather Su. I shall now personally visit the apothecary to prepare your medicine. The call ended. Tan Taiwei stepped out of the chamber and instructed her attendant to Chen's medical hall. At the Chen medical hall, Chen Jinglu was sipping tea and reading the news in the small courtyard. Upon seeing Dan Taiwei enter, he said without raising his head, has Chen Ze gotten into trouble again? Some time ago when I went to Jiangling, he had changed significantly, becoming much more sensible than before, and he even found a well-behaved girlfriend. Did you not tell him that he is already engaged? Chen Jinglu put down the newspaper and looked at Dan Taiwei with a puzzled expression. Dan Taiwei sat beside the old man and replied with a gentle smile, I did, but you know Chen Ze's temperament. Once he is set on something, he won't easily let it go. It's all your fault for spoiling him as the big sister. Chen Jinglu took off his reading glasses and shook his head slowly. You and father treat him like a nuisance, wishing to throw him out. If I, as his big sister, don't spoil him with his stubbornness, he will definitely leave the Chen family. Leave the Chen family. I fear that kid lacks the ambition for that. Chen Jinglu appeared extremely annoyed with his grandson Chen Ze, but everyone knew he cherished this only legitimate grandson the most. When Chen Ze was young, he caused trouble in the medicinal herb garden that the old man had personally arranged, nearly destroying all the rare medicinal herbs. When Chen Chongqing arrived, he was nearly frightened to faint. Yet Chen Ze, as if nothing had happened, uprooted a 1,000-year ginseng plant as easily as pulling up a radish. As if that wasn't enough, he tossed it to his pet dog. Just as Chen Chongqing was about to eliminate the threat, the old man Chen Jinglu arrived and immediately stopped him. Similar incidents often occurred in the Chen family, with the old man stepping in to resolve them each time. The most severe case was when Chen Ping publicly stole offerings during an ancestral worship ceremony. The family elders were so furious they nearly passed out. In the end, it was still Chen Jinglu who stood against public opinion and spared Chen Ze from being locked up. Otherwise, Chen Ze's childhood would have added another chapter of unpleasant memories. Hearing the old man's angry words, Dan Taiwei immediately stood up to refill his tea, saying, please don't be angry with him. It's not that I'm angry, said Chen Jinglu, who usually wouldn't bother with trifles. Chen Jinglu was also quite fond of Dan Taiwei, but since she wasn't related by blood, no matter how much he pretended otherwise, he still treated her as an outsider. He could treat everyone fairly, but some matters were destined to be unbalanced. Although Chen Jinglu was far away in Yanjing, he, being influential and well-connected, could not possibly be unaware of the affairs of the Su family in Jiangling. The marriage alliance with the Su family cannot be severed. Is it just because the Su family is offering a treasure that has been passed down for hundreds of years as a dowry? It's not just that. Chen Jinglu replied calmly, if it were just one treasure, it would be negligible, merely an embellishment. Chen Jinglu did not continue speaking. This also meant that the remaining matters were an absolute secret of the Chen family. It wasn't that the old man treated Dan Taiwei as an outsider. There were indeed some secrets that could not be disclosed. At least not now. Dan Taiwei had actually guessed this point. Otherwise, with just a mere treasure and goodwill, how could the Chen family use the conditions of their legitimate grandson's main wife as leverage to negotiate a marriage with the Su family? However, Chen Jinglu's tone shifted, and he smiled, saying, if Chen Ze truly intends to take that little girl from the Xie family, As his legitimate wife, I won't oppose it. Let young people handle their own affairs. Dan Taeyu's face lit up with joy, and she hurriedly asked, "Does this mean you agree, Grandpa?" "I haven't agreed, I'm merely giving the Xie family a chance." Chen Jinglu said calmly, "Remember, our Chen family has come this far not by marriage alliances. If you want to be the legitimate wife of the Chen family, you must strive for it yourself." Chen Jinglu's words held deeper meanings. One referred to the marriage alliance that could be nullified provided that Chen Ping truly disliked the Su family, but no one could interfere. The second referred to her. If she wanted to marry into the Chen family legitimately, it would depend on her own efforts. However, the underlying message was still to warn her not to interfere too much in Chen Ze's romantic life. "I understand." Dan Taiyu stood up. Chen Jinglu said, "I have already instructed the servants to prepare medicine for wind cold." "All right, then I will take my leave." Dan Taiyu left the traditional Chinese medicine hall looking at the medicine in her hand, murmuring, "It seems that nothing can escape your keen eyes, Grandpa." Chen Jinglu knew about her little schemes, but he did not say it outright. He merely wanted to give this meticulous granddaughter a slight warning. After all, she was an outsider, even after raising her for over 20 years. Moreover, given her unique status, a moment's carelessness could lead to repercussions for the Chen family. If it weren't for Dan Taeyu's special identity, she would indeed be quite suitable for Chen Ze. Dan Taiyu was also clearly aware of this. Thus, she had been hiding her feelings deep within her heart all these years. "Ignore her. Let's keep going." Lu Shi dominated a 1v3 showdown, her reflexes razor-sharp, barely clinging to life, as she wiped out an entire squad and secured victory. A random player who'd effortlessly ridden Lu Shi's coattails to victory let out an ecstatic howl. "God-tier player, please carry me next round. How about duo Q in the next match? What if I pay you 500 yuan per round?" Chen Ze, thoroughly exasperated, keyed up his mic. 500 yuan. You're treating me like a beggar. Who even are you? You spent the whole match looting corpses. How do you have the gall to speak?" Xia Wanqing overheard someone call Chen Ze a loot hound. Without hesitation, she activated her mic and joined the chorus of mockery. "Exactly. Some people sacrifice all dignity just to win. Whoa. Player 3, your voice is so sweet. Shall we team up next round?" "Of course it is. I'm her husband." "Bro, dial back the tall tales, would you? I'm being perfectly realistic." Chen Ze slipped an arm around Xia Wanqing's slender waist and said, "He claims you're not my wife." Xia Wanqing gave a dry chuckle. "Please spare me the flattery." The player roared with laughter. "Trash-tier killer. Got roasted by your own so-called wife." Xia Wanqing frowned. "Why must you insult people? My apologies, beautiful. I lost control for a moment. Care to exchange WeChat? We could play together later." Still held close by Chen Ze, Xia Wanqing's cheeks flushed crimson. "Take your hand off me. Lu Shi's watching right now." Still resisting, even after all these years. Annoying. The player grew increasingly unsettled. Wait, this sounds like they're together. Could player 3 actually be player 2's wife? The player fell silent, then whispered into his mic to player 4, "Legend, those two seem like lovebirds. How about we queue up solo instead?" Lu Shi activated her mic. "Apologies, we're actually a trio." The player immediately exited the squad. Chen Ze scoffed, "Little fool. You've forgotten who holds the highest hand." Xia Wanqing pushed Chen Ze away, her face burning. "Satisfied now?" "Not at all." "Fine, then go enjoy your cozy duo match. I'll spare you the embarrassment of my presence." "Wait, don't go." Chen Ze stopped Xia Wanqing just as she turned to leave. She thought perhaps he'd had a change of heart. His next words shattered that illusion entirely. "I'm thirsty. There's a bubble tea stand by the entrance. Bring 2 cups. And who drinks the second one?" Xia Wanqing asked, restraining her impatience. Naturally for Comrade Lu. She played brilliantly, consider it a reward. "What about me? If you're thirsty, by your own." Tears welled in Xia Wanqing's eyes. If anyone were truly the third wheel, it would be Dan Taiyu. Ever since Xia Wanqing set her phone down on the table, her gaze had remained fixed on the ceiling. At last the storm had passed. Dan Taiyu spoke. "Ace, pick up the call." Chen Ze recognized the voice, but hesitated, wondering if he'd misheard. He glanced closely. Good heavens, it was his elder sister's number. Chen Ze deflated like a punctured balloon and snatched up the phone. "Jia, why didn't you say anything when you called?" Dan Taiyu retorted, unimpressed. "You dare ask? At your age, skipping class to play games at an internet cafe. A man remains a youth at heart until his final breath. Besides basic military training, I could ace it one-handed. The time wasted there is sheer folly. Everything's always your logic." "Exactly, all your logic." Xia Wanqing pouted and chimed in. "Jia, please give Chen Ze a proper scolding. He's grown utterly insufferable." Lu Shi tactfully rose from her seat and asked Xia Wanqing, "What flavor would you like?" "I'll go get them." "He doesn't drink bubble tea." Xia Wanqing seized Lu Shi's arm and said, "Let's go." Lu Shi allowed herself to be gently but firmly guided out of the private room. As Chen Ze started to rise, Dan Taiyu instantly pressed him back down. Perfect timing. They've just left. I called because there's something important I need to discuss. Go on. Do you recall the proposed marriage alliance with the Su family? Yes. What about it? You once said you disliked Miss Su, so I persuaded grandfather to rescind the engagement. That easily. Didn't you say you had no interest in her? Grandfather's decisions aren't revoked so lightly. Surely you realize that. This dismissive treatment of the Su family is reckless. After all, they are Jiangling's foremost clan. How can I possibly survive in Jiangling if they turn against me? So you do grasp the stakes. It's not too late to reconsider. Not exactly regret. But this feels far more complicated than you've let on. Chen Ze knew full well the strategic purpose behind the Chen-Su alliance. There was no way a single remark of personal distaste would suffice to dissolve it. I'm starting to wonder whether you're truly my sister. Jia, please stop teasing me. Tomorrow night 8 o'clock, at Shengshi Huading. Miss Su will meet you there. Is this an engagement meeting? No. Then what's the purpose of her visit? Merely a formal introduction. You may think of it as a matchmaking rendezvous. Understood, understood. Chen Ze nodded. I'll be there at 8 tomorrow. Dress appropriately. No casual attire. Understood, understood. That's all for now. Remember to eat regularly. And I hear your second elder sister is returning soon. Didn't she go abroad for studies? Wasn't graduation scheduled for next year? You know her temperament. 3-day enthusiasm. The moment she heard you'd taken a liking to someone, she rushed her withdrawal paperwork. Consider yourself warned. Don't bring Jia into this. The call ended. Chen Ze sat in silence for a long while, his thoughts in disarray. His second sister lacked their eldest sister's poise and restraint. He'd manage fine on his own. But should she lay eyes on Xia Wanqing, defiant, unruly, utterly unmanageable, she'd waste no time re-educating her. Just then the private room door swung open. Xia Wanqing and Lu Shi each held a pearl milk tea, sipping contentedly. Where's mine? Chen Ze spread his hands helplessly. Lu Shi stammered, I bought one for you. But Wanqing took a sip first. Xia Wanqing handed Chen Ze her half-drunk lemon water. Your reward. Chen Ze groaned. Reward? More like punishment. Xia Wanqing pouted. I don't mind sharing. Yet you recoil from it. Chen Ze, it's not the same. Xia Wanqing, how isn't it? I swallowed yours, even though it tasted awful. Indeed, women possess prodigious memories for slights. Ever since Chen Ze had recoiled from drinking after her, she'd schemed relentlessly to make him use things she'd already touched. Unsurprisingly, Chen Ze refused to play along. Lu Shi gasped, so startled her milk tea splattered onto the floor. After a pause, she blushed deeply and whispered, Did I just overhear something I wasn't meant to? This chapter does not contain any new content, and I won't discuss the plot summary, as I haven't even written a complete outline myself. In short, this book has been completely abandoned. Moreover, I have something very important to announce. I have started a new book. Important matters must be repeated 3 times. It's still in the villain genre. This time I have learned from my mistakes and rewritten a new book, ensuring the content is thrilling. I initially wanted to submit it to an editor, but I felt that the review process would be slow and I dislike waiting, so I decided to publish it directly. Back to this book. Some foreshadowing has not been addressed in a timely manner. This is my first attempt at a mind-bending urban story, and I didn't handle many points well, leading to a plethora of frustrating elements, which I admit. I am actively correcting this. Thanks to those who gave me negative reviews. I truly appreciate it. I also extend my heartfelt thanks to those who gave 5-star ratings. Additionally, I am immensely grateful. Those who know me are aware that I recently contracted COVID-19, and although I have recovered, I have been coughing persistently, and as of now my cough has not fully healed. Moreover, my sense of smell has partially returned, and with the myriad of trivial matters from returning home for the new year, I have also been busy with matchmaking, etc. It's quite bothersome. Now back to my new book. It's a villain story that starts with a relentless push. I will not play nice. What foreshadowing? What settings? I will write, and you all just enjoy the ride. The protagonist of the new book still has the surname Chen. I hadn't checked the name Chen Ze before, and unexpectedly, I stumbled upon a streamer with the same name, which is quite annoying. Thus, after much consideration, I renamed the protagonist Chen Fuxing. This is definitely a villain story where the protagonist is absolutely cunning and does not flatter. In my previous book, there might have been some issues with the writing techniques, including some settings regarding the golden finger, which led readers to feel that the protagonist was too submissive to the female lead, as if being manipulated by her. However, in the new book, there will definitely be no situations of being manipulated. Additionally, I have also learned from some advantages of my previous work. For example, in terms of character design, the setting of the elder sister, and the setting of Song Qingyi. They are all female characters that I admire. The elder sister Dan Taiyu is actually an enemy of the Chen family. Dan Taiyu is the saintess of a certain sect on Penglai Island, which has been in contact with the upper realm, and the upper realm has committed atrocious deeds to obtain certain things. The elder ancestor of the Chen family acted severing the fortune for 1,000 years, single-handedly destroying the entire sect and personally annihilating Dantai Yu's kin. Dantai Yu was fostered by the Chen family and gradually developed feelings for Chen Ze. The mysterious figure in the black robe is an agent of the upper realm, which Dantai Yu is very aware of. She also knows the sins committed by the sect, so she does not plan to seek revenge. The figure in the black robe has always believed that Dantai Yu intends to destroy the Chen family, but this is not the case. The power Dantai Yu secretly accumulates is actually aimed at assisting Chen Ze. In the future, the upper realm will send people down. The Chen family will surely face a calamity. As for Song Qingyi, she is actually a talented woman who is unwilling to be a mere decoration. She has her own thoughts, but she also deeply loves Chen Ze as he gave her everything when she was at her most helpless. Xia Wanqing, on the other hand, has a very ordinary female protagonist mentality. Some people say she is spoiled by her affection, but in fact, she is the most normal female character among all the women. She will get angry. She will act cute. She will be playful. She will be happy. She will seek revenge. She will not feel inferior because of Chen Ze's high status, but she will run around Jiangling's pharmacies to buy medicine for him. Ending with a flourish. See you in the new book.